A father addicted to gambling, a mother consumed by alcohol, a sickly sister, and a shattered self, in pursuit of financial stability. Lu Xing chose to provide emotional value rather than engage in mere physical or intellectual labor. It is well known that Lu Xing is a humble suitor of the aloof campus beauty. Wei Qingyu's love for her runs deep, marked by unwavering devotion. Wei Qingyu herself believes this to be true. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Lu Xing is also a humble admirer of several others. Once he has amassed sufficient wealth, Lu Xing intends to leave and embrace a life of joy. However, those individuals regret this notion. Here is 1 million apart from Miss Qingyu, they declare. Our transaction concludes here. Thud. A travel bag is carelessly tossed onto the table. As Lu Xing unzips the bag, a cascade of crimson bills spills forth, enveloping him. The most magnificent color in the world, red. The butler, exasperated, remarks. You are but 18, why have you stooped to this profession? With a gambling father, an alcoholic mother, a sickly sister, and a fractured self, Lu Xing replies nonchalantly, extracting a bill counter from the bag while counting the money. The butler is left speechless. You speak so casually, are you preparing for graduate studies? Wait, something is amiss. Halfway through counting, Lu Xing suddenly recalls the essence of the butler's words and inquires. Are you suggesting that I shall no longer have to trail after Wei Qingyu, tending to her every need? The butler's face flushes with indignation as he stammers. Vulgar. So vulgar. Why do you speak in such a crude manner? Lu Xing disregards the butler's outburst and continues counting the bills. How absurd, as if one must always be subservient. Why must he not express himself? Regaining his composure, the butler explains. With graduation approaching, the employer intends to enhance Miss Qingyu's protection. Thus your services are no longer required. This million serves as compensation for you. 2.5 years ago, old Master Wei's precious daughter Wei Qingyu entered the school. Though she possesses a strikingly delicate visage, her demeanor is cold and taciturn. In Lu Xing's eyes, she appears somewhat simple-minded, yet her beauty holds universal currency, and a multitude of suitors, drawn by her allure, have fallen by the wayside, thwarted by her indifferent gaze. Embracing a philosophy of destruction in the face of unrequited love, rumors began to swirl. When this reached old Master Wei's ears, he erupted in fury. While others might merely fume momentarily, he is different. He wields financial power. In a fit of rage, he donated an entire building to the school. Instantly, the rumors dissipated. Still, old Master Wei remained anxious about his daughter's school life. Might she be subtly ostracized without her knowledge? Yet, he could hardly station 2 bodyguards at the classroom door, could he? Caught in this dilemma, the name Lu Xing caught the attention of old Wei. Having practiced martial arts, coming from a humble background, and performing well academically, he was also a classmate of Wei Qingyu. If he could be employed to protect Wei Qingyu. What a splendid idea. Initially, old Wei presumed Lu Xing to be a simpleton, someone who could be persuaded with reason and emotion. To his utter astonishment, Lu Xing, both impoverished and astute, immediately pitched a package deal to old Wei. They struck a deal. You provide the funds, and I shall take care of your daughter. A bright future awaits us both. Indeed, the plan was set in motion. However, this job could easily cast Lu Xing as a sycophant in the eyes of others. After all, he was undeterred by the indifference of the campus belle and relentlessly devoted himself to her without any semblance of dignity. Until now, he was the sole one doing so. Lu Xing had initially thought he would remain a sycophant for Wei Qingyu until the contract was terminated by her father. Yet, just yesterday, circumstances took an unexpected turn. A ruffian from another school, upon glimpsing Wei Qingyu's visage, became utterly infatuated. In the world of thuggery, it is all about power and connections. What use is fighting prowess? Yet, to his surprise, this ruffian demonstrated a complete disregard for decorum. Without even inquiring about her background, he brazenly gathered a group of lowly thugs, intending to corner Wei Qingyu and coerce her into submission. Even if she refused, it would suffice for his lackeys to address her as sister-in-law. Should such a title circulate within the campus, what could Wei Qingyu possibly do? Could Lu Xing tolerate this? He was a person of utmost professionalism. No one could harm his client. The conflict was about to erupt as Lu Xing took down a dozen thugs, The bodyguards from Wei Qingyu's family arrived to escort her away, simultaneously clearing the battlefield. Little did he know that today, Lu Xing received notice from Wei Qingyu's father to terminate the contract. Damn, the capitalist. Had he truly been optimized out? One day, he would hang him on a lamppost. Nevertheless, despite his curses, the termination of the contract had little impact on Lu Xing. He had other clients besides Wei Qingyu. Moreover, the compensation offered by Old Wei was exceedingly generous. A profit indeed. Lu Xing meticulously counted the money, placing each bill into his travel bag. Truth be told, $1 million in cash weighed quite a bit, around 20 to 30 pounds. Gazing at the neatly stacked red bills, Lu Xing's lips curled into a smile, only to be interrupted by a twinge of pain at the corner of his mouth from an injury, causing him to wince that in a 1v12 situation, it was only reasonable to sustain some injuries. The butler, disapproving of Lu Xing's avaricious demeanor, remarked curtly, "Have you counted the money? Don't let a single bill go missing." Lu Xing zipped up his bag, unperturbed, and replied with a smile, "This is not merely money. This is an iron, capable of smoothing out the creases of life." The butler was momentarily taken aback. "You speak in a rather philosophical manner." With a generous compensation in hand, Lu Xing spoke cheerfully. "Please extend my gratitude to the magnanimous boss Wei. Let's go." The steward, with a look of resigned disbelief, glanced at the injured corner of Lu Xing's mouth and the bandaged back of his hand. He truly felt that this lad was utterly entranced by money. Is he really that desperate for funds? As the steward watched Lu Xing's departing figure, he recalled Boss Wei's instructions and finally inquired, "Have you ever harbored feelings for Miss Qingyu?" Lu Xing opened the door to the private room, inhaling a breath of fresh air before responding with heartfelt sincerity. "Indeed, I do. I cherish every client. They are all my benefactors. Goodbye, steward. Should such business arise again, do seek me out. I shall offer you a discount." Bang! The door to the room was slammed shut. The steward stood frozen for a considerable time, unable to regain his composure. After a long pause, he shook his head in resignation. He had never encountered someone like Lu Xing before. It was likely that the boss had never met anyone like him either. No wonder the boss was unconcerned about this impudent lad developing feelings for Miss Qingyu. However, T is such a tender age, resorting to such means of earning. Every action is meticulously priced, leaving no room for personal emotions. If Lu Xing were not of such disposition, he would have surely crumbled by now. The boss had never disclosed this matter to Miss Qingyu. Thus, Miss Qingyu must find someone like Lu Xing, who cannot be easily shaken off, quite bothersome. Moreover, the herd mentality among the students would only exacerbate the situation. Once Lu Xing was labeled as a sycophant, it was only natural for him to become the target of collective ostracism. After all, it is only when everyone unites to shun an individual that they appear as a cohesive group. Reflecting on Lu Xing's ever-gleaming smile, the steward murmured, "School must not be kind to you." Huh. All right, cross off this client. Lu Xing found a bank to deposit his money. After completing his transaction, he exited the bank carrying 2 buckets of cooking oil, with a shopping cart tucked away, all while being seen off by the bank manager. Lu Xing settled onto a bench, skillfully retrieving a small notebook from his pocket and flipping it open. There, in bold letters, was a list of names. Without a hint of mercy, he struck through the name Wei Qingyu and inscribed "Debt settled" beside it. Truly worthy of a young lady, undeniably valuable. Having completed this task, Lu Xing squinted as he recalled his schedule. From Monday to Friday, I serve as Miss Wei Qingyu's security during the day, perform as an actress in the evenings for Annie, and engage in scuffles with that lunatic on weekends. Keep it up, Lu Xiaoku Wei. After reciting all of this, Lu Xing chuckled to himself. How busy I am. If there were a award for time management, he would undoubtedly be the true master. However, yes, she raised her gaze. Lu Xing suddenly came to a halt. Beneath the shade of a nearby tree, a sleek black Maybach stood silently. The woman in the driver's seat donned an exquisite white silk blouse, her seaweed-like black curls cascading casually over her shoulders. Adorning her face were gold-rimmed glasses that softened her alluring beauty, imbuing her with an air of cold elegance. I could see that moment. Her delicate, pale fingers impatiently tapped against the car window, while her gaze remained fixated on Lu Xing's face. When she noticed the scar at the corner of Lu Xing's mouth, her brows furrowed in clear disapproval. Lu Xing glanced at her and immediately lowered his head to check the calendar. Oh, today is Saturday. Very well. It seems I'm destined to engage in yet another confrontation with this eccentric individual. Out of respect for the client, Lu Xing quickened his pace toward the vehicle. Yet, someone was swifter. A traffic officer, seemingly appearing from nowhere, swiftly slapped a ticket onto the car window. The woman's composed demeanor shattered in an instant, her face a mask of disbelief. Lu Xing's smile was as difficult to suppress as an AK-47. Hello. Parking is not permitted here. The traffic officer stammered upon catching her first glimpse of Song Junju. Lu Xing found it amusing. Indeed, beauty serves as a universal passport, and when taken to the extreme, it transcends gender. Clearly, Song Junju was a fortunate winner of the genetic lottery. While others might question Nuwa about the mud she splattered on their faces, Song Junju's visage had become an exemplary masterpiece crafted by the goddess herself. However, no matter how stunning Song Junju was, it could not conceal the fact that she possessed a fierce temperament. Strong-willed and fiercely competitive, Lu Xing even suspected she would soon rise to dominance. The reason she sought out Lu Xing was quite simple. It stemmed from hatred. Years ago, Song Junju had an engagement, but her fiancé fled the country in search of true love. This infuriated her beyond measure. Having always been a winner, she never anticipated that her first defeat would occur in matters of the heart. This was, without a doubt, the greatest blemish on her life. In truth, Song Junju had never been particularly fond of her fiancé. It was merely the aversion to failure that gnawed at her teeth that moment. She encountered Lu Xing, who was working part-time. The good news: Lu Xing bore a striking resemblance to her former fiancé. The even better news: Lu Xing was a professional sycophant, offering services as a stand-in. Thus, the ever-competitive Song Junju hired Lu Xing. She would humiliate him to find solace in her heart, while compelling him to profess his love for her, as a means to affirm that her life had never known defeat. Lu Xing referred to Song Junju's approach as a method of psychological victory. But it mattered little. Who cares? As long as there was money to be made. As the traffic police officer departed, Lu Xing silently began his countdown in his mind. 0.3 seconds from now, Song Junju will undoubtedly reprimand me. Is it truly amusing? Lu Xing refrained from chuckling. It appeared that today, Song Junju was exceedingly irate, unable to even wait a mere 3 seconds. Oh dear, the 3-second lady, quite disheartening. Though he grumbled internally, when faced with an angry client, Lu Xing, as a humble subordinate, could only respond without argument and offer profuse apologies. My apologies, Professor Song. I merely saw you looking quite happy. This statement plunged the woman into silence, and Lu Xing mentally commended himself. It seems that the collection of romantic phrases I perused late into the night holds some merit after all. In the next instant, a pale, slender hand abruptly seized Lu Xing's face, yanking him towards her with a chilling voice reverberating in the car. Are you feeling quite proud of yourself? Do you think you can manipulate me? To put it nicely, you provide me with emotional value, to put it bluntly. Song Junju's gaze scrutinized every inch of Lu Xing's face, her striking eyes revealing a profound indifference. You are merely a commodity. On what grounds do you speak to me in such a manner without my consent? Upon uttering this, Song Junju released Lu Xing. She leisurely adjusted her delicate glasses perched on her nose, poised to relish the expression of shattered composure on Lu Xing's face. Yet, there was none. Song Junju furrowed her brow, carefully examining Lu Xing's visage. To her astonishment, he exhibited no sorrow whatsoever upon hearing her words, the corners of his mouth still curving into a smile. Lu Xing mused. Truly, as a professor, Song Junju's standards seemed to require a downgrade. Her words lacked any real bite. In the past, when he was so impoverished that he scavenged food from trash bins, what malicious remarks had he not endured? How could he possibly be perturbed? Moreover, as an exemplary professional sycophant, Lu Xing possessed his own repertoire of experience. For demanding clients, he would prepare meals and do laundry, providing them with warmth. For compliant clients, he would take them on thrilling motorcycle rides, offering them novel experiences. And for a competitive and assertive client like Song Junju, he merely needed to appease her and go along with her whims. Thus, Lu Xing retrieved a wet wipe from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and presented it to Song Junju. I lingered outside for a bit too long and broke a sweat. You touch my face, use this to wipe your hands. That a flicker of astonishment crossed Song Junju's eyes. In the face of her humiliation, Lu Xing chose such a response. Suddenly, she laughed, her eyes brimming with scorn. You truly are something else. Lu Xing smiled faintly, taking her hand and gently wiping each finger. Even the hands of a beauty are exquisite, with skin as smooth as jade, slender and elongated, a specimen. She would undoubtedly be stunning. Song Junju delighted in the way Lu Xing presented herself with a demure expression, as if she had never tasted failure. However, Song Junju suddenly felt an itch in her hand. Glancing down, she noticed Lu Xing was meticulously drying her hands, perhaps even excessively so. She traced her gaze along the pristine, pinkish-white nails, traversing the delicate, slender joints, gradually reaching the spaces between her fingers. That's enough. With her eyes wide open, Song Junju seized Lu Xing's wrist just before the latter could press the damp tissue in her palm. Lu Xing looked at Song Junju's firm grip, perplexed. Professor Song, do you really need to be so forceful while drying your hands? Internally, Lu Xing was stifling laughter. The absurdity. Always putting on a facade, and now feeling embarrassed, I see. Song Junju, throat dry, shot a glare at Lu Xing's silence. Lu Xing obediently covered her mouth with her hand. You are the client, your word is law. After all, Song Junju was exceedingly generous, spending weekends with her commanded 50,000 each time, amounting to 200,000 a month. What a lavish indulgence. Did you get into a fight? Finally, Song Junju steered the conversation toward the injury on Lu Xing's face. Lu Xing shook her head, with a raised eyebrow and a languid tone tinged with mockery. Song Junju remarked, So, you were merely on the receiving end? Lu Xing continued to shake her head. Beep. Impatiently, Song Junju pressed the car horn, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Xing. Have you lost your voice? Lu Xing pointed to her mouth, remembering her previous command for silence. Song Junju's anger dissipated. I permit you to speak, she said, a slight smile curving her lips as she tilted her chin. She relished Lu Xing's obedient demeanor, fully aware that this rogue had a greedy disposition at heart. But so what? Before her, was he not compelled to act coy and compliant? Lu Xing spoke earnestly. I was walking down the street when I saw a group of thugs bullying someone. I intervened to stop them, which is how I got hurt. Song Junju stared at Lu Xing in astonishment. She had assumed this lad was utterly self-serving, consumed by greed. Her surprise, he had risked his own safety to help another. The situation felt oddly off, raising an eyebrow. Song Junju's tone took on a chilling undertone. Was it a stranger? Or perhaps a romantic interest? Lu Xing was taken aback, marveling at a woman's uncanny intuition. She had guessed correctly. Yet, mentioning another woman in front of a woman was akin to biting a lighter. Thus, Lu Xing altered her narrative that a classmate, she admitted, a hint of regret in her voice. I initially hesitated to intervene for fear of harming my face, but those thugs were too intimidating, and I feared someone might get seriously hurt. I apologize. I shall be more cautious next time, and ensure this face remains unscathed. Lu Xing cast his gaze downward, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability, clearing misunderstandings, elucidating the events, and offering heartfelt apologies. This seamless combination of gestures left Song Junju feeling quite guilty. It was evident that Song Junju was quite taken by this approach, yet she had never softened her tone towards Lu Xing. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up her phone and tapped a few times. I've transferred you 10,000 yuan. Buy some good medicine. Do not mar that handsome face of yours. Inquiring about one's well-being pales in comparison to the generosity of a substantial sum. Lu Xing bit his lip, stifling a laugh, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Song Junju, exclaiming, You don't blame me, do you, Professor Song? Song Junju felt a touch uneasy under Lu Xing's intense gaze, her fair neck gradually tinted with a rosy hue, conveniently concealed by her thick, curly hair. Lu Xing possessed keen eyesight. He noticed the blush, but chose to remain silent. But he was somewhat astonished. This wild spirit, resembling a butterfly, was unexpectedly innocent. Had she blushed so easily? Song Junju recognized her physiological response was betraying her, yet she found herself unable to control the changes in her body. It was all Lu Xing's fault. Identifying the root of her embarrassment, Song Junju angrily retorted, "Do not think you can soften my heart with such antics. You made a pact with me, and your injury to your face has breached that agreement. Therefore," Song Junju seized the initiative, her competitive spirit momentarily satisfied. She spoke slowly and ominously, "You must accept the consequences." Lu Xing felt a sudden pause in his breath, sensing that matters were taking a dire turn. Blast! What new torment was this wild spirit concocting? Look ahead. Song Junza's languid voice lingered in his ear as Lu Xing turned to glance at the back seat. Custom-made accessories that... Oh, you like it? Lu Xing maintained a smile on his face. I do. Damn it, I underestimated her madness yet again. After a 10-minute drive, they finally arrived at Song Junza's villa. Put this on. Song Junju tossed a luxury bag at Lu Xing before retreating to her bedroom to change in her nightwear. Clutching the luxury bag, Lu Xing silently chanted, "The customer is always right. The customer is always right." Even with this mental preparation, Lu Xing was taken aback upon seeing the contents of the bag. A maid outfit. What? A man in a maid outfit? And it was a dress, no less. Do you have a problem with that? Song Junju emerged from the bedroom, her languid tone betraying a hint of icy indifference. She had donned a long, dark green silk nightgown, the straps lazily draping over her elegantly sculpted collarbones, enhancing her delicate shoulders. Removing her glasses from the bridge of her nose, she approached Lu Xing, illuminated by the cold white light. Radiating beauty and authority, Lu Xing revealed a professional smile. Not a problem. You are the boss. Completely acceptable. Glad to hear that. Song Junju raised her crimson lips, her thick, lustrous black hair casually gathered, exposing her neck as smooth as jade, with a few playful strands cascading over her ears. Typically, at this moment, Lu Xing would undoubtedly praise the boss for her beauty. However, the circumstances were peculiar today, for he had spotted the object in Song Junju's hand. Lu Xing mused that it resembled the bell of the cartoon character Pleasant Goat. He wondered if adorning it would enhance one's intelligence. Song Junju's tone flickered with menace. "This is custom-made at a hefty price. You will surely adore it." Seeing the shock reflected in Lu Xing's eyes, Song Junju felt elated. She aimed to make this infuriating visage plead for mercy before her. How dare he abandon her in pursuit of some ridiculous notion of true love? What a farce! Song Junju smiled as she approached Lu Xing, her fingers gliding slowly along his neck. Moments later, "All right, it's quite adorable." Song Junza's joy intensified. Lu Xing tugged at the corners of his mouth, wishing to laugh, yet was suddenly robbed of breath. He stumbled and fell into Song Junza's embrace, compelled to meet her gaze. A cold voice, mingled with the scent of her presence, brushed against his ear, startlingly clear. "From now on, whenever you appear here, you must wear this. Understood? Do you still wish to seek true love?" Realizing that Song Junju was once again treating him as her betrothed, Lu Xing promptly apologized. "I'm sorry, I do not wish to seek true love, I only love you." Silence. Though she had received the desired response, witnessing Lu Xing's dejected gaze and tightly pressed lips, as if he had been wronged, sent a jolt of pain through Song Junza's heart. Unable to comprehend her feelings, she attributed this turmoil to Lu Xing's disobedience. "Go change your clothes, then prepare dinner. If you're disobedient..." Song Junju's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. "I won't hesitate to let you venture outside like this." Lu Xing obediently picked up the clothing bag from the floor, nodding in acquiescence, while internally lamenting. Divine gold. Did she expect him to execute her commands? What a madwoman. Yet, fearing her wrath over unsatisfactory cooking, Lu Xing inquired, "Professor Song, what would you like to eat? You seem quite busy lately. Shall I prepare a nourishing red date and pork rib soup for you? The other dishes can remain the same as before." Song Junju was about to agree, yet found the thought of Lu Xing knowing her preferences so intimately rather vexing. After all, she was the one in control. Thus she retorted, "Think for yourself. If you need me to consider even this trivial matter, what use are you to me? I shall attend to my work. Call me once dinner is ready." With a swift turn, the fluffy long hair brushed past Lu Xing's shoulder, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Would fish soup suffice instead? Figure it out yourself. Bang! The door slammed shut. Such a madwoman. Gazing at the closed door, a smile crept across Lu Xing's face, the earlier expression of grievance vanishing entirely. He donned the maid outfit in the changing room, admiring himself in the mirror for a considerable time, and playfully remarked, "Ah, I actually look rather good in this indeed. Fashion's essence resides in one's countenance. Why didn't anyone prepare me some black stockings? Truly lacking in foresight with my long legs, they would surely look splendid." Song Juanju's intent in teasing Lu Xing was simply to witness his moment of humble despair. Well then, let the performance commence. As a professional sycophant, providing emotional value is part of the job. After all, if one were to complain while receiving payment, it would be no different from a courtesan erecting a facade of virtue. Liu Xing glanced at his reflection in the mirror, adorned in the maid outfit, and chuckled. Wearing a skirt is quite delightful, no more fretting over whether to place it on the left or the right. How fortunate it is to be wealthy, Lu Xing mused, caressing the necklace around his neck. I wonder how many thousands this must cost. This brand was indeed a paragon of luxury. Lu Xing did not believe such extravagant brands would mass-produce such items. The most likely scenario was that Song Juanju had commissioned it directly from the brand. Oh, the wickedness of the affluent. After preparing himself, Lu Xing ventured into the kitchen to cook, grumbling to himself. How splendid it would be if the money spent on this was given to me instead. Alas, the wealthy woman feasts while I starve. By the time the meal was finished, it was already 12:30. Liu Xing had adapted well to the maid outfit, even boldly wiping his wet hands on the skirt before knocking on the study door. "Professor Song, it's time for dinner." A minute later, Song Juanju emerged from the study. Her expression darkened. Her features were strikingly exquisite, a cold allure coupled with an unmistakable intensity. Her current lack of expression only heightened the sense of pressure. Lu Xing pondered what he had done to incur her ire. However, attending to a client's emotions is a fundamental aspect of a professional sycophant's duties. Thus, Lu Xing gently inquired, "Professor Song, are you feeling a bit fatigued from work? It's a perfect opportunity to take a break and have a meal I prepared." "I don't understand." Song Juanju interrupted Lu Xing, her previously confident demeanor now marred by confusion in her piercing gaze. Liu Xing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what was troubling her this time. Song Juanju expressed her frustration, speaking to herself. "Why are those university students even more foolish than you? Even elementary students could answer such simple questions, yet they have the audacity to claim the teacher is incompetent." Lu Xing could only chuckle in disbelief as he pulled out a chair for Song Juanju. Everyone's intellectual peak has likely passed, that's understandable. Besides, them asking questions of Professor Song only indicates how much they appreciate you. Even as he spoke, Lu Xing found it hard to believe his own words. Song Juanju remained skeptical, treating the words as mere whispers in the wind. "They may not affect my standing in academia, but they will certainly tarnish my reputation in the field of education." This year, in a moment of whimsy, she had taken on a specialized course, only to be overwhelmed by its profound impact. "Would you care for some soup?" Lu Xing asked, suppressing the urge to mock his client, and instead serving her a bowl of broth. Song Juanju's attention was immediately captured. She glanced at the dishes on the table, each one appealing to her palate. Lu Xing had prepared both rib and fish soup. It seemed he possessed far more intelligence than those foolish university students whose eyes gleamed with naive innocence that a delicate chime caught Song Juanju's gaze, leading her eyes from the hem of Lu Xing's skirt to the necklace adorning his neck, and then to the soulful expression in his eyes. Narrowing her gaze, she suddenly felt that fairy tales held a kernel of truth. Though there was no snail girl, she had encountered a snail. As Lu Xing poured her water, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a golden aura around him. Song Juanju's gaze deepened, her throat suddenly dry, and she instinctively swallowed. A sudden urge to stroke Lu Xing's head emerged, catching her off guard. What if she proposed it outright? Would Lu Xing become overly proud and try to dominate her? With her hands gripping the edge of the chair beneath the table, she pondered deeply before making her decision. No matter what, today she must touch him. Suppressing her fluttering heart, she feigned impatience. "Do you not understand how to coordinate your outfits?" Lu Xing tilted his head in confusion. Avoiding his gaze, Song Juanju focused on the bowl of fish soup before her and commanded, "Please retrieve the cat ears from the left compartment of the wardrobe." Lu Xing was taken aback. Wow, I underestimated her eccentricity yet again. While adorning Lu Xing with the ears, Song Juanju seized the opportunity to pat his head. The fluffy texture was akin to petting a cat. Her spirits evidently lifted. She found herself unusually concerned for Lu Xing's well-being nearing your exams. Aren't you? As Lu Xing chewed on the remnants of her meal, he nodded absent-mindedly, the cat ears bobbing atop his head. How delightful! With her brows unfurling and her eyes sparkling with mirth, Song Junju felt a wave of joy wash over her. Today, Lu Xing was exceptionally obedient, which greatly pleased her. After all, reviewing the assignments of those university students was rather tedious. It was far more enjoyable to focus on her own snail boy. Thus, in an unprecedented move, Song Junju declared, "Once you finish eating, I shall tutor you." As the youngest professor in the history of Haiqing University, she had shattered the vase rumors with her own accomplishments. Song Junju is undoubtedly capable of uttering such words that Lu Xing, huh? Me? Lu Xing was perplexed by her sudden outburst. Could it be that with age, she has experienced an unexpected surge of maternal affection? Regardless, what does it matter? During the day, Song Junju was comparatively composed. It was only at night that her true wildness emerged. It would be wise to indulge her, lest she becomes displeased in the evening and retaliates with even greater fervor. Amidst the chaos, I am called Lu Xing. Remember that. In the magnetic field, Song Junju pulled a chair and settled beside me, pen in hand, diligently inscribing notes upon the paper. Her full, crimson lips articulated a series of technical terms, while her seaweed-like curls cascaded behind her, revealing her fair and elongated neck. Occasionally, her glasses would slip down her nose, prompting her to adjust them. I was taken aback to discover that Song Junju was genuinely committed to aiding my studies. The entire afternoon was spent weaving through the framework of knowledge, illuminating areas that had previously eluded my understanding. Gazing at the delicate profile of Song Junju, I could not help but marvel. Truly, a diligent woman possesses an exquisite allure. Previously, I had only witnessed her wild side. I never anticipated her to be so earnest in her work. What are you staring at? Do I have something on my face? Focus on your reading. With that classic teacher's remark, I was abruptly yanked back to reality. I quickly handed her a cup of warm water, bowing my head and nervously twitching my cat ear headband. I apologize, Professor Song. I lost my train of thought. Song Junju accepted the water and took a sip, the dryness of her throat instantly quenched. She closed the book, declaring, "That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow." I was astonished. Wait, aren't you supposed to unleash your maternal instincts tomorrow? Had Song Junju lost her mind? Instead of focusing on her research, she was actually tutoring me? However, as a professional sycophant, my foremost duty is to comply with my client's wishes. Very well, Professor Song. I eagerly awaited. My exuberant and surprised tone dispelled her fatigue, causing the corners of her mouth to lift involuntarily. Ding! A crisp notification chimed. Song Junju picked up her phone and, upon seeing a wedding invitation from a colleague, her expression darkened instantly. Marriage, marriage. The memory of her betrothed fleeing flashed through her mind, a constant reminder of the blemish in her life. A wild glint flickered in her cold, enchanting eyes as she glanced at the dimming sky and said softly, "Retrieve the red wine from the cabinet." My relaxed nerves tightened immediately as I sprang to my feet. Of course, Professor Song. It's coming right up. Each nightfall, after indulging in wine, Song Junju transformed into a wildly unpredictable version of herself. At such times, her mental state was nothing short of enigmatic. With other clients, I offered emotional support, but Song Junju was different. Her generous payments conferred upon her certain privileges. The dark red liquid slid into the goblet as she sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring a sip of the exquisite red wine. I placed a box beside her. "Professor Song, I have set the items here." She replied, her gaze still deeply fixed on the neon skyscrapers outside the window. Lu Xing glanced at Song Junju, who seemed to be swallowed by the encroaching night, and busied himself with clearing the dining table. He believed that what Song Junju truly needed was not a devoted admirer, but rather the solace of a psychiatric facility. Long burdened by the lofty expectations of those around her, everyone insisted that she should succeed, must succeed. This relentless pressure had fostered an abhorrence of failure within her. She refused to accept defeat, yet the abrupt disappearance of her betrothed dealt a devastating blow to her envisioned flawless life. Objectively speaking, it was not such a grave matter. After all, one cannot please everyone, as they are not mere currency. However, Song Junju was unable to surmount this mental hurdle. Thus, Lu Xing believed she ought to seek treatment for her psychological afflictions in a mental health institution. Nevertheless, he thought it inconsequential. Lowering his gaze, he continued to wipe the table, fully aware that Song Junju did not require his sympathy. It was truly a disgrace for the worker to feel pity for the capitalist. Half an hour later, Song Junju unsteadily rose to her feet, her hair cascading around her face as she leaned against the wall, drunkenly fixated on Lu Xing. He diligently organized the tableware beneath the warm glow of the overhead light, and for a fleeting moment, Song Junju perceived him as a little angel. Yet, upon catching sight of Lu Xing's countenance, the warmth in her eyes was suddenly extinguished by an icy chill. The memory of discovering her fiancé's abrupt departure and the surrounding onlookers' eager expressions flooded her mind, igniting a surge of anger within her. Having consumed half a bottle of red wine, she felt her body weaken and stumbled over a box on the floor, uncontrollably lurching forward. In the next instant, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Dazed, Song Junju looked up to find Lu Xing's insufferable face before her. Yet, he was poised to utter the most tender and affectionate words. "Professor Song, are you all right? Shut up." Day by day, Song Junju found herself inexplicably fueled by a sudden surge of bravado, and she impulsively shoved Lu Xing away. She staggered and sat on the floor, lifting the box beside her. A frown creased her brow as an astonishing allure radiated from her gaze. Here we go again. Lu Xing's temples throbbed. Even now, he still considered Song Junju's actions to be both outrageous and deranged. Who would imprison a substitute for a rival in a villa merely to torment them? At last, Song Junju selected a fitting tool, raising her head to down the remaining red wine in one swift motion. The dark red liquid trickled down her delicately fair chin, meandering down her slender neck. After finishing the wine, she carelessly discarded the glass. Leaning forward, she lifted Lu Xing's chin, compelling him to look up. Gazing down at him, she felt as though every aspect of his being, even his very breath, was under her dominion. Everything seemed to be within her grasp. Yet, upon witnessing the sorrow in Lu Xing's eyes, her heart involuntarily constricted. Softening. Impossible. She had summoned him precisely to witness his distress, had she not? The sole purpose of Lu Xing's existence is to endure the punishment of being an engagement substitute. The alcohol-ravaged mind of Song Junju does not permit her to dwell on thoughts for long. She loftily utters a succinct phrase. "Are you ready?" Observing the ever-changing expressions on Song Junju's face, Lu Xing internally commends himself. "I am truly astute." Thankfully, he had donned a few extra layers, making the impact less painful. As a proficient master of time management, he understands that the judicious use of time is the key to success. Go ahead and be mad. I remain unfazed. Lu Xing calmly revisits the concepts of electromagnetic fields in his mind. Lu Xing feels he has rightfully earned this money. After an indeterminate period, Lu Xing had nearly exhausted his mental review of the material when the effects of alcohol fully overcame Song Junju, causing her to collapse. Is it over? Today felt rather brief. Noticing the stillness behind him, Lu Xing staggered to his feet. Song Junju's long hair cascaded like a tide across the floor, her dark green nightgown draping at her knees, revealing a smooth expanse of calf. Lu Xing effortlessly stepped over her and, after neatly placing the books back into his bag, turned to look at Song Junju. She appeared to be in a troubled slumber, her brows tightly knitted and long eyelashes trembling uneasily, casting a shadow over her face. "You say you are so docile in your sleep. Why are you so ferocious when awake?" Lu Xing's hand glided across her leg as he gently lifted her, carrying her towards the bathroom. Attending to the client's aftermath is also a hallmark of a dedicated professional. This is Chapter 5. Lu Xing entered the bathroom, cradling Song Junju in his arms. The girl had become subdued, yet her mouth remained unrestrained, muttering curses under her breath. It seems that the jilted engagement has truly shaken her. However, Song Junju's delicate arms wrapped around Lu Xing's neck, providing him with a bit of ease. "Professor Song, anger is detrimental to one's health," Lu Xing remarked to himself as he filled the bathtub with water. Yet, he harbored no resentment. Until material conditions were resolved, mental strife was merely a path to a shortened life. The water temperature was just right. Lu Xing positioned himself before Song Junju, grasping the ties of her nightgown and gently pulling it down until the dark green fabric pooled on the tiled bathroom floor. Lu Xing's heart was as tranquil as still water. Maintaining one's true self in front of a client is a professional trait of a dedicated servant. Were the Song Junju before him a typical woman, he would undoubtedly hold her in utmost respect. Alas, she was not. She was a madwoman. Once I earn enough money, I shall seek a serene place far away from you lunatics. Lu Xing muttered as he hoisted Song Junju up, standing at 173 centimeters. She was not considered short among women, yet in Lu Xing's hands, she resembled a mere chick. With a splash, she was unceremoniously tossed into the bathtub. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Lu Xing never anticipated that Song Junju would be so intoxicated that she could not even manage to bathe herself. Just a second before the golden-flecked madwoman could drown in the bathtub, Lu Xing grasped the smooth nape of her neck and pulled her from the water. The snow-capped mountains, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, bear vibrant red berries that are revered as miracles. Wash, wash, give me a bath. Song Junju, struggling to articulate her words, began to command him. Had it not been for Lu Xing holding her by the nape of her neck, the news of her drowning in the bathtub would surely eclipse her latest academic achievements. Are you certain? Lu Xing inquired once more. Song Junju, with a pained frown, replied, It's unpleasant. Wash me, give me a bath. Lu Xing rolled his eyes in exasperation, knowing it was unpleasant, yet still drinking. His gaze shifted to the floor as he resignedly picked up a bath ball and began scrubbing her down with a coarse motion. Slap. In her drunken stupor, Professor Song bestowed upon Lu Xing a slap. Slap. Without hesitation, Lu Xing retaliated. For the first time in her life, Song Junju was struck, yet she felt nothing. Her cheeks, flushed by the steam, took on a delicate pink hue, and she appeared blissfully serene in the warm embrace of the water. The boy, clad in a maid outfit with cat ears, devoid of any cute or warm demeanor, calmly stated, The agreement stipulates that slapping is not permitted. Hitting does not include the face. This is one of Lu Xing's lowest lines, akin to the Mariana Trench. After thoroughly washing her, Lu Xing wrapped her in a large bath towel and tossed her onto the grand bed in the master bedroom. Once bathed, Song Junju appeared at ease. Her previously furrowed brows now relaxed, resembling a delicate doll, beautiful yet intimidating. Lu Xing stood at the edge of the bed, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket and flipping to the page dedicated to Song Junju. Notes on Song Junju. She must receive a 10-minute confession before sleep. Among the numerous items on the list, Lu Xing adhered to each with utmost rigor. Thus, he settled onto the floor beside the bed, clasping her soft, pale hand, indifferent to whether she could hear him. Regardless, he opened his phone's collection of romantic phrases and began to recite. I adore you. You are the love of my life. Yet you have never cared for me. But that is fine. I love you, irrespective of your feelings. After reciting for a full 10 minutes, Lu Xing finally released Song Junju's hand, muttering to himself, No matter how good my teeth are, reciting this much will surely lead to a dental visit. Watching her drift into slumber, Lu Xing finally exhaled in relief. Today had been a success. Among his clients, Song Junju was the most generous yet also the most demanding. However, that was acceptable. Privileges always come at a price. Click. Lu Xing turned off the lights in the master bedroom, whispering softly, Professor Song, good night. The main bedroom door quietly closed. Song Junju, who should have been peacefully asleep in bed, furrowed her brow in unease. It seemed she had heard a sound. Was someone confessing their feelings to her? Was it Lu Xing? But why did they suddenly stop? Song Junju slipped into a nightmarish state, anxiously clutching the blanket, yearning for the confession to continue. In the next moment, her hand grasped a fluffy cat ear. The beauty's brow instantly relaxed. She had grasped Lu Xing. He was right beside her, always there to accompany her. He would never leave her. These past 6 months had been the most fulfilling of her life. Holding onto the cat ear tightly, a blissful smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she drifted into a deep slumber. Thankfully, I have good genes. Even with little sleep, I can still grow taller. This is perhaps the only contribution those two foolish people, who only know how to conceive but not nurture, have made. As she glanced at the clock on the wall, the hands pointed to 11 o'clock. Lu Xing lay lazily on the living room sofa, dozing off. At 11:30, Lu Xing's phone rang sharply, jolting him off the sofa. The call connected, and a gentle, sweet voice greeted him. Good evening. Even though the caller couldn't see him, Lu Xing straightened up, starting to flip through his notebook, which contained pertinent information about this client. Before each of his devoted tasks began, he would familiarize himself with the client's details again to avoid any mix-ups. Lu Qingqing, Female, age unknown, suffers from severe insomnia. The two had met online 2 years ago when Lu Xing was working part-time as a chat companion. The chat sessions would include a public voice recording, allowing clients to hear the companion's voice. Lu Qingqing's insomnia was exceptionally severe. However, upon hearing Lu Xing's voice, she miraculously managed to sleep soundly for the first time. After that, Lu Qingqing initiated contact with Lu Xing, and they began having voice chats every Saturday and Sunday night. Chatting, of course, could not be aimless. If Song Junju was a wild enthusiast, then Lu Qingqing was a subtle eccentric. She would send scripts for Lu Xing to read, which essentially meant, but that was fine. For Lu Xing, this was akin to finding money. Aside from a few lines in the scripts that would make his face flush, there was no difficulty at all. This time I am to portray a domineering CEO? As Lu Xing perused the script sent by Lu Qingqing, he found it increasingly bizarre. Yet, Lu Qingqing's voice was both gentle and sweet, making it impossible to discern her inclinations. The call was already connected. Lu Xing cleared his throat, adopting his most perfect vocal tone to softly chuckle. Are you anxious waiting? There was a brief pause on the other end. Not anxious. I am willing to wait for you. Lu Xing gazed at the script with an impassive expression, yet his words dripped with languid nonchalance. Is that so? Such obedience. I wonder what reward you desire. He mused. 6. Secretly making money without informing me. 1 hour spent on a script, and Lu Xing grew increasingly fatigued. By the end, his mind was inundated with terms like domineering, yandere, and obsessive. He pondered, does the domineering CEO in the script never go to work? What funds are being amassed while indulging in such torment? How infuriating to be making money behind his back. In contrast, Lu Qingqing became increasingly enthralled, her voice resonating through the phone receiver, captivating Lu Xing's ear. He thought to himself, if only this method could remedy insomnia. Such a script is bound to incite adrenaline rather than lull one to sleep. Never mind. Since the client was paying, he deemed it best to comply without further protest. Subsequently, he delved into a mechanic script, though it was primarily a monologue for Lu Xing. As Lu Qingqing was too drained to engage in a duet. As a professional submissive, he understood the necessity of continuing the performance even when the client was uncooperative. Time swiftly passed to 1:30 in the morning, with Lu Qingqing still brimming with energy, her voice growing ever more animated. Suddenly, there was silence on her end. Her delicate tones, now faintly audible through the phone, brought a sigh of relief to Lu Xing. With other clients, he was required to perform, but with Lu Qingqing, it was all about vocal artistry. He could not see her face or gauge her reactions, relying solely on the subtle shifts in her voice to assess her satisfaction. It was rather exhausting. Today's performance had been commendable, and Lu Qingqing's voice hinted at her contentment. Her thoughts seemed to drift, and she spoke in a disjointed manner. I can finally get a good night's sleep. I've been restless for days. I've transferred the payment to your Alipay. Their employer-employee relationship had endured for 2 years, fostering a degree of familiarity. Lu Qingqing was prompt with her payments and, aside from a few minor quirks, had few demands, proving to be quite amiable. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xing said, Boss Lu, would you consider consulting a doctor? Unlike Song Junju, who pursued an extreme notion of perfection, Lu Qingqing's struggle was genuine. Her chronic insomnia posed tangible risks to her health. Do you think I'm unwell? Lu Qingqing's voice turned icy in an instant. Lu Xing fell silent for a moment before diverting the conversation. My apologies, I wish you sweet dreams. Until tomorrow night. Don't hang up. Lu Qingqing's tone was laced with frost as she retorted, Who do you think you are? Just because we've known each other for a while. You believe you can dictate to your client? There are limits to such arrogance. I'm sorry, Lu Xing earnestly replied. He would not speak again next time. Lu Qingqing no longer possessed the sweetness and gentleness of the script. Her voice was imbued with coldness. Remember your identity. With a sigh, Lu Xing gazed at the disconnected screen, a wry smile escaping his lips. Very well. Showing compassion towards clients is, in fact, an act of cruelty towards oneself. Lu Xing glanced at the time. There remained half an hour before the next 3 hours commenced. Is this how wealthy individuals behave? Even when purchasing something, they compare multiple options. Yet Lu Qingqing, with half an hour still at her disposal, simply dismissed it. After a moment's reflection, he thought to himself, I still do not wish to owe you anything. Thus, he searched online for a script featuring a lovesick character and recorded himself in the living room for half an hour. Once he completed the recording and sent the audio to Lu Qingqing, Lu Xing collapsed onto the sofa, his backpack clutched tightly, and fell into a deep slumber. In Song Junju's home, there was no room designated for him. His face hardly warranted a space to sleep. Having a sofa to rest upon was already a luxury, far superior to the discomfort of a bridge underpass, a park bench, or an abandoned building. At Haicheng University, in the faculty apartment, the light flickered on with a click. A girl with shoulder-length pink hair abruptly threw off the covers, yet her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Moments later, large droplets fell onto the blanket, soaking a considerable area. Lu Qingqing trembled, gritting her teeth as her hands clutched the blanket, shaking as she sobbed and cursed. Bastard! 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 You think I am ill? Tell me to see a doctor. And finally, you are unwilling to pretend anymore? By the time her tirade ended, her eyes were reddened from crying. Prolonged insomnia, compounded with Lu Xing's words, had dealt her a crushing blow. Lu Qingqing's long eyelashes glistened with tears, her mouth a tight line of grievance, and her pink hair, though disheveled, held an unconventional charm. Bastard! She muffled her face, stifling her sobs. I truly cannot bear it any longer. She yearned for a peaceful night's sleep. Having tried every remedy, medication, traditional Chinese medicine, folk prescriptions, yet none proved effective. One day by chance, Lu Qingqing heard Lu Xing's voice online. In an instant, she felt as though a tingling current surged through her entire body, her mind going blank. From that moment on, she discovered a new method of sleep. Other voices failed her. Only Lu Xing's voice could soothe her. To prevent Lu Xing from perceiving her as too repulsive, she had diligently limited her indulgence to twice a week. Why? Despite her restraint, why did Lu Xing still consider her ill? Lu Qingqing wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, covering her face as she wept quietly. The sound of a message notification jolted Lu Qingqing back to reality. Was it Lu Xing? With a flicker of excitement, she opened her phone, only to feel disappointment upon discovering it was merely a message from the student council. Vice President, the school administration has instructed us to prepare for the upcoming recruitment campaign. Lu Qingqing felt an immediate wave of despondency. She sniffed softly and replied with warmth and thoughtfulness. I understand. Please organize a preliminary plan by tomorrow and make sure to get some rest. Don't stay up too late. With a click, she sent the message. Upon receiving it, the vice president on the other end was engulfed in sheer ecstasy. Wow, the president truly lives up to her title as the belle of Haicheng University. She is undeniably sweet and gentle. Even at such a late hour, her response was remarkably tender. What a heartless little rascal. Lu Qingqing tossed her phone aside, her irritation flaring at Lu Xing's suggestion to see a doctor. Yet, despite her efforts, she found herself at a loss for fresh insults. Frustration welled up within her. Suddenly, another message notification chimed. Lu Qingqing bit her lip, her hands trembling as she opened it. In the next moment, she sat bolt upright, the blanket slipping off her, revealing her youthful grace. With trembling fingers, she clicked on the audio file Lu Xing had sent. Where else do you think you can run? I have found you. His deep voice reverberated through the room, causing Lu Qingqing's cheeks to flush a delicate pink. So he had been recording those audio messages all along? Perhaps she had misjudged him. Instantly, her anger dissipated. No, wait, there was still some lingering irritation. Lu Qingqing unconsciously glanced at the floor, biting her lower lip. It was wrong to throw things around when angry. The following day, what should I do if my substitute falls in love with me? Thick curtains shielded the sunlight, enveloping the master bedroom in silence and darkness. At that moment, only a mobile phone screen resting on the pillow emitted a flickering, cold light. Song Junju curled up beneath the blankets, her gaze fixated on the search bar displaying those words. She could face countless academic conferences with unwavering composure and tackle challenging experiments with steadfastness. Yet now, she found herself at a loss. Never had she imagined she would feel so desperate as to seek help from an online search engine. After a moment's contemplation, Song Junju decided to abandon the Adelaide platform and dial her best friend, Zhang Yu. The phone rang twice before connecting. Hello? Junju. What has happened? Song Junju bit her red lip, her expression conflicted. Is it wrong to reach out if nothing's wrong? Zhang Yu glanced out the window, realizing the sun had not risen from the west today. Her friend, who had always cherished time, had a motto since childhood: wasting life equated to slow suicide. What had changed today? Was she willing to squander time on idle chatter? No, something was definitely amiss. Since she had initiated the call, she couldn't remain silent. Thus, Song Junju hesitantly began to speak. If someone harbors unrequited affection for you, Zhang Yu's intellect at this moment rivals that of Einstein, and through a woman's sixth sense, he swiftly uncovers the truth. The male nanny has developed feelings for you? Song Junju momentarily froze, instinctively retorting, he is not. Not that. He is merely facing hardships. With a playful smile, Zhang Yu responded, you are so eager to clarify on his behalf. It seems the lad does not suffer from one-sided affection. Alas, is he entangling himself in this situation? Zhang Yu smugly remarked, throughout your life, the number of those secretly enamored with you could stretch all the way to France. Yet I've never seen you inquire specifically. If not for that fellow, who else could it be? Indeed, the moment I casually mentioned his shortcomings, you grew anxious. It is rare for anyone to befriend Song Junju as a confidant, and since the truth is out, she no longer conceals it. Last night, I got drunk. He confessed his feelings at the bedside and spoke for a long while. He thought I hadn't heard, but I did. With this, Song Junju leaned against the headboard, a captivating smile gracing her lips. He said he likes me but does not dare to express it, and he loves me without expecting anything in return. Zhang Yu was taken aback. Wow, so it is indeed you. If he intended to win your favor, there would be no need to confess while you were intoxicated and asleep. Since he whispered his feelings in secret, it must be a genuine outpouring. Nonetheless, Song Junju corrected him. However, our relationship remains pure. Do not misconstrue it. All right, Zhang Yu chuckled softly. This is merely the beginning, and you're already defending him? Yet, Zhang Yu cautioned, do not let yourself become ensnared. However, I am quite curious. Why pursue him? I was astonished to hear this news. Song Junju was at a loss for words. Should she admit it was because Lu Xing bore a striking resemblance to her betrothed, and thus she sought him out for revenge? She could not bring herself to say it. Zhang Yu, sensing the awkwardness, refrained from pressing further and simply remarked, you might observe him a little, to discern whether his feelings are genuine or feigned. Before hanging up, beneath his calm demeanor lay a torrent of gossip. Any developments on your end, feel free to consult me. I am more than willing to listen. Song Junju chuckled softly. Willing to listen? You mean to hear the gossip, right? Nonetheless, Zhang Yu's suggestion was indeed practical. Previously, Song Junju had overlooked Lu Xing's daily actions. Reflecting now, she recognized many subtle nuances. For instance, why does he immediately hand her water when she feels thirsty? Has he been observing her all along? He must truly care for me. Why does sadness flicker in his eyes when I scold him? At his age, it is improbable he could feign such emotions. He must truly care for me. Why has he never crossed boundaries? Perhaps love is exuberant, while affection is restrained. He must truly care for me. As Song Junju pondered these thoughts, a smile, one she was unaware of, blossomed upon her lips. At last, she let out a soft huff, acknowledging his discerning taste. It was 100 times better than her previous betrothed, who sought some nonsensical notion of true love. A series of knocks echoed. Song Junju paused momentarily, swiftly arranging her hair and clearing her throat. Come in. With a click, the door swung open. Lu Xing stood at the threshold, a tray in hand, the light from outside casting a halo around him. Professor Song, would you care for breakfast? Song Junju cast a glance at the meal laid out before her. All her favorites. He truly loves me. Lu Xing, puzzled, scrutinized Song Junju's expression, unsure of what this eccentric woman was up to. Why the silence? Neither spoke. Caught in an awkward standoff. Damn, what a lunatic. Wait a moment. A spark of realization ignited in Lu Xing's mind. Could it be that her throat was sore from drinking too much last night? Upon this thought, he felt he had uncovered the truth and promptly turned to fetch some water. Just as Song Junju was preparing to speak, she suddenly noticed that Lu Xing had slipped away. Sigh. Words caught in her throat. Her expression darkened instantly. What does this mean? Does he think he can take liberties just because of my affection? In the next moment, Lu Xing reappeared at the door with a cup of warm water, speaking softly. Professor Song, you drank last night, and I thought your throat might be a bit sore. Here is a cup of warm water for you. Song Junju's brow relaxed immediately. He truly loves me. Lu Xing cautiously approached the bedside, gingerly offering the cup to her. Song Junju regarded him with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Her throat was not sore, but if she refused to drink, Lu Xing would likely wear a smile while harboring sorrow within. Wouldn't he? With this thought, she accepted the cup and took a sip. Lu Xing silently applauded himself. Damn, I guessed right. I'm so clever. This money is truly well-deserved. Suddenly, Song Junju winced, feeling a sharp pain on one side of her face. Had she fallen last night? Observing her touch her face, Lu Xing's temples throbbed. and he quietly set the tray on the table, speaking gently. Professor Song, is today's breakfast to your liking? It's all light and easily digestible. You had quite a bit to drink last night, so this should be better for your stomach. Song Junju promptly dismissed her facial pain, scanning the breakfast spread before her. He truly loves me. He knows I drank and specifically prepared this breakfast. I am not skilled at making breakfast. I bought these from a shop, and they should be delicious. Noticing Song Junju's silence, Lu Xing felt compelled to fill the void. Song Junju paused, nodding her head. He truly loves me. He went out of his way to buy breakfast for me, even worrying whether I would enjoy it. Observing Lu Xing's anxious demeanor, Song Junju concealed a smile in her eyes and nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall eat." With a sigh of relief, Lu Xing muttered under his breath, "Damn it. This crazy person is increasingly difficult to please. Even breakfast requires such effort." Fortunately, he was nearing his savings goal. Once he had enough money, he would escape this madness and distance himself from these lunatics. As Song Junju sipped her porridge, Lu Xing approached the bedside and gently drew back the curtains. The morning sunlight flooded the bedroom, bringing with it a breath of youthful vitality. Song Junju took a sip of the porridge, gazing at the rising sun outside, and smiled unconsciously. "The weather is splendid today." Lu Xing, taken aback by Song Junju's inexplicable smile, felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, I must leave this place swiftly. Song Junju's mind is certainly unhinged. Oh heavens, I shall never call you grandfather again. You have never regarded me as your grandson. Throughout the morning, Song Junju felt invigorated, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Lu Xing has been secretly observing me all morning and keeps asking if I am tired. He truly loves me. Conversely, Lu Xing found himself in a veritable hell during the same morning. Damn it, this woman, Song Junju, has become increasingly deranged. How has she not gone mad yet? Is she planning something grand? In this peculiar atmosphere, Song Junju completed her morning tutoring session. Previously, she had detested Lu Xing's face, but now everything had changed. She suddenly discerned the difference. Lu Xing was nothing like that betrothed fool. He possessed far more taste and aesthetic sense than that unfortunate fiancé. By the end of the morning, Song Junju had concluded her reasoning. Lu Xing's affection for her demonstrated that he had a normal aesthetic appreciation. His persistence indicated loyalty and dedication in love. His reluctance to confess directly revealed his insecurities stemming from his role as her substitute. In light of these reflections, Song Junju felt she should be more forgiving towards Lu Xing. Though he may not be her equal, his affection for her was not a grievous fault. Particularly during the tutoring session, she noted how perceptive he was, which only enhanced her satisfaction with him. He was entirely different from that foolish betrothed individual who relied solely on family connections. Lu Xing was still clad in the attire from the previous day as he prepared lunch in the kitchen. After watching him for a moment, Song Junju squinted and inquired, "Why are you still wearing that?" Lu Xing paused, momentarily stunned, fearing she was testing him, and quickly replied, "Professor, you mentioned yesterday that I should always dress this way at home. I remember everything you say. It is part of the professional conduct of a devoted admirer. If I cannot recall my client's needs, what use am I?" Song Junju, with a light-hearted grace, tossed her long hair back over her shoulder and smiled. "You truly take my words to heart. He indeed loves me." Lu Xing smiled and nodded. Of course. He was an individual of remarkable professionalism. Otherwise, he would not have stood there reciting a heartfelt confession for 10 minutes, even in the midst of a client's inebriation. Song Junju was pleased, resting her chin on her hand. "You have a solid foundation and a quick mind. I will compile all the key points and typical problems for each subject in the coming days. If you study diligently, you will surely excel in the examination." Lu Xing turned back in astonishment, nearly cutting himself in the process. What is going on? Why this sudden outburst? He pondered, bewildered by her unexpected kindness. The renowned Professor Song's private tutoring sessions were not meant for fools. Regardless of her intentions, he was determined to save enough money to escape soon. Thus, Lu Xing nodded eagerly, revealing his bright smile. "Thank you, Professor Song. You are truly kind to me." With a chuckle, Song Junju observed Lu Xing's excitement. Noting how easily infatuation could stir such emotions in a person, it was a bittersweet and somewhat pitiable sight. After Lu Xing prepared lunch, Song Junju gazed at the spread before her, filled with her favorite dishes. She cast a knowing look at Lu Xing. "Your cooking is quite delectable. Others seem to dislike cooking, finding it tedious. But preparing a meal for someone you cherish must be a joy, right?" He truly cares for me. Lu Xing beamed, feeling slightly bashful. Professor Song, you are so busy with work. Do remember to eat more. You are too thin. He chuckled, enjoying the opportunity to cook for her. Song Juanju's refrigerator was always stocked, as she rarely cooked, often discarding spoiled ingredients for fresh ones. Lu Xing, empathetic to the plight of hunger, endeavored to make each meal bountiful, aiming to utilize all the ingredients available so as not to feel guilty about waste. The entire afternoon passed peacefully. Lu Xing sat in the living room, solving problems while Song Juanju attended to her work. Sipping her coffee, she wore an unprecedented expression of calm serenity. Although silence enveloped the room, the sounds of her keyboard and Lu Xing's writing harmonized pleasantly, infusing the air with a warm ambience. With a soft sigh, Song Juanju thought, "This feels like a home." Suddenly, a cup of hot milk was placed beside her. Surprised, she looked up to meet Lu Xing's gaze. He checked the time. His work hours were about to conclude. Yet, Song Juanju seemed unaware, lost in her contemplative sighs. After a moment's consideration, Lu Xing decided to take the initiative. He placed a cup of warm milk on Song Juanju's desk, accompanied by a gentle demeanor and a soft smile. "Professor Song, as night approaches, a little milk can help you sleep. Tomorrow is Monday. I need to tidy up and leave." The warmth of the milk stirred something within Song Juanju, and her eyes glistened with emotion. Throughout her life, everyone, including her parents, had proclaimed her a genius, a beacon of hope, a source of pride. This incessant praise had cultivated within her a perfectionist nature, one that could not tolerate failure. Yet now, here was a boy who had endured her harsh treatment, treating her with genuine sincerity. Reminiscing about the countless nights she had lashed out at Lu Xing, guilt washed over her. Lu Xing toiled through school from Monday to Friday and endured her torment on weekends, all merely to catch a glimpse of her. "He truly loves me." After a moment's contemplation, Song Juanju picked up her phone and sent a message, instructing Lu Xing to wait 20 minutes. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lu Xing was taken aback to see luxury brand staff entering the villa, laden with bags. What was Song Juanju doing? Was she flaunting her wealth before him? Wealthy enough to have those lofty brand employees personally deliver clothes? Yet he knew well how affluent she was. His confusion was soon clarified when Song Juanju pointed at Lu Xing and instructed the staff, "Please select a few outfits for him. Something stylish, but not too delicate since he is a student." Many luxury garments fail to consider that clients might wash them more than once. Hence the fabrics are exceedingly fragile. The staff nodded in agreement, and within 10 minutes, Lu Xing was transformed. With his tall and refined stature, the expensive, tailored garments accentuated his princely demeanor. Song Juanju was immensely pleased. Suddenly, Lu Xing recalled that the brand of this clothing seemed to be the same as that of the collar. "Has your brand ventured into this territory as well?" The staff, familiar with Song Juanju, chuckled and replied, "Miss Song is one of our brand's patrons. She has the authority to custom order these products." Lu Xing thought to himself, "Goodness, I will never again refer to you as grandfather. You have never regarded me as a grandson. Why am I not a second-generation rich kid? A cup of hot tea, an acre of farmland, $1 million in savings." This stark contrast in wealth left Lu Xing dazed until he boarded the bus. He glanced back at Song Juanju's villa. Valued in the 8 to 9 figures, its worth steadily increasing due to its prime location. The taxes on that villa would be an amount Lu Xing might never earn in his lifetime, and the brand of clothing he wore seemed almost comical. Countless people aspired to own that brand, with many pooling resources to buy a single item to share. Such an arrogant brand, yet its staff dutifully carry heaps of clothing home. In terms of fate, discussions of fairness are futile. Prior to taking on the role of an enthusiastic sycophant, his only interaction with the upscale villa district was scavenging for food from the rubbish bins at its entrance, which was surprisingly of good quality. Occasionally, during Valentine's Day or similar holidays, he might stumble upon a few coins. The sole drawback was the risk of encountering tainted offerings. As Lu Xing pondered this, a smile crept across his face. We have never inhabited the same world. He merely wished to save enough money before graduation, smoothly transition to further studies, and lead a life of normalcy, a cup of hot tea, a modest plot of land, and $1 million in savings. Attention, passengers. The next stop is Haicheng Grand Theater. The bus announcement jolted Lu Xing back to reality as he began to gather his belongings in preparation to disembark. An elderly gentleman, also intending to alight at this stop, observed Lu Xing's actions and struck up a conversation. "Young man, heading to the amusement park?" To the west of Haiqing Grand Theater, a bustling amusement park awaited. Lu Xing shook his head and replied with a smile. No, I'm going to the theater. The old man paused, then asked, Are your parents theater staff? Are you here to see them? Lu Xing was perplexed. Why can't I be here to watch a performance? Their essay show today. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Don't jest, you can't be even 20 yet. At your age, who listens to opera? My granddaughter is your age. And she prefers that thing. What is it called? Ah yes, Lai Fu Hao Si. Lu Xing chuckled. That S. The old man clapped his hands casually. Just that, you understand. However, today's performance features Qi Yushan. It wouldn't be a loss for you to attend. This Qi Yushan is quite young, but her fundamentals are solid. I reckon she'll win a Plum Blossom Award sooner or later. Lu Xing nodded in agreement, smiling. I believe so too. Finally, spotting a young audience member piqued the old man's interest, and he continued chatting with Lu Xing. If only Qi Yushan were my granddaughter, I could listen to her sing every day. Lu Xing chuckled softly. Are you hoping for her voice to perform acrobatics? The old man waved dismissively. Not at all. A few friends and I who adore opera have high hopes for Qi Yushan. Thankfully, she didn't retire from the scene back in the day. I heard she was struggling at first and planned to retire after one charity performance. But unexpectedly, that stormy night only one person showed up to watch. Under those circumstances, Qi Yushan managed to gain enlightenment, and her singing just kept improving. As Lu Xing listened to the old man's tales, he flipped through a small notebook until he landed on the page dedicated to Qi Yushan. Qi Yushan. Female, 24 years old, opera performer, graceful and elegant, gentle and lively. The old man clicked his tongue and continued. I wonder who that solitary audience member was. If I knew, I would surely treat him to a meal. His name is Lu Xing. The old man was taken aback. What? Having arrived at Haiqing Grand Theater Station, passengers are requested to disembark in an orderly manner to avoid congestion, echoed the bus announcement. Hearing this, Lu Xing rose with a smile. The elderly gentleman gazed at him in astonishment. Lu Xing? Young man, you seem to possess quite a wealth of insider knowledge. Is your family perhaps involved in the circle? What is your name? Before Lu Xing alighted, he left behind a simple declaration. My name is Lu Xing. As the bus doors closed, a voice warned. Please pay attention to safety. Oh, so you are Lu Xing, the elder exclaimed, suddenly wide-eyed. What? You are Lu Xing. Wait, don't leave me. I insist on treating you to a meal. Driver, I haven't gotten off yet. My performance is about to commence. The driver waved dismissively. Oh dear. I've already started driving. You'll have to wait for the next stop. Blast it. The elder muttered with exasperation. Having exited the bus, Lu Xing made his way toward the Haiqing Grand Theater. His acquaintance with Qi Yushan was purely serendipitous. Over a year ago, on a stormy day, Lu Xing, exhausted from his part-time job, sought refuge in a pavilion. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and looked up to see a performance taking place on a nearby stage. Despite the torrential downpour rendering the audience non-existent, the performers continued with unwavering dedication. The show must go on, an age-old tradition upheld by their ancestors. Yet, despite their resolve, the empty seats dampened the actors' spirits, and even the strings seemed to lack vibrancy. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xing trudged through the mire, umbrella in hand, and took a seat among the non-existent audience, remaining until the conclusion of the performance. On stage, a plethora of human experiences unfolded, while below, he remained the sole spectator. As the performance concluded and the rain subsided, Lu Xing prepared to leave when a young woman in costume, adorned with makeup, intercepted him. Did I sing well? She inquired. Lu Xing nodded affirmatively. You sang beautifully. The actress's face fell slightly, perceiving his words as mere pleasantries. Having developed an instinct for sensing emotions through his experiences, Lu Xing paused and added, I noticed you trembled slightly at the sound of thunder, yet your voice remained steady. This indicates a solid foundation in your craft. You will undoubtedly become a star. In an instant, hope illuminated her eyes. The fact that Lu Xing noticed such a subtle detail signified his genuine attentiveness. Grasping his hand, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude, introducing herself as Qi Yushan. From that moment on, Lu Xing etched her name into his memory, Qi Yushan, a name as melodious as the person it belonged to. The following day, Lu Xing received a phone call. The caller requested that every Sunday evening, Lu Xing attend Qi Yushan's performances, writing no less than 1,000 words of analysis and providing her with encouragement to pursue her passion for singing. The compensation for this endeavor was a handsome sum of 4,000 yuan per engagement. Lu Xing readily acquiesced. Recognizing Qi Yueshan's exceptional talent, her appearance and vocal quality were of the highest order. Listening to her sing was a rare respite for Lu Xing, who toiled daily to earn a living. Thus, this habit persisted for over a year. Each Sunday evening, come rain or shine, Lu Xing would attend Qi Yueshan's performances. It must be said, his discerning taste was commendable. Over the course of a year, Qi Yueshan had garnered quite a reputation within the circle. However, Lu Xing believed that with Qi Yueshan's striking beauty, her rise to fame was merely a matter of time. As he pondered, Lu Xing arrived at the entrance of the Grand Theater, where he noticed a familiar figure peering out. It was Qi Yueshan, adorned in an exquisite costume, resembling a celestial goddess. Years of rigorous training in traditional opera had bestowed upon her an elegant and distinguished posture, with her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. The evening breeze gently caressed her tresses, rendering them softer than silk. Yet, at that moment, it seemed Qi Yueshan was awaiting someone who did not arrive. Her gaze dimmed with disappointment. Qi Yueshan, Lu Xing. Upon seeing Lu Xing, the dullness in Qi Yueshan's eyes instantly brightened, and she hurried towards him. As she approached, a graceful smile graced her lips. Why are you so late? Having sung so often, her tone in conversation bore a subtle lift, enchanting to the heart. The wind tousled her long hair, brushing the ends against Lu Xing's cheek. With a smile, Lu Xing replied, I will always come to your performances at the pear blossom stage. Pear blossoms bloom, spring brings rain, petals fall, spring settles in the mud. Life has no rehearsal. Each day is a live broadcast. As a professional admirer, Lu Xing needed to keep his mind sharply attuned, always striving to present himself in the most pleasing manner to his clients. Although he was uncertain who the caller was that rang his phone, he could surmise that Qi Yueshan intended to abandon her opera career. Lu Xing had encouraged her during a charity performance, reigniting her hope. Subsequently, an elder relative of Qi Yueshan had encountered him and hired Lu Xing to provide emotional support, urging her not to give up her singing. Thus, a poignant tale of familial love was born, one that could easily achieve a high rating if adapted into a film. Lu Xing found it difficult to comprehend the thought processes of the wealthy. Yet, it was precisely these eccentric, affluent individuals who brought him profit. Once their material desires were satiated, the wealthy would seek fulfillment of their spiritual yearnings. Coincidentally, Lu Xing was in the business of providing such spiritual satisfaction. Qi Yueshan skillfully led Lu Xing into the Grand Theater and spoke in a soothing, intimate manner. I read your analysis of the opera from last week. I noticed many subtle details I had overlooked. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. This is my job, and it pays 4,000 each time. However, in the previous analysis, Lu Xing had slyly incorporated 100 words of game strategy, unbeknownst to Qi Yueshan. Lu Xing did not perceive any prodigious talent in the realm of traditional performing arts that could be gleaned from gaming strategies. This implied that Qi Yueshan had not indeed engaged with those operatic analyses. A radiant smile illuminated Lu Xing's face as he remarked, as long as it proves beneficial to you. Previously, he had assumed that Qi Yueshan was oblivious to this matter. Now it seemed she might very well be the orchestrator behind it all. Yet, it mattered little to him. Lu Xing was disinclined to concern himself with Qi Yueshan's peculiarities. Perhaps she was merely toying with people. Perhaps she delighted in the antics of jesters. Or perhaps she sought amusement as a pastime. Regardless, all that mattered was the remuneration. Upholding the privacy of clients is, after all, a hallmark of a professional sycophant's ethics. Was it not merely a performance? Lu Xing fancied that his current thespian skills could easily overshadow those of the less than appealing figures in the entertainment industry. With a tone imbued with admiration, he shared, Today, on my way to the theater, I encountered several audience members who praised your singing, claiming you could one day win the Plum Blossom Award. His well-timed compliments infused the atmosphere with emotional value. Qi Yueshan paused momentarily. The Plum Blossom Award was the aspiration of every practitioner in the performing arts, a coveted accolade indeed. A smile blossomed on her face as she inquired, They think so. But what do you think? Lu Xing clenched his fists, rallying her with encouragement. In my heart, you have already achieved it. A flicker of surprise danced in Qi Yueshan's clear gaze, and she covered her lips, breaking into a light laugh. Everyone loves to hear kind words. It is no wonder the emperor favors treacherous ministers. She then asked, a note of eagerness in her voice, Will you still write today? The journey of mastering traditional opera is a protracted one. The art of subtle glances and enchanting expressions is also part of the learning process. It was evident that Qi Yushan had reached a commendable level of skill. Her bright eyes were filled with anticipation as they fixed upon Lu Xing, who, feigning modesty, replied, "I will write, provided you do not mind my verbosity." "I won't mind at all," Qi Yushan responded, her smile radiant as a delicate orchid in a secluded valley. As the performance unfolded with fervor, the lead actor poured their heart into the act, and the audience responded with enthusiasm. When the curtains fell, resounding applause filled the air. Aside from a sparse presence of youth in the audience, the performance was impeccable. Standing center stage adorned in resplendent attire, Qi Yushan basked in the adulation of the crowd. Suddenly, her gaze traversed the sea of spectators, alighting on a few rows back, where she playfully winked, inciting a stir among the onlookers. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, waving to her amidst the cacophony of cheers. In the midst of the jubilant crowd, he exchanged a glance with Qi Yushan that spoke volumes known only to them. As the curtain descended, the audience departed, animatedly discussing the performance. Clutched in Lu Xing's hand was a sheet of paper densely inscribed with operatic analyses. 1,000 words, worth 4,000 yuan. Even if Qi Yushan were to toy with him, it mattered not. Having already paid, how can one be accused of fooling around? This is evidently a means of honing his writing skills. A small treasure indeed. Truly, she is an actress, quite adept at feigning. Lu Xing neatly folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket, rising to stomp his feet as he made his way backstage. He nearly failed to notice that this Qi Yushan, despite her outwardly graceful and dignified appearance, harbored a cunningly dark nature within. But never mind that. She is the boss, and as long as she pays, that suffices. Today's performance was exceptional. I could find no fault, so I can only sing your praises. Lu Xing handed the paper to Qi Yushan, upon which he had generated content automatically. Hooray! Technology transforms lives. Previously, he thought Qi Yushan would scrutinize his work, so he exerted himself to write meticulously. However, upon realizing today that she did not read it at all, Lu Xing found himself naturally easing the burden. Qi Yushan had already changed out of her costume and removed her makeup. She was adorned in a moon-white qipao, her long hair loosely gathered at the back. And in her hand, she held a delicate fan. She was the epitome of a classical beauty, further enhanced by her poise from studying traditional opera. A stunning combination. "Follow me," she said, taking the paper from Lu Xing and leading him onto the stage. The bright lights on the stage had dimmed, leaving only a single lamp illuminating the scene. Lu Xing could not discern Qi Yushan's expression. He felt inclined to leave, yet was puzzled by her peculiar behavior. Damn it, these women truly have their quirks, each more bizarre than the last. Song Junzhu and Lu Qingqing's eccentricities were evident, while Qi Yushan's lay hidden beneath the surface, requiring effort to uncover. Is Qi Jiao Air planning a private encore for this devoted opera enthusiast? Lu Xing asked, astonished. If there's anything to say, hurry up, once you're done. I intend to leave. In the dim light of the stage, Qi Yushan's eyes sparkled astonishingly as she nodded with a smile. Yes, usually. You listen to me sing opera. This time, shall I sing a song for you? Observing the bewildered young man utterly captivated by her charm, Qi Yushan felt a twinge of irony. Her master had taught her that every smile and frown while performing must be enchanting enough to captivate the soul. It should be effortless to attract even those who do not favor her. What could be so difficult? She was beautiful, and many had fallen for her at first sight. It held no significance. How laughable. What is this talk of love at first sight? Is it not merely lust at first glance? Only Lu Xing remained unaffected. When she first saw him at a charity performance, his gaze showed no flicker of interest. How intriguing indeed. Man, you have successfully caught my attention. Over the past year, although she had paid for Lu Xing to enter the theater, his gaze toward her had grown increasingly fervent. Men are such simple creatures, blissfully unaware of being toyed with. As Lu Xing's infatuation with her deepened, Qi Yushan began to feel a sense of weariness. After today, she would no longer pay for Lu Xing. Qi Yushan believed that, given Lu Xing's current affection for her, even if she were to terminate their transaction, he would still come to the theater every Sunday. Rain or shine. Men are truly predictable and rather tedious. Just look at Lu Xing. His once tranquil gaze has now been ensnared, hasn't it? Having trained in Peking opera, her voice and poise are unparalleled, each expression and movement akin to a work of art. With her enchanting phoenix eyes and graceful demeanor, Qi Yushan slowly unfurled a folding fan, her steps light as she began to sing. When the pear blossoms bloom, spring brings the rain. when the pear blossoms fall. Spring sinks into the mud. This life is solely devoted to one. Love is often accompanied by a sense of indebtedness. While the absence of love leads to a feeling of loss and regret, the protagonist is now steeped in profound remorse. Lu Xing stumbled out of the Grand Theater, overwhelmed by regret. Why didn't I record that? While Qi Yushan's performances are numerous, this rendition of Pear Blossom Ode was a singular event. Frustrated, Lu Xing boarded the bus. If only he had captured that moment on film, it could have been sold to her fans once she achieved fame. Now, he had squandered 10 minutes without any reward. What a loss. Even as he sat on the bus, self-reproach gnawed at him. Clearly, I have not exerted enough effort. I let such a lucrative opportunity slip through my fingers. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang, and Lu Xing answered. Hello? It's me. Lu Xing straightened in his seat. That voice belonged to the person who had initially hired him to watch Qi Yushan perform. He guessed that Qi Yushan must be nearby. After the performance, why was she calling again? Lu Xing let out a quiet sigh. Having played the role of an ardent admirer for so long, he found everyone around him rather eccentric, though some concealed their madness more subtly. Did you go to the theater today? I did, and I even wrote a little essay, which I personally handed to Qi Yushan. The voice on the other end expressed satisfaction. That's good. I'm calling to inform you that I have transferred the payment to your account. Our transaction is concluded. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped both ends of the line. Lu Xing displayed no signs of surprise. Business is not akin to marriage. Must one be bound for life? Besides, in marriage, one might not always remain with the same partner. Lu Xing nodded calmly. All right. Do you have anything else to discuss? Don't you have anything you wish to say? The voice sounded somewhat taken aback, not expecting Lu Xing's reaction to be so composed. Is there something I should say? Lu Xing scratched his head in confusion, pondering for a moment before realization dawned on him. Thank you, boss. Is that necessary? You. The caller, now irritated, hung up abruptly. Lu Xing stared at the disconnected call in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend. What a lunatic. What is there to be angry about? Isn't it fine to call him boss? The bus has arrived at the Central Hospital station. Passengers are disembarking in an orderly manner. Please do not crowd. Lu Xing, disinterested in further contemplation, received a notification of his payment and promptly blacklisted the number before alighting with his backpack. Backstage at the Haiqing Grand Theater, sister, he really said that. Qi Shui's brows knitted into a frown, on the verge of tears. As the most loyal servant of her elder sister, it was naturally he who made that call initially. Qi Yushan, clad in a moon-white qipao, elegantly adjusted her hair before the mirror, responding, understood. Curious, Qi Shui leaned in and asked, Sister, do you think he will come again next week? Qi Yushan gathered her long hair into a bun, revealing a graceful smile. He will come. Despite the lively charm of her every smile, Qi Shui felt a chill run down her spine. After years of interaction, she had come to recognize the truth. Her sister was a devil, possessing a beautiful exterior but a cunning heart. Whenever she exhibited that smile, it meant someone was destined for misfortune. However, I noticed he seemed rather calm over the phone, didn't he? Qi Yushan rose elegantly and shot a glance at Qi Shui, calmly stating, when I struck you in childhood, you would only cry 10 minutes later. The shadow of childhood trauma loomed, causing Qi Shui to retract her neck instinctively. Understanding dawned upon her. Sister, do you mean that boy is so heartbroken he has lost his wits? Qi Yushan nodded gently. Qi Shui suddenly slapped her thigh, startling Qi Yushan, who then flicked a fan against his back. Why are you so jumpy? The sting on his back was painful, yet Qi Shui exclaimed, I get it now. I believe he will come again. I observed him while you were performing. The way he looked at you, TSK, it was particularly intense. After a moment of reflection, he concluded, that lad must have feelings for you. Hee. Just thinking about him having to write a little essay next Monday, because he's broke, makes me chuckle. Qi Yushan shot him a sidelong glance. You're about to take exams, right? If you scattered rice on your answer sheet, even chickens would score better than you. Qi Shui fell silent, retreating into himself, refusing to engage. But sister, why do you have to compete with that boy? He seems quite innocent and earnest. Qi Yushan donned a long cloak over her qipao, gracefully stepping away from the backstage. Why? She could not articulate. It was merely that the tranquility in the boy's eyes amidst the rain had intrigued her. She wished to discern whether his heart was equally steadfast and clear. Yet, from the current perspective, it seemed rather mundane. How disappointing. The walls of the Central Hospital's inpatient department have undoubtedly absorbed more prayers than those of any church. Zhang Yu, as a physician, interacts with patients daily, having grown accustomed to the sorrowful expressions of both patients and their families. Thus, during her rounds, it is a rare delight to hear the sound of hearty laughter emanating from a patient room, which prompts her to smile in response. As she pushed the door open, she found two elderly gentlemen, both connected to various tubes, engaged in jovial conversation. Old Zhao, Mr. Li remarked with envy, "You truly are a survivor. You defied death after that burn incident, and now, even with cancer, you continue to thrive." Old Zhao chuckled proudly, "That's because I have a wonderful grandson. Your jealousy is of no consequence." Mr. Li rolled his eyes but couldn't help pondering, "Why haven't I been blessed with a grandson like Lu Xing? Mine only knows how to vex me. Just the other day, he stepped on my oxygen line and nearly sent me off. Perhaps it's your good deeds that have garnered you a grandson like Lu Xing," Old Zhao retorted smugly. "Indeed, I couldn't have children, and my dear wife and I had little else to do, so I thought about opening an orphanage. Who would have thought it would catch fire and nearly claim my life? After surviving those burns, I was then confronted with cancer. Thank heavens for my wonderful grandson Lu Xing, talented and even able to earn a living through his writing. It's a tough life for him, as while other children merely attend school, he must utilize every spare moment to write and earn money. I even told him I wished to stop treatment, but he insisted that if I did, he would cease to exist alongside me. Can you believe it? Such determination in that boy." Old Zhao appeared to be lamenting Lu Xing's stubbornness, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. What did it matter that he had no children of his own? Heaven had granted him a remarkable grandson, which surpassed all else. Mr. Li sighed. "Lu Xing loves you as a grandfather. He feels indebted for not receiving the best medicine. My biological son shows no affection, providing me with only the most basic care while feeling that it's a loss. In sickness, one rarely finds a dutiful child. Yet Lu Xing has devoted 3 years to caring for you. Truly, that lad is a real man." With a chuckle, Mr. Li proposed, "Hey, Old Zhao, I'd like to discuss something with you." Old Zhao closed his eyes and covered his ears, declaring, "If you are thinking of pairing your granddaughter with my wonderful grandson, you might as well give up on that notion." Unfazed, Mr. Li continued to advocate for his grandson, only to be met with Old Zhao's sharp rebuke, which left Mr. Li quite irritated. As Zhang Yu listened at the door for a moment, she entered the room with a smile. Mr. Li, still unconvinced, turned to her and asked, "Dr. Zhang, do you think my granddaughter and that lad Lu Xing would make a suitable match?" Zhang Yu replied, "Old gentleman, love is now a matter of personal choice." Yet, the image of Lu Xing's face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. 3 years ago, the orphanage run by Old Zhao had caught fire. Old Zhao had managed to rescue all the children, but in the process, he sustained severe burns and was later diagnosed with cancer. Among the crowd stood a silent yet youthful boy, barely 16, still not fully grown. It was said that he was an orphan adopted by Old Zhao, named Lu Xing. Yet, over the following 3 years, this boy blossomed rapidly, ultimately supporting Old Zhao and creating a bright future. No one anticipated that, in the end, Old Zhao's life would be salvaged by this young lad, snatched from the clutches of death itself. Throughout the years, Old Zhao's medical expenses accumulated to an unfathomable amount. Zhang Yu could hardly fathom how a mere child could amass such a fortune. Lu Xing claimed to be writing novels, but Zhang Yu found that hard to believe. Observing Old Zhao's pride whenever he spoke of his grandson, Zhang Yu could not help but sigh softly. Misfortune often seeks out those already burdened by sorrow, and Lu Xing bore the brunt of it. Reflecting on Lu Xing's ever-optimistic smile, Zhang Yu found herself cursing fate. Why couldn't it have befallen those twisted individuals instead? At that moment, Song Junju, who was diligently sorting through examples, sneezed several times. After a brief contemplation, she proudly declared, "Humph. It must be that Lu Xing lad thinking of me. He adores me." A vibrant voice suddenly emanated from the corridor, shattering Zhang Yu's melancholy. She looked up to meet Lu Xing's sparkling eyes. Once the shorter boy, he now stood tall enough that she had to look up to see his face. "Wow, Dr. Zhang, you're here too," Lu Xing exclaimed joyfully upon spotting her in the ward. In his earlier days, before he embraced the role of a devoted admirer, he was just an orphan with no money. While his grandfather was undergoing treatment, no one could attend to him, starving and at a loss for words. It was Zhang Yu who, noticing his plight, took him to eat at the hospital canteen for 2 days. Thus, Lu Xing felt immense gratitude towards her. "Dr. Zhang, I have a small gift for you," Lu Xing said, his radiant smile infectious, prompting Zhang Yu to smile back. Is this your way of bribing the doctor? She teased. With a chuckle, Lu Xing retrieved a box from his pocket. Really, you don't want it? As Zhang Yu discerned the contents of the box, she burst into laughter. Inside were several signature pens. It is well known that in a hospital, the true currency is not money, but pens. 100 yuan left on a table would remain untouched. Yet a few pens would mysteriously vanish within hours. Zhang Yu was still amused when she checked her own pocket, only for her smile to fade abruptly. Oh, I had 3 pens in here. Who took them from me? Laughter erupted in the ward. Lu Xing gently placed the box of pens into Zhang Yu's pocket, kindly saying, Dr. Zhang, you will surely be very popular when you return to the department. Zhang Yu tightly clutched the pen in his pocket and earnestly grasped Lu Xing's hand. What a good person. Lu Xing offered a salute, replying, It is my duty. After a bout of laughter, Zhang Yu addressed Lu Xing, saying, Mr. Zhao Henmei is recovering quite well. We need to monitor his health for a while longer. But if all indicators remain normal, he will be able to leave the hospital soon. Congratulations. Zhang Yu had observed Lu Xing's journey and understood the hardships he had endured, recognizing him as a grateful and dutiful child. Really? That's wonderful. Lu Xing exclaimed, filled with surprise. His grandfather's recovery was swifter than he had anticipated. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zhang Yu, Lu Xing dashed to his grandfather's bedside, grasping his hand. Grandpa, you can go home now. Good, good, good. Zhao Henmei trembled as he wiped his tears with a cloth. The burns were irreversible, leaving scars on his hands. Zhao Henmei stroked Lu Xing's head, tears streaming down his face. At last, we can return home. You have suffered so much. Zhao Henmei's beloved wife was named Zhao Zhenju. They had lived their lives childless, yet devoted their savings to establish an orphanage. Having just brought warm water into the hospital room, Zhao Zhenju witnessed this touching scene. Instead of joining them, she quietly turned away to wipe her tears. The orphanage had once caught fire, reducing their lifelong dedication to ashes, and Zhao Henmei had been rushed to the emergency room. During that time, Zhao Zhenju endured sleepless nights filled with nightmares. She feared for her future as an uneducated elderly woman, uncertain of how she would cope if something happened to her husband. In her profound sorrow, she even fainted from crying. When she awoke, she saw Lu Xing's innocent face, which now bore a resolute expression as he earnestly assured her, Grandma, do not cry. Grandpa will be fine. Even if something unfortunate happens, I will take care of you. Zhao Zhenju embraced Lu Xing and wept, believing this sensible child was merely comforting her. Little did she realize that Lu Xing truly meant what he said. From that moment onward, no storms or tribulations befell the elderly couple. Instead, Lu Xing faced the tempest with his slender shoulders, creating a new world for them. As night fell, Lu Xing lay on the cot beside his grandfather. Grandpa Li had long since fallen asleep, snoring louder than thunder. Suddenly, Lu Xing inquired, Grandpa, do you still wish to run the orphanage? Zhao Henmei was taken aback. Ever since the orphanage had turned to ashes, he had dared not entertain such thoughts. Lu Xing was aware of his grandfather's fondness for children, abandoned in the village. He had survived on government aid, living in tattered clothes. His peers shunned him, and even teachers were unkind. Only his grandfather had told him he was like a star in the sky, fragile yet striving to live, which was already remarkable. When the orphanage was opened, his grandfather was the first to welcome him in. That year, Lu Xing was merely 10 years old. Subsequently, a fire engulfed the orphanage, and Lu Xing's life once again hurtled down an unpredictable path. Gazing at the stars outside the window, Lu Xing spoke, Grandfather, the copyright for the novel I penned this year has been sold. They intend to adapt it into a television series and have offered me 1,500,000. Along with my previous savings, I now possess a total of 3,200,000. I have calculated that establishing a new orphanage requires 2,700,000. With subsequent operational costs amounting to 300,000. I will also allocate 200,000 as reserve living expenses for you. Lu Xing spoke slowly, with unwavering determination. The thought of many children like him finally having a home brought a gentle smile to his lips, a smile more sincere than any he had ever displayed before clients. Zhao Henmei's mind went blank. He had not anticipated that what Lu Xing desired was to rebuild a new orphanage for him. And you? Zhao Henmei asked, trembling. Lu Xing paused for a moment. What? Zhao Henmei suddenly sat up, his teeth chattering as he stared at Lu Xing's back on the accompanying bed. And you? What will you do? You have given me all your money. How will you survive? Zhao Henmei, who had been strong all his life, now let tears cascade down his face. You've exhausted yourself every day for the past 3 years just to provide for me. What will you do? I raised you with the hope that you would lead a happy life. I failed to achieve that and have put you in this position." Lu Xing exhaled, relieved, as he had feared his grandfather no longer wished to run an orphanage. "I don't mind, grandfather. I can still write novels. They truly appreciate my work. Now that your health has improved and the orphanage will be established, I can write at my own pace without feeling overwhelmed. By the end of this month, I will have earned enough for my university expenses. Ending my career as a professional sycophant is not such a bad thing. However, earning enough by June graduation would grant me even greater freedom. June, I shall regain my liberty. Those lunatics will all vanish from my life." Embracing the anticipation of the future, Lu Xing closed his eyes. Tomorrow was Monday, the first morning he would not have to rise early to prepare breakfast for Wei Qingyu. How delightful! The next morning, Lu Xing completed his morning routine and found himself faced with a choice regarding what to wear for the first time. Looking at his eclectic collection of clothing, Lu Xing chuckled to himself. "Once I leave this profession, I believe it would be prudent to write a guide for professional sycophants to earn some extra cash." As a professional sycophant, mastering the art of dressing in accordance with clients' preferences is an essential skill. For instance, when faced with Wei Qingyu, who possesses a penchant for cleanliness, Lu Xing opted for minimalist and pristine attire. Conversely, in the presence of Song Junju, whose temperament often bordered on madness, Lu Xing donned robust and mature clothing. Furthermore, when encountering Qi Yuanshan, who relished singing traditional operas, Lu Xing embraced garments infused with elements of national style. Such expertise warranted my earnings. Lu Xing mused with a touch of smugness. Previously, his wardrobe choices were dictated by the desire to appease clients. Yet now, with the newfound autonomy over his sartorial style, he found himself at a loss. After considerable contemplation, Lu Xing ultimately settled on his school uniform. Yes, practical and durable. Having selected his outfit, Lu Xing stepped with a buoyant stride onto the bus heading to school. While seated, he unzipped his backpack, revealing not just books, but also a few garments. By noon, he planned to visit a second-hand luxury boutique to sell the clothes that Song Junju had gifted him. He decided to retain 2 pieces for future encounters with her. For Lu Xing, the clothes purchased by Song Junju were merely overpriced commodities. Converting them into cash seemed far more sensible. Retaining a couple was merely a precaution to avoid her discovery, for if she were to find out, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Unlike clients who merely spoke, Song Junju wielded her whip with genuine ferocity. The memory of that night when she wielded the whip sent a shiver down Lu Xing's spine. Fortunately, her mood had been relatively pleasant this time, sparing him from excessive torment. In the past, thoughts of her betrothed would ignite her fury, and she would lash out at Lu Xing. Occasionally, her aim would falter, landing blows upon his face, which truly stung. Many a night, he would awaken, the pain from the wounds on his face jolting him from slumber, leaving him restless for nights on end. Recently, however, an inexplicable surge of maternal affection seemed to have engulfed Song Junju. What a twist of fate! Shaking his head, Lu Xing resolved to cease pondering her. "Attention passengers. We have arrived at the first high school station. Please disembark in an orderly fashion and watch your step." At last, Lu Xing's eyes brightened as he swiftly descended from the bus, his backpack in tow. He had never quite realized before, but now he appreciated the sheer delight of gaining an extra half-hour of sleep each day. Wei Qingyu, with her delicate stomach, was quite particular about her diet. She had previously fainted due to low blood sugar, fortuitously collapsing before Lu Xing and nearly startling him into oblivion. Once he learned of her condition and her aversion to breakfast, he endeavored to prepare some porridge for her. Anticipating a heartless refusal, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that she, perhaps tired of extravagant delicacies, genuinely enjoyed the simple fare. Ever since, Lu Xing had committed to rising early each day to prepare meals for Wei Qingyu. In return, she graciously rewarded him with 100 yuan each time. With 100 yuan, one could procure a modest amount of home-cooked porridge, leaving Lu Xing at a loss for words regarding Wei Qingyu. What a simpleton she was! While she was indeed a bit cold, her heart was anything but unkind. As Lu Xing contemplated Wei Qingyu, he entered the classroom. The moment he stepped inside, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes swiftly turned to him, but not to acknowledge Lu Xing. They were all fixated on Wei Qingyu. After all, from the instant Wei Qingyu graced the school entrance, Lu Xing's presence was unmistakable, and throughout the day, he seemed to possess an uncanny radar. effortlessly tracking Wei Qingyu's every move. Were it not for the unpopularity of this version in the national server, one might suspect Lu Xing would claim to be a homosexual with a psychological inclination towards femininity, following Wei Qingyu into the girls' restroom. The absence of Wei Qingyu left the classmates astonished. Had the sun risen from the west today? Had the devoted admirer suddenly changed his ways? Someone ventured a remark, and the classroom erupted in laughter. Lu Xing cast a glance at them, stating blandly, "The teacher will arrive in 10 seconds. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Faces paled as everyone hurriedly took their seats, muttering verses of alarm. Amused, Lu Xing shook his head. At this age, children's vanity eclipses all, and their herd mentality reigns supreme. Is it truly a flaw? Not especially, merely foolishness. They fail to ponder why, among the many who admire Wei Qingyu, only Lu Xing is permitted to linger by her side. If Wei Qingyu truly wished to be rid of him, she possessed countless means to do so. Yet she did not. What does this signify? It reveals that Wei Qingyu is indeed fond of this arrangement. Lu Xing couldn't help but lament. The strategy was laid out before them, yet they stubbornly refused to partake. However, whether or not she indulges in this matter was no longer Lu Xing's concern, for his father's subscription to the devoted admirer package had expired. Lu Xing approached his desk, placing his backpack down. His deskmate, Li Dachuan, the class sports representative, was a rather amusingly dim-witted fellow. Li Dachuan concealed his face behind a book, stealthily munching on bread, his eyes darting with vigilance for any signs outside. Then turned to Lu Xing and inquired, "Is the teacher really coming?" Lu Xing shrugged, "I haven't seen her." Li Dachuan relaxed, taking a hearty bite of bread, exclaiming, "Ah, so good." Li Dachuan. A piercing voice sent shivers down everyone's spine. The formidable class teacher, Li Wanfeng, had arrived. Just hearing her name hinted at her fearsome prowess. Oh dear. Lu Xing froze, as did Li Dachuan. "Out to eat," the tyrannical teacher commanded, prompting Li Dachuan to sulkily gather his books and step outside. Lu Xing placed his backpack in the drawer, rummaging through it for a moment before also taking his book and exiting. As he reached the doorway, the teacher called out to him. "I didn't tell you to go out." Lu Xing replied earnestly, "Teacher, I've eaten too." Watching Lu Xing's departing figure, the teacher muttered under her breath, "This little brat is quite loyal. What are you staring at? Do you still have the face to look?" Li Mota's oppressive gaze swept over the classroom. Recite more verses, earn an extra point, and eliminate 1,000. The students bowed their heads, bracing against Li Mota's wrath, their eyes involuntarily drifting towards the two figures outside. How infuriating. There was even a tinge of envy. Li Dachui sighed disconsolately from outside. "Ah, I long to sit inside." Lu Xing chuckled softly, flipping open the Chinese textbook. It was a siege. Those within yearned to escape, while those outside longed to enter. How could one determine which was superior? Li Dachuan sensed something unusual about Lu Xing today. Previously, Lu Xing had always focused solely on Wei Qingyu, scarcely engaging in conversation with him. But today, Lu Xing not only spoke to him kindly, but also accompanied him for punishment standing outside. Li Dachuan queried Lu Xing, "So, what advantages are there to standing outside?" Lu Xing smiled, tossing something to Li Dachuan, and replied languidly, "Disadvantage." Li Dachuan fumbled to catch the item, and upon inspecting the packaging, was taken aback. "No way. Imported chocolate. This is quite expensive. I can only afford it once a month." Lu Xing then pulled out another handful and offered it to Li Dachuan. "With taste. All for you." These were gifts from a luxury store when Song Junju had bought him clothes yesterday. He had no fondness for sweets, so it was perfect to give away. Li Dachuan instantly teleported to Lu Xing's side. "Foster father. Is it true?" Lu Xing chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Indeed, indeed. All for you." One must admit, the residual effects of his days as a devoted admirer had equipped Lu Xing with a remarkable ability to navigate social interactions effortlessly charming both genders. With just a handful of chocolate, he had become a foster father. Li Dachuan beamed with joy. As he savored the chocolate, he exclaimed, "Foster father. You are a good person. Anyone who enjoys food is a good person. That is my moral perspective, culinary ethics." Lu Xing was somewhat taken aback by the unsolicited praise, feeling a bit unaccustomed to it. "But, foster father, why didn't you come with the school bellway today?" Li Dachuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted Lu Xing, and he turned to see a familiar figure at the stairwell. Li Dachuan exclaimed in surprise, "No way. The school bellway is actually late. On this Monday, as the spring breeze caressed the earth, ushering in the season of renewal. The students cast into the school bore expressions heavy with grievances, their dark circles practically scraping the ground, capable of sustaining 100 malevolent sword immortals. Yet, some were born to be the center of attention amidst the crowd, such as Wei Qingyu. Hearing Li Dachuan's exclamation, Lu Xing turned back. At the stairwell stood a tall and slender figure. It was Wei Qingyu. Lu Xing often wondered if Wei Qingyu ever stepped outside during her breaks. Otherwise, how could she be so fair? Even after 3 days in the grave, he could not match Wei Qingyu's pallor. Amidst a group of dirt-streaked students, Wei Qingyu radiated beauty like a pristine spring. Merely standing there, she resembled a painting. While the schoolmates mocked Lu Xing for his sycophantic behavior, they never derided his discerning eye. However, at this moment, Wei Qingyu appeared somewhat unwell. A fleeting glance at the rosy hue that bloomed on her cheeks after her vigorous run, Lu Xing nonchalantly lowered his gaze to continue reading. Indeed, within the pages of this book, beauty is abundant. The day the butler inexplicably inquired if he harbored feelings for Wei Qingyu was certainly not a casual question. It must have been at the behest of Old Master Wei. After all, as a concerned father, Old Master Wei was undoubtedly anxious about his precious daughter being courted by someone like Lu Xing. Yet, having accepted Old Master Wei's monetary favor, Lu Xing was bound to honor his commitment. The transaction concluded, he would distance himself from Wei Qingyu. Li Dachuan squeezed beside Lu Xing, winking playfully. Your goddess has arrived. Won't you acknowledge her? Today, unexpectedly, Wei Xiaohua was late, which explained her disheveled state. Lu Xing turned a page. How is she my goddess? Isn't she yours as well? You may greet her. Li Dachuan recoiled slightly. No way. I wouldn't dare speak to her. With her beauty, why is she so reticent? Regardless of how handsome the suitors are, she always gazes at them in silence. Moreover, her penetrating gaze feels like a judgment, making ordinary people flee in haste. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dachuan suddenly recollected something. His tongue had gotten ahead of him. His adoptive father had endured Wei Qingyu's disdainful gaze for over 2 years, like a devoted sycophant. Lu Xing knew Wei Qingyu best. Oh no. Li Dachuan fell into a reverie. Could he still consume his adoptive father's chocolates? Lu Xing continued reading, ignoring the chatter. Not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. Wei Qingyu's high ponytail loosened as she ran, and she leaned against the wall, taking shallow breaths to regain her composure. Just before stepping through the classroom door, she caught sight of Lu Xing, who was leaning against the wall, reciting his lines. The morning sun bathed the youth in its golden light, invigorated and spirited. However, Wei Qingyu's mood was evidently poor. Upon seeing Lu Xing, she subtly furrowed her brow before entering the classroom. Li Dachuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for his adoptive father. He sensed that today Lu Xing was different, treating him with newfound kindness. So he boldly ventured to speak. Adoptive father, I have something to say. Lu Xing adjusted his posture, intrigued by Li Dachuan's words. He was curious to hear what this foolish boy would articulate. Li Dachuan rubbed his hands nervously, wary of inciting Lu Xing's ire, and cautiously uttered, Look at you. You're quite handsome. You've been pining for over 2 years, yet the school beauty, Wei, doesn't even glance your way. Perhaps you should just give up on her. You used to avoid speaking to me, but now that you do, I find you to be quite amiable. I understand your reluctance to let go, but... Li Dachuan was taken aback. No, why have you capitulated so easily? I had painstakingly devised a multitude of comforting words. No, this script is all wrong. Director, I demand a retake. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with mirth as he patted Li Dachuan's shoulder. Did I surprise you by saying I've ceased my infatuation? Surprised. Utterly astonished. Li Dachuan felt numb. He had heard many rumors about Lu Xing. The tales depicted this fellow as someone who pursued affection with no dignity or boundaries. A singular figure in history whose devotion was both awe-inspiring and tragic. The irony was that Wei Qingyu showed no appreciation, rendering Lu Xing a fool in the process. How could someone so resolute, so easily relinquish their pursuit? Li Dachuan mused, touching his lips. Was I born in the wrong era? I should have been a strategist in ancient times. Lu Xing couldn't contain his laughter. He found this foolish Dachuan to be utterly delightful. Previously, his thoughts had been solely on Wei Qingyu, and he hadn't realized how entertaining his deskmate could be. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, prompting Lu Xing to whisper, Wei Qingyu is coming out. Li Dachuan widened his eyes and turned to see. Indeed, Wei Qingyu emerging from the classroom with a book in hand. At that moment, two questions occupied Li Dachuan's mind, plunging his singularly focused brain into contemplation. 1. How did Lu Xing recognize Wei Qingyu without looking back? 2. How could the teacher bear to keep the precious Wei Qingyu standing in punishment for being late? Which question to ask first left Li Dachuan in a quandary. Wei Qingyu was like a refreshing breeze, perceptible yet forever elusive. But now, the wind had settled next to Lu Xing, stealing a glance at Wei Qingyu's pale, serene profile. Lu Xing found himself at a loss for words. Wei's father was affluent and had expended considerable resources to hire professional instructors to teach Wei Qingyu proper demeanor. Therefore, her footsteps were deliberate and precise. As Wei Qingyu stood beside Lu Xing, Li Dachuan felt a surge of urgency. What the heck? My guardian has finally given up on being a lovesick fool, yet this school beauty 1T let him reel in a catch? Li Dachuan, refusing to confront reality, covered his face. He couldn't bear to witness his guardian appearing like a mere dog. In the next moment, a cool, melodic voice broke the silence, akin to a flowing spring. Good morning, Li Dachuan. He stared at Wei Qingyu as if he had seen a ghost. What on earth is happening? Wei Qingyu took the initiative to greet her adoptive father? Truly, the world has gone mad. Lu Xing was somewhat astonished. He knew Wei Qingyu was not one to engage in conversation, so what prompted her sudden salutation? Good morning, she said, and that was it. The prolonged silence made Li Dachuan feel restless and agitated. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it said that Wei Qingyu despised her adoptive father and refused to acknowledge him? What did this unexpected greeting signify? Her initiative elicited only a lukewarm response, leaving a hint of confusion in Wei Qingyu's clear eyes. Shouldn't Lu Xing have started to speak at length by now? Why was he silent? Yet, just a couple of days ago, he had indeed saved her. Shouldn't she be more forthcoming with her benefactor? Wei Qingyu awkwardly inquired, Did you arrive early today? Typically, as soon as she stepped out of the car, she would spot Lu Xing waiting at the school gate. Even on days when she felt inspired to rise early, his figure would always be there, as if he shared a telepathic connection with the driver. But today was different. Or rather, since that day when the ruffians had fought, she had not received any messages from Lu Xing. Thus, this morning, she had decided to arrive early at the school gate to express her gratitude. For showing appreciation was a principle she adhered to. Wei Qingyu waited at the school gate for an extended period, and when she finally arrived late, Lu Xing's silhouette was still absent. Could it be that he was seriously injured and had taken a leave of absence? The mere thought of this possibility made her anxious. Consequently, she quickened her pace to inquire with the homeroom teacher, only to spot Lu Xing's figure at the classroom door. Oh, so he was fine. You're quite talkative today, Lu Xing remarked. You're not early. You're half an hour late compared to before. From now on, you should come at this time. Wei Qingyu nodded, her expression inscrutable. Sleeping well is a good thing. I thought you were seriously hurt when I didn't see you at the school gate. I'm glad to see you're okay. Lu Xing regarded her with a peculiar expression. With that calm and unruffled face, you claim to be glad for me? Yet, her words inadvertently conveyed some sincerity. Lu Xing, rarely sincere, responded earnestly, Your previous admirers must be quite heartbroken. They wouldn't think you were being sardonic with them. Would they? Huh. Wei Qingyu looked at Lu Xing with confusion in her eyes. Would they? Lu Xing burst into laughter, bemused. Indeed, you are quite the naive one. The weight on his heart had finally lifted. Yes, Lu Xing affirmed solemnly. Previously, he had to balance his studies with protecting Wei Qingyu, leaving him utterly occupied and no time to engage in idle chatter with her. Others, however, were different. They would eagerly crowd around Wei Qingyu, yearning for her attention. No wonder those who pursued her claimed she was aloof. It appears that Wei Qingyu's rather blunt manner of speaking has deeply wounded some individuals. Lu Xing suddenly felt as though she had attained an epiphany regarding the true nature of the situation. It seems that while old Wei imparted the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to his daughter, he neglected to teach her the art of conversation. Wei Qingyu nodded gently, realizing, oh, so it is believed that my way of speaking is inadequate. A hint of confusion crossed her features as she pondered why her straightforwardness could be problematic. Foster father. You too. Li Dachuan hesitated to interject. Their interaction bore little resemblance to the legends he had heard. What does that even mean? Is it some peculiar form of communication between the two? Why can I not comprehend it? Goodness, I ought to report this. There is a riddle master among us. Lu Xing waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Go on and play. Very well. Li Dachuan nodded absently, distancing himself slightly from the two. He glanced at the chocolate in his hand, then at the formidable Li Mo, feeling somewhat hesitant to indulge. Lu Xing, understanding the situation, smiled and remarked, "When it comes to eating, one must possess both boldness and meticulousness." Wei Qingyu fixed her gaze upon the book in her hands, her ears subtly twitching. Li Dachuan, astonished, exclaimed, "One must be bold and meticulous even when eating?" Indeed, Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and grinned. To be bold means to fearlessly take a bite at any moment, while being meticulous entails being aware of the presence of the teacher. Ha! Li Dachuan could no longer contain himself and laughed aloud. So that is what it means to be bold and meticulous. Wei Qingyu continued to stare expressionlessly at her book, the corners of her mouth curving ever so slightly. "What are you laughing at? Did you achieve the highest score?" Li Mo's voice resonated throughout the entire floor. Lu Xing suddenly felt that the role of a homeroom teacher was no easy task. It seemed one had to master the art of the lion's roar. "Everyone, come in for class. Await the arrival of the subject teacher," Li Mo commanded, leaving the three no choice but to obediently enter the classroom. Wei Qingyu led the way, and the eyes of all the boys in the class were fixated upon her. Oh, even the girls were watching. Such striking beauty invariably captivates all. Since Wei Qingyu's arrival at the school, her admirers included seniors and juniors alike. As she passed by the podium, her steps suddenly slowed, and she appeared slightly unsteady. The classmates assumed she was about to speak, gazing at her in surprise. Only Lu Xing pondered for a moment before sensing that something was amiss. Heavens! Is she experiencing low blood sugar again? In order to prevent the universally acknowledged school beauty from collapsing, Lu Xing swiftly snatched a piece of chocolate from Li Dachuan's pocket, firmly grasped Wei Qingyu's wrist, and placed the chocolate into her mouth, whispering, "Swallow it." In her wide, expressive eyes, astonishment flickered. As she savored the sweetness on her lips, she obediently swallowed it all. The dizziness before me gradually subsided. Hu Zhongzhong, the class monitor who had secretly harbored feelings for Wei Qingyu, slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed angrily, "Lu Xing, what do you think you are doing? Who permitted you to take advantage of a female classmate? Release Qingyu at once." Lu Xing, however, remained unfazed. As soon as he noticed that Wei Qingyu had regained her composure, he promptly released her wrist and sauntered back to his seat with his hands in his pockets. Seeing that his admonition had an effect, Hu Zhongzhong felt a surge of pride and hurried to the front of the classroom, inquiring with concern, "Qingyu, are you all right?" The other boys in the class could only grit their teeth in frustration at Hu Zhongzhong's intervention. "Why did you scold Lu Xing?" Wei Qingyu, now fully recovered, fixed her dark gaze on Hu Zhongzhong, filled with confusion. Hu Zhongzhong, caught off guard by her stare, stumbled over his words. He touched your hand. He took advantage of you." Wei Qingyu's expression remained placid as she calmly replied, "He did not." A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. What did Wei Qingyu mean by that? Lu Xing had indeed held her hand, yet she claimed he had not taken advantage of her? Whispers began to circulate among the students. What a turn of events. Wei, the school beauty, is talking so much. Wait, wasn't Lu Xing just a lovesick fool? Could it be that he has won her heart? Is it too late for me to make my move? What on earth was happening? Hu Zhongzhong himself was bewildered by the unfolding situation. Just as he was about to speak again, he caught a glimpse of Wei Qingyu's eyes, which rarely stirred for anyone, and suddenly felt intimidated. Not everyone possessed Lu Xing's audacity and shamelessness. "Step aside." Wei Qingyu frowned, appearing somewhat disdainful. "You are blocking the way." She deemed the person before her rather dim-witted. Huh. Oh, okay. Hu Zhongzhong's mind went blank as he immediately turned to leave, stumbling and landing clumsily on the podium, prompting a wave of laughter from the class. As the Chinese teacher entered the room and spotted Hu Zhongzhong in such a state, he chuckled and teased. "Who? Are you here to wish me an early new year?" Another round of laughter erupted in the classroom. "Lu Xing, you've really made a name for yourself." Li Dachuan covered his mouth with a book, still reeling from the earlier commotion. The students around, seemingly engrossed in their books, actually had their attention subtly drawn to Lu Xing, especially the two sitting in front who leaned back in their seats, straining to catch the conversation. "Damn, my ears are practically on fire." Lu Xing let out a professional chuckle, yet his gaze remained fixed on the essential verses in the book before him. He had been mired in the muck for far too long. If Li Dachuan was an innocent and foolish flower of the nation's future, then he had long since transformed into a carnivorous plant. Thus, as Lu Xing gazed upon the verses in his textbook, he found himself experiencing a different kind of understanding. Reciting poetry in class felt too pedestrian, while doing so in private seemed excessively refined. Oh, what is there to admire in these wretched poems? Speak to me, Xinggu. Li Dachuan poked Lu Xing's arm. Turning to face him, Lu Xing smiled and inquired, have you ever heard the saying that one cannot simultaneously possess youth and the perception of youth? Lu Xing's past was suffused with dust, ridicule, wealth, and insecurity. By the time he yearned to savor the essence of youth, all that remained was merely the sentiment of it. Li Dachuan, perplexed yet intrigued, exclaimed, no, that is not what I meant to hear. Almost let you lead me astray. I want to know what happened between you and Wei Xiaohua. She defended you against Hu Zhongzhong. Since Wei Qingyu's entrance into the school, her most frequent utterances had been during her speeches in the auditorium after consistently ranking first in her grade. Yet today, she had boldly stood up for Lu Xing against Hu Zhongzhong. In their exceedingly mundane social circle, gossip had become a primary source of entertainment. Lu Xing lifted his gaze, instantly spotting Wei Qingyu's silhouette. He had deliberately chosen his position to keep a watchful eye on her movements. Wei Qingyu always maintained an upright posture, her demeanor impeccably poised. Lu Xing suspected that her father had no idea how to raise a daughter, resulting in her robotic demeanor. What do you think has transpired between us? Li Dachuan eagerly pressed, his fists clenched with fervor. It must have been your heartfelt confession to Wei Xiaohua the other day, only for her to coldly reject you once more. You indulged in smoking and drinking, weeping on the streets, only to reach an epiphany and resolve to abandon everything to focus on your studies. A shiver ran down Lu Xing's spine. Ding! The awakening system chimed, and your grades skyrocketed, while Wei Xiaohua struggled to adapt to life without you, suddenly realizing that she had long been in love with you, blinded by her pride. Lu Xing coughed violently. In the end, to win back your heart, Wei Xiaohua engaged in many actions that shattered her image, even getting into a car accident. And you finally softened, leading to a reconciliation. Lu Xing averted his gaze. How plausible. Where did you come across such a tale? Li Dachuan proclaimed proudly. Did the school prince face a romantic catastrophe today? And what of Master Gu's slow departure? I refuse to serve anymore. And that wicked king pursuing his princess. Suddenly, Li Dachuan's voice faltered. Wait, that voice didn't sound like Lu Xing. Lu Dachuan exclaimed, his speech abruptly halting. Goodness! Teacher! The tension in Lu Xing's heart finally dissipated. Practice more if you're unskilled. Your arrogance has long since been reversed. Xing, I was wrong. It's fine, I deserve it. With a smile that suggested a desire for oblivion, Lu Xing was ushered out of the classroom alongside Li Dachuan. Damn it! Before he could even warm his seat, he stood up again. In Lu Xing's mind, only one question lingered. What kind of heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching novels do you enjoy? Li Dachuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, I noticed the girls in our class were reading these books, so I borrowed one to see what the fuss was about. The boredom of school is akin to the tedium of being in the restroom without a phone. Even a manual can occupy me for ages, let alone such novels. Li Dachuan then apologized. I'm sorry, Xinggu. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Lu Xing chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need. Indulging my son is simply my duty as a father. Li Dachuan beamed. You're truly wonderful, Xinggu. You've changed so much. The bond between children is remarkably simple to forge. Perhaps it's through a shared anime, a mutual appreciation for a film, or a fondness for the same actress. Lu Xing hardly paid attention to such matters. This class was a language arts lesson. However, after being influenced by Qi Yushan, his essay writing skills had experienced a meteoric rise. Skipping this class was of little consequence. Indeed, I must be destined for greatness, Lu Xing mused. A little sprite dancing in his heart. He was able to earn money while honing his writing skills. What a delightful combination. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from the stairwell, prompting Li Dachuan to recall Lu Xing's earlier talent and ask, Xing, can you tell who's coming? Lu Xing shook his head. I can only recognize Wei Qingyu's footsteps. Li Dachuan looked at Lu Xing with eyes full of sympathy. Truly, seeing is believing. Indeed, how enticing. I must ensure Wei the school beauty is given her fair share of trials to help her understand her true feelings. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dachuan's internal scales had already tipped in favor of Lu Xing. Oh, on door duty, are we? A flamboyant voice rang out from the corridor. And Lu Xing knew without looking who it was. Xia Yeyang, you're late. Since the arrival of Xia Yeyang and Wei Qingyu at school, the debate over who was the true school beauty had never ceased. Some favored Xia Yeyang's spicy, fiery demeanor, while others preferred Wei Qingyu's cool, aloof elegance. This lively contest for the title of school beauty reached its conclusion a month into the school year, ultimately crowning Wei Qingyu as the victor. The reason being that someone, emboldened by their senior status, attempted to make advances on Xia Yiyang, only to have their arm broken by her. Yes, a girl, barehanded, breaking an arm. These three seemingly unrelated words formed an oddly connected narrative. From that moment onward, Xia Yiyang ascended to become a formidable presence within the school. No one dared to provoke this thorny rose. While beauty is undeniably captivating, one must live to enjoy it. The instant Xia Yiyang appeared, Li Dachuan immediately fixated on the ground. These tiles certainly resemble tiles. Regrettably, the colossal figure of Desha Chun finds it exceedingly challenging to shrink themselves. Akin to an elephant burying its head in the sand, Li Dachun averted his gaze, while Lu Xing remained unfazed, calmly locking eyes with Xia Yishuang. As an arts student majoring in vocal performance, Xia Yishuang's attendance was notoriously erratic. Her presence or absence was inconsequential, perhaps a privilege of her artistic status. With her striking golden hair and light brown eyes that sparkled like precious gems, she held her chin slightly aloft, exuding the pride of a beautiful little lion. The breeze tousled her fair, elongated legs, lifting a portion of her skirt. Approaching Lu Xing, she opened her mouth to deliver a scathing remark. "This hair color suits you well. It makes you look fair." Lu Xing interrupted her, causing Xia Yishuang to momentarily freeze, her sharp retorts caught in her throat. Unable to be swallowed or expelled, she struggled to fathom what she had just heard. As a devoted admirer of Wei Qingyu, Lu Xing was actually complimenting her hair color? What was happening? Was he sincere? Did this color truly look good? A flurry of questions surged through Xia Yishuang's mind, painting her cheeks with a faint blush. Gritting her teeth, she hurled a final insult at Lu Xing before turning to enter the classroom. "As if I need your approval." With a chuckle, Lu Xing observed her retreating figure, bemused. "Oh my, how tsundere. Too bad I'm not swayed by such antics." He mused, "It's the 21st century. Tsundere has long been out of vogue. Who still fancies it tsundere?" Suddenly, a chill ran down his neck, and he turned to meet Li Dachun's fervent gaze. "Perhaps I should consider commissioning a pair of iron undergarments?" Li Dachun exclaimed, seizing Lu Xing's hand excitedly. "Wow, Star, you're incredible. You've managed to subdue both Wei Qingyu and Xia Yishuang. Desha Chun has bestowed upon you the highest praise. You're impressive. Teach me, teach me." Just a few words, and Xia Yishuang fled in disarray. Who else? Who else?" Lu Xing rubbed his fingers together, grinning. "Well, this." Understanding immediately, Li Dachun eagerly dug into his pocket, offering his entire allowance. "Long live the king." Lu Xing leaned closer to Li Dachun, whispering conspiratorially. "This is something you must practice more." Li Dachun responded, "Huh? Was I just robbed?" Lu Xing swore to the heavens that he was merely sharing his own experiences. No one is born adept at socializing. When he initially embarked on his journey as a professional admirer, he too was oblivious to many nuances. Through the trials of being scolded and beaten, he gradually learned. It's truly about practice. What? Xia Yishuang had just entered the classroom and slipped to the back to take a seat. Surrounding attendants swiftly recounted the events of the day to her. "Absolutely true. Sister Xia, we all witnessed it. Indeed, I can attest." Wei Qingyu was genuinely advocating for Lu Xing, while it was Lu Xing who seemed indifferent to her. How could this lad, after such prolonged admiration, finally garner some recognition? The group continued to chatter, yet Xia Yishuang's gaze unconsciously fell upon Wei Qingyu. After a long pause, Xia Yishuang suddenly emitted a mischievous chuckle. How intriguing. Truly captivating. Can someone like Wei Qingyu, who holds herself in such high regard, actually possess feelings? So, she has succumbed to Lu Xing's adoration, has she? Xia Yishuang hissed softly as she recalled Lu Xing's earlier words, scoffing with disdain. "Her taste is utterly lamentable. Sister Xia, it seems you are reveling in the knowledge that someone is bound to face misfortune," remarked one of the onlookers, as they noticed the smile gracing Xia Yishuang's lips. With her exquisite eyes lowered, she toyed with a strand of her golden hair and suddenly inquired, "Do you think this hair color suits me? It looks splendid." The surrounding crowd chimed in eagerly. Xia Yishuang curled her lips in disinterest. None of you possess the sincerity of Lu Xing's flattery. However, given that Wei Qingyu appeared to harbor rather special feelings for Lu Xing, it was only fitting that she concoct some discomfort for Wei Qingyu. The morning passed delightfully. Lu Xing hummed a cheerful tune as he engaged in his studies, everything proceeding in perfect order. Previously, He had to divide his attention between Wei Qingyu, his academic pursuits, and his teachers, leaving him feeling utterly drained, as if he were catering to 8 wealthy ladies. Now, free from the distraction of Wei Qingyu, he could devote himself solely to his studies. It was nothing short of paradise. Only Li Dachuan observed Lu Xing with a hint of concern. Star, are you truly all right? Have you not been so affected by the recent events that it has driven you to madness? Even if you were to abandon your admiration for Wei Qingyu, surely the aftermath wouldn't be this extreme. Throughout the morning, Lu Xing's smile sent chills down Li Dachuan's spine. Absolutely. I feel invigorated. Lu Xing replied cheerfully. Alas, the child has indeed lost his mind. When lunchtime arrived, Li Dachuan attempted to invite Lu Xing to join him for a meal, invoking ancestral wisdom. Our forebears declared that a lack of enthusiasm for meals indicates a troubled mind. Lu Xing, with his bag containing luxurious garments gifted by Song Junju, declared, I have matters to attend to. Like a gust of wind, he breezed past Wei Qingyu without a moment's pause. Wei Qingyu sat at her desk, staring blankly at the retreating figure of Lu Xing. In previous classes, she had always sensed his gaze upon her, yet today, she felt no such attention, leaving her inexplicably hollow. After a moment of contemplation, he saved me, and as a matter of etiquette, I should extend my gratitude by treating him to a meal. Wei Qingyu rationalized this notion and stood up as well, making her way towards the classroom exit. Li Dachuan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He reflected on Lu Xing's departing figure and then on Wei Qingyu's silhouette following closely behind. Goodness! Li Dachuan felt he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Could it be that these two were blossoming in romance? Was Lu Xing's confession not a failure after all? Could it be that Wei Qingyu's family disapproved? After all, her father's extravagant donation of an entire building to the school was something that most families could not rival. In such affluent families, could there be expectations of a strategic marriage? Then it would mean that Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu were entangled in a tragic love story. Li Dachuan gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth while his eyes sparkled with excitement, his cheeks flushed with color. At that moment, a female classmate happened to pass by and cast a curious glance at Li Dachuan, inquiring, Physical committee member, what are you daydreaming about? Flustered, Li Dachuan cleared his throat, attempting to maintain the dignity of his position while hastening his departure. What daydream? I don't understand. The female classmate muttered to herself. Wait a minute. Rapid heartbeat, flushed face, sparkling eyes, and a smirk. This is definitely a sign of infatuation. Li Dachuan stealthily retreated to a corner. He gazed at the chocolate Lu Xing had gifted him, gripping it tightly with determination as he declared, Xing, fear not. I shall not take advantage of your kindness. I will do everything in my power to safeguard your love. He aimed to create as many opportunities as possible for the two to bond. Oh, countless tales of tragic romance flashed through his mind as he wiped his eyes, lamenting, what a pair of lovesick souls. Lu Xing had become quite familiar with the second-hand luxury goods store near the school. After all, some clients used to present her with little gifts, which were far more valuable to her than mere cash or gold. Thus, the significance of these second-hand luxury shops was immense. Dingling. The sound of wind chimes rang as Lu Xing entered her most frequented second-hand luxury store. The owner was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Named although Lu Xing couldn't fathom why a native product would bear a foreign name, she thought, who cares, as long as she is wealthy. Sister. Lu Xing beamed with a charming smile, sweetly calling out to her. The owner, pleasantly surprised to see Lu Xing, sashayed over and playfully poked her shoulder, playfully scolding her. Oh, so now you remember your sister? Despite being old enough to be Lu Xing's mother, if Lu Xing were to call her aunt, she would be unceremoniously thrown out. Lu Xing chuckled, her expression turning serious as she remarked, It seems a storm is brewing, so please try not to go out too much. The owner paused, puzzled why. Lu Xing cast a sweeping glance over her and obediently remarked, Sister, it seems you've lost some weight again. I fear the wind might carry you away. A soft laugh erupted as she playfully poked Lu Xing's cheek and shot him a reproachful look. Earning money is no easy feat for me. You must refrain from speaking further, lest I be tempted to shower you with cash. She had a fondness for Lu Xing, handsome in appearance, amiable in disposition, with eyes that did not wander and hands that were particularly honest. Most importantly, each luxury item he brought was invariably brand new, many still bearing their tags. The transaction was always straightforward, cash exchange for goods. As she sorted through the luxurious items Lu Xing had delivered, she remarked, watching him count the money, My dear, If only you were a decade older, I would surely pursue you. Lu Xing chuckled. That's not quite fair. Youth has its own advantages. Such as? She inquired. For instance, older individuals may not spend their money on you, but the young, full of vigor, will surely direct their energy towards you. She paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. No wonder Lu Xing always received so many gifts. Who wouldn't adore such an interesting and charming younger brother? Very well. If we cannot be spouses, let us be siblings. Good brother, do bring more goods my way next time. The clothes you brought this time are truly exquisite. They haven't even been released in stores yet you managed to acquire them. Lu Xing preferred cash, finding it reassuring. After counting the money and placing it into his backpack, he responded with a smile. There will be no future dealings. I will stop working in June. Surprised, she exclaimed. Is there a wealthy lady who wants you to marry into her family? Congratulations on entering high society. Forgive her for only being able to conceive of such a possibility. It was a common thought among those who sold themselves. Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm just tired. Oh dear sister, do not wear that expression. I'm merely quitting, not departing from this world. Who knows, I might fall gravely ill one day and lack the funds for medical care, necessitating a return to this line of work. She laughed through her tears and playfully punched Lu Xing. Pooh. You little rascal. How can you curse yourself like that? Lu Xing wiped her tears away, casually smiling. I'm just trying to amuse you. The wind chime tinkled once more as Lu Xing departed the store, a backpack full of cash slung over his shoulder. Beneath the nearby tree's shade, the breeze tousled the girl's long hair, revealing her pale, serene face, reminiscent of an untouchable flower on a lofty peak. Lu Xing frowned. I had no idea Wei De's campus belle had a penchant for being followed. Do you really dislike me? Wei Qingyu asked, tilting her head in confusion as she stood beneath the tree's shade. Well, how should I put it? Lu Xing approached Wei Qingyu and said, You see, genetics can be quite unfair. Though it is merely a random sequence of codes, it can result in some individuals being dreadfully unattractive while others appear gentle and kind. Wei Qingyu's clear eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment. Your words are rather convoluted. Lu Xing clenched his jaw. What I mean is, please refrain from speaking such words. Look at the gazes around us. Wei Qingyu glanced about and noticed numerous eyes fixated upon her and Lu Xing. Each gaze directed at Lu Xing conveyed a singular message. Scoundrel. Who says one should not judge by appearances? Observe Wei Qingyu's ethereal, pure demeanor reminiscent of a moonlit night, and then behold Lu Xing's irreverent attitude. Thus unfolded a tale of a wayward youth ensnaring an exemplary student. At that moment, a fashionably dressed woman, cradling a chihuahua, sauntered past the two. A diamond-studded phone slipped from her grasp, landing between them. Excuse me, ma'am, you've dropped your phone. Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu momentarily set aside their conversation and hurried after the lady. The woman, still enamored with her chihuahua, felt her pocket upon hearing Lu Xing's words. Oh dear, it is indeed my phone. In today's world, losing one's phone is a significant inconvenience. The woman graciously clasped Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu's hands, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. It was evident that she was both easily excitable and endearingly charming. Opening her phone, she exclaimed joyfully, Family. This young and handsome couple has returned my phone to me. I am immensely grateful. I must share this. They are doing a good deed. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, encountering a lively woman who made him wish for a hole to hide in. The term young couple struck Wei Qingyu equally hard, rendering her frozen in place, her cheeks aflame. Before departing, Lu Xing casually inquired, Ma'am, what do you intend to do with that video? The woman, still holding her chihuahua, waved cheerfully at him and Wei Qingyu. Why, I shall post it online. I want to showcase the good deed you two have done. My account is filled with friends and family. They must acknowledge your kindness. Lu Xing felt a shiver run down his spine. Must you really post it? The woman, with a bright demeanor, replied, It's already been shared. What? I keep the lady in mind, and she puts me online? Upon returning to the tree, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It was unclear who succumbed first, but Lu Xing laughed uncontrollably. Wei Qingyu chuckled more subtly, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. Wei Qingyu gently curved her lips, observing Lu Xing's unrestrained laughter, and softly inquired, Shall we revisit that earlier topic? Lu Xing relaxed on the bench beneath the tree, clutching his backpack, and patted the space beside him. Wei Qingyu hesitated for a moment, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Xing's gesture was not merely an invitation to sit beside him, but rather to perch upon his lap. Wei Qingyu lightly bit her lip and slowly settled beside Lu Xing. Lu Xing, a pragmatic individual, preferred to address issues directly. With a smile, he said, "Feel free to voice your thoughts. Ask whatever you wish, and I shall respond." Wei Qingyu paused for a moment, attempting to discern a flicker of warmth in Lu Xing's gaze, but found none. Lowering her eyes slightly, revealing the fair skin of her neck, she reiterated her question. "Do you dislike me?" "I do not dislike you. No one does." "You are a wonderful person," Lu Xing replied. "Yet you smile at the lady in the store, at the sanitation worker by the roadside, and even at the clouds above. What does that imply? Am I not allowed to smile?" "I smile at everyone, but you do not smile at me." Wei Qingyu raised her head, locking her gaze with Lu Xing's, and earnestly reiterated, "Today, you have been frowning at me." Yu Haven T smiled. Lu Xing was incredulous. "No, sister. Do you even comprehend what you're saying?" He pointed to himself and inquired, "What am I to you?" Wei Qingyu was taken aback. Initially, when Lu Xing had followed her, she had wished to distance herself from him, yet he had persistently remained by her side. He was attentive to her needs, readily offering assistance in times of trouble, and would prepare delicious breakfasts for her. Most importantly, unlike those who pursued her, Lu Xing had never professed his feelings. What reason, then, could she have to push him away? Over time, Lu Xing had become a habit for her. Occasionally, Wei Qingyu felt somewhat despicable, for she derived a sense of hidden security from his unwavering gaze. Even on the day when Lu Xing charged at those ruffians, she experienced a flutter of anxiety for the first time. However, when Lu Xing suddenly inquired about their relationship, Wei Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. In that instant, the term young couple mentioned by her aunt resounded heavily in her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It could not be. Her life felt akin to a fixed mathematical formula. Even if the process bore some discrepancies, it would ultimately return to its rightful path. True love, to Wei Qingyu, was like a specter. Everyone claimed it existed, yet she had never encountered it. Love was unreliable. After a moment, Wei the campus belle reached a definitive conclusion, a benefactor. With a chuckle, Lu Xing laughed. Observing Wei Qingyu's bewildered expression, he realized she had once again ensnared herself in a conundrum. Yet Wei Qingyu felt quite content with her definition. "You are my benefactor. I should invite you to a meal to express my gratitude." It was neither too intimate nor too distant, entirely reasonable and aboveboard. Lu Xing gestured. "I have no desire to dine. If you wish to express your gratitude, it would be more straightforward to transfer money directly to me." Wei Qingyu nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may do so through my WeChat." Lu Xing exclaimed, "Wait, are you serious?" Upon opening WeChat, he discovered an actual friend request that had been sent the previous week. At that time, he had been preoccupied with Song Junju and had forgotten all about it. A look of confusion crossed Wei Qingyu's pure and graceful face. "It seems you don't check your phone often." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Xing accepted the request. His dealings with Wei Laodai had solely pertained to matters within the school, and there had been no necessity to exchange WeChat with Wei Qingyu. Thus, it was only now that they had shared contact information. In the very first second after the friend request was accepted, Lu Xing received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Wei Qingyu, with a serious expression, remarked, "There is a limit on single transfers. I shall continue to send more." "Wait, don't." Lu Xing panicked. He had not anticipated that Wei Qingyu was so earnest. Since Wei Laodai had already settled the payment, there was no reason for additional charges. "This is sufficient, truly enough. Please refrain from sending more, as it burdens my conscience." A smile danced in Wei Qingyu's eyes. "Even if it weren't you that day, I would have assisted any girl in need. You need not take it too seriously." Wei Qingyu's expression remained stoic. Lu Xing observed her demeanor, feeling somewhat vexed. It seemed that this naive girl was oblivious to her own budding feelings. His previous clients, like Qi Yushan, had all parted amicably. Yet, Wei Qingyu presented a more complicated situation. In June, Lu Xing would finally be free. Yet this troublesome flicker of emotion brought him no benefit whatsoever. He resolved to swiftly conclude this matter. "I shall accept the money as your token of appreciation, and we shall consider this debt settled." Wei Qingyu appeared inclined to say something further, but Lu Xing interrupted her. "I am but a simple person, inexperienced in the ways of the world. When I entered school and found you beautiful, I simply wished to treat you well." Faced with such earnest and straightforward praise, Wei Qingyu felt a twinge of discomfort. Her heart raced. Over the course of more than 2 years, Lu Xing had never once confessed his feelings. Was he about to do so now? Wei Qingyu grasped the hem of her dress, her fingers curling in anticipation. I have treated you well for over 2 years. You must realize that I have harbored no inappropriate intentions or glances, Lu Xing stated confidently. Wei Qingyu nodded gently. Lu Xing felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that rational discourse was indeed possible. My kindness towards you has been a unilateral action. You need not feel any obligation. Even when you consume the breakfast I prepare, you still pay me, so you owe me nothing. Wei Qingyu gazed at Lu Xing in bewilderment. The previous encounters when others obstructed her confession certainly did not commence with such an opening. Seizing the moment, Lu Xing confidently declared, having transferred the funds earlier. I have repaid that debt of gratitude. We are now free of obligations to each other. Today, I have come to the realization that what I feel for you is not affection. What? Wei Qingyu's heart trembled violently, her typically rational mind now a void. Her lips paled rapidly, and she opened her mouth, attempting to halt Lu Xing's ensuing words. No, please don't say any more. Internally, she was in turmoil, a little voice screaming in panic. Nevertheless, Lu Xing was determined to conclude matters swiftly, speaking rapidly, since it's not affection. I cannot afford to linger in this nebulous sentiment any longer. I shall relinquish this feeling and immerse myself wholeheartedly in the sea of knowledge. I apologize if my actions in the past couple of years may have disturbed you, and I hope you can forgive me. From now on, let us be amicable classmates. Shall we? Having articulated everything in one breath, Lu Xing finally exhaled in relief. Ah, the Na'vi goose, who had always sailed smoothly through life, basked in the limelight, and was emotionally stable. With a seamless delivery of reasoning, apologies, and remorse, she was confident he would not be rejected. Amicable classmates? A peculiar expression crossed Wei Qingyu's face for the first time. It dawned on her that this was not a confession. A strange sensation settled in her chest. Not that it was a confession, for she had no desire to hear Lu Xing's declaration. She did not harbor feelings for him, and should he confess, it would require her to reject him, which would be quite impolite towards a benefactor. Not a confession was indeed preferable. Lu Xing observed the myriad of expressions transforming Wei Qingyu's typically impassive face and marveled at his fortune today. To witness such a range of emotions was indeed a rarity. It appeared that a gaze filled with 3 parts derision, 3 parts disdain, 3 parts disappointment, and a hint of affection was possible. With the matter resolved, Lu Xing beamed. Wei, it seems you do not have feelings for me either? Wei Qingyu's somber eyes met Lu Xing's radiant smile, and she suddenly felt dizzy, clenching her teeth. No, I do not. Splendid. Lu Xing clapped his hands joyfully. I don't like you, and you don't like me. We can remain pure and innocent classmates. In the future, we can assist each other with any challenges we encounter, as we have become quite familiar over the past 2 years. What do they call it? More friends, more paths in life. Wei Qingyu fixed her gaze on Lu Xing's face, managing a faint smile. Very well. Lu Xing's instincts kicked in. He sensed an undertone of barely concealed frustration in her response. Yet, gazing at the smile gracing Wei Qingyu's lips, he dismissed it as mere illusion. After resolving the primary issue, Lu Xing felt that this journey had been truly rewarding. The luxury goods had been sold, and he had established a rapport with Wei Qingyu, making her a classmate with whom he could converse, a double triumph indeed. On the way back to school with Wei Qingyu, she suddenly inquired, "What made you think you liked me in the first place?" "Because of your father." Lu Xing's mind screamed, but he could not voice it. With a hint of disappointment, he replied, "I have no siblings, and you resemble the beautiful younger sister I have always dreamed of. Instinctively, I wanted to take care of you. I apologize. My longing for a peer-like family member, coupled with my youth, led to this misunderstanding of my feelings. You see me as a sister?" Wei Qingyu closed her eyes, suppressing the incredulity that threatened to surface. She attempted to steady her breath to regain her composure. Today, her emotional fluctuations were unprecedented. Wei Qingyu felt as though everything was suddenly falling into place. Your kindness towards me stems from viewing me as a sister? Your silence regarding your feelings is also because you regard me merely as a sister? Lu Xing was somewhat taken aback. Wow, as expected of Wei Qingyu. Your imagination is astounding, even patching up my flimsy story. He nodded vigorously. Exactly. Wei Qingyu found it difficult to comprehend. Why not clarify this matter with those people? It would spare you much of the criticism. She was no fool. She knew many were disparaging Lu Xing as a hopeless sycophant. Yet, She couldn't be bothered to address her own rumors, let alone Lu Xing's. Lu Xing scratched his head, revealing his charming smile. We need only to be true to ourselves. What do the opinions of others matter? After years of being a professional sycophant, Lu Xing's acting skills had become unparalleled. Bewitching such a naive individual was akin to a seasoned player dominating a novice village. As Song Junju once said, he was a wretched creature willing to do anything for his objectives. Lu Xing's attractive brows furrowed slightly, his eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. I'm sorry. I have always wanted a younger sibling, and my loneliness has caused you distress. All of Wei Qingyu's questions lodged in her throat. She stared at Lu Xing's pitiful expression, suddenly unable to voice anything. A wave of guilt surged within her. How could she be so cruel? Lu Xing merely desired a sister. Had her incessant questioning made him feel wronged? Wei Qingyu bit her lip thoughtfully and, after a moment, replied slowly, all right. Lu Xing was perplexed. All right. About what? With her watery gaze fixed upon him, Wei Qingyu stated earnestly, I can be your sister. Lu Xing was taken aback. Huh, I never wanted a sister. How remarkable. Truly remarkable. Upon reaching the school gate, Lu Xing suddenly realized, if he became siblings with Wei Qingyu, would not his trivial feelings for her vanish entirely? In the future, whenever an issue arises, one can use orthopedics as a shield. How brilliant. Lu Xing cast a glance at Wei Qingyu beside him and said with a smile, You go in first, sister. Wei Qingyu instinctively averted her gaze, her ears slightly flushed. She was still somewhat unaccustomed to this title. At that moment, seeing Lu Xing's expression of grievance stirred a sense of inexplicable bitterness within her, prompting her to propose this idea. However, upon regaining her composure, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, witnessing Lu Xing's joyful demeanor left her at a loss for words. Alas, as long as he is happy. Xia Yexiang, with her flamboyant golden hair billowing in the sunlight, observed the departing figures of Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu with a smirk. The rumors turned out to be true. Wei Qingyu, so you too can harbor affections for others? Then I must seize the opportunity. Lu Xing is it. Just wait and see how my sister captivates you. Suspicion, once aroused, leads to the establishment of guilt. It is the nature of humanity around the globe to indulge in gossip. In less than a day, Wei Qingyu, in defense of Lu Xing, flitted around the campus like a bird with wings. The mundane routine of academic life suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Akin to a drop of water in boiling oil, Wei Qingyu became renowned, exceedingly so, though she remained low-key. Her father's extravagant donation of an entire building to the school was vividly remembered. In those days, even the principal would open the car door for her father. Wealthy, attractive, and academically accomplished, Wei Qingyu possessed 3 aces at once. Countless individuals were drawn to her allure, only to leave disheartened in the end. Ultimately, the only one who persisted was Lu Xing, a seemingly ordinary admirer who, despite lacking in various aspects, was undeniably handsome. Yet, it seemed that this very individual had indeed captured Wei Qingyu's attention. As the whispers spread, what was initially a trivial matter began to take on a peculiar significance. The first person said, Wei Qingyu had low blood sugar, and Lu Xing offered her chocolate, leading Hu Zhongzhong to mistakenly believe that Lu Xing was taking advantage of her. The second person asserted, Hu Zhongzhong sought to gain favor with Wei Qingyu, causing Lu Xing to feel jealous, and Wei Qingyu scolded Hu Zhongzhong on Lu Xing's behalf. The third person claimed, Lu Xing became jealous of Hu Zhongzhong and contemplated withdrawing, prompting Wei Qingyu to grasp Lu Xing's waist and say, with reddened eyes, just smile, and I'd give you my life. One must not underestimate the enthusiasm of the gossiping crowd, nor overestimate their memory. A chaotic assembly of individuals, each picking up bits and pieces, combined with their vivid imagination, transformed this tale into its current state. What on earth? Who distorted it like this? When Hu Zhongzhong heard the rumors, she was utterly bewildered. This is clearly slander. Where is the fairness, the morality, the law? Damn it! Several of Hu Zhongzhong's friends gathered to exchange information. Hu Zhongzhong was furious. No wonder I feel the strange gazes of passers-by today. Curse. Wang Anxiang glanced at Hu Zhongzhong. Is it possible that they are staring because your zipper is undone? Is this your zodiac year? Why are you dressed in red? Hu Zhongzhong appeared dazed. She lowered her head, realizing her cheeks were flushed. Goodness. Hu Zhongzhong awkwardly pulled her face together, prompting laughter from a few close friends nearby. These are true friends. Much like those who mock you when you fall. The false friends rush to assist you. The true friends mercilessly laugh and snap a photo to share on social media. Wang Anxiang could no longer contain himself and chuckled. Congratulations. You've managed to gain notoriety alongside Wei. Mentioning her inevitably brings you to mind. What a blessing. Hu Zhongzhong shot Wang Anxiang an irritated glare. Do you want this blessing for yourself? She was seething with anger. That infatuated Lu Xing. How did he manage to charm Qingshu? Wang Anxiang scoffed lightly. If Wei didn't he fancy us, how could she possibly fancy Lu Xing? What do you mean? Wang Anxiang, confident and unbothered, replied, I heard about this morning's incident. Wei was merely suffering from low blood sugar, and Lu Xing took the opportunity to be attentive. Consider this. Lu Xing did save Wei, and someone as wonderful as her would certainly express gratitude to him. In this light, if you criticize Lu Xing, I'd be inclined to criticize you too. The analysis struck like a tiger, and everyone suddenly understood. Goodness. So that is how it is. Hu Zhongzhong suddenly realized her impulsiveness. So what should we do? What if Lu Xing, taking advantage of Qingshu's gratitude, deliberately approaches her? Instantly, images of television characters who offered themselves in gratitude flooded Hu Zhongzhong's mind. Wang Anxiang chuckled softly. In this world, it's all about background and power. Lu Xing has neither. He is just a petty nobody. If only Wei could see through Lu Xing's true nature. I have a plan. Hu Zhongzhong perked up. Oh, you have a scheme? Wang Anxiang leisurely responded. Haven't there been reports of money going missing in each class recently? The thief hasn't been found yet, has he? Hu Zhongzhong instantly understood, though a sense of unease crept in. But what if he is not the thief? Wang Anxiang smirked. No one can prove he is the thief. Yet no one can prove he isn't either. Once doubt arises, the accusation is already established. Lu Xing wanders alone all day. Who knows where he is? Who knows what he does? Is there anyone to vouch for him? This plan, a clever use of another's blade. Throughout the day, the classmates feasted on gossip, while Lu Xing diligently absorbed his studies. Indeed, learning is a joyful endeavor. As the school day drew to a close, Lu Xing busied himself packing his belongings while murmuring softly. The school offered evening study sessions, allowing students the freedom to choose whether to attend. Lu Xing had never participated in these sessions, as he had an evening job to attend to. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was 6 o'clock, and after tidying up, he bid farewell to Li Dachuan. I'm off, bye? Before Li Dachuan could fully comprehend, Lu Xing had vanished in a flash. Wow, running so fast. Li Dachuan was taken aback. How had he never realized Lu Xing possessed a bit of athleticism? After pondering for a moment, he slowly pulled out a sports event registration form. The school's sports day was approaching, and it was the responsibility of the sports committee to ensure participants from each class. Li Dachuan had beseeched many for assistance and had finally managed to gather a few events. However, he had yet to find a suitable candidate for the 3,000 meters. No one wished to sprint 3 kilometers in the scorching heat, only to end up drenched in sweat and hoarse for days on end. Remembering Lu Xing's agile figure from earlier, Li Dachuan muttered, Dear father, I shall begin practicing my vocal exercises overnight, hoping you will gladly agree to my request by tomorrow. Oh dear, being a sports committee member is truly a challenging endeavor. Positioned at the designated spot Lu Xing would inevitably pass, Xia Yeshuang leaned against the wall, the gentle breeze tousling her golden locks, resembling a delicate doll. Humph, this will surely captivate Lu Xing, that unsophisticated fellow. In the next moment, Lu Xing strode past Xia Yeshuang without a single glance. Her charming smile instantly froze. What? Not even a glance. Have your eyes failed you? Xia Yeshuang's anger flared, her ample bosom rising and falling with agitation as a few strands of golden hair danced wildly. Oh, he must be heading to the restroom. Observing Lu Xing disappear into the lavatory, Xia Yeshuang's ire dissipated. After all, one has urgent needs. Who would want to transform into a spray warrior in front of a beauty? Yes, it was understandable. Once she had calmed herself, Xia Yeshuang walked lightly toward the restroom. Wei Qingyu, since you have a good relationship with Lu Xing, I shall claim him for myself. She did not believe that Lu Xing, this unsophisticated admirer, could withstand her allure. With a playful toss of her dazzling golden hair, she relaxed against the wall. 5 minutes later, a man donned in a suit and half-framed glasses exited the restroom. Xia Yeshuang squinted at the figure's back, noting his broad shoulders, long legs, and tall, slender frame. Quite handsome indeed. She aligned her long, delicate legs and shifted her position, continuing to wait for Lu Xing to emerge. Half an hour passed, yet Lu Xing did not appear. Xia Yeshuang furrowed her brow. An hour elapsed, and still, Lu Xing remained absent. Xia Yeshuang's golden hair began to frizz. 2 hours later, Lu Xing was still nowhere to be seen. On a summer night, Shuang dialed the logistics department with utmost urgency. Teacher, someone has collapsed in the men's restroom. He truly deserves it. Alas, I am indeed the devoted deity. Lu Xing, adjusting his impeccably tailored suit, strode merrily towards the school gate. Details dictate success. They are the pathway to triumph. When addressing diverse clients, one must certainly pay heed to the attire. Upon exiting the school gate, a white Alphard was parked beneath the shade of a nearby tree. As Lu Xing emerged, the driver promptly alighted and opened the door for him. Good evening, Uncle Chun. Lu Xing greeted, taking his seat in the back. He retrieved a box of hair gel from his bag. Despite being clad in a suit, some stray hairs at his forehead remained unrefined. Lu Xing scooped a small amount of gel into his hands and slicked back the errant strands, exposing his forehead. Uncle Chin glanced at Lu Xing through the rearview mirror, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He is truly putting on airs for someone in his profession. Yet, given Lu Xing's current favored status, there was little he could do. Mr. Lu, we shall first pick up Nuan from kindergarten, then return to the villa. Lu Xing nodded. In truth, he had no choice. He could not influence any decisions made by the client. Let us stop by the cake shop for a moment. They have released a new product, Candied Hawthorn. Nuan mentioned wanting to try it last time. Uncle Chun pressed the accelerator, speeding past the cake shop. Madam instructed that Nuan should not consume food from outside. It is both unsanitary and unsafe. Lu Xing gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a smile tugging at his lips. Very well, I shall relay your words to Nuan. She will understand. Suddenly, Uncle Chin slammed on the brakes, the car screeching against the pavement. His molars nearly shattered. A child of 3 or 4 years old, how could she possibly understand? Lu Xing calmly crossed his legs and adjusted the cuff of his suit, meeting Uncle Chin's gaze through the rearview mirror, and replied serenely, "Make a U-turn." An air of intimidation filled the vehicle. Uncle Chun clenched his jaw, turning the car back toward the cake shop. Contentedly, Lu Xing boarded the car with 3 portions of the new Candied Hawthorn, placing one in the front passenger seat. Uncle Chun glared at Lu Xing in confusion. What are you doing? He could not comprehend why Nuan would take a liking to such a pretty boy. Why could Madam not see through this pretty boy's true nature? Raising an eyebrow, Lu Xing smiled and said, "Don't you have a daughter? You can bring this home for her after work. It's quite delicious." Uncle Chin paused, glancing at the exquisitely packaged Candied Hawthorn in the passenger seat. As the vehicle resumed its journey, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Uncle Chin frequently glanced at Lu Xing in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Lu Xing lowered his gaze to the book in his hands and mused, "Uncle Chun, do you know how one is most likely to meet their demise in real life?" Uncle Chun instinctively shook his head. Lu Xing looked up. "Car accidents." Hiss. Uncle Chun, jolted back to reality, dared not glance at the rearview mirror any longer and drove with utmost diligence. Lu Xing continued, "Uncle Chun, we are not so different. You sell your driving skills for profit, while I trade my emotional value for gain. We ought to become friends." Uncle Chun felt an even deeper sense of discontent. He yearned to vehemently protest that he was a righteous old man, entirely unlike Lu Xing, who had resorted to selling himself. Yet, as he caught sight of the Candied Hawthorn skewers in the passenger seat, he found himself at a loss for words. How can it be the same? At your tender age, you should be learning the right ways, not clinging to the wealthy. Lu Xing feigned a self-deprecating chuckle. I lost both my parents at a young age, reduced to scavenging for food in dumpsters. Who offered me the opportunity to learn? A harsh upbringing may be a flaw, but in the profession of servitude, it is a trump card. Uncle Chin's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenched in shock. Lu Xing was an orphan? A tidal wave of guilt washed over him, leaving him in turmoil. I truly am despicable. Lu Xing, noticing the guilt in Uncle Chin's eyes, could not suppress a smile. That evening, as Uncle Chun descended the stairs, he neither took the staircase nor the elevator. Instead, he plummeted, burdened by guilt. "Yes, I apologize, Uncle Chun." At his advanced age, awkwardly offered, "I was unaware of this matter. In the past, I was too harsh with you. I apologize. Please do not be sad." Lu Xing casually observed the small notebook in his hands, his tone tinged with feigned grievance. "It's all right. I have no father. And whenever I see you, I wish my father were like you. That's why I was so talkative before. I apologize if I bothered you." With that one statement, Lu Xing shattered Uncle Chin's defenses. As a father himself, the impact of such words was akin to a nuclear bomb. Uncle Chen found himself utterly at a loss. Why had he previously treated Lu Xing with such disdain? Why had he mocked him both overtly and covertly? Upon reaching the school gate, Lu Xing exited the vehicle and offered Uncle Chen a faint smile, his eyes slightly reddening. "It's all right, Uncle Chen. You didn't know before. I just don't want you to be upset." With those parting words, Lu Xing strode toward the entrance of the school, completely oblivious to the emotional tempest raging within Uncle Chen. "Nian, my dear." Upon reaching the school gate, Lu Xing spotted a teacher holding a cherubic child resembling polished jade. Nian was adorned in a pastel pink princess dress, her hair styled into 2 adorable braids, and her chubby little face was simply irresistible. So adorable. Upon seeing Lu Xing, Nian's face lit up. "Teacher, Daddy has come to pick me up," she exclaimed, scampering toward Lu Xing with gleeful little steps. "Daddy." Lu Xing gently lifted Nan into his arms, caressing her cheek with a smile as he inquired, "Did you have a delightful day at school today?" "Absolutely. I missed you, Daddy," Nan exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lu Xing's cheek. Embracing her, Lu Xing turned to the teacher and bid farewell. "Goodbye, teacher." The teacher paused, momentarily taken aback by Lu Xing's visage. Regardless of how many times she had seen his face, she still found it exceptionally captivating. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu. Goodbye, Nan." Lu Xing proceeded to the car with Nan in his arms. The teacher gazed at the father-daughter duo's retreating figures, unable to suppress her admiration. "How come I can't find such a wonderful man? Handsome, fit, and adoring of his daughter. Absolutely perfect. Dang, dang, dang. Candied hawthorn. Daddy is the best." Nan clutched the candied hawthorn tightly, her cherubic face smeared with sweetness. Lu Xing carefully retrieved a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Is it delicious?" "So delicious. I love Daddy." Nan, with a mouth full of sweetness, joyfully waved her tiny fists, exclaiming, "Long live Daddy." Uncle Chen observed the harmonious interaction between the father and daughter, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Although he had previously harbored a dislike for Lu Xing, he could not help but acknowledge Lu Xing's exceptional kindness towards Nan. Suddenly, Uncle Chen paused. Could it be that Lu Xing is so good to Nan because he had a difficult childhood and wishes for other children to have a better life? His eyes reddened with emotion. "How foolish I am." "Shoo, don't talk, just tie your hair up," Nan said, munching on the candied hawthorn, while Lu Xing rested his chin on his hand, adoringly watching her. 2 years ago, Lu Xing had been working part-time at a mall, faced with the challenges of a flustered new mother and a wailing 1-year-old child. It was his first glimpse of Wen Lingxiu in such a scenario. Having soothed countless little ones in the orphanage, Lu Xing found the task of comforting children to be second nature. Consequently, he approached Nan and lulled her to sleep, the little one resting soundly on his shoulder. At that moment, Wen Lingxiu let out a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Lu Xing filled with admiration. The story should have concluded there, but the following day, Lu Xing encountered Wen Lingxiu and Nan once more at the mall. Nan rushed to hug Lu Xing's leg, calling him Daddy. At that time, Wen Lingxiu, with her hair elegantly styled and donned in a white professional outfit, stood thoughtfully assessing him. That evening, Lu Xing received an acting contract from Wen Lingxiu, stipulating that he would play the role of Nan's father for 5 days each week, engaging with her and providing paternal affection. Lu Xing initially declined, thinking it absurd. What if Nan's real father finds out? His eyes widened upon glancing at the contract's remuneration, 100,000 each month. His reluctance vanished in an instant. Isn't this just being an unexpected father? I can do this. Especially after learning about the demise of her biological father, Lu Xing felt an even greater sense of peace. Rest easy, ex-husband. From Monday to Friday, Lu Xing would head directly to Wen Lingxiu's home after school. This routine had continued until now. Among Lu Xing's myriad of eccentric clients, Wen Lingxiu was a rare embodiment of normalcy, never mad, never perverse, and never violent. Her sole desire was to provide a nurturing environment for her daughter, Nan. Oh, being a single mother is indeed a challenging endeavor. As Lu Xing reflected on this, the thought of the car's worth struck her, deepening her discomfort. I have it even harder. As the vehicle arrived at the villa's parking area, Uncle Chen opened the door for Lu Xing. "We have arrived, Mr. Lu." Upon raising her gaze, Lu Xing met Uncle Chen's eyes, which were tinged with warmth and affection. A chill ran down her spine. How theatrical. Lu Xing, cradling Nan, hurriedly retreated into the villa. Uncle Chen watched her departing figure and wiped the corners of his eyes. She must have felt self-conscious after revealing her background. I shall treat her with greater kindness tomorrow. Upon entering the villa, the warm yellow lights enveloped the space, instilling a cozy sense of relaxation. Wen Lingxiu cherished the evenings as intimate family time, thus no maid was permitted during these hours. As Lu Xing walked into the living room with Nan Nan in her arms, the kitchen door swung open, revealing a woman, Wen Lingxiu, clad in a white knitted sweater. Her deep brown hair elegantly coiled at the back of her head with a few stray strands framing her face. She wore a bear-themed apron. A silver necklace adorned with a pendant hung precariously in her neckline, almost beckoning attention. Truly a woman of remarkable charm. Standing amidst the warmth of the kitchen, she dried her hands with a towel and greeted with a gentle smile, "Welcome home." Lu Xing felt momentarily disoriented. Wen Lingxiu's normalcy was almost too good to be true. "Mommy." Nan Nan, nestled in Lu Xing's embrace, reached out her tiny hand towards Wen Lingxiu, exclaiming, "Hug. Mommy, hug." Startled, Lu Xing chuckled as she presented Nan Nan to Wen Lingxiu. With a resounding smack, Nan Nan planted a kiss on Wen Lingxiu's cheek, then on Lu Xing's, her childish voice chiming, "I love Daddy and Mommy." "Yay." Wen Lingxiu smiled, caressing Nan Nan's face, "Daddy and Mommy love you too." As Lu Xing held Nan Nan, her arm resting against Wen Lingxiu, she felt a soft warmth. The warm yellow light cascaded around them, and an overwhelming sense of life's fulfillment washed over Lu Xing throughout her years as a devoted worker. She had amassed countless experiences. Even if she were to remain unmarried for life, it no longer seemed significant. Nan Nan blinked her innocent eyes, glancing between Lu Xing and Wen Lingxiu, and innocently inquired, "I kissed Daddy and Mommy, and Daddy and Mommy kissed me. Now it's time for Daddy and Mommy to share a kiss." The warm atmosphere was abruptly shattered by this statement, and Lu Xing felt a sudden jolt. Locking eyes with Wen Lingxiu, they both turned their heads away simultaneously. "Wan, you've been naughty, haven't you? Have you been sneaking snacks outside? Your mouth isn't even clean." Wen Lingxiu skillfully diverted the conversation. Although her approach was somewhat clumsy, it proved effective. Wan's attention was immediately captivated, and she began to recount her adventures with candied hawthorns. Observing Wan's lively narration, a gentle charm illuminated Wen Lingxiu's features. Lu Xing, noticing the bustling activity, retreated to the kitchen to tidy up, choosing not to intrude upon the mother-daughter bonding moment. "Lu Xing, your clothes will get dirty. Put on an apron." Wen Lingxiu called out as she saw him enter the kitchen in a white shirt. "Oh, never mind, don't go in there. Spend some time playing with Wan. Dinner will be ready shortly." With that, Wen Lingxiu gently set Wan down and tugged at Lu Xing's shirt hem. At 30, a woman is at the peak of her blooming beauty, and Wen Lingxiu was a paragon among them. Intelligent, gentle, graceful, and full of life. Lu Xing swallowed hard, suddenly leaning in closer to her. Wen Lingxiu was taken aback and instinctively stepped back, pressing against Lu Xing's shoulder, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. This was precisely the concern she had when she first decided to hire Lu Xing. She feared he might harbor ulterior motives. He had behaved impeccably over the past 2 years. What had changed today? Worried, Wen Lingxiu inquired, "Are you feeling unwell today? Don't speak. Just tie your hair up." Lu Xing's low voice whispered near her ear as he enveloped her in his embrace. Wen Lingxiu stiffened at once. "Ah, caught it. Use this to tie your hair up again." Lu Xing suddenly withdrew, gleefully showcasing the hair tie he had secured. "Haha, as expected of me. What speed. Quite impressive." Wen Lingxiu paused, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the hair tie in Lu Xing's hand. It was then that she realized her hair had loosened, cascading down her shoulders. So, he had merely come over to assist because her hair tie had come undone? Wen Lingxiu found her earlier thoughts amusing. After all, not everyone prefers older partners. "Go play with Wan. I've made pork rib soup today." "Yay, yay." Lu Xing and Wan raised their arms in unison, cheering "Long live Mommy." A tender smile graced Wen Lingxiu's lips as the kitchen door closed. Lu Xing led Wan to the playroom. Noticing Wan still wearing her watch, he remarked, "Wan, sweetheart, that watch might hurt you while playing with blocks. Shall I help you take it off?" Wan glanced at Lu Xing's face, then at the watch on her wrist. Her troubled expression contorted into a frown, her brows forming a pitiful arch. After much contemplation, she finally spoke, "It's not allowed." "What? Why is it not allowed?" he asked. "Does this watch hold some significance?" Lu Xing realized there was something amiss with the watch, and with a smile, he replied, "Daddy needs to carry his little girl high up. We wouldn't want to risk damaging the watch." The little girl pondered for a moment before asserting, "Mommy said that when I'm with Daddy, I must always wear this watch." Suddenly, the door to the toy room was flung open, and when Ling Xiu rushed in, her hair slightly disheveled. Lu Xing squinted at her, and she trembled slightly, forcing a calm facade as she announced, "Dinner is ready. We can eat now." After a brief silence, Lu Xing burst into laughter. He was certain that the watch contained surveillance or listening devices, or perhaps both. "Ah, what a relief," he thought. "I knew there wasn't a single sane person among the clients, just a bunch of lunatics." Lu Xing stood up and approached Wen Lingxiu, smiling as he said, "All right, let us eat." She turned her head away, awkwardly avoiding his gaze. Lu Xing felt as though he was unwell. In the gentle embrace of Wen Lingxiu, he felt uneasy. Yet upon realizing that she had been cautious of him for the past 2 years, he oddly breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. The wealthy are merely affluent, not unwell." He walked into the kitchen and noticed 2 black headphones lying on the counter, ones he had never seen before. "So, every time I'm alone with the little girl, you've been eavesdropping with these headphones. Quite commendable, a good mother indeed." When Wen Lingxiu heard him inquiring about the headphones, she likely panicked, abandoning the dish she was cooking to rush to the toy room and interrupt his questioning. Lu Xing turned on the stove and the exhaust fan, finishing the dish with a professional smile. "Objectively, I understand your position. After all, I am not the little girl's biological father." Subjectively, Lu Xing took a deep breath, noticing a few splatters of oil on his white shirt. The feeling of being distrusted was indeed rather unpleasant. Oh well, never mind. He dismissed his feelings in mere seconds. Sad. How much is sadness worth? Yet, there are benefits. Perhaps when Lingxiu, out of guilt, will compensate me more at the end of the day. Another advantage is that when I leave, I will have even fewer attachments. In the toy room, when Lingxiu gazed intently at the watch, her expression heavy with concern. Lu Xing was not the little girl's biological father. Naturally, she could not fully trust him. When Lu Xing was initially hired, this watch had already been prepared, and not just this watch. If Lu Xing had a discerning eye, he would have noticed that although this villa lacked a housekeeper, every corner, save for the bathrooms, was teeming with cameras. There were no blind spots. As a solitary woman, she naturally needed to be well prepared. However, when Lingxiu had not anticipated that over the past 2 years, Lu Xing had remained utterly unremarkable. So much so that she began to question whether he might prefer men. Gradually, when Lingxiu found herself lowering her guard against Lu Xing, no longer paying heed to the matter. Yet, she never expected such a monumental revelation to erupt under these circumstances, leaving her momentarily flustered. "Mom, did my darling say something wrong?" The little girl nervously nestled into Wen Lingxiu's embrace. Gently patting her back, Wen Lingxiu reassured her, "No, my dear. You did not say anything wrong. This watch is uncomfortable. We won't wear it when we're with Daddy anymore." Over the past 2 years, Lu Xing's performance had exceeded her expectations. When Lingxiu thought it was perhaps time to set aside her prejudices and acknowledge Lu Xing's efforts. However, a pressing question lingered. What expression should she wear when facing Lu Xing? Even though she resolved to trust him in the future, at that moment, she found herself at a loss. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Lu Xing, holding a spatula, seemed unfazed by the earlier events. His smile radiant as he announced, "Time for dinner. Little one, you need to eat well to grow tall." One of the hallmarks of a consummate flatterer is the constant effort to provide an easy way out for their clients. After all, those who pay are the true masters. Once the payment is received, there is no need to be a mere puppet. As when Lingxiu gazed at Lu Xing's warm smile, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps, against all odds, Lu Xing was unaware of the issues surrounding the watch. "Hooray! Today, I want to eat an entire bowl of rice." The little girl scampered towards Lu Xing, her short legs bouncing with enthusiasm. He scooped her up, beaming, "How impressive. You are the most obedient little darling." The girl, counting on her fingers, innocently declared, "Then Mommy is the second most obedient little darling." Lu Xing chuckled softly, pulling the toy room's doorknob. He said to Wen Lingxiu, "The second obedient darling, it's time to eat." When Lingxiu paused, feeling a bit bashful as she turned her head, her softly curled hair cascading over her forehead, and replied gently, "All right." In this moment, one might mistakenly think Lu Xing was a villain from a film. When Lingxiu exhaled deeply, realizing that he genuinely had not noticed. Otherwise, he would surely have been enraged by now. In situations where trust is lacking, it is natural for an ordinary person to express their frustration through various means. However, when Lingxiu felt an instant sense of relief, The entire meal was filled with lively chatter. Nuan Nuan was endearing and talkative, while Lu Xing shared amusing anecdotes, leaving Wen Lingxiu to simply serve the dishes and smile. She thought to herself, this must be the epitome of familial bliss. I truly cannot eat anymore. Lu Xing looked at his bowl, overflowing with food, with a bemused smile. Is this some unique way of apologizing? Ah, my apologies. Wen Lingxiu's ears turned slightly red. I feared you might not have enough to eat. Her soft, gentle voice caressed the heartstrings, turning even the most steadfast resolve into tender pliability. Nuan Nuan blinked her eyes, observing Lu Xing's expression, then glancing at Wen Lingxiu's face, she exclaimed, "Ah, Mommy loves Daddy so much. Mommy isn't even serving Nuan Nuan anymore. Have you not eaten enough?" Wen Lingxiu cast a playful glance at Nuan Nuan, her hands still diligently serving the child. Lu Xing leaned on his chin, smiling contentedly at the warm scene before him. As night descended, Lu Xing emerged from the shower, donned in his pajamas, only to realize his shirt was missing. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a gentle silhouette. Wen Lingxiu, clad in a white silk nightgown, was bent over the sink, washing something. Her long hair was loosely tied back, and her expression was focused on her task. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, assuming she was merely cleaning her own belongings. Just as he was about to pass by her, he suddenly noticed, "Did you wash my shirt?" Wen Lingxiu replied with a nonchalant, "I washed it on a whim. I used soap to make it cleaner." Lu Xing chuckled, leaning against the door with a smile. "Wen, you're doing my laundry? I'll have to cherish this shirt." Water droplets splashed onto Wen Lingxiu's face, prompting her to shoot Lu Xing a playful glare. "Stop joking. I've washed for you before." This was indeed the truth. Though Wen Lingxiu was affluent, Lu Xing appreciated her practical approach to life, which was not extravagantly ostentatious. She believed that shirts like his were not adequately cleaned in a washing machine, so she preferred to hand wash them when time permitted. "Hooray for President Wen." Lu Xing grinned at her, then added, "Shall I go tell Nuan Nuan a story first?" Wen Lingxiu hesitated momentarily. Lu Xing's voice was quite melodious, and she often found herself lying beside him, listening to his bedtime stories. As a devoted admirer, it was essential to remain attuned to the unspoken desires of the client. Thus, Lu Xing astutely offered, "There's no rush. I can wait for you." Wen Lingxiu relaxed her brow, smiling as she replied, "All right, I'll just finish up." Finally, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after. Lu Xing leaned against the side of the bed, having recited the last line. The bedroom was enveloped in silence, with Wen Lingxiu and Nuan Nuan already fast asleep on the large bed. Lu Xing stood up without hesitation and gently closed the door behind him. He was not permitted to sleep here. Fortunately, Wen Lingxiu was slightly more accommodating than Song Junju and had arranged a guest room for him. At 3 in the morning, Wen Lingxiu suddenly awoke. "Where have I placed my headphones?" She pondered, feeling an incessant sense of forgetfulness. In a flurry, she dashed downstairs to the kitchen. It was pristine, as if it had just been tidied up by the housekeeper. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Lu Xing, who had been enveloped in a cocoon of gentleness, had finally stirred her mind into action. She observed Lu Xing's demeanor, which seemed as nonchalant as ever, leading her to believe he was oblivious to the situation. But what if Lu Xing was merely keeping silent about it? Her heart raced, nearly threatening to leap from her chest. Lowering her gaze, she spotted her black headphones, neatly arranged. A thunderclap of realization struck her. Lu Xing had discovered them. Strong individuals never complain about their circumstances. The following day, Tuesday, a beam of morning sunlight streamed into the guest room. Lu Xing awoke from the soft and comfortable mattress and glanced at little Lu Xing. The youthfulness of his age had its downsides. It often led to restlessness. Dressed and ready, Lu Xing gathered his belongings and departed the villa. On the bus headed to school, he savored a 6 yuan handheld pancake, unable to suppress a smile. The downside of this profession is the stark contrast it presents. One moment, I am sprawled on an 188,000 yuan mattress, and the next, I'm crammed on a bus eating breakfast. Many in this line of work often think, once I earn enough, I will stop. Yet, the allure of extravagance and indulgence is akin to an addiction, not easily cast aside. Fortunately, whether clad in a 10,000 yuan shirt or a 9 yuan one, Lu Xing held remarkably low expectations regarding material possessions. His sole motivation for earning money was to cover his grandfather's medical expenses and support the orphanage. With both matters nearing resolution, he could indeed wash his hands of this life with ease. June would herald a new beginning. Darn. After contemplating the future, Lu Xing was struck by a peculiar sensation. Why did it feel so much like a turning point? Upon arriving at school, he hurried towards the classroom. As he crossed the threshold, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. It was as if a tempest was brewing. First, the formidable teacher Li sat at the podium, his expression grave, and then he noticed that all his classmates were present. Even the elusive art student, Xia Yexiang, was there. As Lu Xing approached the door, every gaze turned towards him. A different individual might have trembled with fear. But Lu Xing had long since cultivated a composure that allowed him to ask calmly, "I hope I'm not late?" Teacher Li glanced at Lu Xing and urged, "Hurry in. I have something to discuss." As Lu Xing settled in, Liemo Tao cleared his throat and spoke. "This morning, classmate Hu Zhongzhong informed me that 3,000 yuan in cash, which he had placed in his backpack yesterday, has mysteriously vanished." A wave of chatter erupted throughout the classroom. Li Dachuan nudged Lu Xing's arm and cautioned him, "Xing, there has been a thief at school lately, so be sure to keep your money safe." Lu Xing nodded. "It's all right. I've encountered such situations before during my middle school days." "Really?" Li Dachuan inquired curiously. "What happened?" Lu Xing reminisced innocently. "There was a thief in our class, and the teacher required everyone to report how much money they had lost. I reported no loss because I simply had no money." Li Dachuan grew anxious. "But if you didn't lose any money, wouldn't they doubt you?" Lu Xing smiled. "That's why I wrote down that I lost 50 yuan on the form." Li Dachuan was taken aback. Lu Xing continued. "Later, after the thief was apprehended, the school demanded he repay everyone according to the reports. I ended up receiving 50 yuan. He vividly recalled the look in the thief's eyes, filled with an unspoken sentiment. "I may have wronged everyone, but I owe you this." Li Dachuan silently gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. Indeed, you are exceptional. Strong individuals never complain about their circumstances." At the podium, Liemo Tao reiterated the gravity of the situation. Below, Lu Xing and Li Dachuan concealed their faces behind their textbooks, sharing whispered remarks. Liemo Tao turned to the victim, Hu Zhongzhong, and asked, "What do you believe should be done about this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Hu Zhongzhong replied, "My money disappeared between noon and evening yesterday. So I would like to ask my classmates if they could share where they were yesterday and if anyone can vouch for them." Liemo Tao stroked his chin, pondering with some skepticism, what if there are more reclusive classmates? Noticing Liemo Tao's disapproval, Hu Zhongzhong promptly echoed Wang Anxiang's words, "Teacher, I absolutely do not permit any theft in our class. I initially intended to inform my father, but then reconsidered. If we can identify the culprit without causing a commotion, that would be beneficial." Liemo Tao's brow furrowed instantly. If Hu Zhongzhong's father, who works in the Public Security Bureau, arrives, this matter could become quite troublesome. "All right, everyone remain calm. Just share what you did yesterday." Liemo Tao conceded, and a glimmer of delight flashed in Hu Zhongzhong's eyes. "Wonderful. Wang Anxiang's advice truly works." Hu Zhongzhong began questioning each classmate, and most were able to provide an account. As he continued, Hu Zhongzhong no longer felt fatigued. Rather, he experienced a sense of empowerment, his face glowing with enthusiasm. Li Dachuan muttered under his breath, "Fool." Lu Xing regarded Hu Zhongzhong with an expression of bemusement, nodding in agreement. To consider each student as a thief, is this not inviting retribution in the future? Who could have conceived such a misguided notion? The enduring delight of a lingering pleasure versus the fleeting ecstasy of a brief indulgence. One would find it an easy choice, would they not? The latter, indeed, may lead to complications in one's well-being. Hu Zhongzhong's inquiries lacked depth, hence the preceding exchange transpired with great swiftness. However, when he reached Lu Xing, he suddenly halted, donning a benevolent smile. "Lu, what were you up to yesterday afternoon?" In an instant, Lu Xing's sense of caution was heightened. This was a direct confrontation. Within the classroom, the treatment of thieves and those merely suspected of thievery was virtually indistinguishable, and Lu Xing suddenly comprehended Hu Zhongzhong's intentions. How tiresome. The vindictiveness of youth could be quite potent. He had merely exited the school to visit a luxury consignment store before returning home directly after class, foregoing evening study. Hu Zhongzhong was aware that Lu Xing had left during lunch, but had not anticipated that he had ventured to a luxury store. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Lu, you seem quite affluent, able to casually stroll through a luxury consignment shop." With this statement, the gaze of his classmates shifted towards Lu Xing, their expressions altered, particularly that of Liemo, the homeroom teacher, who was privy to Lu Xing's status as an orphan. Hence, where would an orphan acquire funds to frequent such establishments? Li Dachuan, incensed, exclaimed, "Wherever he goes is none of your concern. I witnessed Xingxing leave with my own eyes." Hu Zhongzhong swiftly interjected, "You are his deskmate. Your words lack credibility. Besides, did you accompany him?" "I believe not." Li Dachuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Lu Xing had anticipated this predicament. Should he fabricate a false narrative, it would inevitably be dismantled. All eyes were fixated upon him, yet he remained unperturbed, responding with composure. "I visited the luxury consignment store to broaden my horizons." "Who? You are quite impressive. The son of a police officer casually spends 3,000. Oh, I too wish for my son to experience such a lifestyle." The tension in the room escalated as Li Mo's temples throbbed in agitation. Such a fierce assertion. Hu Zhongzhong stammered, "Why, you're speaking nonsense." Even he, despite his foolishness, recognized the sensitivity of the topic and quickly moved on. Desperately, Hu Zhongzhong sought to frame the next question, probing for witnesses. "Who accompanied you? Is there any corroboration?" Lu Xing, a solitary individual, had no proof of his whereabouts. It was evident that someone of his humble means could not afford items from a luxury store. Without receipts, who could vouch for his visit? His deductions were as fierce as a tiger, and Hu Zhongzhong regained his confidence. "Who were you with? Is there a witness?" Lu Xing fell silent. In the next moment, two voices echoed simultaneously in the classroom. I. Lu Xing lowered his head, a smirk playing upon his lips. This was secure. The day's work was done. Words that hinder unity should never be uttered. Prior to the onset of this defamation, Wang Anxiang had already foreseen all possible scenarios. For each circumstance, he imparted to Hu Zhongzhong the requisite rhetoric. However, the current situation is dire. In Hu Zhongzhong's mind, a singular, monumental line flashed. "Quickly summon the Buddha?" Gazing at the rising Wei Qingyu, Hu Zhongzhong felt his spirit shatter into a million pieces. What? He racked his brain, unable to fathom that it was indeed Wei Qingyu who would testify for Lu Xing. With an expression of weariness etched upon her cold visage, Wei Qingyu fixed her gaze upon Hu Zhongzhong's uncontrollable countenance and articulated each word with precision. From the moment Lu Xing stepped out of the school gates, "I have been by his side until our return. Am I clear enough?" The classroom descended into a profound silence, with not a soul daring to breathe. Even Li Mo, the notorious troublemaker, was taken aback, unable to believe that Wei Qingyu would come forth to defend Lu Xing. The pride on Hu Zhongzhong's face was utterly dismantled by Wei Qingyu's declaration. He found it hard to believe that the unattainable flower of the highlands in everyone's eyes had spent an entire afternoon in secluded company with Lu Xing. Hu Zhongzhong stood there, dazed, as the melodrama of heroic rescues played on a loop in his mind. What had transpired between them outside? Had they held hands? Had they playfully teased one another? Was Lu Xing leveraging his kindness to coerce Qingyu into being his girlfriend? The mere thought of Lu Xing, that insufferable scoundrel, planting a smiley kiss upon Wei Qingyu's delicate lips sent Hu Zhongzhong's heart spiraling into a chaotic abyss. Li Mo glanced at the composed Lu Xing and then at the unruffled Wei Qingyu, falling into contemplation. Could this be considered early romance? Should she, as their homeroom teacher, intervene when a student openly admits to shopping with a male classmate? No. The keyword kindness instantly reignited Hu Zhongzhong's cognitive faculties. Surely, a student council member could not be a complete dimwit. Thus, Hu Zhongzhong possessed a modicum of cleverness. He promptly seized upon the crux of the matter and, with some hesitation, remarked, "Qingyu, but just yesterday, student Lu saved you. Your words imply that you might be fabricating excuses to shield Lu Xing because of his act of kindness." Indeed, my astute student council member had a point. Yet, would Wei Qingyu resort to deceit so casually? What if the person she was shielding was her benefactor? Yesterday, she had witnessed it firsthand. Had Lu Xing not offered her chocolate, she would undoubtedly have fainted and embarrassed herself. The logic was sound and convincing. The students in the class began to murmur among themselves, suddenly realizing that the student council member's argument held considerable weight. What was that saying? A person may be scorned by the entire world, yet if they treat you well, it would be utterly heartless to utter a word against them. If Lu Xing were a thief, yet still saved Wei Qingyu, it would be quite understandable for Wei Qingyu to shield him. Lu Xing lifted his head, almost smiling. The class representative's mind was indeed quite agile. It was just unfortunate that such wit was not employed in a more virtuous manner, resorting instead to petty jealousy. How tiresome. Hu Zhongzhong also reveled in his own cleverness. With the witnesses on Wei Qingyu's side now vanished, who could attest to Lu Xing's whereabouts that day. Are you deaf? I said I can testify, and you can't hear me? Waving your head like a ruffian. A sharp, lilting voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Turning to look, a striking golden-haired head stood out prominently. Bang! Xia Yeshuang irritably shoved her desk aside, rising to her feet and casting an impatient glance at Hu Zhongzhong. She was already vexed by the attention being lavished on Wei Qingyu instead of herself. It was evident that she had spoken simultaneously with Wei Qingyu. Why should he be the first to question her? This thought darkened Xia Yeshuang's expression further. I said I would testify for Lu Xing. I was with them. Is your ear stuffed with dung? Can you not even hear properly? Damn! Such fierce aggression. The entire class was taken aback. Even Li Mo was astonished by Xia Yeshuang's fiery remarks. As for Hu Zhongzhong, the target of the tirade, he was left utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape, unable to retort. The moment he recalled the illustrious record of this school bully, he immediately faltered. Seeing him speechless, Xia Yeshuang, in her frustration, slammed her hand on the table, sealing the matter decisively. I will testify for Lu Xing. He is innocent. To provoke Xia Yeshuang was akin to confronting a steel wall. Hu Zhongzhong completely wilted, contemplating a retreat. Oh, well, I'll ask someone else then. Do we really need to continue this farcical ordeal? Xia Yeshuang was utterly exasperated, her finely arched brows knitting together as she prepared to unleash another verbal onslaught. Hu University representative, do you resemble a brainless fool? You can't even safeguard your own money and expect the whole class to waste time cleaning up your mess? What audacity! Each classmate had their 10 minutes squandered by him. Time is money. Where do you expect to recover that? Incredible. Lu Xing was left speechless. This was truly impressive. The lengthy outburst flowed seamlessly, rhythmically, without a single pause for breath. Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel. If Xia Yeshuang were to pursue a career in this domain, the status of the leading woman in the country would surely diminish. Li Dachuan, having listened, remarked vacuously, she can't. Xia Yeshuang finished middle school too early. Her education level is too high. Lu Xing chuckled. You didn't spare them either. Noticing that Hu Zhongzhong had run out of responses, Li Mo could only meticulously step in to clean up the aftermath. All right, Zhongzhong, remember your lost money. There are many cases of money going missing in various classes. We cannot assume it was necessarily a classmate from our own. Hu Zhongzhong's face flushed crimson from the reprimand, and he nodded vigorously. He never expected that this fierce girl would so boldly interject. Otherwise, the label of a suspected thief would have long been affixed to Lu Xing. How infuriating! With Xia Yeshuang stirring the pot, who would dare to question Lu Xing? Surely, no one possesses such influence as to have the two most beautiful women in the school simultaneously shield him. Hu Zhongzhong, mortified, attempted to slip back to her seat, but was abruptly seized by the arm. Turning around, she found Lu Xing smiling and nodding at her. Teacher Li is indeed correct. As a class representative, losing money is worth being anxious about. However, in the future, refrain from making comments that could hinder unity. Such remarks are disheartening. One might think the class representative views their peers as thieves. With just a few words, the gaze of the entire class towards the representative shifted. Thus concluded a farcical attempt to catch a thief. Yet the scene quickly became fodder for gossip among the students. The first rule of rumors might be dubious, yet it undeniably amuses. Consequently, Lu Xing learned of this scandal through the mouth of Li Dachuan. Everyone claimed that Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang both had affections for him, and they arranged a boxing match at noon yesterday. Whoever won would claim him. Lu Xing was left speechless. What madness! I must report this. As the supposed object of contention between the two most beautiful women in school, Lu Xing unwittingly became the quintessential example of a licked dog who had turned the tables. Hailed as the sole true deity and revered by his fellow licked dogs, Li Dachuan, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Xing, you truly are remarkable. Xia Yeshuang even speaks on your behalf. Do you possess some unique secret to wooing women? Do share it with me. Lu Xing was at a loss for words. Do you not know whether I've succeeded in wooing anyone? Something felt amiss. Extremely amiss. Since yesterday, the trajectory of Lu Xing's school life had taken an inexplicably strange turn. Are you free now? Hey, come out with me. I need to discuss something. When Lu Xing glanced up, on his left stood Wei Qingyu, and on his right, Xia Yeshuang, while a throng of aspiring licked dogs lurked near the entrance, occasionally emitting suppressed shrieks. Truly, the reputation was well-deserved. The one true deity of licked dogs. Are you two in a relationship? Have I been thrust into some romantic drama? Gazing at Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang before him, Lu Xing found himself lost in contemplation. His life had previously been rather monotonous, eating, studying, and Wei Qingyu. However, ever since he concluded his arrangement with Wei's father, the atmosphere at school had inexplicably shifted. In the past, when he was by Wei Qingyu's side, Xia Yeshuang had never so much as spoken to him. The few words exchanged were merely jests about his unrefined attire. I wish to converse with Lu Xing. Xia Yeshuang provocatively shot a glance at Wei Qingyu, raising her chin with the grace of a noble swan. Wei Qingyu regarded Xia Yeshuang with an impassive expression, calmly stating, "You should Q." Xia Yeshuang retorted, "Q? Nonsense. History teaches us that those devoid of shame often thrive." Without any forewarning, she seized Lu Xing's shoulder and pulled him out, casting a triumphant glance at Wei Qingyu as they passed. "I seem to have acquired the experience card of the gentleman whose arm you twisted," Lu Xing lamented, squeezing his shoulder, perplexed by the unexpected strength of the petite blonde. Xia Yeshuang snorted, leading Lu Xing into the corridor. Sunlight cascaded upon her hair, each golden strand shimmering like spun gold. Lu Xing found himself entranced, and noticing this, Xia Yeshuang raised her chin with pride, a radiant expression illuminating her exquisite features. "Do you find it beautiful?" Lu Xing, captivated by her hair, nodded fervently, utterly spellbound. "It's stunning. Absolutely stunning." His favorite color was red, symbolizing wealth, followed closely by gold, representing precious metal. The dazzling gold struck directly at Lu Xing's heart. Xia Yeshuang basked in her triumph. She knew that her beauty was an undeniable allure for someone as simple as Lu Xing. Previously, he had been indifferent to her, which had driven him to seek affection from Wei Qingyu. But now that she had shown him kindness, Lu Xing had become infatuated, like an eager puppy. How lowly. The mere thought of Wei Qingyu being amiable to such a person made Xia Yeshuang want to laugh. "May I pose a question?" Lu Xing, fixated on her golden locks, eagerly nodded, "Please do." A brilliant idea struck him. Although he lacked gold, he could purchase a golden wig. Gleaming and radiant, it would surely bring joy. "Where did you go after school yesterday?" Xia Yeshuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lu Xing looked at her, puzzled. "Do you wish to be friends? Otherwise, why would you testify for me today and inquire about my past actions?" Xia Yeshuang snapped, "Who wants to be friends with you?" Lu Xing fell silent. And this silence ignited Xia Yeshuang's irritation, her small face puffing with indignation. "I wanted to discuss something with you yesterday. When I saw you enter the restroom and not emerge, I thought you had fainted inside, so I called the logistics department." She had even envisioned a heroic rescue. The staff from the logistics department spent 10 minutes in the restroom, and not a trace of him was found. Later, Xia Yeshuang was severely reprimanded for making a false alarm, leaving her restless throughout the night. Oh, Lu Xing found the proud little golden retriever before him to be rather neurotic. What did she intend to do? After pondering for a moment, Lu Xing inquired, "Did you seek me out for a specific reason?" "I went straight home after school yesterday." "Huh, home already?" Xia Yeshuang glanced at Lu Xing's school uniform, contemplating whether she had mistaken someone in the crowd after class. It seemed plausible. Lu Xing checked the time and remarked, "Is that all you wanted to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." He was too disinterested to speculate on Xia Yeshuang's motives. As a professional sycophant, discerning clients' thoughts was profitable, but guessing the intentions of such individuals yielded no financial gain. "Don't leave." Xia Yeshuang tugged at Lu Xing's sleeve, pressing him with a barrage of questions. "I forbid you from getting close to Wei Qingyu in the future." Lu Xing turned around, observing Xia Yeshuang gripping his clothing and her furious expression. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, "Are you a lesbian?" Xia Yeshuang was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing the implication, her anger surged, leaving her head spinning. "You are the lesbian?" Lu Xing leaned against the corridor railing, scrutinizing Xia Yeshuang while adjusting his non-existent glasses. "The crafty toad must be feeling your belly. There is only one truth. You must be harboring a secret affection for Wei Qingyu, but lack the courage to express it. Hence you can only warn others to steer clear of him. It must be quite difficult to have a crush on someone of the same sex." He patted Xia Yeshuang's shoulder with a hint of sympathy. "Keep it up." Xia Yeshuang's face flushed crimson with anger, then turned pale, and ultimately, she began contemplating the likelihood of delivering 2 punches to Lu Xing. She angrily clarified, "I do not like Wei Qingyu." "Then why are you here?" "I want to use you to provoke Wei Qingyu." The moment those words slipped from her lips, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Xia Yeshuang's mind went blank. This is bad. she thought, having inadvertently revealed too much. Lu Xing chuckled knowingly. So, as Wei Qingyu's sycophant, you wish for me to flatter you in order to incite his ire? The term flatter made Xia Yexiang's heart race. Her fair face adorably flushed. Could you possibly use a different word? Lu Xing shrugged. All right. But I had already decided to cease my flattery of Wei Qingyu. Your search for me is futile. Those who admire Wei Qingyu abound. You might as well seek someone with a stronger presence, like Hu Zhongzhou. Xia Yexiang shot Lu Xing a disdainful glare, exclaiming, I absolutely refuse to pursue that fool. Lu Xing chuckled. He found Xia Yexiang's straightforward manner of speaking quite refreshing. I truly cannot assist you with this matter. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for being my witness. Perhaps I shall treat you to a meal sometime. In the realm of adults, sometime often translates to never. Stop right there. Xia Yexiang forcibly held on to Lu Xing's clothing, her teeth clenched. Don't you desire Wei Qingyu's affection? I have a plan. Unsubscribe. Lu Xing waved his hand and departed. He would much prefer that Wei Qingyu harbored no feelings for him. Otherwise, her father would undoubtedly tear him apart. Indeed, life is paramount. Without hesitation, Lu Xing lifted his leg to leave. Never had anyone made Xia Yesuang feel so defeated. Her ample blouse rose and fell with furious intensity. Bastard! Damn you! She shouted at Lu Xing's retreating figure. Don't you think I'm attractive? What is the worth of good looks? I can pay you. Xia Yesuang had barely registered how Lu Xing had appeared before her in an instant. This scoundrel, who had previously displayed a languid demeanor, suddenly became fervent. Squeezing himself beside her and rubbing his hands together. Elaborate? Xia Yesuang asked, bewildered. Lu Xing glanced at Xia Yesuang's luxurious skirt worth 40,000 and the watch on her wrist valued at 200,000, and with a radiant smile, he introduced. Do you ever yearn for a first love from a foreign land at night? Do you have an unattainable white moonlight in your heart? Our profession as devoted admirers encompasses a vast array of services, including but not limited to emotional support and surrogate companionship. As long as your funds are sufficient, I can cater to any emotion you desire. You will receive a loyal and dedicated admirer who will constantly look up to you, alleviating your unhappiness and propelling your life to its pinnacle. Of course, not everyone offers such comprehensive services. Perhaps I am simply that exceptional. Xia Yesuang stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. What on earth was this scoundrel talking about? The most perplexing part was that she felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. I am indeed too multifaceted, she thought, lost in confusion. Observing Lu Xing diligently drafting terms, she remained dazed. Boss, could you please review these terms? Are you satisfied? If you agree, I will print them out for you to sign, in duplicate. Lu Xing handed a contract to Xia Yesuang. His movements so practiced they seemed to have been repeated 1,000 times. Xia Yesuang questioned him, Are you selling yourself? A normal person would have been infuriated by such a statement, but Lu Xing not only remained unfazed but gazed at the little golden potato with unparalleled tenderness, explaining, It's akin to a caretaker or servant, merely providing emotional services to clients. Xia Yesuang lowered her head, feeling uneasy. Lu Xing's gaze was so profound, so different from the casual demeanor he had previously displayed. Such a swift change of face. How amusing it is to see someone go from arrogance to humility. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Yesuang inquired, Is Wei Qingyu one of your clients? Lu Xing shook his head. She is not. Her father signed the agreement. Xia Yesuang huffed, clearly dissatisfied. So, you genuinely cater to Wei Qingyu. But for me, there must be a contract in place? How infuriating. What exactly makes her inferior to Wei Qingyu? With a sense of indignation, Xia Yexiang posed a question before signing. Who is more beautiful, me or Wei Qingyu? Lu Xing remained silent. He found himself at a loss. Both individuals possessed their own distinct charms. It was akin to debating whether hot pot or barbecue was more delectable. Xia Yexiang assumed his reluctance to voice his opinion stemmed from a desire to avoid naming her, which led her to lose her composure. Am I not as beautiful as Wei Qingyu? Well, I truly do not care for your opinion. It's laughable. I couldn't care less about who you find more attractive. You're rather mediocre yourself. Utterly amusing. You are quite pretentious. With a series of smooth retorts, she managed to elicit a laugh from Lu Xing. Her signature nearly pierced through the table as she gritted her teeth in anger. You had better adhere to the terms of the agreement. After signing, Lu Xing placed his copy of the contract into his pocket and earnestly remarked, You are truly beautiful. Your golden hair is stunning, your eyes captivating, your complexion fair, and your legs long. Xia Yexiang shot him an annoyed glance. Such flattery was hardly worth it. Is the agreement in effect now? Lu Xing nodded. When serving clients, they are paramount, and naturally, one must say words that please them. Though she had received a compliment, Xia Yexiang felt a knot in her chest. Just moments ago, Lu Xing had seemed indifferent to everyone else, yet now he was treating her as though she were the center of his universe. How absurd! Xia Yexiang was inexplicably vexed. For this meager sum, you are willing to sell yourself so cheaply? Don't you think that's degrading? Lu Xing smiled. Then could you possibly raise my monthly remuneration from 150,000 to 200,000? He needed to earn enough to cover his university expenses and, if possible, save enough to open a small shop, cultivate a modest plot of land, enjoy a warm cup of tea, and live a simple life. Xia Yexiang huffed. I am wealthy, not foolish. Why should I spend 200,000 when 150,000 suffices? Lu Xing nodded, mentally appreciating her apparent sound judgment. It seemed this client was quite rational and devoid of any unsavory habits. How splendid! Their relationship had shifted from classmates to employer and employee as they exited, leaving Xia Yexiang feeling somewhat flustered. She knew individuals in her affluent circle who kept small pets, yet she had never done so herself. Not wanting Lu Xing to perceive her as inexperienced, she lifted her chin and commanded, from now on, you will accompany me to the piano room every noon to attend to my needs. Understood? Wait a moment, Lu Xing said as he pulled out a small notebook and swiftly wrote on a new page. Xia Yexiang, female, 18 years old, vocal student, proud and irritable, easily swayed. I need to take note. You can speak now. As a professional pleaser, remembering the client's needs is an essential skill. Xia Yexiang was taken aback. The sum of 150,000 is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to her pocket money. Is it truly enough to compel Lu Xing to act in this manner? What did you use to bring for Wei Qingyu in the mornings? The breakfast I prepared consisted of plain porridge and simple side dishes, nothing particularly delectable. Regardless, starting tomorrow, I too wish to partake. Understood. As long as I am at school, whenever I call for you, you must come. Acknowledged. Your studies seem to be quite satisfactory, correct? When I have free time, I would like you to tutor me. Understood. No matter what demands Xia Yexiang made, Lu Xing unhesitatingly acquiesced. This readiness, however, inexplicably vexed Xia Yexiang, who exclaimed in irritation, Do you not have a temper at all, agreeing to everything? Lu Xing closed his notebook and replied earnestly, It is my duty to work for a wage. I am fortunate enough to have found a job as a professional admirer. Thus, I need not resort to praying fervently in the hospital for my grandfather's recovery due to financial constraints. Xia Yexiang's annoyance intensified as she grasped Lu Xing's collar, demanding, Are you truly not angered by this? Lu Xing chuckled, perceiving the little golden-haired girl's antics as entirely non-threatening. She was merely trying to intimidate herself, while Song Junju genuinely wielded a whip. The disparity between the two was vast. Your hair is disheveled, Lu Xing remarked, gently smoothing Xia Yexiang's unruly locks and patting his hands together in satisfaction. You look lovely. Suddenly, Xia Yexiang released his collar, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Next time, do not touch me without my permission. Understood. Once she calmed the flutter of her heart, Xia Yexiang turned to Lu Xing and inquired, Do you truly have no boundaries? She could not fathom that anyone in this world could be devoid of any temperament. After a prolonged contemplation, Lu Xing finally identified one of his painfully limited boundaries. Do not strike my face. What? Xia Yexiang exclaimed, lifting her head in disbelief. Is it permissible to hit other areas? Has someone struck your face before? Are your clients also perverse? Lu Xing chuckled softly. Rarely. It is not as exaggerated as you might think. Very seldom. So that does imply it has indeed happened? Xia Yexiang's heart raced as she gazed incredulously at Lu Xing's expression. They were of the same youthful age. Why did Lu Xing lead such a life? The foremost principle of a professional admirer is to avoid developing feelings for clients, and even more so, to prevent clients from becoming enamored with oneself. The former would lead to self-destruction, while the latter would make it difficult to escape the client's grasp. Thus, Lu Xing gazed back at Xia Yexiang, a playful smile gracing his lips as he mused. Hee, I was just teasing you. With a face as captivating as mine, of course every client is utterly enamored. In an instant, the flicker of sympathy Xia Yexiang had felt dissipated, and she glared at Lu Xing in annoyance. Who would feel sorry for you? Lu Xing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, if you were to show sympathy towards me, you would find yourself in grave misfortune. To pity a man is to invite calamity. Once you extend your compassion, affection will inevitably follow. Should you come to cherish me, I shall deceive you of your wealth and your heart, leading you to bear my child before wedlock, compelling you to marry me. Thereafter, I would assume the guise of a phoenix man, infiltrating your family business, clandestinely sabotaging it to bear my surname, ultimately amassing wealth and power to maintain a harem of 10 concubines, casting you out into the streets. A laugh escaped Xia Yeshuang, her mirth so vibrant it set her trembling, as she poked Lu Xing, who wore a deliberately frightening expression. I would never develop feelings for you. How can you be so opportunistic? If it allows Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang to converse with me simultaneously, I would gladly accept living in a villa and driving a luxury car. How can one be so greedy? In the contest for Lu Xing's affection, Xia Yeshuang was far ahead. Why am I not fortunate enough? Lu Xing possesses both charm and intellect, yet he has been a devoted admirer. And now that he has awakened to the affections of another, is it not natural? As Xia Yeshuang led Lu Xing away, whispers filled the classroom, rife with envy and disdain. After all, personal failures are daunting, yet the triumphs of others are even more disheartening. We are all admirers. So why should Lu Xing be the one to succeed in winning affection? And even if he does, he fails to cherish it. Wang Zhenjin, Wei Qingyu's deskmate, had come to understand her character well. Quiet yet kind-hearted, she spoke with unvarnished honesty. With concern, she inquired, Qingyu, are you all right? Wei Qingyu paused, shaking her head. I am well, thank you. What a disaster. The child is dazed. How can she claim to be well while shaking her head? Wang Zhenjin hesitated. Your hand. Wei Qingyu turned to look. Her fair hand was marred by dark ink, a stark contrast that was hard to ignore. After Xia Yeshuang had taken Lu Xing away, she returned to her seat, her mind wandering. Previously, she could write several pages in 10 minutes, but now she lingered on the first page, motionless. It's nothing. Wei Qingyu silently withdrew a wet wipe to clean her palm. The provocative gaze of Xia Yeshuang echoed in her mind. What might she say to Lu Xing? Wang Zhenjin, hesitantly, offered reassurance. Qingyu, do not dwell too much on this. Lu Xing has liked you for over 2 years and will not be easily swayed by Xia Yeshuang. Like? Wei Qingyu looked at Wang Zhenjin, her tone earnest. Lu Xing does not like me. What? Wang Zhenjin was taken aback, as if she had heard a jest. He doesn't like you? Who is spreading such rumors? If he doesn't like you, does he consider you a sister? I certainly wouldn't tend to my sister with such meticulous care. Wei Qingyu fell silent for a moment before softly stating, he is simply too lonely. Thus, the distinction between familial affection and romantic love remains elusive. Wang Zhenjin feels that this world has truly gone mad. How could Wei Qingyu utter such nonsensical words? She silently empathizes with the man's misfortunes. However, despite her internal outcry, she does not dare express such sentiments directly to Wei Qingyu. Summer Night Frost hummed a cheerful tune as she entered through the front door, accompanied by Lu Xing. Although her seat was at the back, she preferred this entrance, ensuring that everyone could see her. Indeed, all eyes in the classroom were drawn to the pair. As they passed Wei Qingyu, Summer Night Frost suddenly lowered her head, her golden locks cascading onto the table, exuding an air of triumph. In a hushed yet exuberant tone, she declared, Lu Xing is mine. Wei Qingyu's gaze shot up in astonishment. Summer Night Frost felt almost compelled to burst into laughter. Yes, that's the expression. Do give me more. At the very least, I wish to feel that my expenditure was worthwhile. With a buoyant step, she returned to her seat. Lu Xing glanced back at Wei Qingyu. Their eyes met, and for the first time, Wei Qingyu's typically serene expression was tinged with a hint of melancholy, perhaps even a trace of resentment. During the afternoon class meeting, Teacher Li emphasized 3 key points. 1. The mock exam begins next Monday. 2. Registration for the sports meet is now open. 3. The importance of unity and friendship. While she spoke, the students busily wrote down their notes. You speak your piece, I'll jot mine. Lu Xing was grappling with the second question of a calculus problem when a piece of paper was quietly passed to him from Li Dachuan. What is this about? Lu Xing inquired. Li Dachuan grinned, eager to please. My dear guardian, our class has a 3,000-meter event in the sports meet. Are we aiming for the prize? 3,000 meters? No way, Lu Xing retorted. I'd have to think twice about even running a kilometer. He firmly declined. Li Dachuan, undeterred, played his trump card based on his analysis of Lu Xing's interests. The prize for the 3,000 meters is 1,000 yuan. Moreover, I've inquired and found that no athletes are participating in this event. They all flock to the basketball and sprint events, which are far more glamorous and boastful. Not only do they look cool during the competition, but they also get to flaunt their handsome photos on the confession wall the next day. Lu Xing's hand stilled. Li Dachuan exclaimed, sensing victory. After conversing with the sports committee members from other classes, I discovered that their 3,000-meter participants are merely fillers, particularly unskilled. Lu Xing fell silent, deep in thought, before filling out the registration form. Thank you, dear guardian. Li Dachuan was thrilled. He could hardly contain his excitement. Lu Xing suddenly questioned, why don't you run the 3,000 meters yourself? I can't keep up, he replied. Li Dachuan cracked his fingers, wearing a troubled expression. I still have to participate in the 50 meters, 400 meters, high jump, and football. Lu Xing chuckled, remarking, even the donkeys of the production team would not dare to exert themselves like that. Song Junju encountered a perplexing dilemma. Have the questions evolved to this extent for students now? Gazing at the paper in her hand, her strikingly exquisite eyes were filled with enormous question marks. The answer is apparent at first glance. Why do we need all these steps? The naturally gifted student, Song Junju, confessed her bewilderment at the convoluted explanation in the reference answers. Isn't this question instantly solvable? After a moment's contemplation, Song Junju resolved to seek external assistance. She dialed her best friend, Zhang Yu. Hello? Junju, what's up? I have a question I would like to ask you. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Junju inquired, are you free at the moment? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. I'm a bit busy right now. There's a couple fighting. And the wife has been brought to our hospital, covered in blood. Song Junju frowned, a hint of concern surfacing. Did you encounter a domestic violence situation? Not quite. Zhang Yu hesitated to articulate. My husband has been stabbed several times and was taken to the neighboring hospital. The director has issued orders. This is a showdown between two hospitals. Song Junju quipped. How does your life at the hospital resemble a scene from a high-energy school drama? Zhang Yu found the absurdity humorous, and with rapid-fire speech, she replied, I can't chat with you right now. I need to help out. We'll go shopping later. There's a renowned performance at the Haiqing Grand Theater. I'll treat you to it. Beep. As Song Junju stared at the disconnected call, she sighed. Being a doctor is truly arduous. Not only do they endure unpaid internships, but they also have to enact scenes from a dramatic school life in the hospital. After her moment of reflection, Song Junju returned to her desk, diligently organizing example problems and knowledge points. She envisioned the expression that would grace Lu Xing's face upon receiving these materials, instantly invigorated. Although you are not worthy of me, your affection for me indicates your discerning taste. Consider this a form of compensation. 2 days. Just 2 days. Lu Xing had successfully transformed from a lovesick admirer into a genuine deity. From that moment on, whenever his name was mentioned, it would invariably be linked with Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang, intertwined with numerous gossip stories of which he himself was oblivious. Work is not easy, Lu Xing sighed. Sister, I am here to earn money. I have no time for idle chatter. As the school bell rang, Lu Xing gathered his belongings and prepared to attend to the next client. Exiting the school gates, Uncle Chun was still stationed in his usual spot, waiting for him. Though today he was driving a Bentley. With curiosity, Lu Xing entered the car, only to find an unexpected person inside. President Wen? The partition of the car had already closed. When Ling Xiao donned a pristine white suit, complemented by a matching pencil skirt, her long legs elegantly crossed, while a pair of black stilettos with red soles swayed gently in the air. Her deep brown hair cascaded in soft waves, intricately styled into an updo. And exquisite jade earrings dangled from her earlobes. Something felt amiss, profoundly so. The aura she exuded was a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor she had at home. She radiated the essence of a professional femme fatale. Why the hesitation? Come closer. Yet, as she spoke, her voice retained that gentle quality. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and settled beside her. Although Wen Lingxiu had never accompanied him to pick up the child before, perhaps today, on a whim, she might. After all, humans are not bound by predetermined behaviors, and unexpected actions do occur. With that thought, Lu Xing finally relaxed. As the car set off towards the kindergarten, the atmosphere inside felt rather oppressive. As a devoted admirer, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere when interacting with clients is an essential quality. Thus, Lu Xing took the initiative to speak. President Wen, has today's work been particularly arduous? Wen Lingxiu looked at Lu Xing in surprise. Dressed as flamboyantly as a peacock, she had anticipated compliments on her appearance, yet he expressed concern for her workload instead. Lu Xing pointed to her delicate ankle. Have you been walking a bit too much? It seems slightly red. He added, when we get home, I'll prepare some warm water for you to soak your feet. When Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback, only upon Lu Xing's mention did she become aware of a faint sting at her ankle. An unexpected warmth surged in her heart. How could he notice something she had overlooked? This deepened her feelings of guilt. Since discovering last night that Lu Xing had been aware of her surveillance, she had tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace. There was both anxiety and a pang of sorrow. How could someone like Lu Xing exist? Despite being questioned and doubted, he managed to wear such a cheerful expression. After 2 years of acquaintance, she had come to respect Lu Xing's character, even subconsciously considering him a friend. A twinge of pain gripped her heart as she retrieved a delicate box from her bag and handed it to him. This is for you. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Why was she suddenly gifting him something? After a moment of contemplation, clarity struck him. Could this possibly be an apology from Wen Lingxiu? He chuckled softly upon seeing the exquisite necklace within the box. Aunt Wen, you are truly delightful. Thank you, President Wen. I absolutely love it. He thought to himself that he could profit once again. Seeing Lu Xing's happiness, Wen Lingxiu also smiled tenderly. As long as you like it. Dressed so splendidly, and having made the effort to accompany him to pick up the child, her intention was undoubtedly to charm Lu Xing. At this moment, it seemed her efforts had indeed succeeded. The matter was resolved with surprising ease, so effortlessly that Wen Lingxiu found it somewhat incredulous. Lu Xing, in a cheerful mood, remarked, "One, I have a band-aid here. Your ankle might get sore if you keep rubbing it." His peculiar comment left Wen Lingxiu feeling a bit awkward. However, as the atmosphere between them had just started to improve, it felt inappropriate to decline, so she merely nodded softly. All right, go ahead. Wen Lingxiu breathed out softly as Lu Xing's hand clasped her ankle. Startled, she had initially intended to tend to it herself, not anticipating that Lu Xing would be so considerate as to take matters into his own hands. Her ears flushed crimson, and her gaze, albeit involuntarily, wandered towards him. Unfazed, Lu Xing knelt beside her feet, one hand gripping her ankle while the other carefully removed her high heel. Although she wore a suit on top, she had donned a skirt below, making it impossible for Lu Xing not to catch a glimpse of certain things. He chose to feign ignorance, his focus solely on her ankle. He placed the sole of her foot against his leg and deftly tore open the band-aid package. With everything set, Lu Xing announced, "Here I come." Wen Lingxiu bit her lower lip and softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Let him proceed without questions. It felt rather odd. With his permission granted, Lu Xing gazed at her now flushed ankle, which had reddened nearly to the point of breaking skin due to the friction from the high heel. He gently blew on it, causing Wen Lingxiu to shiver slightly. Her teeth clenched in discomfort. It hurt a bit, but she resolved to endure it. Lu Xing took a deep breath, and with steady hands, he affixed the band-aid onto her ankle. Done. Wen Lingxiu was about to retract her foot, but hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently strike Lu Xing's face. Lu Xing, however, seemed at ease, displaying no signs of awkwardness or embarrassment. He skillfully helped her back into her high heel and teased, "It seems the assertion that high heels are instruments of torture holds some truth." Instinctively, Wen Lingxiu pressed her long, slender legs together, her throat dry as she made a soft sound of agreement. One, Lu Xing observed as she suddenly flinched, his expression one of disbelief. Was he truly that intimidating? Wen Lingxiu felt an overwhelming sense of relief that she had chosen to wear a suit today. She could guarantee that beneath her shirt, she was undoubtedly blushing profusely. "You see," Lu Xing continued, suppressing his curiosity, "our school is hosting a sports meet, and I have signed up for the 3,000 meters. I will be going for training after school this afternoon, so I might be home a bit later." Later home. Wen Lingxiu looked up at Lu Xing's handsome face, already accustomed to seeing him carry the child home each day. Training can be done anywhere. It can also be done here. Rather than outright refusing, she opted for a different approach. There was a gym in the villa, though it had gone unused until now. "Today, I requested a proposal that could be utilized the day after tomorrow." Lu Xing gasped. "Is this the life of the wealthy?" "Incredible." Lu Xing nodded. "That works." He chuckled. "I too wish to train at home." "How kind of you, Director Wen." Although the playground lacked sunlight in the evening, the heat of the day lingered, bringing an uncomfortable warm breeze. Lu Xing was remarkably well-behaved and understanding. Wen Lingxiu chuckled softly, her eyes glistening with tenderness. If only it could remain this way forever. The sudden emergence of that thought startled Wen Lingxiu. The wise do not fall in love. I choose foot massages. Lu Xing is a good person. This conclusion was reached by Wen Lingxiu after 2 years of observation. Initially, she was grateful to Lu Xing for entertaining her child during their first encounter in the mall. Yet the very next day, her daughter was infatuated with Lu Xing, exclaiming that the gentle and handsome brother was delightful, compelling her to return to the mall. Witnessing Lu Xing tenderly caring for children sparked a thought in Wen Lingxiu's mind. Perhaps her daughter needed a father. It was somewhat amusing. A man in his 30s, having finally found a handsome professional actor, yet the intention was to play the role of a father for her daughter. A beautiful single mother and a tall, handsome man. Maintaining an utterly innocent relationship? No one would believe it were it to be divulged. Yet, the truth stood as such. Initially, Wen Lingxiu believed she would sustain this arrangement indefinitely. However, observing Lu Xing crouched at her feet, diligently focused on his actions, stirred ripples within her heart. Those long, strong legs, that lean waist, that strikingly handsome face. Lu Xing's kindness and gentleness surged toward Wen Lingxiu, accompanied by a tinge of guilt. Wen Lingxiu gazed tenderly at Lu Xing and her daughter playing joyfully, suddenly feeling a pang of reluctance. Her contract with Lu Xing was set to last until June. It was now March, yet the bond between Lu Xing and her daughter deepened with each passing day. If this contract were to end, her daughter would undoubtedly be heartbroken, and Wen Lingxiu would feel a twinge of sadness herself. How could she ensure that Lu Xing would remain? Wen Lingxiu fell into contemplation. Director Wen. Lu Xing sensed an unusual glimmer in Aunt Wen's eyes today. Wen Lingxiu snapped back to reality, smiled at Lu Xing, and removed her apron after preparing the meal. Beneath it, she wore a white top that quivered slightly as she moved. Lu Xing averted his gaze. Aunt Wen was so beautiful. It was a pity her husband had passed away so early. Do you have a girlfriend? Wen Lingxiu suddenly inquired, startling Lu Xing and causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. What does Aunt Wen mean? Surely, she isn't implying something untoward. Upon contemplating this possibility, Lu Xing felt a surge of anxiety. He could forego his life, but he could never relinquish his wealth. Thus, he immediately declared, no, absolutely not. I have never been in a relationship. This was the truth. He had always been a professional admirer, and how could one consider that as being in a relationship? Wen Lingxiu was amused by Lu Xing's nervous demeanor and gently replied, I was merely inquiring. There is no need to be anxious. Go call Wan Wan for dinner. As the evening progressed, Lu Xing pondered the significance of Aunt Wen's question. Why had she suddenly inquired about his romantic status? It was perplexing. Despite his self-proclaimed expertise as a professional admirer, he often found himself baffled by the thoughts of women. Alas, there is always room for learning and improvement. Knowledge is an endless pursuit. After dinner, they enjoyed a delightful period of familial bonding in the spacious master bedroom. Wan Wan lay in the center, clutching her small hands, while Aunt Wen reclined on the right and Lu Xing leaned on the left, holding a storybook to read aloud. The little fox said to the little rabbit. After a while, Wan Wan, having expended much energy at kindergarten, soon fell into a deep slumber, her eyelids fluttering shut. Noticing her peaceful sleep, Lu Xing lowered his voice and addressed Aunt Wan. Ms. Wan, may I step out for a moment? Wen Lingxiu lay flat on the bed, her silky hair cascading over her chest, silent, but with no hint of drowsiness in her eyes. Observing this, Lu Xing thoughtfully asked, Ms. Wan, is your leg uncomfortable? Would you like a foot soak? Just like some theories suggest, there are things one might not do, yet the right attitude must be maintained. He merely asked out of a sense of client-oriented professionalism, fully expecting Aunt Wen to decline as she always did. To his astonishment, Wen Lingxiu propped herself up on her elbow, her hair spilling onto the pillow, and gently nodded, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Lu Xing. No. Aunt Wen, I was just asking casually. I wasn't prepared for this. For the first time, Lu Xing found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Having spent considerable time with Aunt Wen, he occasionally offered massages when she appeared weary, but she had always politely declined. What had prompted her sudden agreement today? Lu Xing was utterly stunned. Yet, Aunt Wen continued to gaze at him expectantly, leaving him no choice but to prepare water and essential oils, gritting his teeth in trepidation. Goodness, these women were becoming increasingly unpredictable. He needed to make a swift exit, lest he be overwhelmed. In the living room, the warm yellow light cascaded softly, and when Lingxiu sat on the waterproof leather sofa in her pajamas, feeling somewhat flustered. She was at a loss as to why she had so impulsively agreed. Now, was Lu Xing truly going to wash her feet and give her a massage? Would he think she was humiliating him? Was it too late to backtrack? Women are often prone to overthinking, their minds teeming with thoughts. Lu Xing unwrapped a pristine white towel, his expression grave as he approached Wen Lingxiu. Technician No. 18 at your service. Please remember to give me a 5-star review. A chuckle escaped Wen Lingxiu, her tension dissipating as she gazed at Lu Xing with gentle eyes. That depends on how diligent technician number 18 is. Lu Xing's lips curled into a smile. Diligent. Absolutely diligent. I'm bursting with energy. Wen Lingxiu felt a bit shy, words escaping her. Lu Xing, unfazed, squatted before her and began his work. He lowered his head, his demeanor earnest, as he immersed her delicate, fair feet into the warm water. Is the water temperature suitable, Ms. Wen? Comfort rendered her speechless. She merely responded with a languid hum. Encouraged by her feedback, Lu Xing felt his confidence swell, convinced that his techniques remained undiminished. As a professional admirer, possessing a particular skill is undeniably crucial. He gently lifted one of Wen Lingxiu's tender feet, applying the acupressure techniques he had memorized. She emitted a soft sound of discomfort. Lu Xing firmly grasped her ankle, which instinctively sought retreat, and pressed it back into the water, stating earnestly, Ms. Wen, if these pressure points cause pain, it indicates some underlying issues with your body. You ought to pay more attention to it. Wearing high heels for extended periods can lead to swollen legs, which is quite uncomfortable. Additionally, there should be invisible anti-friction patches available online. It's best to use those when wearing high heels. Allow me to assist you further. You'll feel more at ease. Those stiletto heels are truly not meant for human wear. Bathed in warm yellow light, surrounded by the familiarity of home, a comforting sensation enveloped them, accompanied by the incessant chatter of a lover. Lover. The moment the word lover flickered in Wen Lingxiu's mind, her eyes flew open. Lover. It felt as though something was about to emerge from the fog into clarity. A tremor of realization coursed through her, and she discreetly glanced at Lu Xing, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Yes, lover. Only a lover would not depart upon the termination of a contract. Lu Xing continued his rambling advice. While Wen Lingxiu's thoughts fixated on one particular matter, the 2-year probationary period. Long enough. A smile crept onto her lips as she reached out to stroke Lu Xing's fluffy head. He looked up at her in bewilderment. Ms. Wen? She let out a soft laugh, having discovered the solution. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as a flash of white light streaked across the window, followed by a howling wind and the rhythmic patter of rain against the glass. Such is the nature of spring rain. Rain falls joyfully when one is unprepared and refrains when one is equipped with an umbrella. Another clap of thunder resounded, causing Wen Lingxiu, seated on the sofa, to startle and glance nervously at Lu Xing. Lu Xing was not afraid of thunder. He merely detested the rain. After a downpour, the ground became muddy, and during his childhood, washing clothes became an arduous task, as any mud stains made it all the more difficult to cleanse. Lu Xing cast a glance at the current state of affairs. Water droplets had splattered onto the sofa, cascading down by the force of gravity. While the basin remained in disarray, he then spoke, Mr. Wen, please return to your room and keep company with Wen Wan. I will tidy up here, if you don't mind. Aunt Wen, being perceptive, would surely acquiesce. However, to his surprise, Lu Xing took a deep breath. Had Aunt Wen taken leave of her senses today? Every response was beyond his expectations. Yet, Lu Xing's gaze fell upon Wen Lingxiu, who appeared genuinely frightened, her delicate fingers clenching tightly to the hem of his shirt. With a sense of helplessness, Lu Xing proposed, Shall I escort you back to the bedroom? Wen Lingxiu nodded slightly, her softly curled long hair framing her face in an enchanting manner. Lu Xing extended his hand towards her. I shall support you. Wen Lingxiu bit her lip and shook her head, her voice tinged with shyness as she replied, My legs are weak. This was indeed true. After Lu Xing had massaged her feet, she felt quite unsteady. Lu Xing, understanding her predicament, remarked, But one must eventually rise, no? As a pragmatic individual, he quickly devised a solution. He grasped Aunt Wen's wrist, his arms sweeping beneath her knees, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Ah! Wen Lingxiu exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lu Xing's neck out of fear. He chuckled, playfully lifting her a little higher as he made his way to the bedroom, teasing, Mr. Wen, you ought to eat more. Wen Lingxiu felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment as she nestled against his shoulder, mumbling a soft acknowledgement. How peculiar this situation was. Once they reached the bedroom, Wan was soundly asleep. Lu Xing entered the room while still cradling her, managing to close the door with ease. Closing the door is everyone's responsibility, he thought. Observing Lu Xing's effortless demeanor, Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but marvel. Youth is truly a blessing, brimming with endless vigor. With a smile, Lu Xing gently laid her on the bed, boasting, "It's not merely youth and energy, it's my strength, you know." Mr. Wan, compliments ought to be precise. When Lingxiu shot him a playful glare, her cheeks still flushed from the foot massage, radiating charm with that glance. Lu Xing averted his gaze, internally reflecting, "Aw man, your sense of aesthetics is truly remarkable." He pulled the blanket over Wen Lingxiu and adjusted Wan's quilt. Finally, he settled down on the floor beside her, leaning against the mattress, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wan, it's quite late. You should rest. I'll keep you company here." Wen Lingxiu felt a bit fatigued today, yet the comfort that followed the foot massage, combined with Lu Xing's soothing voice, gradually eased her nerves. 20 minutes later, Wen Lingxiu's breathing became steady and prolonged. She had fallen asleep. Lu Xing leaned against the edge of the mattress, a flash of lightning illuminating his indifferent gaze. He took out his phone and navigated through it for a moment. Upon noticing several unknown devices connected to the network, he couldn't help but chuckle. Antwin both appreciated him and harbored doubts. There were at least 3 pinhole cameras in the room monitoring his every move. The slightest deviation on his part would surely result in his expulsion from the villa. He truly did not comprehend why Antwin behaved this way. If she did not trust him, then she should maintain that stance without adopting a facade of gentleness while engaging in such surveillance. Lu Xing stood by the bedside. Wen Lingxiu was strikingly beautiful. In contrast to the youthful innocence of younger girls, she exuded a gentler, more forgiving aura. Lu Xing could not fathom her true intentions. After a considerable pause, he let out a sigh. Whatever. By June, everything would come to an end. He would let her indulge in her whims. With tender movements, Lu Xing adjusted the blanket around Wen Lingxiu, gently extracting the blushing face of the little girl hidden beneath it. After accomplishing this, he exited the bedroom, closing the doors softly behind him, creating a serene silence. The entire night passed in tranquil slumber. The next morning, Lu Xing awoke early, jolted by an uncomfortable sensation. Ugh, he truly needed to procure some fat sea dates for tea. After addressing his own needs, he washed his face and brushed his teeth before heading to the kitchen. There was no other choice. Summer Night Frost, that little golden retriever, insisted on receiving the same treatment as Wei Qingyu, demanding the same bland porridge for breakfast. I tell you, the wealthy truly have peculiarities. With an array of exotic delicacies at their disposal, they insist on competing with his ordinary porridge. The experience of sleeping an additional half-hour had indeed expired. As Lu Xing stirred the porridge, he sighed. "Xing, what are you doing?" A voice interrupted Lu Xing's internal monologue. Turning around, he saw Wen Lingxiu, still clad in the nightgown from the previous evening, her hair disheveled, with a few rebellious strands sticking up. Throughout their acquaintance, Wen Lingxiu had always exuded a gentle and rational demeanor. Now, witnessing her drowsy appearance from an early rise was rather endearing. After a night of reflection, Lu Xing had long since shed his anger. After all, she was merely a paying client. It was quite normal to tolerate a bit of eccentricity. Thus, he smiled and said, "I'm making some porridge. Would you like some?" Disaster. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Xing felt an urge to slap himself. Indeed, sure. Lu Xing felt as though he might faint. Good grief. These wealthy individuals truly had something amiss in their minds. With so many abalones and large shrimp available, what kind of madness compelled them to settle for a pot of porridge? It was simply absurd, like a mountain pig unable to consume fine bran. Wen Lingxiu had never woken up this early before, so it was her first time witnessing Lu Xing preparing breakfast. She gently inhaled, the aroma of the perfectly cooked rice enveloping her senses. Well versed in the art of charming children, Wen Lingxiu squinted her eyes and softly applauded. "Wow, Xing, you are amazing." Lu Xing couldn't help but laugh. All right, go wash up. I'll leave a little for you in the pot. Remember to eat breakfast before heading to work." Wen Lingxiu had always been someone who cared for others. Hearing Lu Xing express such concerned words for her made her feel warm inside rather than annoyed. After uttering a few more playful jabs about wealthy gluttons being unable to savor fine grains, Lu Xing packed some congee and side dishes into a thermos and left. 15 minutes later, when Lingxiu had finished her morning routine, she sat at the dining table, sipping kanji while watching the surveillance footage from the previous night. Upon seeing that Lu Xing had merely covered her and Nuan with a blanket before leaving, her satisfaction deepened. A man of integrity, deserving of trust. She acknowledged Lu Xing. Since she recognized him, it was time to take him out for a stroll. She couldn't keep Lu Xing cooped up at home any longer. After some contemplation, Wen Lingxiu sent a message to Lu Xing. On the bus, Lu Xing's phone chimed. Wen Lingxiu, 31, camera wholesale merchant, Xingxing. Nuan's teacher suggested we take the children to see some art pieces. The Haiqing Grand Theater is hosting a special event featuring renowned artists. Once your first mock exam is over, shall we take Nuan to see it? We can also buy some clothes for you and Nuan. What a nuisance. Lu Xing hadn't anticipated the additional task of going out. He preferred to stay at home. The mention of the Haiqing Grand Theater truly unsettled him. He quickly searched for details about the special event and sighed in relief upon discovering that Qi Yushan would not be present. Wait. He swiftly checked to see if any of the featured artists were associated with Qi Yushan, and, upon finding none, he relaxed again. With a stoic expression, Lu Xing replied, Lu Xing, of course, that sounds great. Long live President 1. What is this, a succubus? Upon arriving at school, Lu Xing abruptly felt the gaze of several students upon him. Damn, wasn't he it said that life doesn't have that many spectators? Could you gossip any louder? The rumors about Lu Xing abandoning Wei Qingyu for Xia Yeshuang were simply absurd. Lu Xing felt numbed by it all. Previously, he had only been mocked as a bootlicker. But now he faced the dual labels of both a sycophant and a scoundrel. Feeling overwhelmed, he decided to leave quickly. When the mock exams began, those dear classmates would no longer be laughing. Lu Xing hurried into the classroom, where both Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang were present. Upon seeing him enter, Wei Qingyu, holding a familiar thermos, brightened up instantly. She genuinely relished the kanji Lu Xing prepared. Wei Qingyu had her hand in her wallet, ready to give Lu Xing 100 yuan for breakfast. However, Lu Xing swiftly passed her by. Upon hearing a commotion from Wei Qingyu's direction, Lu Xing turned back, puzzled. Are you talking to me? Good morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xing hurried towards Xia Yeshuang. Today, she donned a fitted dress, her long legs strikingly pale, complemented by her golden hair, making her beauty almost blinding. As Lu Xing approached her, she handed over the thermos and curiously inquired, Aren't your legs cold? It rained last night, and the air feels quite chilly. Even someone as tough as me is wearing a coat, yet you seem to endure the cold quite well. Indeed. The fear of cold among girls is a paradox akin to S.C. Char-Dinger's cat. Xia Yeshuang paused for a moment and shot a glare at Lu Xing. You rogue. Lu Xing, taken aback, responded, Sister, I'm just showing concern. Nevertheless, out of respect for her client, Lu Xing maintained a smile. Take your time drinking it. If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll prepare something else for you tomorrow. Though the classmates did not look up, they quietly observed the unfolding situation. At Lu Xing's words, someone could not contain their surprise and made a sound. Half of the onlookers focused on Xia Yeshuang, while the other half directed their attention toward Wei Qingyu. The only one who watched Lu Xing was Li Dachuan, who silently gave her a thumbs up. Master. Foster father. Impressive. Oh, and Hu Zhongzhong, who was now flushed with anger. Xia Yeshuang felt elated and provocatively glanced at Wei Qingyu, who was also looking their way. Humph. Her joy intensified, indicating that Wei Qingyu was not entirely indifferent. Xia Yeshuang leisurely lifted the lid of the thermos, and the unique aroma of kanji wafted up, capturing her attention. Initially, she aimed to provoke Wei Qingyu, but she was pleasantly surprised that Lu Xing had actually brought something worthwhile. Remember to join me in the piano room at noon. Xia Yeshuang cautioned Lu Xing, worried she might forget. Lu Xing nodded and added, Be careful of catching a cold. Xia Yeshuang shot him a glare, Shut up. After Lu Xing departed, Xia Yeshuang contemplated for a moment before retrieving a piece of clothing from her bag to wrap around her legs. As her body warmed, her heart felt at ease. Xia Yeshuang gently scooped a spoonful of kanji into her mouth, her eyes squinting in delight. Wei Qingyu turned her gaze back to the problem in her hand. The derivatives that she once solved effortlessly now appeared as cryptic as a foreign language. How strange. Why did her vision seem somewhat blurred? Wang Zhenjin had been carefully observing Wei Qingyu. Upon noticing the usually calm Wei Qingyu's eyes slightly reddening, Wang Zhenjin was utterly stunned. What the heck? Is Lu Xing some kind of succubus? Today, as campus report, the number of supporters for Xia Yeshuang has surged, while Wei Qingyu's supporters appear somewhat diminished. At noon, after school, Lu Xing gathered his belongings and, armed with paper and pen, made his way to the piano room. Xia Yexiang had previously expressed a desire for him to tutor her, leaving Lu Xing uncertain whether she was sincere or merely jesting. Nevertheless, adhering to the professional ethics of a devoted admirer, he made some modest preparations. As Lu Xing passed by Wei Qingyu, she suddenly called out his name. What is the matter? Lu Xing halted, gazing at her in perplexity. Upon being scrutinized, Wei Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. A sense of grievance washed over her, yet she could not pinpoint its origin. What right did she have to feel aggrieved? Last time, when Lu Xing inquired about their relationship, she had referred to him as a benefactor, while he had labeled her as a younger sister. The dichotomy between a benefactor and a sister rendered her unqualified to dictate Lu Xing's actions. However, the provocative and haughty gaze of Xia Yexiang lingered in her mind. It's nothing, Wei Qingyu finally managed to utter, her voice barely above a whisper. All right then, Lu Xing replied without further inquiry and swiftly departed. His dealings with Wei Qingyu's father had long concluded, and he felt no obligation to safeguard her any longer. Wang Xinjin, observing from the sidelines, was exasperated. She recognized Wei Qingyu to be reserved, but not to such an extent. She had called Lu Xing over yet struggled to articulate a single word. Unable to contain herself, she resolved that it was time for her divine intervention. Clearing her throat, she turned to the somewhat dim-eyed Wei Qingyu and tentatively inquired, Qingyu, do you feel as though your heart is a bit constricted? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Qingyu hesitantly nodded. Am I unwell? Wang Xinjin, in a flurry of urgency, responded rapidly. Qingyu, listen to me. Meanwhile, Lu Xing hurried towards the comprehensive building. It was in this very structure that Wei Qingyu's father had made a donation, establishing the piano room for music students. Although Lu Xing was unaware of the specifics surrounding Xia Yexiang's family, he was certain they were affluent. The piano room was rented at her expense, granting her exclusive rights to its use. Knocking on the door of the piano room, he could hear the melodious strains of the piano emanating from within. Come in, Xia Yexiang's voice called out, prompting Lu Xing to push the door open. Outside, towering trees adorned with lush green leaves swayed gently, allowing a soft breeze to flutter through the piano room, lifting the white curtains. A girl with golden locks sat before the piano, her fingers dancing over the keys, unleashing a cascade of fluid notes that seemed to herald the arrival of an angel. It was Debussy's Clair de Lune. Lu Xing quietly found a seat, choosing not to interrupt Xia Yexiang's practice. It is often said that the academic requirements for arts students are minimal, yet those who attain mastery at an elite level are undoubtedly among the extraordinary. Artistic talent is something that either exists or does not. It is undeniably evident. Xia Yexiang is undeniably one endowed with such talent. As the melody concluded, Lu Xing unscrewed a bottle of water. Would you care for a sip? He inquired. Xia Yexiang scoffed, accepting the water and responded, You are surprisingly polite. I had thought someone like you would interrupt me outright. Ignoring the mockery in her tone, Lu Xing blinked and sincerely praised her. Your piano playing is exquisite. I can only imagine your singing is even more melodious. A proud smile illuminated Xia Yexiang's face as she spoke of her expertise, her confidence soaring. Do you even need to ask? Lu Xing chuckled. This client truly is easy to understand. Xia Yexiang pointed to the corner. Your lunch is over there. Please do eat. Lu Xing glanced over to find takeout from the city's premier restaurant. Wow, how splendid it is to be wealthy. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Boss Xia. It was considerate of her to arrange his meal. She truly was kind-hearted. Xia Yexiang retorted disdainfully. What do you mean, Boss Xia? That sounds dreadful. Choose a different title. Lu Xing pondered for a moment before seeking her input. What do you think would be better? Anything. How about Xia Xia? No way. Too intimate. Then what do you suggest? Anything. Such a rational sister, he mused. The word anything would haunt Lu Xing, becoming a recurring nightmare in his dreams. It was excruciating. While some of his previous clients exhibited eccentricities, they generally articulated their thoughts clearly. However, Xia Yexiang was different. She was a true tsundere. She required him to guess. Now Lu Xing comprehended why tsunderes were often portrayed in such a contradictory light. It was genuinely torturous. In anime, he applauded their antics, but in reality, encountering one made him want to flee. He longed to escape, yet found it impossible. Fortunately, Xia Yexiang was not overly demanding and eventually acquiesced to the title Sister Xia. However, a new dilemma arose as Lu Xing curiously asked, Aren't I a bit older than you? Xia Yesheng turned her profile towards him and queried, "Do you have a problem with that?" "None whatsoever," he replied swiftly. Having finally secured the agreement from the petite blonde, Lu Xing was reluctant to invite misfortune upon himself. "Very well, sister it is then. When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure she calls me brother." The food from this esteemed restaurant was delectable. As Lu Xing heartily devoured his meal, he inquired, "Sister Xia, why aren't you eating?" Xia Yesheng, bored, rested her chin on her hand and swung her legs on the piano bench. "I'm on a diet." "Huh? But you're not overweight," Lu Xing exclaimed, astonished. This petite blonde appeared as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. What on earth could she possibly need to diet for? On a summer night, Xia Yeshuang found herself amused by Lu Xing's reaction, her eyes curving into delightful crescents, exuding an undeniable charm. When it came to matters concerning girls, he remained oblivious. Well, Lu Xing decided not to press further. He had no power over any client's decisions and could only acquiesce. Thus, he offered a casual remark of concern. "I won't prepare that porridge tomorrow. It's too high in calories for breakfast." "Absolutely not." Xia Yeshuang instantly perked up, her almond-shaped eyes wide and fixed on Lu Xing. Internally, Lu Xing cursed under his breath. He had hoped to seize the opportunity to reclaim an extra half-hour of sleep, only to have it swiftly denied. How vexing. "Xia, you could have your chef prepare a breakfast suitable for weight loss." "No." Xia Yeshuang recalled the warmth of the porridge she had enjoyed that morning. People often awaken to certain preferences at the right moment, such as suddenly developing an affinity for traditional opera or an unexpected love for gold. Previously, she had thought a casual Western breakfast sufficed, but after savoring the porridge today, she realized that a traditional Chinese breakfast suited her palate far better. So, Wei Qingyu had been indulging in such delights behind her back. "I want the porridge you make," Lu Xing retorted. "You wealthy folks are truly unrefined. If your chef's dishes don't please you, why should I be the one to suffer?" How infuriating. Suddenly, Xia Yeshuang noticed the paper and pen Lu Xing had brought and recalled something. "You're quite the scholar, aren't you?" Realizing her sincerity, Lu Xing nodded. "I suppose so. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should score well enough to get into Shanghai City University." Xia Yeshuang raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Lu Xing's confidence. "Very well. I'll be in the piano room at this time every day, working on problems. Feel free to assist me whenever I have questions." "Of course," Lu Xing replied promptly. After all, idleness would weigh heavily on his conscience with that hefty sum of 150,000 in his possession. Xia Yeshuang scrutinized Lu Xing. "Why do I feel as if you've just sighed in relief?" Lu Xing blinked. "Would you prefer the truth or a fib?" With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Xia Yeshuang shot him a look. "Both." "Well, you are rather greedy," Lu Xing admitted candidly. "The fib is that I am thrilled to share a space with the stunning Xia Yeshuang. The truth is, I'm grateful for your commendable academic performance. Otherwise, I might find myself attending a vocational college while tutoring you." Xia Yeshuang paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into playful laughter and scolding him. "You scoundrel." As the wind rustled the leaves, Xia Yeshuang suddenly felt a sense of joy about her forthcoming days. Lu Xing and Xia Yeshuang returned to their class together. Wei Qingyu looked up, her eyes dimmed, yet her mind echoed with Wang Xinjin's words. "Do I like Lu Xing?" Wei Qingyu found Wang Xinjin's conclusion utterly implausible, as there was no theoretical basis to support the notion that she could possibly harbor feelings for Lu Xing. Yet Wang Xinjin remarked, "Affection requires no justification. All those who passionately declare their ideal partner before falling in love often find their convictions crumbling upon encountering that special someone." Wang Xinjin continued, "When you like someone, seeing them with others can stir an inexplicable ache within." Wei Qingyu observed the scene of Lu Xing and Xia Yeshuang together, a picture of perfect harmony. She gently placed her hand over her heart, sensing a slight pang. Wang Xinjin noticed that Wei Qingyu seemed to be on the verge of an epiphany, feeling a sense of fulfillment that her literary endeavors had not been in vain, finally breaking through the enigmatic facade of her friend. In the next moment, Wei Qingyu, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "But I still don't comprehend why I have feelings for Lu Xing." With determination, she asserted, "Every mathematical equation has its theoretical foundation. I must uncover the rationale behind my affection for Lu Xing." Wang Xinjin retorted, "Damn it. You've grasped the concept, yet not entirely. What need is there for justification in love? Why must there be so many reasons? Liking someone is simply that, liking." She lamented, "By the time you discover your reasons, Lu Xing and Xia Yexiang's offspring will be crawling all over the place. Wang Xinjin struggled to understand how Wei Qingyu had developed such a rigid demeanor. At times, a flutter of the heart is merely a sudden jolt. Who can govern their own hormones? She was exasperated and ready to abandon the effort. Suspecting that Wei Qingyu's childhood education revolved around a plethora of questions, fostering her insatiable curiosity. Let it be, she concluded. This girl is beyond saving. She deserves to be single. Throughout Wei Qingyu's 18 years of existence, every event had a logical explanation, and she could not accept the notion of circumstances beyond her control. Thus, as she watched Lu Xing return to his seat, she murmured softly, "Everything in this world has a reason. My affection for you cannot be devoid of one. I must discover that reason." She despised the feeling of losing control. In the afternoon, as school concluded, Li Dachuan called out boisterously, "All students participating in the sports meet. Let us head to the field for practice. There will be food and drinks. It's going to be splendid. Hooray! Let us go. Let me show you what reincarnation is all about. Running 800 meters will be a breeze." The classroom erupted with excitement. Lu Xing exchanged a knowing wink with Li Dachuan and discreetly slipped away. As many participants left, those remaining continued their self-study in the classroom. Xia Yexiang glanced at Wei Qingyu, noting she was engrossed in her work. Wei Qingyu, in turn, stole a glance at Xia Yexiang, observing her absorbed in her phone. An hour later, Xia Yexiang and Wei Qingyu encountered each other on the field, their eyes wide with surprise. "What are you doing here?" Wei Qingyu paused in silence, casting his gaze over the practicing contestants before calmly stating, "The playground is public property." What an ostentatious claim, public property. Xia Yexiang couldn't help but chuckle, lifting her chin in arrogance as she retorted, "Isn't it just to seek out Lu Xing?" Such grandiloquence. Wei Qingyu remained silent, yet he did not refute her words. The two most beautiful individuals in the school arrived simultaneously at the playground, causing the athletes, who were previously a bit disheveled from their exertions, to instantaneously surge with adrenaline. Their waists no longer ached, their legs were free of pain, and they could leap higher and run faster. Damn it, just moments ago, they were all pretending to be delicate like Lin Daiyu, and now they could effortlessly bend willows. Li Dachuan felt as though he were witnessing countless peacocks displaying their plumage on the field, strutting with exuberance. Xia Yexiang glanced at the contestants at the starting line, impatiently inquiring of Li Dachuan, "Where is Lu Xing?" In an instant, Li Dachuan observed everyone on the playground droop their heads in unison, akin to robots running out of battery, and he imagined they were all cursing Lu Xing in their hearts. "Lu Xing is training at home. He mentioned he has a treadmill," Li Dachuan replied earnestly, pocketing the snacks Lu Xing had given him. Dachuan lamented his unremarkable life, wishing he had encountered a brighter master, and vowed that if the gentleman did not forsake him, he would gladly consider Lu Xing as a godfather. Moreover, the generosity of this godfather was commendable, as he always brought him delightful imported snacks. Delicious. Irresistible. What? He left without telling me. Xia Yexiang was furious, pulling out her phone to bombard Lu Xing with messages. 34 young master hasn't smiled in ages. Xia Yexiang, 18, easily irritated. Lu Xing, why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Xia Yexiang, 18, easily irritated. Is this how you treat your boss? Xia Yexiang, 18, easily irritated. Stop pretending you're unavailable. Respond. Lu Xing sat in his alpha, bewildered by the incessant notifications pinging his phone. She can really send messages, 20 in a minute. Such speed would be a loss to the domestic esports industry if not put to good use. Glancing at the messages from Xia Yexiang, he could envision her fury on the other end. Fortunately, he had a knack for dealing with her temper. Lu Xing, apologies, I have matters to attend to at home. Lu Xing, should I add a bit of pumpkin to the porridge tomorrow? It's very good for the stomach. Xia Yexiang was taken aback. As she read Lu Xing's message, she found herself lost in thought. Pumpkin porridge, no, that is not why I came to ask. Xia Yexiang, 18, easily irritated. Don't change the subject. Lu Xing, I'm planning to buy you a new thermos. What color do you prefer? Xia Yexiang, 18, easily irritated. What is it to you? Xia Yexiang, 18, easily irritated. Yellow. A slight smile curved Lu Xing's lips. Xia Yexiang was even easier to appease than he had anticipated. On one side, Lu Xing had ceased to respond, while on the other, Xia Yexiang was incessantly sending messages. Xia Yexiang, 18, easily irritated. I adore the color yellow. Xia Yexiang, 18. Easily irritated. I said I adore yellow. Xia Yexiang. 18. Easily irritated. Speak up. Xia Yexiang was seething, fixating on her phone's chat interface, wishing she could leap through the screen and give Lu Xing a good thrashing. Lu Xing. Should we add a touch of sugar to the pumpkin porridge? Upon reading this message, Xia Yexiang furrowed her brows in contemplation. In the next moment, another message arrived. Lu Xing. I know you're on a diet, but I believe you look your best as you are. Just a hint of sugar for flavor. Not too much. Xia Yexiang was momentarily taken aback. How did he know what she was thinking? She hadn't anticipated that her casual remark earlier would be etched into Lu Xing's memory. This sensation of being acknowledged was indeed quite remarkable. Xia Yexiang. 18. Easily irritated. Whatever. Lu Xing genuinely chuckled. Uncle Qin glanced at Lu Xing through the rearview mirror, smiling fondly as he inquired. It had been quite some time since Lu Xing had laughed so heartily. Lu Xing. He cast a puzzled glance at Uncle Chen, contemplating whether he had unwittingly stepped into a domineering romance narrative. Lu Xing locked his phone, beaming as he remarked about finally seeing Nuan Nuan. Of course. He was elated. Nuan Nuan was utterly delightful. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen, lost in his thoughts, felt his eyes welling up, sending a shiver down Lu Xing's spine. Ever since Uncle Chen had portrayed his character, the way he looked at Lu Xing had grown increasingly peculiar. Goodness. Enough of this. On the playground. Despite the weather gradually warming, the assembled crowd shivered in unison. Observing Xia Yexiang, who was grinning enigmatically at her phone, everyone sensed impending trouble. What on earth was this little troublemaker up to? Hadn't she intended to confront Lu Xing? How had her demeanor shifted so drastically? Amidst the confusion, only Li Dachuan keenly discerned the unfolding truth. Incredible, the adoptive father had managed to pacify the notoriously temperamental Xia Yexiang. Suddenly, Li Dachuan felt compelled to seek Lu Xing's insights. Wouldn't this be invaluable for future endeavors in courtship? Ahem. Someone cleared their throat. And Xia Yexiang instantly snapped back to reality, haughtily lifting her chin towards Wei Qingyu. Lu Xing had matters at home, so she would take her leave. Just as she finished speaking, she turned to depart. In the next moment, Wei Qingyu, who had been standing silently in the wind, unexpectedly grasped Xia Yexiang's wrist. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Li Dachuan, frightened, felt his legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing. In the past, the students at school were embroiled in a heated debate over which of the two was more beautiful, yet neither had uttered a single word to the other. Hadn't these two young ladies always maintained a respectful distance? Why, then, had they suddenly clashed? What to do? What to do? Li Dachuan's mind was racing with alarm. What if they resorted to slapping each other? What if they began to pull each other's hair? Although onlookers often revel in witnessing altercations among women, this was not a scenario they wished to see unfold. What if they truly fought? Should they call for a teacher? No. Could it be that Wei Qingyu's arm would indeed be twisted by Xia Yexiang? Where was Lu Xing? He had left school the moment classes ended, clearly having a destination in mind. He could sleep soundly, it seemed. Li Dachuan closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. Lu Xing, your sins are profound. As Xia Yexiang suddenly grasped her wrist, she was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow and laughing boldly. Surely not, surely not. Could it be that way? The campus belle wishes to engage in a brawl. Wei Qingyu stood there composed, the gentle breeze caressing her long, lustrous black hair, lending her an air of melancholy and chill. Do not tease Lu Xing, she replied coolly. Why should I refrain? Xia Yexiang countered with a smirk, eyes glinting with provocation. What gives you the right to say such things? Are you Lu Xing's girlfriend? Why the pretense of depth? Wei Qingyu's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. Lu Xing is quite innocent. Innocent? Xia Yexiang burst into laughter, her eyes brimming with barely contained scorn. Had she not witnessed Lu Xing drafting that agreement, she might have been swayed by Wei Qingyu's words. That avaricious demeanor hardly seemed innocent. It appeared Lu Xing had been infatuated with Wei Qingyu for over 2 years. Yet Wei Qingyu remained utterly oblivious to him. This inexplicable sense of superiority puffed Xia Yexiang's chest as she coldly declared, and what of it? He appears to be far more fond of me now. Wei Qingyu was momentarily stunned. Previously, Lu Xing had stated he regarded her merely as a sister, leaving her unable to voice any rebuttals. Clenching her hands, she furrowed her brow and focused on Xia Yexiang, her pace quickening. If you despise me, you may take your revenge. Why involve innocent parties? Ha ha ha. Xia Yexiang laughed heartily, her figure exuding confidence as she boldly replied. My disdain for you does not conflict with my affection for Lu Xing. Surely, the radiant way, the campus belle, does not concern herself with the affections of others? She scrutinized Wei Qingyu, whose face rarely betrayed any emotion, mocking her further. When Lu Xing was enamored with you, you showed no reaction. Now that he favors me, what has you so flustered? With a dismissive flick of her wrist, Xia Yeshuang released Wei Qingyu's grasp, scoffing just before she turned to leave. People are truly despicable. The playground was enveloped in silence that night. The school's forums, chat groups, and confession walls erupted with excitement. Wow, you really knocked him far. Nuan waved her delicate little fists, trying to capture Lu Xing's attention. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Xing smiled and inquired, "Oh, what's the matter?" Nuan, with her innocent voice, extended her round hands. Nuan has candy. Guess which hand it's in? The little one's chubby hands eagerly clenched and presented themselves before Lu Xing, who couldn't help but chuckle. If only all his clients were as delightful as Nuan. Feigning distress, Lu Xing pondered for a moment before casually pointing to one hand. I guess it's in this one. You guessed right. Nuan exclaimed joyfully, opening her tiny hand to reveal a piece of candy. Daddy is amazing. Lu Xing laughed genuinely, planting a kiss on her plump little cheek. Oh dear, Nuan has eaten all the candy. What will you eat? Nuan had already anticipated this and, striking a pose of maturity with her hands on her hips, opened her other hand. Inside was yet another piece of candy. Nuan grinned, revealing her little white teeth. Nuan has candy too. Lu Xing was taken aback. This meant that regardless of which hand he guessed, they would each have a piece of candy. A wave of mixed emotions washed over him as he gently embraced Nuan, whispering, "You are such a good girl." He had, in fact, been adopted once. It was a rather kitsch detail. The family had no children and decided to adopt him. He thought he had been given a second chance at life, but they were relentless and after many attempts, eventually had a biological child. From that moment on, his life descended back into hell. If Lu Xing washed 10 cherry tomatoes, he wouldn't get a single one. They all ended up in his brother's stomach. Later, that family went camping, and as they passed through an intersection, a car came barreling towards them. The couple swiftly grabbed their child and fled, leaving Lu Xing burdened with camping gear, unable to run. Had the car not crashed into the greenery, Lu Xing would have been taken to heaven to be with God. He understood that family well. After all, their biological child would naturally hold more significance to them. Yet, those who overlook the little things in life would certainly neglect the larger issues. Lu Xing remained silent, but the family could not bear to meet his gaze. Ultimately, he returned to the orphanage. Daddy, is the candy sweet? This is Nuan's favorite. Her cherubic voice rang in his ears, prompting Lu Xing to smile. It's very sweet. Nuan is wonderful. Nuan beamed with joy, exclaiming, Nuan loves Daddy too. Uncle Chun observed the interaction between the father and daughter with a blissful smile. The car arrived at the villa. Lu Xing carried Nuan inside and glanced around, perplexed. Where's Mommy? In the next moment, the villa door swung open, and when Lingxiu entered from outside. Today, she donned a sun-protective top paired with fitted jeans, accentuating her graceful curves. Upon noticing Lu Xing's surprised expression, she inquired, You all returned so early? Lu Xing gently set Nan down and replied with a smile. You were the one who came back late. Well then, I've prepared dinner for tonight. You should wash your hands and change your clothes. When Lingxiu softly acknowledged with a gentle hum, cradling Nan as she continued, Aren't you curious about where I went today? She had already accepted Lu Xing, and thus felt inclined to gradually share her life with him. Lu Xing may have been lacking in finances, but she was not. It was essential to ensure he willingly embraced the role of Nan's father. As Lu Xing tied her apron, she cheerfully asked, So, where did you go? To practice driving, when Lingxiu promptly responded. Lu Xing was taken aback. She had assumed Aunt Wen had indulged in leisure activities. Yet it turned out she had gone to practice driving. No wonder she was dressed so conservatively, perhaps to avoid sun exposure. Having previously worked at a driving school, Lu Xing had seen many young women wrap themselves up to shield against the sun. When Lingxiu placed her keys on the table and gently explained, I do not possess a driver's license. Previously, I always had a driver for my travels, but now I feel compelled to try driving myself. Although Lu Xing had no experience behind the wheel, the thought of being able to share a world with the three of them was exhilarating. Lu Xing appeared puzzled. Are you attending a driving school? She found it difficult to believe that someone of Wen Lingxiu's status would need to practice at a driving school. Indeed, The driving school sent a female instructor to teach me, was Wen Lingxiu's response, perfectly aligning with her social standing. Leaning against the doorframe with a smile, Lu Xing lamented. What a pity I am not a driving instructor. Otherwise, my teaching methods would be ideal for you. Wen Lingxiu raised an eyebrow. What? Lu Xing glanced at the few strands of hair that had stuck to Wen Lingxiu's neck from a light sheen of sweat and grinned. I excel in encouragement-based teaching. Common phrases include, wow, you're maneuvering that steering wheel wonderfully. Wow, your braking is exceptional. Wow, you are the brightest student I have ever encountered. Wow, I can tell you are a natural at driving. Wow, you managed to send that person flying. Wen Lingxiu's gentle eyes widened momentarily before she realized the humor and broke into a smile. Imagining such a scene, she found joy in the thought of Lu Xing as her instructor, especially one who offered such supportive encouragement. Her laughter grew brighter, her eyes narrowing with delight. You could practice driving during your breaks. Even if you don't use your license daily, it might prove useful in critical moments. Lu Xing pondered this, realizing she would be long gone by summer vacation, and even if she did practice, it would not be with Aunt Wen. There are several cars in the garage. Once you obtain your license, you can take them out for a spin. It's beneficial to get some fresh air, Wen Lingxiu added after a moment of contemplation. Speaking softly, your youthful age likely inclines you towards certain vehicles. What kind of car do you favor? I can purchase one after I obtain my driver's license. Lu Xing is utterly exasperated. The disparity between individuals is far greater than that between humans and dogs. The number of cars in Wen Lingxiu's garage is nothing short of an all-star lineup. Even the least impressive vehicle would require Lu Xing considerable effort to acquire. Noticing Lu Xing's silence, Wen Lingxiu gently bit her lip and inquired, do you prefer new cars or vintage ones? Lu Xing found the question somewhat peculiar. Yet he could not articulate why. Never mind. As a competent mediator, his response was undoubtedly diplomatic. New cars embody youthful exuberance, while classic cars possess their own charm. Neither is superior or inferior. Wen Lingxiu nodded in agreement, her ears flushing softly with a hint of embarrassment. I feel the same way. Seeing her satisfaction, Lu Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. Has Aunt Wen been under excessive work stress lately? Her questions seem oddly out of place. The gym has been completed, and you can test it out tonight. The ability to generate wealth is optional, but it is indispensable. The renovation company, summoned by Wen Lingxiu for a last-minute rush, expressed nothing but enthusiasm. After all, President Wen truly pays her dues, unlike some who demand horses to run without providing them fodder. Later that evening, after soothing the child to sleep, it was only 9:30. Lu Xing decided to change his attire and head to the gym. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an air of opulence. Every piece of equipment was of the highest caliber, from treadmills to barbells, all impeccably arranged. This was merely a hasty setup. Given sufficient time, Lu Xing was confident the gym would be even more magnificent. Previously, Lu Xing had worked as a front desk attendant at a gym. Post-workout, he would sanitize the equipment to prevent any unfortunate fungal infections. Eventually, he was replaced, and a new attendant took his place, with the owner prominently displaying a sign. If you cannot return the equipment to its rightful place, please seek assistance from the front desk. This directive remarkably reduced the chaos of misplaced equipment. At that time, even Lu Xing couldn't help but admire the owner's ingenuity. No wonder he was thriving. Little did he know, time had transformed him from a front desk worker into a client. Lu Xing activated the treadmill, intending to warm up. After running approximately 3 kilometers, he began to perspire, his face flushed and breath coming in gasps. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw Song Junju, 27 years old, eccentric. Odd, it wasn't he Saturday, so why was she calling? Nonetheless, Lu Xing accepted the call. On the other end, Song Junju remained silent, adhering to her own principles, prompting Lu Xing to break the silence first. Hello? Professor Song, good evening. Wait, that's not right. Song Junju's hand, which clutched the wine glass, suddenly stilled, sensing that Lu Xing's voice was peculiarly strange, breathless and slightly husky. It conveyed an impression as if he were engaged in something improper. The pleasant mood that had enveloped Song Junju dissipated entirely, and with a hint of unacknowledged bitterness. She inquired irritably, what on earth are you up to? How aggravating. What madness has this lunatic unleashed again? Lu Xing furrowed his brow, switched screens, and sent a photograph while gently responding, Professor Song, I am exercising. Is there a problem? Taken aback, Song Junju gazed at the image sent by Lu Xing. The youthful, handsome face was tinged with a flush, beads of sweat cascading down and ultimately vanishing into the towel draped around his neck. The background of the photo indeed confirmed it to be a gem. Instinctively swallowing, Song Juinju's slender fingers pressed and held the screen, saving the image. Why the silence? Lu Xing, believing that Song Juinju had disconnected, asked again, Professor Song, are you still there? I've organized the materials for you. Make sure you review them, or you might not even pass the entrance exam for Haicheng University and embarrass me. Song Juinju's mind was entirely consumed by Lu Xing's face. And after hastily throwing out that remark, she abruptly ended the call. Lu Xing. Moments later, he received a compressed file sent from Song Juinju. Upon extracting it, he discovered that each subject contained a dedicated folder, replete with explanations of vital knowledge points and a comprehensive collection of past exam questions. Lu Xing was astonished. Was this the execution power of an academic prodigy? He had thought that Day Song Juinju was merely appeasing him. Yet it turned out that this unpredictable individual was true to her word. Being propelled by a scholar felt exceptionally rewarding. Lu Xing realized that he should disregard whatever madness the lunatic was up to. The materials presented to him were an opportunity not to be missed. He found his capable assistant and generated a brief essay. After meticulously reviewing it for errors, he promptly sent it to Song Juinju. Indeed, technology transforms life. However, after waiting for 3 minutes without a reply from Song Juinju, Lu Xing grew disinterested in waiting. Never mind, she probably has something to attend to. I shall head to bed. After a refreshing shower post-exercise, Lu Xing lay down on his large bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit confines of Song Juinju's villa, only the cold white light of a phone screen illuminated the space, displaying a photograph of the youth. Song Juinju scrutinized the photo intently, unmoving. At 27 years of age and the youngest professor at Haicheng University, her perspective was exceedingly high. Yet, upon viewing this image, the vibrant vitality exuded by Lu Xing still caused her heart to race. Saturday, she would see Lu Xing then. She must not gaze any longer. Sleep. The following morning, Song Juinju discovered that her favorite set of expensive three-piece attire was ruined. The following day dawned bright and refreshing. With each passing day, Lu Xing drew closer to the day of his liberation. However, upon arriving at school and hearing the latest rumors about himself, his spirits plummeted. What? Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang confronted each other on the playground, and as a result, this scoundrel sought solace with a girl from another school? After hearing Li Dachuan's retelling, Lu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Who on earth spread such rumors? Li Dachuan shrank back slightly, taking a large bite of his bread, and helplessly remarked, Many people witnessed it on the playground yesterday. The first half is factual, but the latter half is sheer imagination. Such a blend of truth and falsehood is the most disconcerting. If you're going to speak, at least ensure it's the complete truth. There is indeed a kernel of truth, but it is far from the whole story. Lu Xing felt utterly bewildered. How had a normal school day devolved into this bizarre arena? They didn't actually come to blows, did they? Furthermore, Wei Qingyu seemed like she could ascend to the heavens at any moment. Could she really dare to provoke Xia Yeshuang? Li Dachuan pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, but rest assured, if they do fight, I will definitely record it for you. Lu Xing. Oh my, that was not my intention at all. I truly have no desire to witness women fighting. Please don't taint me with that. Lu Xing. The teacher wants to see you in the office. Hu Zhongzhong entered with a mischievous grin, clearly relishing the situation. Li Dachuan understood immediately. Damn it. This rascal has gone and reported me again. Why doesn't that tyrant go after Wei Qingyu and Xia Yeshuang? He wasn't even involved in this. Lu Xing tore a piece of Li Dachuan's bread and stuffed it into his mouth, trying to explain. He wouldn't dare approach Wei Qingyu or Xia Yeshuang. He left with no choice but to come after me. Lu Xing smiled. It was as if he had been kicked. Yet it was akin to being kicked into a pile of cotton. As Lu Xing passed by Wei Qingyu, the corner of his clothing was suddenly tugged gently. Wei Qingyu's beautiful eyes, tinged with red veins, suggested she hadn't rested well the previous night. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'll accompany you. Lu Xing shook his head, gently removing her hand from his clothing, maintaining his usual demeanor. No need. I can go by myself. Class's haven't started yet. You can catch up on some sleep. With that, Lu Xing walked away, as if Wei Qingyu's gaze followed him into the distance. Wang Xinjin sighed nearby. When will these children finally come to their senses? This is clearly a deep-seated affection. You better hold on. Sooner or later, you'll suffocate yourself. A beautiful new world awaits. In the office, amidst a flurry of chatter, Lu Xing drew inspiration from the swirling rumors. He eloquently recounted a blend of truth and fiction regarding the rivalries of affluent families for a full 5 minutes, captivating the attention of several teachers who paused their writing to listen intently. Li Wanfang found herself caught off guard, rendered speechless by Lu Xing's fervent narration. You mean to say that Xia Yexiang and Wei Qingyu have been at odds since childhood, constantly competing, which has made you a casualty in their feud? After absorbing the tale, Li Wanfang distilled it into this succinct observation. Lu Xing nodded vigorously in affirmation. Yes, teacher. I am eager to improve and learn. I truly do not comprehend the complexities of their family disputes. Li Wanfang was momentarily bewildered by Lu Xing's words, sensing an odd blend of absurdity and authenticity in his account. Given Xia Yexiang's character, it was entirely plausible that she harbored disdain for Wei Qingyu. Moreover, as an orphan without familial support, Lu Xing found himself ensnared in the conflict between the two young ladies. In a flash, Li Wanfang grasped the situation and reassured him, saying, "All right, I understand now. I only called you in to inquire about this matter, without any ulterior motives. With the mock exams approaching, focus on your studies. Xia and Wei come from privileged backgrounds. Even if they do not study, they have their families to fall back on. You, on the other hand, must rely solely on yourself. Grit your teeth and persevere through these next few months." She resumed her familiar routine of imparting motivational platitudes. Although her words lacked elegance, they were rooted in reality, leaving Lu Xing with no grounds for discontent. He feigned a demeanor of inspiration, providing Li Wanfang with the emotional validation she sought. "Thank you, teacher. I will surely strive to improve. I am determined to make progress in the upcoming mock exam." Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Li Wanfang allowed him to leave. As the office door clicked shut, a few teachers could not resist teasing, "It's a pity your student won't pursue a career in comedic storytelling." That was more engaging than any novel, and his inflection was quite captivating. This matter is truly uncontrollable. Lu Xing, lacking both wealth and influence, has become a pawn in the duel of the two young ladies. Alas, such is life. Everyone has their fate. Since that conversation in the office, Li Wanfang ceased her pursuit of the issue, while Hu Zhongzhong grew increasingly anxious, suffering from several blisters on his lips. In contrast, Lu Xing remained untroubled. Having successfully navigated his way out from under Li Juanfang's scrutiny and continuing to tutor Xia Yexiang with remarkable composure, his psychological resilience prompting Li Dachuan to exclaim in admiration. As time swiftly passed, Saturday arrived. Early in the morning, Lu Xing knocked on the door of Song Juanzhong's villa, but no one answered. "Where is everyone?" He attempted to call Song Juanzhong, yet the call did not connect. Would this unpredictable individual indulge in alcohol until intoxicated? The mere thought of such a possibility compelled Lu Xing to push open the door. Although Song Junju was known for her volatile temperament, he certainly did not wish for his client to truly ascend to the heavens. With a sense of curiosity, Lu Xing strolled into the living room. There, by the floor-to-ceiling window, stood Song Junju, gazing out at the scenery, clad in a robe and engaged in a phone conversation. "The school has already informed me. Sun Ainong is at that institution. I must personally inquire if he has found his true love." Lu Xing overheard snippets of the conversation and was utterly astonished. Sun Ainong was the very individual who had fled overseas to escape marriage, declaring his quest for genuine affection. It seemed that Song Junju intended to take a position at Sun Ainong's school abroad, aiming to engage him in a prolonged pursuit. The conversation further revealed that she planned to depart for the foreign land at the conclusion of summer. Lu Xing retreated to the entrance of the villa, brimming with excitement, nearly bursting into a set of military-style punches. "I can attend Haicheng University now." He had long been torn about whether to apply to Haicheng University, as Song Junju was a professor there, fearing that encountering her on campus might lead to further complications. Yet, the situation had changed. Song Junju was going abroad. Aside from flying, the only other option was to swim back across the Pacific Ocean. Oh heavens, I would gladly call you grandfather. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt as if the air had become invigorating. Everything appeared more pleasing, and he found himself praising the wildflowers amidst the greenery. "Little flowers, how wonderfully fragrant you are." While other clients inflicted emotional distress upon Lu Xing, Song Junju brought both emotional turmoil and physical pain. "How splendid." Song Junju was leaving. He couldn't help but grin broadly. Just then, the door of the villa swung open. Upon meeting Lu Xing's radiant smile, Song Juanju's expression softened significantly. Thinking to herself, he truly cares for me. Despite being left waiting at the door for so long, he bore no resentment and instead wore such a joyful countenance. Song Juanju gazed affectionately at Lu Xing's face. How long have you been waiting? Come inside. At this moment, Lu Xing regarded Song Juanju with the same eagerness as a player nearing the completion of a game level, exhibiting an extraordinary tolerance for her. It wasn't long before she sighed lightly, pondering, unrequited love is indeed a humble affair. Fortunately, he harbors affection for someone as admirable as I. After dinner, Lu Xing cheerfully hummed a tune while washing the dishes. Initially, Song Juanju had been seated on the sofa reviewing documents, but upon hearing the melody, she turned her gaze toward Lu Xing with curiosity. Are you particularly happy today? Lu Xing paused, his mind racing, quickly responding, I found tonight's dinner delightful. Indulging in good food naturally brings joy. Song Juanju understood immediately. He truly cares for me. This evening, I merely served him a few dishes, yet he appeared so delighted. After tidying up the kitchen, dusk began to settle. Lu Xing glanced at Song Juanju, who was comfortably nestled on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, engrossed in a book. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, yet the glasses perched upon her nose dissipated some of her languorous charm. Lu Xing stole a glance at the book cover. The French edition of Les Miserables. Quite incomprehensible, indeed. Noticing that time was slipping away, he realized it was time to commence the proceedings. He entered the changing room, donned a maid's outfit along with a collar, lifted a box filled with various implements, and retrieved a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet. After some contemplation, he also took a stem glass. With everything prepared, Lu Xing turned to the mirror. Endure for a moment. She may witness her own tragic world, but my beautiful new world is about to unfold. Suddenly, Song Juanju, noticing Lu Xing's silence, tilted her head back on the sofa, curious about his whereabouts. In the next instant, Lu Xing emerged from the changing room, slowly approaching her. Professor Song, would you care for a drink? As Song Juanju beheld his attire, a sharp pang of indignation pierced her heart, and she scolded him vehemently. What are you doing? Lu Xing looked at her in confusion, pondering what madness had overtaken her. Professor Song, is this not what you requested in the past? Song Juanju fell silent. A bullet struck her brow with precision. 6 months prior, she had fired a bullet, and now it had found its mark. Lu Xing's retort flowed as naturally as drinking water, yet it filled Song Juanju's heart with an unusual bitterness. Tears welled in her eyes, and the copy of Les Miserables slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground without warning. What peculiar game is this? Lu Xing, still perplexed, crouched down to retrieve the book, placing it neatly on the table. Unable to fathom the motives of this enigmatic woman before him, he chose to remain silent in his place. Suddenly, Song Juanju realized the gravity of her actions. Half a year, she had tormented this young man for 6 long months. Yet, he had not retaliated. Rather, he seemed to harbor affection for her. Clenching her teeth, her eyes reddened in an instant. She had failed to capture that wretched Sun Ainon, and in her frustration, had sought Lu Xing as a substitute. His only crime was his resemblance to Sun Ainon. No. Song Juanju fixed her gaze upon Lu Xing's face. He was far more handsome than that despicable Sun Ainon. How had she ever thought these two bore any likeness? With her eyes stinging, she watched Lu Xing standing there, obedient and gentle. Her heart trembled uncontrollably. Lu Xing was exceptional. He would cook for her, always smile and praise her brilliance, remain unperturbed, and take good care of her. Such an admirable person, yet she has persistently harmed Lu Xing. In the face of all the pain she has caused, Lu Xing has uttered not a word of complaint, instead gently confessing his feelings in silence. I love you, and it has nothing to do with you. This phrase suddenly invaded Song Juanju's mind, leaving her heart both bitter and distressed. She recognized herself as a despicable individual, while Lu Xing adorned her with love, transforming her into something golden. Song Juanju found herself engulfed in prolonged self-reproach. How infuriating it is to encounter pretentious people. Lu Xing shifted slightly, his legs numb. He dared not speak to the silent, erratic individual beside him. You may find comfort sitting on the sofa, but here I am, standing. Who cares for my well-being? Truly, I deserve every penny I earn. Who else could provide such attentive service? Perhaps half a minute passed, or maybe 5. Finally, Song Juanju spoke, her voice low and hoarse. No more of this. I won't come again. What? Lu Xing was taken aback. Had Song Junju lost her mind? Suddenly declaring she would not return? Wait a moment. Remembering the phone call she made earlier that day, Lu Xing instantly understood. She was about to confront her runaway fiancé. Of course, she had no inclination to torment him any longer. What a relief. Joy danced in Lu Xing's eyes, who enjoys being beaten. Seeing Lu Xing's immediate delight only deepened Song Junju's sorrow. Was he truly so easily pleased? A simple gesture of serving him food brought him joy. Abstaining from hitting him made him happy as well. Lu Xing's heart was clear and innocent, yet she had continually belittled such a wonderful person. How young is he? Could he truly feign these emotions? Every sentiment he displayed was genuine, while she had trampled upon it relentlessly, unaware of the turmoil brewing within Song Junju. Lu Xing was simply overjoyed to be spared from further pain. So, Professor Song, shall we retire for the evening? Song Junju looked up at Lu Xing. He cares for me deeply, even regarding my rest schedule. With the summer break approaching, I shall soon leave Haiqing. Perhaps I should spend more time with him, allowing this unrequited love to conclude on a less dismal note. Subtly wiping the corner of her eye, Song Junju lowered her voice. It's still early. Let us watch a movie together. Lu Xing was bewildered. He had prepared to indulge in a restful Saturday, yet now he was to watch a movie? How infuriating. What torturous scheme was this madwoman concocting? Are we heading out to the cinema now? Lu Xing asked, devoid of enthusiasm. Song Junju looked at him quizzically. There's a screening room at home. Lu Xing. Thank you. I've just been wounded again. When Ling Xiu's home boasted a gym, while Song Junju's had a screening room. Well, with so many wealthy brothers and sisters around, what difference does it make if there's one more? In the screening room, what movie shall we watch? Song Junju inquired, holding the remote control while selecting a film. Lu Xing, sitting obediently on the sofa, replied, anything is fine. Professor Song, you may choose. A flicker of emotion crossed Song Junju's heart. He truly cares for me. Perhaps he wishes to observe my cinematic preferences? After a moment's contemplation, Song Junju casually selected a recently released film with a decent rating. A film would serve as a delightful distraction, alleviating the weight of academic pressures. Lu Xing nodded, casting a glance at the film's title, and sighed. He harbored an aversion to movies. Previously, when a particular film premiered, his clients seemed to be possessed, all eager to watch it, which drove Lu Xing nearly to madness. The characters on the screen were conversing, and Lu Xing was so familiar with their dialogue that he could almost predict the next line. It was agony, truly agonizing. Sitting upright on the sofa, Lu Xing was met with Song Junju's amused gaze, which made her chuckle softly. Suddenly leaning closer, she startled Lu Xing. Song Junju pressed her hand on his shoulder, gently pushing him against the backrest of the sofa, teasing, don't be tense. Watching a movie is meant to be a comfortable and relaxing experience. He truly cares for me. Is my mere presence causing you such anxiety? Lu Xing felt utterly bewildered. How could he possibly relax in the company of such an unpredictable individual? Oh well, if they were to watch it, they would watch it. Lu Xing allowed his body to relax, leaning against the luxurious sofa. In the dimly lit screening room, the only illumination emanated from the screen. The light cast a glow on Lu Xing's face, and though he appeared to be engrossed in the film, his mind had long since wandered. The presence of the person beside him was simply impossible to ignore. Seated together on the same sofa, Song Junju stole glances at Lu Xing's face. In a moment of reverie, she recalled the photograph she had inexplicably saved on her phone. The vitality of youth radiated from the boy, presenting a stark contrast to the silent Lu Xing before her, an entirely different sentiment. A youth so vibrant. Yet he devotedly harbored affection for her, even in the face of her own humiliations. With her eyes closed, a wave of guilt washed over Song Junju. 5 minutes later, both Lu Xing and Song Junju snapped back to reality, their gazes instantly fixed upon the screen. The protagonist had exchanged a mere 3 lines with a stranger. And in the next moment, the scene shifted directly to a bed. Such is the rapid pace of Western cinema. Lu Xing, aware that it was taboo to watch other women in front of his clients, promptly lowered his eyes. Song Junju felt a touch of embarrassment as well. Amid the awkward sounds emanating from the film, she discreetly glanced at Lu Xing. The boy's ears were faintly tinged with pink, his gaze shyly averted from the screen, exuding an endearing innocence. Song Junju suppressed a laugh. Lu Xing was even more innocent than she had anticipated. As the film proved unwatchable, the two settled for a restful night instead. In the fleeting moment before entering the bedroom, Song Junju suddenly exclaimed that. Lu Xing immediately halted in his tracks, turning to gaze at her. He knew it. This unpredictable individual would not simply cease her torment of him. Taking a deep breath, Song Junju, who had never admitted to being wrong, spoke the next words with an awkward expression. I will not hit you again, now or ever. That was it. Lu Xing had expected her to deliver some grand proclamation. Oh, so it was merely this. Lu Xing exhaled in relief. Thank you, Professor Song, I understand. When it comes to business transactions, there is no need for resentment. Yet, Song Junju's exquisitely restrained face betrayed a hint of discomfort. I should also thank you for taking care of me. When I am intoxicated, I lose control, and you have ensured that I remain unharmed. Lu Xing accepted her gratitude, wearing a professional smile. It's no trouble, Professor Song. Cooking for you, bathing you, and even taking care of you are all part of my duties. Having finally mustered the courage to express such submissive words, Song Junju let out a sigh of relief. Wait, something was amiss. Song Junju suddenly raised her gaze to him. What did you say? You bathed me? Am I not the one who bathes myself? Who is responsible for the chaos? Professor Song. You called me late at night just to tell me that your little wolf dog diligently bathes you every time? Are you all right? Are you truly all right? From Zhang Yu's repetitive inquiries, it was evident that she was genuinely stunned. You have no nightlife. I have my own. Had it not been for Song Junju being the caller, Zhang Yu would have hung up the phone immediately. Who calls someone at night to discuss such matters? I find it utterly unbelievable. You have been keeping a little wolf dog all this time, yet you do not even indulge him? What purpose does he serve? Is he merely for decoration? Zhang Yu truly believed that Song Junju's mind was quite extraordinary. Is this the intellect of a top scholar? By her standards, anyone deemed worthy of her attention must be exceptionally handsome. How could she possibly endure such restraint? It was a striking encounter, akin to meeting a contemporary Lu Xianghui. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhang Yu's barrage of comments, Song Junju was at a loss for whom to confide in. Heaven knows that after Lu Xing casually uttered that line, her mind had gone completely blank. She could not even recall how she had returned to her room. Song Junju awkwardly remarked, "But he saw me." Zhang Yu retorted, "Wasn't it you who got drunk and asked him to bathe you? Were it not for him? I shudder to think what might have happened if you had stumbled into the bathroom while intoxicated." A multitude of cases attest to the fact that the consequences of slipping in the bathroom can be quite severe. Previously, Song Junju appeared to possess a clear mind, easily retorting to provocations, leaving others questioning their existence. Yet, now, she has suddenly transformed in a manner that Zhang Yu found difficult to aptly describe. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a conflicted expression surfaced on Song Junju's captivating face. Did this imply that she had suffered a loss? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, recalling how since their acquaintance, countless suitors had pursued her friend. In this light, it seemed she might indeed have faced a disadvantage. Upon waking the next day, did you feel any discomfort in your body? The question was both direct and subtly veiled. Song Junju contemplated, concluding that as long as Lu Xing was present, she always felt refreshed and invigorated the following day. Previously, she had assumed her ability to recover from excessive drinking was solely her own doing. Now, she realized that the diligent support of the snail boy had played an unacknowledged role. How could she ever express the need for Lu Xing's assistance? Thus, Song Junju resolved to abstain from alcohol. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the influence of drink. Zhang Yu continued, moreover, in this day and age, the one who feels comfortable is not at a disadvantage. The notion that men are never at a loss while women invariably are is utterly misguided. Upon reflection, Song Junju found some merit in this argument. Yeah, your eloquence seems to have improved significantly. Don't mention it, Zhang Yu replied, donning a mask of anguish. If my oratory skills were lacking, patients would truly revolt. Communicating with them is more excruciating than taking a life. The issue of medical disputes has persisted since the days of Cao Cao. I must hone my abilities. However, if you go abroad to teach next semester, what will happen to your little wolf cub? Zhang Yu posed a pivotal question. Song Junju fell silent. This was a dilemma she had never contemplated, or rather, one she had deliberately avoided. What would become of Lu Xing? He adored her so. What would he do if she left? Being both impoverished and devoted, it seemed improbable for him to pursue her abroad. After a moment of reflection, she mused, I will leave him some money. Zhang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. What? Sister, do you realize what you were saying? I meant you should hurry and eat, not leave him money. Are you serious? Zhang Yu was taken aback. What on earth was going on in Song Junju's mind? A grown man, entering society, would surely find work. Besides, she was not taking advantage of him. Why would she feel compelled to leave him money? So many points of contention arose in Song Juinju's mind, yet she hesitated to reveal that her little wolf cub was still a student. Wait a moment. Zhang Yu suddenly recognized a troubling possibility. You're not telling me your little wolf cub is a male college student, are you? Song Junju fell silent, her tongue tied in hesitation. Throughout the night, she was plagued by nightmares, not of the typical variety, but rather vivid recollections of her merciless humiliation of Lu Xing. As she observed her own actions in the dream, the only words that escaped her lips were a scathing self-critique. What a wretched creature I am. How could I stoop so low? The more she contemplated, the deeper her guilt festered, leaving her utterly at a loss for how to face Lu Xing the following day. Knock, knock, knock. While Song Junju refrained from seeking out Lu Xing, he was nevertheless compelled to approach her. After all, he had paid for the privilege. Bearing breakfast in hand, Lu Xing rapped on Song Junju's door, a hint of joy illuminating his countenance. She was finally going to confront that runaway fiancé, having declared just the day before that she would cease her torment of him. How delightful! If Song Junju's word held any weight, the next 3 months would be a blissful existence for him, complete with a generous salary, pure bliss. This thought transformed the smile on Lu Xing's lips into something genuinely sincere. Come in, she called. Flustered, Song Junju hastily arranged her hair. Unbeknownst to her, a desire had taken root within her, to always appear presentable in Lu Xing's presence. Professor Song, I prepared a little breakfast. Would you care for some? This was one aspect of Lu Xing that pleased her. He never imposed tasks upon her, only offering suggestions. Just place it here, she instructed, clearing her throat as she retrieved her glasses from the table. Noticing the reddish veins in her eyes, Lu Xing, with genuine concern, inquired, Professor Song, are your eyes bothering you? I can buy some eye drops for you shortly. Taken aback, a warm wave coursed through her heart. Yet, in the next moment, she froze. Within this bedroom, she had indeed tormented Lu Xing, not just here, but in the living room, study, balcony, and every corner of the villa. Shadows of her cruelty lingering. Previously, she had felt no remorse, but since her guilt had surfaced regarding Lu Xing, an unsettling discomfort began to envelop her. After a moment's reflection, Song Junju declared, let us step outside for a while. I don't wish to linger at home. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Going out. Together with Song Junju, a shiver ran down his spine. He truly did not want to venture outside. Encountering acquaintances would be bearable, but the thought of running into clients filled him with dread. If he were to meet clients from both sides, to whom should he first extend his greetings? It would be nothing short of exquisite torment, a veritable battlefield. Yet, observing Song Junju's resolute demeanor, Lu Xing recognized he could not alter her decision. All right then, let us go. He acquiesced, though silence enveloped him as they stepped outside. One cannot simultaneously possess confidence and insecurity. The affluent share commonalities, while the impoverished each bear their unique burdens. At this moment, this phrase encapsulated Lu Xing's reality. Upon witnessing the array of luxury vehicles in Song Junju's garage, he momentarily felt transported back to Wen Lingxiu's abode. Just as Lu Xing meticulously selected the hue of his underwear each morning, Song Junju found herself grappling with a choice, uncertain of which color card to select. After a brief contemplation, she turned to Lu Xing and inquired, which card do you find most appealing? Lu Xing fell silent, recalling that this phrase had echoed from Wen Lingxiu's lips, albeit with a tone far less commanding than that of Song Junju. After some reflection, he decided that discretion would be prudent. He had no desire to be captured by indiscreet street photographers, only to be scrutinized by other clients. Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, it was not entirely negligible. Thus, Lu Xing, feeling somewhat awkward and uneasy, ventured, I am not particularly knowledgeable about car brands, but perhaps opting for a more understated vehicle would be advisable? We're merely going out for leisure. Wouldn't driving an expensive car attract unwanted attention? Song Junju acknowledged the wisdom in Lu Xing's words and consequently approached a Range Rover. Lu Xing was taken aback by her choice. This car is rather unattractive. I seldom drive it, Song Junju explained earnestly. Lu Xing was astounded, realizing that one could not simultaneously possess a Range Rover and harbor feelings of inferiority. Years of slouching had finally been remedied by the allure of the Range Rover. As Song Junju drove, she meticulously planned their itinerary. We will shop for a while, and afterward, enjoy a meal. However, her notion of dining was far from ordinary. It involved indulging in a meal at a high-end restaurant, accompanied by the soothing strains of a violinist performing nearby. The employment prospects for art students are indeed vast. Lu Xing reflected on his previous Sunday evenings spent at the Haiqing Grand Theater, attending operas, but following his recent breakup with Qi Yushan. His Sunday nights were now free. With Song Junju preparing to travel abroad soon, he saw no harm in accompanying her. After all, she was his most generous client, and this could be deemed an added service. Lu Xing donned his professional smile and replied, "Certainly, Professor Song, I am delighted to join you for an outing. Let us maximize the emotional value." Pleased by his compliance, Song Junju started the vehicle and departed from the villa. Many individuals drive Range Rovers. Yet those who are both beautiful and drive such vehicles are a rare breed. Since their departure, numerous cars had flashed their headlights at them. While waiting at a traffic light, a neighboring car rolled down its window to flirt with Song Junju. Before Lu Xing could respond, Song Junju unleashed a barrage of scorn upon the fifth suitor. Impressed, Lu Xing clapped and exclaimed, "Professor Song, it is a pity you do not engage in debates." Flattered by the compliment, a smile danced in her eyes as she replied, "I was the captain of my university's debate team and even won a national debate championship." Wow. Impressive. As a professional flatterer, one must recognize that when a client expresses such sentiments, the sole intention is to seek compliments. Thus, Lu Xing promptly showered praise and empathy, executing a smooth array of compliments that made Song Junju's lips curl into an uncontainable smile. "Ah, Professor Song, why have we circled back again?" Song Junju queried, finding a suitable place to park, her brows furrowed in curiosity. "Weren't you just leaning against the window, gazing at that area?" Upon alighting from the vehicle, Song Junju stole a glance in the distance. It appeared to be a bird and flower market, likely hosting some competition. "If you fancy it, we shall go take a look." Lu Xing was momentarily perplexed. He had merely glanced at the crowd. How had Song Junju discerned that? Was she not focused intently on driving? Perhaps she had been subtly attentive to him all along. A shiver ran down Lu Xing's spine. He understood that as a professional flatterer, the gravest error was to misinterpret affection. Past experiences had taught him this lesson well. He might have been enchanted by the client's playful demeanor, yet to her, he was merely a pet to be teased. A transaction of money for service devoid of genuine emotion. Regaining his composure, Lu Xing adorned his face with a professional smile. "Shall we proceed then, Professor Song? Are your shoes comfortable for walking?" Song Junju, tall and elegant, was clad in a trench coat over a flowing black dress, complemented by a pair of slender high heels. "This might be useful," Lu Xing offered, producing a blister patch from his pocket. After Antwin had suffered a blister, he had purchased these as a precaution. Song Junju gazed at the blister patch in Lu Xing's hand, a wave of warmth washing over her. He truly cares for me, to consider such minute details. On the street, Lu Xing offering to remove her shoes would have been something she would never agree to. Thus, although she declined his suggestion, she tucked the blister patch into her trench coat pocket. Upon arriving at the bird and flower market, they discovered it was hosting a competition to determine whose bird was the largest. Song Junju, rarely visiting such places, felt a flicker of curiosity, intermittently admiring the little goldfish and potted flowers, revealing a glimpse of the innocent charm that belonged to a young girl. Lu Xing? As she turned, her gaze met his clear eyes, and she suddenly understood. He truly cares for me. Perhaps he intends to present me with roses, a token so impractical that countless suitors had offered them, all of whom she had turned away. Nevertheless, since it was Lu Xing, she wished to spare the young boy any sorrow. "Are you planning to give me a gift?" She had already prepared a surprised expression for when she would behold a bouquet of roses. "You truly are the first to do this," she thought. Lu Xing nodded solemnly, a hint of youthful innocence gracing his features. "This is for you." In the next moment, a lush green potted bamboo appeared in Lu Xing's hand. Song Junju's previously prepared smile suddenly froze. Why wasn't it a rose? Lu Xing, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "For you, Junju." Song Junju initially fell silent, her delicate, fair cheeks slowly blushing with a rosy hue. Only when the warmth reached a level she could feel did she take a discreet, deep breath to suppress the pink flush. This was the first time Song Junju had received such a potted plant, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "For you, Junju," Lu Xing remarked, observing her expression and feeling that his gift was indeed perfectly suited for the occasion. After all, they had met for a reason. "I gift you a pot of bamboo. You can rest assured and go abroad. Farewell." How exhilarating. As a professional flatterer, Ensuring the client's happiness was a fundamental quality. Lu Xing had successfully delighted the client and felt immensely satisfied. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure appearing behind Song Junju. In an instant, Lu Xing's pupils dilated. Goodness, how did Qi Yuanshan end up here? Murphy's Law aptly states, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. The moment Lu Xing saw Qi Yuanshan, he immediately grasped Song Junju's arm, and they turned around. Song Junju was momentarily bewildered, but then heard Lu Xing's calm voice. Laced with humor, say, here is a method for nurturing bamboo. Would you like to take a look? This potted plant would look splendid in your home. So vibrant and green, it will surely lift your spirits. The words for you, Junju echoed in Song Junju's mind, leaving her momentarily blank. Could that place truly be called home? A sudden stir tugged at her heartstrings. Song Junju's heart raced as she found herself bending down to examine the care instructions for the bamboo, surprisingly willing to admit her shortcomings to Lu Xing. I am not adept at caring for plants or animals. Lu Xing stood beside her, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips, while his gaze subtly flicked back to keep an eye on Qi Yuanshan's movements. He replied, bamboo should be quite easy to care for, right? But the last plant I failed to nurture was a cactus. Song Junju felt a bit uneasy, her voice slightly trembling. She despised failure and was reluctant to share her experiences of it. This was her first time disclosing such personal stories, making her somewhat anxious. Fortunately, Lu Xing was there to catch her with ease. It's all right, I will accompany you in nurturing it. It will surely thrive, and soon you will be its mother. Song Junju couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Xing's cheerful assertion about its growth. The beautiful woman bent down, a smile gracing her lips. However, Lu Xing was too preoccupied to appreciate the sight. His heart was on the verge of leaping from his chest. Qi Yuanshan was engaged in hushed conversation with a young man, the content of which remained a mystery. Subsequently, she approached with hesitant steps. Goodness, she was truly coming over. Lu Xing felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He had long since severed ties with Qi Yuanshan, so his concern was not for her. No, his apprehension lay with Song Junju. The unpredictable temperament of Song Junju was a source of dread. What if Qi Yuanshan uttered something inappropriate that provoked her? The one to suffer would undoubtedly be him. The sensation of being lashed returned vividly to his mind, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. After all, no one relishes the idea of being struck, except perhaps for those with peculiar inclinations. Given Qi Yuanshan's cunning demeanor, it was entirely plausible that she would conspire against him in front of Song Junju. They absolutely could not be allowed to meet. 3 meters. Qi Yuanshan was a mere 3 meters away. Lu Xing clenched his teeth, striving to suppress the tremor in his hands. Should I buy another? Song Junju, in high spirits, straightened her posture, only to discover Lu Xing standing beside her. Their lips nearly brushed, a fleeting sensation akin to clouds passing. Both were momentarily stunned. A hint of confusion clouded Song Junju's exquisitely reserved features. Lu Xing felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. It was over. The heavens were conspiring against him. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced sideways. In a twist of fate, Qi Yuanshan halted her advance and turned to leave. Oh, what torment this was! Lu Xing's heart raced violently. He touched his arms, finding goosebumps had erupted all over. He had said to stay indoors, had cautioned against venturing out. He had nearly faced disaster. Damn it! Now that he had dispensed with Qi Yuanshan, he was confronted with a dilemma he dreaded most. Had he kissed Song Junju? That could not be. Surely it lasted less than a second. Before him, Song Junju appeared as though she had been paused in time, her alluring eyes glistening, her lips temptingly lush. Just moments ago, no. He must not dwell on it. Lu Xing quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was careless just now. It's all right, Song Junju replied, regaining her composure. Though her neck was flushed crimson, life is often fraught with unexpected occurrences. Thus, General Lu Xing was assessed, desperately clinging to pride while suffering. Observing Lu Xing's bewildered expression, Song Junju contemplated that perhaps he was not entirely at fault. Her sudden upright posture had contributed to the awkwardness. Yes, the responsibility should be shared equally. Neither should bear resentment. Unbeknownst to her, Song Junju had begun to reflect on her own role in the incident. Lu Xing was utterly astonished. This unpredictable woman was letting it slide? He had braced himself for a beating. Well, it seemed that after finding an escape from her marriage, Song Junju was invigorated. How splendid! Lu Xing revealed a smile filled with surprise. Yet he clutched the bamboo in his hands with a hint of trepidation. "Let us return home and nurture the bamboo in the soil," he urged. "We must go home, quickly." He was truly reluctant to endure the earlier fright once more. It had been utterly terrifying. However, Song Junju had her own intentions. After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "Let us simply send someone to deliver it back. We shall go dine instead. I have made a reservation at a restaurant." She was an exceedingly assertive individual. Lu Xing harbored doubts about her. She was always in charge. At Aunt Wen's, one could negotiate matters, but with Song Junju, it was not an option. Everything revolved around her directives. Lu Xing sighed inwardly, pondering the possibility of purchasing a mask and hat. This profession was no easy endeavor. "Sister, your maturity is truly incongruous with your age. While others revel in shopping, you prefer wandering the flower and bird market." Qi Shui was utterly speechless. His sister defied expectations. Her favorite haunt was not a luxury store, but rather a market for flora and fauna. Qi Yushan was simply attired in a white long dress, complemented by a knitted cardigan. She appeared gentle as flowing water, yet her words cut deeply. "Do you think everyone shares your penchant for wildly headbanging at music festivals?" Qi Shui stammered, feeling mocked. "That is rock. Rock will never die?" he retorted. Qi Yushan cast a sardonic glance in his direction. "Then Qin Shi Huang ought to take up rock music, as it grants eternal life." Qi Shui whimpered, "Whoa, I never said that. He is off to find his mother. Besides, traditional opera is far superior to those songs." Qi Shui protested. "On what grounds do you assert that? Rock is the pinnacle." The weather had turned slightly chilly, prompting Qi Yushan to calmly fasten her cardigan, stating with poise, "Because I sing opera." Qi Shui fell silent. "All right then. A strong and compelling reason. Sister, when do you plan to leave?" Just as Qi Shui finished speaking, he noticed Qi Yushan abruptly halt, her gaze fixated on a particular direction. "What's wrong, sister?" Qi Shui queried, puzzled, following her line of sight. In the next moment, Qi Yushan's tone shifted to a melodious lilt reminiscent of opera. "Does that person resemble Lu Xing?" Qi Shui exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" He turned to see a tall, young lad accompanied by a composed, alluring woman. Although their faces were obscured, they appeared to be quite a matched pair. A sister and a charming young man. How popular they must be. Moments later, Qi Yushan turned to leave, prompting Qi Shui to hastily follow. Hey, sister, where are you going? Wait for me. Did you not say that person was Lu Xing?" Qi Yushan's voice returned to its usual sweetness. They shared a kiss. "Lu Xing harbored feelings for me and would not be so intimate with another. Let us depart. This evening, I shall perform at the theater, where I am certain to see him. He will undoubtedly attend. At Haichingport, I beheld the most exquisite fireworks. Alas, I was mistaken. I truly should not have consented to go out." Lu Xing was in despair. Just moments ago, Song Junju had excused herself to the restroom to retouch her makeup, and Lu Xing expressed his understanding. However, after taking only a few bites of his meal, he was rendered silent by the overwhelming disappointment. Could this restaurant possibly reimburse him? The food was utterly atrocious. The chef who transforms fine ingredients into something so dreadful deserves severe reprimand. The fade of wasting food, discarding what one cannot finish, pales in comparison to the true waste of producing such a culinary abomination. After just a couple of bites, Lu Xing lost all appetite. At that moment, an acidic taunt drifted toward him from seemingly nowhere. "Oh, not accustomed to the fare of fine dining? TSK. It seems you are indeed born into a life of poverty." Lu Xing momentarily closed his eyes, attempting to conceal the turmoil within. A disastrous scene unfolding was one thing. The restaurant's culinary failure was another. Why must he, not a protagonist from a novel, trigger such ridicule simply by dining? It was absurd. Following the voice, Lu Xing beheld a sharply dressed man with slicked back hair, whose gaze was laden with hostility and a smirk of derision. After a brief silence, Lu Xing, perplexed, inquired, "Are you unable to pursue Professor Song successfully? Lies do not wound. The truth is a sharp blade." The man's previously mocking demeanor shifted to one of agitation as he retorted angrily, Am I pursuing Song Junju? Though I have no particular desire to. That is laughable. There are countless women who adore me. You are merely pretending." Lu Xing replied, a single numerical figure causing the man to falter. The slick-haired man abruptly stood, storming toward Lu Xing, rolling up his sleeves as he gritted his teeth. "Today, I shall make you understand what it means to face consequences." The sound of high heels echoed, and Song Junju appeared before the crowd. Her aloof and haughty gaze swept over the slick-haired man, her tone imbued with an overwhelming authority. Understand what? The man trembled in fear, hastily grasping Lu Xing's arm to assist him in rolling up his sleeve, awkwardly smiling. Let him know that there are still many good people in this world. A chuckle escaped the lips of some onlookers in the restaurant. Ah, so adaptable are we? Song Junju, stepping closer to Lu Xing, noticed his distressed expression, and her anger flared. Step aside. Understood. The slick-haired man, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly gathered his belongings and made a hasty exit, seamless in his retreat. Song Junju furrowed her brows and remarked nonchalantly, "This restaurant has always operated on a reservation basis. Yet today, due to a rushed arrival, no private room was available, and to her dismay, they encountered such mediocrity. That imbecile had previously been a colleague of hers in university, who, after attempting to harass her, was expelled from the institution." Each of his words seemed devoid of explanation. Yet every utterance was laden with meaning. Lu Xing nodded absently, his thoughts far removed from the slick-haired man. He was preoccupied with a singular inquiry. "Professor Song, how does this restaurant continue to operate?" Song Junju replied, "What do you mean?" Lu Xing's face contorted with distaste from the unpalatable fare. "It's dreadful." Song Junju let out a chuckle, her exquisite features brightening with a hint of allure. "The scenery here is splendid. From this vantage point, one can gaze down upon the entire harbor of Haiqing, where pedestrians scurry like ants in migration, instilling a sense of grandeur, as if all of existence lay within one's grasp." Song Junju realized she had never taken Lu Xing out to enjoy the view, so she endeavored to show him the beautiful landscape. To her surprise, the young lad seemed indifferent to the scenery, focusing instead on the food. Few patrons truly came to satiate their hunger. Rather, most sought to conduct business or to capture photographs for social media, projecting an image of wealth and opulence, reveling in the allure of excess. "If it's not to our liking, we shall change venues," Song Junju declared. Today, she surprisingly displayed a cooperative demeanor, leading Lu Xing to believe she would dismiss the meal outright. "Never mind," Lu Xing muttered to his plate, engaging in a battle with his food. "We cannot waste resources." Song Junju's enchanting gaze sparkled with amusement. What a thrifty little fellow. After their meal, while Lu Xing excused himself to the restroom, Song Junju summoned the manager, drying her hands as she spoke. "If the chef's cooking is subpar, dismiss him. If the restaurant is solely focused on marketing, then it ought to close. How shameful to serve such repugnant dishes in this splendid location." The manager, drenched in perspiration, repeatedly apologized. "My sincerest apologies, Miss Song." Upon seeing Lu Xing emerge from the restroom, Song Junju promptly silenced the manager's explanations. "Be quiet." Ever since she learned of Lu Xing's secret affection for her, she was reluctant to reveal her indifferent side in his presence. "Professor Song, shall we depart?" "Yes, indeed." Song Junju rose and followed the youthful Lu Xing out of the restaurant. Just before stepping outside, she cast a glance back at the restaurant manager, her gaze rife with warning. The manager was startled into silence. After delivering her silent admonition, Song Junju's mood lightened considerably. She believed that soon the quality of the restaurant's offerings would improve. Perhaps she would bring Lu Xing back here again. After they left, the ambience changed. The restaurant manager, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Alas, Miss Song is so amiable in front of that little brat, yet she gazes at us as if we were to be sliced. What is his status compared to ours? It is simply unacceptable." Just then, he looked up and met the equally troubled expression of the restaurant owner. "Boss, what troubles you?" The owner, raising a hand in despair, replied, "Do not inquire. It is simply a matter of urgency." Upon learning that Song Junju had been provoked at the restaurant, he hurried over without delay. "Add that man to the blacklist, then." The manager leaned in, eager for the next directive, "And hire several skilled chefs. Damn it. If Professor Song gets angry again, our rent will surely increase. Curse it. Who chose these chefs? The dishes are utterly unpalatable." The restaurant owner grumbled as he stormed off. The manager silently remarked, "Isn't that chef your uncle?" As Song Junju exited the restaurant with Lu Xing, they paused by the dock. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against returning to the villa, where memories of tormenting Lu Xing lingered uncomfortably in her mind. As a professional in emotional acuity, she sensed her own hesitation, prompting Lu Xing to offer a suggestion. "Shall we take a stroll and enjoy the breeze?" Song Junju's eyes sparkled. Lu Xing truly cared for her, intuitively understanding her unvoiced thoughts. "That sounds lovely." The two rarely had such leisurely moments to walk together. Feeling the need to take the lead, Song Junju pondered what to say, yet found herself at a loss for words, having never played the role of a social catalyst. Consequently, Lu Xing took the initiative, aiming to fill the silence with inconsequential chatter. With the changing seasons, Professor Song, do take care at school. I've heard that drinking tea is good for the throat, especially when you lecture. The sea breeze caressed their faces as Lu Xing's incessant concern filled her ears. Song Junju felt a sense of comfort wash over her, the atmosphere easing her nerves, prompting her to slightly open her heart. Lu Xing, do you have any dreams? Dreams? Lu Xing found the term somewhat ironic. A person like him scarcely deserved to harbor dreams. His only aspiration was to live well, to be an ordinary person. I wish to study diligently. Song Junju was amused by his earnest demeanor, her lips curving into a gentle smile. And what about you, Professor? What are your dreams? My dreams? Song Junju paused, struck by the question. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the night sky, and a magnificent firework erupted against the backdrop of the sea and sky. The crowd strolling on the dock looked up in surprise, then surged toward the shore in excitement. There's a fireworks show today. Let us hurry to the edge. The view is splendid. Don't push me. Watch out. The throng pressed forward, inadvertently forcing Lu Xing and Song Junju to the front. Professor, be careful. There are too many people. Without a moment to ponder, adhering to the principle of prioritizing the customer, Lu Xing swiftly opened his arms and enveloped Song Junju in a protective embrace. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, fireworks erupted, painting the sky in a riot of colors, with the sea reflecting their brilliance. The light danced upon Song Junju's face as a refreshing breeze swept in, while her body remained cocooned in the warmth of his embrace. Suddenly, she declared, my dream is to be first. First in what? Song Junju bit her lip. First in everything. Lu Xing chuckled softly, his melodious voice resonating in her ear. In my eyes, you already are. Bang. The final firework burst forth in the night sky, a colossal pink blossom illuminating the heavens. Gasps of awe arose from the crowd. So beautiful. What is this? Uninformed. I've seen far more magnificent displays abroad. The chatter of bystanders was remarkably loud. Song Junju gazed blankly at the sky, murmuring, it's different. Here at Haicheng Port, I witnessed the most beautiful fireworks. A memory to cherish for a lifetime. That night, two events dominated the trending topics in Haicheng. 1. The spectacular fireworks show at Haicheng Port. 2. The opera singer Qi Yushan's disastrous performance at the Haicheng Grand Theater. Lu Xing had personally experienced the former, leaving little to discuss. However, the latter was quite perplexing. Although Qi Yushan was a seemingly aloof character, his professional abilities were impeccable. How could he possibly have faltered? What are you watching? Song Junju, having run a lap outside, felt dust clinging to her and decided to wash her hair first upon returning home. Now clad in a red silk nightgown, she was drying her hair with a towel. Life is truly unfair. The volume of her long, seaweed-like hair was at least 3 times that of some others. Yet, due to its abundance, she often neglected to blow dry it, simply towel drying it before allowing it to air dry as she slept. Lu Xing glanced at her, his innate skills as a devoted admirer immediately coming into play. Do you need help drying your hair? Song Junju shot him a sidelong glance. You'll do it? Lu Xing nodded, smiling. I will. With someone to assist, Song Junju felt considerably more at ease, entrusting her long hair to Lu Xing while she settled on the sofa to check the trending topics. You still haven't mentioned what you were watching earlier. The curiosity of a woman is indeed insatiable. However, Lu Xing wished to avoid any discord with Song Junju at this moment. In the past, she would have already dozed off after their banter, but since she was still awake now, pacifying her was far preferable to facing her ire. Thus, Lu Xing promptly replied, the trending topic mentioned fireworks at Haicheng Port, so I want to take a look. Song Junju noticed that trending topic as well, but her interest was piqued by the next one. Qi Yushan messed up? Lu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Professor Song, do you know him? Do not recognize. Please do not recognize, I beg you. In the next moment, Song Junju shook her head. A friend of mine enjoys antiques and appreciates opera. I had mentioned her before, claiming she sings beautifully. Unexpectedly, upon our next encounter, I was met with the news of her disastrous performance. Why do you seem a bit pleased? Song Junju looked at Lu Xing with confusion, as if she saw a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Lu Xing suppressed his inner delight, turned on the hairdryer, and asked curiously, is that so? The warm air gently enveloped her, bringing a sense of comfort to Song Joonju. And suddenly she thought, he cares for me. Just for drying my hair, he seems so happy. Well, there's no harm in hearing how she sang poorly. Song Joonju opened the video. The beauty on stage was impeccably dressed, her eyes shimmering with resilience, her figure graceful, her gestures precise as she began to sing. The powerful sounds of drums and horns resonated, evoking my grand ambitions. In those days, amidst the blossoming peach trees, I was formidable, and blood splattered upon my pomegranate skirt. After watching the entire video, Lu Xing commented, "It wasn't a complete failure. She merely missed a note. After all, she is not a robot." Even the most skilled singers face the risk of a vocal mishap, let alone an opera performance that charges by the hour. The hairdryer hummed softly. Lu Xing's slender fingers delicately wove through her hair, occasionally massaging her head, which allowed Song Joonju's nerves to unwind. She squinted her eyes and watched the video again, decisively stating, Chi Yushan was waiting for someone, but that person never arrived. Is that so? Lu Xing steadied his hand, continuing to dry Song Joonju's hair, revealing no other emotions. Even from this angle, where he could see a glimpse of her nightgown's neckline, he chose to remain oblivious. Song Joonju comfortably squinted her eyes, lazily speculating, it might not be obvious, but my intuition tells me she glanced at the audience several times. And the note she missed was right after her last look at the audience. Lu Xing shivered inwardly. Damn, is a woman's sixth sense truly that terrifying? Can one even play with such intuition? Perhaps Chi Yushan was waiting for him, but what did that have to do with him? His dealings with Chi Yushan had long concluded, and there was no reason to eagerly attend her performance. The agreement was over, and everything was settled. Song Joonju, feeling somewhat bored, closed her phone. I didn't expect Chi Yushan could experience unrequited love too. Moreover, the person seems indifferent towards her. Lu Xing merely murmured in acknowledgement, hesitant to speak further. However, he believed Song Joonju's subsequent assertion was mistaken. Chi Yushan did not love him at all. She had merely been toying with him for amusement. Even a toy left behind for 2 years can evoke sadness, let alone a companion of 2 years. Chi Yushan would eventually grow accustomed to it. The grand theater of Haiqing was enveloped in a profound silence, as everyone busily gathered their belongings, eager to depart without uttering a single word. Each departing individual offered a reassuring pat on the shoulder to Qi Shui, stationed by the door, as a form of encouragement. You can do it. I hope you managed to persuade your sister. Qi Shui felt his legs weakening, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. I truly can't do this. Please don't abandon me. He lamented inwardly. Who could have anticipated that the impeccably flawless Chi Yushan would falter on such a familiar piece? The audience erupted in astonishment. Although the staff refrained from mentioning it afterward, the spectators did not hold back, propelling the incident into trending discussions online. Qi Shui cautiously approached Chi Yushan, maintaining a safe distance, ready to flee should she feel the urge to lash out. The backstage lights blazed brightly. Chi Yushan had removed her headpiece, her long hair cascading down, with theatrical makeup still adorning her face, dressed in a flowing costume. Despite the brightness of the surroundings, Qi Shui sensed that she was on the verge of shattering. I've seen the comments online. No one blames you. They understand, he reassured her. Why didn't Lu Xing come? You've never aired in this venue before. This was merely an accident. Why didn't Lu Xing come? Their mother had suggested that if she felt disheartened, she could return home for a comforting meal. Why didn't Lu Xing come? It was as if a script had been predetermined. No matter what Qi Shui said, Chi Yushan's response remained the same. From the moment the performance commenced, Qi Shui sensed trouble brewing when he failed to spot Lu Xing in the audience. Yet, he never imagined the absence of Lu Xing would weigh so heavily on Chi Yushan. Typically, this segment was as effortless for her as eating or sleeping. But now it felt akin to choking on a meal. Although it was not a grave mistake, for the diligent Chi Yushan, it was undoubtedly a blow. Qi Shui swallowed hard and cautiously spoke. Sister, I tried calling Lu Xing, but it seems he didn't answer. Didn't he answer? Chi Yushan's gaze lifted, her face painted in stark, cold light resembling a ghostly figure. Was it unreachable, or was I blocked? She firmly believed Lu Xing was enamored with her, convinced he would certainly attend that evening, and even more resolutely assured that he would continue to return. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow. When Chi Yushan first glanced at the audience, not spotting Lu Xing, she felt a flicker of confusion. On her second glance, her confusion morphed into anger. By the third glance, an overwhelming sense of panic consumed her. This anxiety inevitably led to her mistake. Each time he discreetly gave her a thumbs up from the audience, applauding fervently and offering her unwavering reassurance through his gaze. Lu Xing is no longer present. He has departed. In that fleeting moment when she faltered in her song, Qi Yushan suddenly grasped the truth. It was not Lu Xing who was unable to part from her. Rather, it was she who could not let go of Lu Xing. She had grown accustomed to his presence, a comforting constant in her life. A wry smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, a self-mocking expression. Let us play. Let us indulge ourselves until we become lost within it. Perhaps even destroy ourselves in the process? Qi Yushan let out a cold laugh, her theatrical makeup enhancing her chilling demeanor, resembling a formidable final boss in a horror game. Qi Shui, startled, recoiled 3 steps, drenched in sweat, and immediately suggested, "Sister, shall I use your phone to call?" Without uttering a word, Qi Yushan tossed her phone to Qi Shui. He dialed the number, and in the next instant, the call connected. Oh no! It turned out that number had indeed been blocked. Qi Yushan's expression darkened. Qi Shui quickly stepped back, activated the speakerphone, swallowed hard, and cautiously spoke. "Is this Lu Xing?" "No, he is dead. This book, does anyone truly read it? I regret it now." Grateful to Lu Qingqing for her unwavering, albeit peculiar, dedication over such a long period. Having endured countless bizarre scripts, Lu Xing's voice had transformed into a remarkably versatile instrument. A mere change in tone, and the person on the other end would scarcely recognize him. Lu Xing reclined on the sofa, casually contemplating. It seems that if he were to take on a part-time job during university, he might consider this industry. Suddenly, a frantic female voice interrupted the male voice on the other end. "Lu Xing, is he dead?" "It's Qi Yushan." "Well, one can't say he is dead. I don't really know. This number was empty when I purchased it," Lu Xing replied nonchalantly, sipping water. Many clients were familiar with this number, and he preferred not to change it at the last moment. It would be far better to let Qi Yushan relinquish her hopes entirely. The agreement would be terminated, and their transactions would be settled. He despised emotional entanglements, as they would significantly diminish his profits. "If you have nothing else to say, I will hang up. It's quite late." Not receiving a response, Lu Xing casually ended the call. "How intriguing. What is the matter? Are you feeling a bit unsettled because your toy isn't obeying you?" Lu Xing shook his head, finding humanity to be rather contemptible. His acquaintance with Qi Yushan had always been a whimsical diversion of her own making. His existence was merely an amusing trinket in her affluent life. He never believed he owed her anything. Perhaps at the very beginning, he felt a flicker of emotion while observing the spirited Qi Yushan on stage. However, upon discovering that Qi Yushan regarded this as mere amusement, that fleeting sentiment dissipated entirely. It was best to conclude matters here, let it be settled. Lu Xing took a deep breath, weariness evident in his gaze. "I am not like you affluent gentlemen and ladies, overflowing with emotions seeking an outlet. I am here to earn a living, dear sister." Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang again, this time from Lu Qingqing. He glanced at the script Lu Qingqing had sent earlier. Today's theme revolved around a lovesick, possessive younger sister. Lu Xing rubbed his face vigorously, attempting to invigorate himself, and then donned a smile as he answered the call. "Good evening." At the Haiqing Grand Theater, beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Qi Yushan stood motionless by the table, her gaze fixed intently on the phone. She remained still, resembling a statue. Qi Shui, watching the scene unfold, felt a sense of dread and thought to himself, "What on earth is happening? Had I known, I would never have assisted her in pursuing Lu Xing. Now, it seems, everyone is discontented." Qi Shui attempted to console her, saying, "Oh dear sister, isn't it quite normal for someone to change their number? I've switched mine several times. That person is merely a jester who claimed Lu Xing had perished." However, Lu Xing's indifference was apparent. To declare their business concluded and genuinely not show up was rather callous. He truly is a creature fixated solely on money. Qi Yushan remained silent, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. The long sleeves of her costume hung down as she cradled her heart, speechless for a prolonged moment. Upon hearing the word death linked with Lu Xing, she distinctly felt her heart stop. It became clear to her that she cared for Lu Xing far more than she had anticipated. Ever since that charity performance, Lu Xing had attended every Sunday without fail, even during severe storm warnings when the audience was sparse. Qi Yushan braced herself for the possibility of receiving a cancellation notice from Lu Xing. Yet, upon taking the stage, Lu Xing stood steadfast like a poplar tree, eternally present in the audience, always offering her the warmest affirmation and trust whenever she cast her gaze his way. Everyone hailed her as a prodigy, effortlessly mastering any piece she performed. Only Qi Yushan understood the sheer panic that gripped her heart when, this evening, she found herself unable to spot the familiar figure in the usual corner. Qi Yushan thought to herself, I am doomed. I have ensnared myself in this predicament. Do you have any other means of contacting Lu Xing? After an indeterminate amount of time, Qi Yushan's hoarse voice broke the silence. Qi Shui, feeling exasperated, replied, Sister, let this matter pass. If he chooses not to attend, it reflects his lack of taste. We remain the finest opera actors. Once you achieve fame, he will surely regret his decision. Qi Yushan's eyes dimmed, yet her tone was resolute. I have the means. I will pay him to come. The audience cannot be without Lu Xing. Even a transaction akin to the past would suffice. As long as he comes. As long as he can come. The Pond contemplated momentarily, wearing a furrowed brow. However, in the past, money was always deposited directly into his account, and the only means of contact was through his mobile number. In this modern age, once an individual changes their number, the chances of locating them diminish significantly. A sudden epiphany struck the Pond. Isn't Lu Xing known for writing short essays weekly? Could there be relevant information within those? Regrettably, I have only perused one or two. Sister, have you read them? Qi Yuanshan fell silent. Her face, cold and composed, seemed on the verge of being submerged by guilt. No, she had not read them. I merely intended to tease him. Qi Yuanshan admitted with some difficulty. I never thought an outsider could provide me with advice. This was the truth, albeit somewhat hurtful. The Pond sighed deeply, lamenting their plight. The two rummaged through their belongings for quite some time, only to uncover a few recent essays. Qi Yuanshan, examining a piece from a more distant time, found herself smiling faintly at the sincerity conveyed within. Lu Xing had poured his heart into praising her, even mentioning some intricate details. Through the thin sheet of paper, she could almost envision Lu Xing joyfully crafting his words. The Pond groaned, alas. It appeared that his older sister had genuinely fallen for him. She glanced at another piece. The heartfelt words within calmed Qi Yuanshan's restless heart this evening. Turning to the next one, halfway through, she suddenly lifted her head and inquired of the Pond, what is the fifth personality activation? The Pond instinctively replied, oh, that is wait. Where did fifth personality come from in the opera analysis? Goodness. The Pond was overtaken by goosebumps, incredulously snatching the paper from Qi Yuanshan's hands to inspect it. In the midst of an extensive analysis of opera, a few hundred words of game strategy were inexplicably interspersed. Oh dear. A chill ran down the Pond's spine as he stammered, Sister, which week is this from? Qi Yuanshan, sensing something amiss, replied with urgency, the week before last. The Pond felt as if struck by lightning, bewildered. Then what about last week's? Fifth personality is a game. Did he inquire about you in his analysis? How did you respond? Qi Yuanshan stood frozen, struck by a sudden realization. I said he wrote exceptionally well, mentioning many small details that were very helpful to me. He had shown no unusual reaction at the time, still smiling. The Pond fell into silence. It was over. Truly over. Qi Yuanshan immediately picked up the analysis written by Lu Xing the previous week, hurriedly scanning a couple of lines. It lacked the previous sincerity, replaced entirely by empty platitudes. The Pond glanced at it, his scalp prickling with shock as he exclaimed, This is generated. The essence is far too potent. He deliberately infused his brief essay with a hint of gaming strategy, testing whether one truly paid heed. Fortuitously, his guess was correct. Regrettably, dear sister, your fate is sealed. Qi Yushan finally lost her balance, swaying momentarily before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Last week, she had exhibited no signs of distress. It turned out that Lu Xing had known all along that her feelings for him were far from earnest. She had even sung a song to Lu Xing at that time. While his eyes sparkled with laughter, what thoughts occupied his mind? Was he still laughing in his heart? Qi Yushan dared not ponder Lu Xing's inner reflections. All she felt now was a dizzying haze, her eyes aching to the point of tears. He hadn't stayed away for monetary reasons, but rather due to a broken heart. Regret enveloped her entirely, and the sound of low sobs echoed from backstage. There's no saving it. Just bury it, someone murmured. Hey, did you study for this? Who studies seriously? Did you study? I didn't either. I played games until the wee hours. Really? But I noticed your gaming account wasn't online last night. Oh, I was playing a different game. Monday arrived, and the campus buzzed with such conversations. If nothing unexpected occurred, they must have been fervently scribbling away the previous night. Did you sneak into someone else's bed last night? Lu Xing observed Li Dachuan, whose dark circles hung heavily, drained of vitality. He had managed to soothe the peculiar Lu Qingqing until 2:30. Yet he didn't appear in such a state. Don't mention it. Li Dachuan had forsaken snacks, resting his head on the desk, yawning. Today's the mock exam. Aren't you worried? I was burning the midnight oil last night, cramming like mad, even dreaming of Li the demon's furious voice. Lu Xing chuckled and produced a piece of chocolate for him. Here, eat this. Don't doze off while writing your essay. It must be said, Song Junju truly lived up to her reputation as an academic prodigy, for the materials she compiled for Lu Xing were nothing short of divine assistance. The sensation of being uplifted was delightful. As class ended during morning study, the students busied themselves rearranging their desks. Lu Xing glanced back at Xia Yexiang's seat. She was absent from school today. Xia Yexiang was quite intelligent, though her artistic talent eclipsed her academic prowess. During their tutoring sessions a few days prior, Lu Xing had noted how quickly she grasped concepts. Sigh, I suppose I shall drink this porridge myself. Xia Yexiang's absence without informing him rendered Lu Xing's early morning effort of preparing porridge futile. Just as Lu Xing contemplated self-service, he heard a clear, tranquil voice. Lu Xing. He looked up to find Wei Qingyu's bright eyes meeting his. Li Dachuan glanced between Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu, and suddenly, a profound sense of divine mission surged within him. Li Dachuan, who had been on the verge of dozing off, instantly perked up. His eyes darted around for a moment before he declared, I need to use the restroom. Truly, as the sports committee member, his stamina was commendable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Lu Xing was at a loss for words, while Dachuan was often quite dull in other matters. How could he be so quick-witted in this instance? Wei Qingyu, slender and delicate, stood silently before Lu Xing's desk. With a sigh, Lu Xing finally inquired, What's wrong? Wei Qingyu maintained a stoic expression, though her gaze betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Xia Yeshuang didn't come today. Lu Xing, perplexed, thought to himself that it was a shame to waste food. I didn't have breakfast, she stated. Suddenly, Lu Xing understood. With a swift motion, a 100 yuan note was slapped onto his desk as Wei Qingyu earnestly asked, May I use this to buy something to eat? Lu Xing, with genuine curiosity, inquired, Where did your family find such a chef? Is the food truly that unpalatable? How else could it be that a refined beauty like you is reduced to scavenging for a bowl of porridge? It felt as though they were acting out a scene from a television drama. Wei Qingyu, puzzled by his question, replied earnestly, He is a descendant of a royal chef. I haven't inquired how many generations. I will ask tonight and inform you via WeChat. Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. He often found Wei Qingyu's vet quite amusing. Who was it that labeled her as aloof? You should go eat. Though I believe your family's chef must cook better than I do. He pocketed the 100 yuan note, thinking to himself, What a pleasant surprise to earn 100 yuan without effort. Wei Qingyu's posture while eating was graceful and refined, reminiscent of an elegant noblewoman from an ancient painting. After sipping her porridge, she stated earnestly, I like you. Lu Xing nearly became the first person to choke on a piece of bread. Me? No. Sister. Could you refrain from uttering such shocking words with such a calm demeanor? Imagining the fierce protectiveness of Wei Qingyu's father, Lu Xing envisioned himself meeting a grim fate. But I'm not entirely certain, he sighed. Yet my emotions have certainly fluctuated because of you. Taking a deep breath, he continued, However, I have no valid reason to assert that I like you. He exhaled again, so I want to ask, do you have any insight into this matter? Lu Xing's heart finally settled. He knew Wei Qingyu could be naive, but he had not anticipated her to be this straightforward. Was it truly feasible to ask someone suspected of harboring feelings for you in such a direct manner? Would she not be perceived as mad? Lu Xing glanced at Wei Qingyu's face. Oh, very well then. Indeed, there exists such potential, and perhaps upon confessing my affection, I might swiftly acquire a boyfriend. However, regrettably, this individual is Lu Xing, who truly desires to avoid entanglements with former clients. One might suggest that we settle our financial affairs amicably, allowing for future encounters over a drink. Yet, your current approach resembles a melodramatic narrative, which complicates any chance of future meetings. This cannot stand. It is imperative to quash this matter in its infancy. Thus, Lu Xing contemplated for a moment, guiding the conversation gently. You do not truly fancy me. Rather, you have merely grown accustomed to my presence. Even should you encounter someone new, you would behave similarly. I would not. You would. I would not. All right. You would not. Listen to me. Lu Xing felt his blood pressure rising. Reflect upon your life. Has it not been smooth sailing? Have you never faced failure? Wei Qingyu pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. Precisely. I have been enamored with you for over 2 years. You must be used to it. Everyone believes I hold affections for you. Yet, if I suddenly claim to regard you as a sister, would that not take you by surprise? Wei Qingyu was persuaded and continued to nod. In a life devoid of obstacles, should an unexpected challenge arise, would your emotions not fluctuate? Unbelievably. On the morning of the impending mock examination, Lu Xing found himself providing psychological counsel to Wei Qingyu. Upon her return to her seat, Wang Xinjin, trembling with excitement, promptly inquired, "What happened, Qingyu?" Wei Qingyu replied calmly, "I told him I like him." Wang Xinjin nodded. "Oh, that is quite something." Stunned, she exclaimed, "Not just a friend. I knew you were brave, but I never anticipated such boldness. This isn't just straightforward. It's akin to launching a nuclear bomb. Enlightenment does not manifest in such a manner." Wang Xinjin immediately pressed. "And then? How did he respond?" Wei Qingyu, content, replied, "He said that he does not like me. Rather, I have merely encountered an unexpected dilemma, causing some unrest within me. Indeed, when faced with difficult problems, I do experience such feelings. In psychology, this is referred to as a desire for conquest." Lu Xing's reasoning was sound, more coherent than your theories on love. Wang Xinjin felt numb. This is a disaster. Lu Xing has deciphered the logic of Wei Qingyu's thought process and has even exploited it. How outrageous. If Wei Qingyu does not call this affection, I shall read the name Xinjin backward. Never mind. She should prepare a monetary gift for Lu Xing and Xia Yexiang's future children. Wei Qingyu is beyond saving. Let her be buried. The mock examination spanned 2 days. On Monday morning, the Chinese language test was held, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. Tuesday morning brought the comprehensive science exam, concluding with English in the afternoon. From the moment the first day's tests ended, tranquility eluded the class. It seemed that discussing answers was a shared passion among the students. However, perhaps it is true that every individual possesses a unique perspective, leading to vastly different reactions to the answers. The first category is exemplified by Hu Zhongzhong, who frantically seeks others' responses, and upon realizing he has made an error, begins to wail in anguish, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, I am destined to fail." When the papers are distributed, he receives a score of 130. The second category is represented by Li Dachuan, who, upon discovering that he has answered a question identically to the top student, erupts in ecstatic exclamations. Incredible. This is a sure win. When the papers are released, he scores 70. Amidst the cacophony, Lu Xing glances back at the seat of Xia Yexiang, which remains unoccupied. She has been absent from school for a day and a half, and her messages remain unanswered. Wei Qingyu has already salvaged breakfast for 2 consecutive days. Xing, having completed the comprehensive exam, I can finally breathe. That electromagnetic field nearly took my life. Shall we indulge in a fine meal? Li Dachuan rubs his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the mention of food. Lu Xing checks the clock on the wall, 11 a.m. Not a chance. As a diligent and devoted admirer, it is imperative to stay attuned to the client's updates. Perhaps another time, I shall visit the piano room. After much contemplation, Lu Xing believes that Xia Yexiang will be there. The sole reason being that Xia Yexiang decorates the piano room with an array of charming details in every corner, indicating that it serves as a cozy refuge for her. Just as a company owner assesses an employee's intent to leave based on the trinkets on their desk, the more scattered and eclectic the items, the lower the likelihood of resignation. Conversely, a workspace that is overly stark and minimalist may signal the employee's desire to escape. Thus, Lu Xing deduces that Xia Yexiang is most likely in the piano room. Li Dachuan's expression shifts to one of exaggerated intrigue upon hearing the mention of the piano room. Oh, are you going for a secret rendezvous? Lu Xing chuckles. What kind of phrase is that? Your score of 80 in Chinese is truly well-deserved. Are you resorting to a personal attack? Li Dachuan clutches his wounded heart. The piano room belongs to Xia Yexiang. Visiting her, there is hardly a clandestine meeting. Are you solving math problems? Lu Xing snaps his fingers joyfully. It seems our dear Dachuan's intuition is quite astute. You have uncovered the truth. Li Dachuan chuckles in response. What are you studying? I see you all merely exploring human anatomy and biology. He leans closer to Lu Xing's ear and whispers, Be careful, don't cause a disaster. Lu Xing replies, My native language is speechless. Upon seeing the golden little head resting on the piano, Lu Xing internally praises himself for being a genius. He quietly pushed the door open and gently closed it behind him. Approaching the piano, Lu Xing beheld the slumbering Xia Yexiang from this angle for the first time. Leaning against the side of the piano, Xia Yexiang's golden head rested at his waist height, presenting a delightful sight. Her eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow across her face, while her soft pink lips parted slightly, glistening with moisture. A tousled mane of golden hair sprawled across the piano's surface. The wind rustled the sheer curtains, and Xia Yexiang appeared as beautiful as an oil painting, evoking a sense of reluctance to disturb her repose. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Outside the window, the birds showed no mercy, perched on the branches and singing loudly. Xia Yexiang furrowed her brows in her sleep, evidently displeased by the noise. Well, providing good service to clients is an essential trait for us devoted attendants. Lu Xing scanned the piano room and eventually retrieved a broom from the corner. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped outside, brandishing the broom in an attempt to shoo away the raucous birds from the branches. The birds, however, paid him no heed and chirped even more joyfully. Dreadful, annoying birds, Lu Xing muttered in dissatisfaction. Both the birds outside and those perched upon him often left him at a loss. After toiling for a while, he had not managed to drive the birds away, but several leaves had fallen onto his hair. What are you doing? A somewhat hoarse voice suddenly resonated within the piano room. Lu Xing's mind immediately tensed, and he hastily concealed the broom behind him, turning around with a sheepish grin at Xia Yexiang. Nothing. I'm just cleaning, sweeping the floor. Having just awakened. Xia Yexiang's eyes were filled with a misty, watery look. Sweeping? But I distinctly saw you reaching for something by the windowsill. Her low mood, exacerbated by being awakened, turned icy at Lu Xing's deception. I pay you not to deceive me. Lu Xing awkwardly replied. I didn't tea. What were you actually doing? Xia Yexiang's tone grew even colder. Lu Xing, feeling helpless, closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. I noticed the birds outside were disturbing your sleep, so I wanted to use the broom to chase them away, but they were too nimble, and I failed. Xia Yexiang paused, unable to fathom such a reason. Why didn't you just say so when I asked? Lu Xing lowered his head, a rare display of bashfulness for someone of his age. It felt too embarrassing to admit he couldn't drive the birds away. Engaging in a battle with birds and losing was indeed a little humiliating. Despite Lu Xing's efforts to maintain composure and rationality, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in the face of such an uncontrollable situation. Xia Yexiang initially blinked in surprise, an indescribable feeling swelling within her. It was astonishing to discover someone so foolish. He had taken up a broom to battle the birds just to allow her a few more moments of sleep, yet was too embarrassed to admit it. On a summer night, Xia Yexiang gazed at Lu Xing's expression for quite a while before bursting into a light-hearted laugh. Lu Xing felt a slight flush creep into his ears at her laughter. Your joy is quite disruptive, he exclaimed. Xia Yexiang's laughter only grew more jubilant. Does my laughter require your permission? I shall laugh as I please. Lu Xing, resigned, thought, well, if the client finds joy in laughter, let her be. It is far better than tears. You might have a sore throat from just waking up. Allow me to pour you a glass of water. As Lu Xing placed the glass of water before Xia Yexiang, he was taken aback to find that she did not even lift her arm, leaving it resting on the piano. Their eyes locked in a moment of panic. Oh no, she can't possibly expect me to feed her water, can she? Oh no, her arm must be numb and unable to rise. Adhering to the principle of customer priority, Lu Xing carefully brought the disposable cup to Xia Yexiang's moist, glistening lips. Take your time drinking. Xia Yexiang, unwilling to concede, huffed and declared with a hint of pride, I prefer to drink quickly. Half a minute later, Lu Xing sighed. Not only was Xia Yexiang's chest dampened, revealing the delicate white lace beneath, but even the hollow of her collarbone held some water. Lu Xing sincerely inquired, do you truly enjoy drinking water this way? Xia Yexiang bit her lip, her face suddenly ablaze, yet she managed a reluctant nod. Yes, drinking this way is refreshing, Lu Xing remarked, desiring to maintain appearances while enduring such discomfort. The two exchanged a glance, and before they knew it, they erupted into laughter. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves, and birds chirped merrily. You didn't mention your arm had gone numb, Lu Xing chuckled, playfully pinching Xia Yexiang's arm. Her skin, as fair as snow, bore noticeable red marks from his gentle pinches, causing Lu Xing to hesitate in his actions. Xia Yexiang shot him an annoyed glare. her golden locks obscuring her flushed ears. I am not numb. Lu Xing could hardly contain his amusement. What sort of family could raise such an obstinately proud individual? However, he did not dwell on this matter further and simply asked, "Will you be coming to school tomorrow?" He refrained from inquiring about Xia Yeshuang's whereabouts over the past couple of days. Such questions were not fitting for a devoted attendant. Respecting a client's privacy was paramount in his professional conduct. Yet, despite his silence, Xia Yeshuang could no longer hold back. She was aware she had not responded to Lu Xing's messages. She had seen them, but felt too despondent to reply. Of course, she couldn't articulate this sentiment. If she could explain her reticence, it would indeed signal the arrival of an apocalyptic upheaval. Noticing Lu Xing's apparent indifference, Xia Yeshuang felt a twinge of irritation and asked, "Aren't you curious about where I have been these past 2 days?" With a smile, Lu Xing amiably replied, "Where have you been these past 2 days?" Xia Yeshuang, seeing his demeanor, let out an annoyed huff, turning on the piano stool and leaving her golden-haired crown for Lu Xing to contemplate. Lu Xing smiled, recognizing that this proud yet aloof individual clearly yearned for inquiry. Thus, Lu Xing circled to the opposite side, gazing at Xia Yeshuang's face, hands clasped in earnest supplication. "Where have you been these past couple of days? Please tell me. I am truly eager to know. I implore you." Xia Yeshuang, satisfied, puffed out her chest with a haughty huff. "Fine. I shall divulge this information only because you seem so desperate to know." Lu Xing nodded fervently, resembling a chick pecking at grains, displaying utmost sincerity. Xia Yeshuang's tone shifted to one of melancholy as she muttered, "I had a quarrel with my father." "Huh?" Lu Xing exclaimed in shock. "What a contemporary Neza this is. Why did you fight? He is remarrying." "Oh," Lu Xing comprehended. "He has found you a stepmother. And that displeases you, does it?" "No." Xia Yeshuang's anger flared. "He has found me a stepmother. This marks his 9th marriage." Lu Xing was left dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Xia Yeshuang was stuttering, but with her subsequent revelation, he understood. Indeed, a stepmother. The 9th marriage implies 8 divorces. Goodness. Incredible. Lu Xing was astonished. "You belong to a family of multiple divorces. Does your uncle not cherish the certificates of marriage and divorce?" Xia Yeshuang shot Lu Xing a glare, prompting him to promptly fall silent. "All right, I shall keep my mouth shut." Noticing that Xia Yeshuang seemed genuinely upset, Lu Xing attempted to console her. "On the bright side, your uncle can be seen as a responsible individual. Even in seeking a new wife, he is serious about marriage." Xia Yeshuang scoffed. "Before marrying, he always signs a prenuptial agreement. He feels no embarrassment. I find it mortifying. The people at the Civil Affairs Bureau and the Notary Office are already familiar with him." Lu Xing mused. Indeed, wealthy individuals are not fools. A question lingered in Lu Xing's mind, yet he hesitated to voice it. He pondered the implications of his previous statement. Who exactly was Xia Yeshuang's biological mother? He glanced toward the window, fully aware that uttering such a query might result in his expulsion from the premises. Survival instincts triumphed over idle curiosity at that moment. In a sudden stroke of inspiration, Lu Xing produced a small cake from seemingly nowhere and placed it before Xia Yeshuang, smiling as he offered, "Let us not dwell on this topic. Would you like something to eat? It may lift your spirits. Wei Qingyu gave it to me. He does not fancy it, but it would be wasteful to discard it. Perfect for you to enjoy. A true paragon of thriftiness," he thought to himself. As Xia Yeshuang gazed at the exquisite cake before her, she hesitated, momentarily taken aback. And before she could fully feel touched, she curiously inquired, "This is the signature of the finest dessert restaurant in Haiqing, which is in high demand. Where did you obtain it?" Lu Xing gasped. "What? Wei Qingyu's little cake, is that good?" He had assumed it to be a common treat. How does one explain this? Lu Xing broke into a cold sweat, pondering for a moment before he quickly spoke. "I apologize." An uncomfortable sensation arose within him, and Xia Yeshuang immediately thought of Wei Qingyu. "Is it Wei?" Lu Xing said, his face betraying guilt. "I accidentally glimpsed your student ID. Which bore your birthday? It's this Sunday, is it not? You have many friends, and I am unworthy to attend your birthday gathering, so." No need to finish your thought. The implication is clear. As a professional admirer, remembering seemingly trivial details often proves invaluable at critical moments. Xia Yeshuang turned her clever little mind, instinctively filling in the gaps, casting a complex gaze upon Lu Xing. "So, you wish to gift me a cake in advance to celebrate my birthday? How naive. Truly naive. No wonder she and T come around these past few days." Lu Xing was so eager to message her. It turns out he wanted to celebrate her. Xia Yexiang was suddenly touched. The extravagant cakes of past birthdays costing hundreds of thousands paled in comparison to the simple cake before her. The thought that someone remembered her birthday was indeed a delightful feeling. Xia Yexiang's mood brightened as she proudly lifted her chin, revealing her fair, slender neck. You certainly do not deserve to attend my birthday gathering. However, given your pitiable state, I shall indulge in this piece of cake. Lu Xing sighed in relief internally. Thank goodness. He had managed to pass this hurdle. I'm impressive. But the next moment, Xia Yexiang continued. Although my birthday gathering will be held at the 5th floor of the Zhengheng Hotel at 7 in the evening, the security will undoubtedly not allow someone dressed as plainly as you to enter. Lu Xing thought, oh no, it seems like a hint. But he was supposed to accompany Song Junzhu on Saturday and Sunday. Forget it, I'll pretend not to understand. Resolute, Lu Xing lowered his head, concealing his expression, yet exuding a somewhat despondent aura. Xia Yexiang furrowed her brows, a look of irritation gracing her exquisite, lovely face as she reiterated. The security will certainly not permit you entry. Attendees will be dressed in outfits that you could never afford in a lifetime. I heard there's a nearby shop that rents formal attire. How pitiful that sounds. Lu Xing thought, oh no, this is truly a hint. Damn, sister. Please don't say that. I really don't want to go. Fearing that Xia Yexiang would reveal the rental prices next, Lu Xing quickly interjected. It's all right. You've already eaten my little cake, and that alone makes me very happy. After a moment's thought, he added, wishing you a delightful Sunday and a happy early birthday. Lu Xing's smile was so enchanting that it momentarily incapacitated Xia Yexiang's ability to think clearly. When she regained her senses, she realized she had inexplicably nodded in agreement. Xia Yexiang, what just happened? How could I be so entranced by Lu Xing's face? Too agitated to be angry at Lu Xing for misunderstanding her subtle hints, she directly inquired, do you know how to cast a curse? Huh. Lu Xing was utterly bewildered. Are you intending to curse Wei Qingyu? Such malevolence at such a young age? Do you harbor such deep-seated enmity already? This only meant that she should never mention Wei Qingyu in her presence. To dispel this perilous notion from Xia Yexiang's mind, Lu Xing promptly asserted, I am a staunch advocate of materialism. I do not believe in such things. Just kidding. In reality, I pray daily to the heavens for great fortune. Xia Yexiang clearly did not buy it, scoffing in disbelief. Is that so? Even Lu Xing himself, with a nod, seemed unconvinced. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had told far too many lies in his lifetime. If there truly were deities, why did they not come to his rescue when he was on the brink of starvation? In moments of awkwardness, one tends to feign busyness. Thus, while Xia Yexiang indulged in her small cake, Lu Xing busied himself tidying the piano room. Xia Yexiang leaned on the piano lid, carelessly feeding the sweet cake into her mouth, her gaze continuously following Lu Xing's movements. Lu Xing's impressive physique exuded an aura of unwavering reliability, even from just his silhouette. In a whimsical moment, Xia Yexiang opened her camera. The next instant, click. Oh no, she had forgotten to silence it. Lu Xing turned back in confusion, only to find Xia Yexiang blushing furiously, flustered as she attempted to hide her phone. In her panic, her expensive phone, worth thousands, clattered to the floor. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through Xia Yexiang. Would he be angry if he discovered she had taken a candid shot of him? But wait, she was a client. She had paid for this. Yet, that hardly justified her actions. Two inner voices clashed ferociously in Xia Yexiang's mind, contorting her expression into one of distress. Lu Xing, calm and collected, bent down to retrieve the phone. After ensuring it was unscathed, he smiled at Xia Yexiang and asked, shall we take a photo together? Xia Yexiang was momentarily taken aback. In truth, as long as she was clothed, Lu Xing would be entirely amenable to a candid shot. Well, nudity was not entirely off the table either, though that would require an additional fee. Of course, there would be no photo taken. As a proper tsundere, Xia Yexiang felt compelled to engage in a bit of playful push and pull, making Lu Xing plead for her favor. At the very least, she wanted him to mimic the gesture of clasping his hands together, imploring, please, please, I genuinely wish to take a photo with you. Upon contemplating his demeanor, Xia Yexiang's lips curved into a smile, her joy nearly spilling over. She relished the moments spent in the company of Lu Xing, whose charming words and playful nature always managed to elicit laughter from her. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Lu Xing cast a puzzled glance at Xia Yexiang. What was this insufferable tsundere pondering now? Never mind, it was beyond comprehension. Lu Xing's schedule was quite packed. After finishing his English exam in the afternoon around 4 o'clock, amidst the jubilant cheers and heartbreaks of his classmates, he was obliged to accompany Wen Lingxiu on a shopping excursion, followed by an evening performance at the theater. Such was the simple yet unadorned life of the affluent. The existence of a professional sycophant was equally hectic and fast-paced. Not wishing to dwell further on it, Lu Xing noted the time and spoke up. The lunch break is almost over. I have an English exam this afternoon. I'll take another look at the essay template before I leave. Xia Yeshuang was abruptly pulled from her reverie, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is that all? Just like that? You ought to be begging me for a favor. If you plead with me, we could take a photo together. Unfortunately, Lu Xing had already reached the door, cheerfully waving goodbye. See you. Every day? Click. The door closed behind him. Gone. The breeze wafted into the piano room, ruffling the girl's golden locks. Xia Yeshuang felt a twinge of regret. She ought to have spoken her mind directly. After all, business transactions were straightforward. She was Lu Xing's client, and a mere photograph should not have been a challenge for him. Why had she not voiced her request earlier? Gritting her teeth, she felt a pang in her jaw. Click. The door to the piano room swung open once more. Xia Yeshuang eagerly lifted her gaze, only to meet the eyes of the cleaning lady. Miss Xia, does the piano room need cleaning? A sense of disappointment enveloped the room. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the cacophony erupted. As the time struck, all classrooms resonated with a clamorous uproar, the din of students comparing answers nearly shaking the roof. Li Dachuan, with a mouthful of instant noodles, glanced outside with keen anticipation, mumbling, "Why hasn't Li Modeo arrived?" In previous instances, Li Modeo would have already berated them for being the worst class he had ever taught. Lu Xing packed up his bag and smiled. She probably wants us to relax a bit. It's not yet dismissal time. Why not head to the cafeteria for a quiet meal? Right. Li Dachuan sprang to his feet, grumbling, "Those little brats act as though they've never eaten before, hogging my food. No way, now is my chance." Turning to Lu Xing, he asked, "Are you going?" Lu Xing shook his head, smiling. "I can't. I have matters at home." "Why does something always seem to be happening at your house?" Li Dachuan blurted out, instantly regretting it. He cautiously regarded Lu Xing, stammering an apology. "I didn't mean it like that." Lu Xing waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. What do you know? I'm making a fortune." He couldn't honestly admit to being a professional sycophant or even a part-time one, so he settled for this excuse instead. Seeing that the other person was not angered, De Chun let out a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. "Making a fortune, huh? Is your mother giving you $2 for washing dishes and 5 for scrubbing pots?" Lu Xing shrugged. "Something like that. It's just someone else's mother. Besides, I don't have a mother." As he passed by Wei Qingyu, Lu Xing reflected on the day's events and expressed his gratitude. "Your cake is delicious. Thank you." Wow. Lu Xing had taken the initiative to speak, which instantly thrilled Wang Xinjin, who could hardly contain her eagerness to answer on Wei Qingyu's behalf. "This is it. There's definitely something here." Wei Qingyu naturally smiled at Lu Xing, her long, lustrous black hair tied back elegantly, exuding an aura of beauty and aloofness. "It's all right. You made me breakfast too." Wei Qingyu had been enjoying her days lately. Not only had she savored Lu Xing's breakfast again, but she also occasionally managed to engage in conversations with him. Previously, Lu Xing had always been awkwardly kind to her, but after their recent exchanges, she realized that he was a remarkably optimistic and humorous individual. She relished their conversations. Lu Xing's words were both pleasant and amusing, always capable of drawing a laugh from her. Mentioning breakfast, Lu Xing suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh right, I almost forgot. I want to be making you breakfast tomorrow. Remember to ask your family's generations of royal chefs to whip something up for you. Don't let your blood sugar drop again." Ah, what a kind, gentle, and considerate handsome man he was. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyu's expression stiffened for a moment as she quickly grasped the reason behind it. Xia Yexiang. It must be because of Xia Yexiang. Wei Qingyu felt an unyielding force preventing her from uttering that name, ultimately leading her to ask with difficulty, "Is she coming tomorrow?" Lu Xing nodded and quickened his pace to leave decisively. "Yeah, I have something to attend to, bye." His tone was so matter-of-fact that it made Wei Qingyu's eyes well with unshed tears. Realizing her own emotional turmoil, Wei Qingyu found it hard to believe. This isn't right. This truly isn't right. She had studied dance before. Even during excruciating pain, she had never felt like this. Why was she experiencing such emotions now? She didn't even want to mention Xia Yexiang's name in front of Lu Xing. Was this merely a desire for conquest? Could it truly be just that? Wei Qingyu fell silent, beginning to doubt Lu Xing's words. A desire for conquest could not evoke such feelings. When she faced challenges she wished to conquer, she only found them interesting. But it would never, ever make her eyes sting. Not long ago, when Xia Yeshuang mentioned Lu Xing in her presence, there was not a flicker of emotion within her. Yet now, with Lu Xing himself invoking the name of Xia Yeshuang, why does her heart ache so profoundly? Wei Qingyu is merely slow to perceive, not foolish. After much contemplation, her gaze gradually deepened. Lu Xing is deceiving me. My feelings for him are not born of a desire for conquest, but rather two words lingered in her throat, eventually escaping softly. It is affection. Indeed, she harbors feelings for Lu Xing. Thus, the sudden surge of emotion she experienced moments ago was jealousy. I like Lu Xing. My earlier disquiet was a manifestation of jealousy. Wei Qingyu, who dispassionately analyzes others, is equally relentless in scrutinizing her own heart. Upon this realization, the lofty flower revealed a rare, self-deprecating smile. Alas, it was unfortunate. In the second week following Lu Xing's departure from her life, she came to this sad truth. This lamentable revelation deeply impressed upon Wei Qingyu the notion that fate conspires against her. By the time tomorrow arrives, when Xia Yeshuang returns to school, her opportunities to converse with Lu Xing will dwindle to nearly nothing. Wei Qingyu gently closed her eyes. Wang Xinjin, trembling with trepidation, cursed inwardly, fearing for her life. What had she just heard? Wei Qingyu, the epitome of grace, admitted to feeling jealous? Qingyu, are you all right? Wei Qingyu inhaled deeply, opened her eyes, and her gaze once again regained its tranquility. Sunday marks Xia Yeshuang's birthday celebration. Wang Xinjin nodded. She doesn't dislike you, so there's no need to bring her gifts. I'll go anyway. Wang Xinjin was taken aback. What for? To be ridiculed by Xia Yeshuang? Wei Qingyu's heavy eyes followed Lu Xing's retreating figure as she spoke slowly, to see Lu Xing. Wang Xinjin still disapproved. Xia Yeshuang was a veritable wild card. Given Lu Xing's current rapport with Xia Yeshuang, he would undoubtedly attend the birthday party. Witnessing them together, Yu Wunti, Wang Xinjin hesitated to finish. Wei Qingyu's tone was calm, yet resolute. They will not be a couple. Wang Xinjin sighed. But what if they truly become a couple? Wei Qingyu paused momentarily before responding with serene conviction. Then I shall wait. If Lu Xing can remain quietly by her side for over 2 years, so too can she. This is hopeless. Wang Xinjin gazed despairingly at the ceiling. The city's most exalted flower has been ensnared by Lu Xing's charm, reduced to a mere backup. What a travesty. Shopping, a mysterious and whimsical daily endeavor. It manifests in, on ordinary days, the adorable girlfriend transforms into a fierce warrior, charging forth with a cup of milk tea, covering an astonishing 20,000 steps without a flicker of fatigue, while her boyfriend trails behind. Gasping for breath and looking quite pale, Lu Sun once remarked that there are 2 ways to test the harmony between couples, traveling together and shopping. If he never uttered those words, then it must have been Lu Xing who said it. As a devoted admirer, Lu Xing has become accustomed to being overlooked. Naturally, clients wouldn't want to be seen with someone like him. Encountering acquaintances would be rather awkward. Lu Xing has grown used to this. Yet, recently, what madness has seized everyone? Upon seeing the poised Wen Lingxiu at the school gate, he couldn't help but marvel. First, Song Junju impulsively took him out for a meal and fireworks. And now Wen Lingxiu is inviting him to shop and watch a performance. Previously, these clients would go to great lengths to keep him hidden away. Now, they are all eager to take him out. Women are truly perplexing. A multitude of thoughts swirled in Lu Xing's mind, yet he maintained a professional smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Good afternoon, President One. Although March heralds the transition into spring and summer, the evening air still carries a hint of chill. Adorned in a white shirt and a black long skirt, Wen Lingxiu drapes a long coat over her ensemble. The gentle breeze plays with her softly curled hair, exuding the allure of a mature woman, akin to a white magnolia quietly blooming, its fragrance subtle yet enchanting. Upon noticing Lu Xing approaching, she greeted him with a warm smile, graciously taking his backpack and placing it in the back seat. Good afternoon. I just passed my driving test, so I'm taking this car for a spin. Lu Xing's smile faltered momentarily. Just yesterday she obtained her license, and today she was already behind the wheel of an Audi. How bold of her! Though a wave of anxiety surged within him, He could not voice his concerns. Instead, he felt compelled to shower her with compliments. Taking a discreet breath, he settled into the passenger seat, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Wen Lingxiu, clapping his hands in delight. Wow! Congratulations on passing your driving test, President Wen. I always knew you had a talent for driving. In a few days, once you're familiar with it. Just imagine wearing sunglasses while driving a convertible. You'll certainly captivate a multitude. Wen Lingxiu chuckled at his enthusiasm, a smile gracing her lips as she playfully responded. I'm getting old. Why would I want to captivate others? Instead, you should strive to improve, and then you can take me for a drive in a convertible. A red flag. When a woman claims she is old, one must delve into the underlying reasons behind her words. Lu Xing's mind instantly tensed, and he turned to gaze intently into Wen Lingxiu's eyes, his brow furrowed with concern. Such an intense look made Wen Lingxiu feel a bit bashful, causing her to turn her head away. What are you looking at? Lu Xing sighed deeply and solemnly stated, Indeed, heaven is fair. Wen Lingxiu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What do you mean? She merely intended to gauge Lu Xing's response by claiming she was old, yet somehow the conversation had veered in this unexpected direction. How is it fair? Lu Xing smiled with a sense of relief. Heaven has bestowed upon you extraordinary beauty and a unique charm. Yet it has deprived you of a conventional aesthetic. When Lingxiu was taken aback, having studied painting and calligraphy since childhood, she had grown amidst the nurturing embrace of art. How could it be said that she lacked a proper sense of beauty? Lu Xing explained at a leisurely pace, President Wen. To claim that with such an appearance and demeanor you feel aged is to acknowledge a deficiency in normal aesthetic judgment. I shall purchase some artistic works for you to peruse. External beauty alone is insufficient. One must also cultivate the inner self. What an audacious remark. When Lingxiu comprehended his words, but felt no inclination to respond. To label it as flattery seemed accurate, yet it also bore the weight of criticism. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, she extended a finger to poke Lu Xing's forehead. You mischievous rascal, so glib of tongue. Lu Xing playfully swayed his head in response to her prodding, languidly retorting, I diligently wash my face and brush my teeth daily. Whereas the glibness in that? A soft chuckle escaped Wen Lingxiu's lips. Very well, you are not glib. I may have wronged you. To make amends, I shall procure a few well-fitting garments for you shortly. Alas, Lu Xing sighed inwardly. When the wealthy wish to compensate someone, must they not simply toss cash at their face? Instead, they bestow upon him these trifles that cannot be consumed, which he must then sell at a luxury store. What a cumbersome endeavor. It was not until they entered a bespoke suit shop that Lu Xing suddenly grasped the meaning behind the wealthy's intention of purchasing well-fitting clothes. Customization. Oh, heavens. As the tailor took his measurements, Lu Xing felt utterly exposed, as if he might shatter into pieces. It was too raw, too much to bear. Yet the tailor, quite at ease, remarked with a hint of surprise, Sir, all your measurements are quite standard. You will look splendid in a suit. Lu Xing covered himself and inquired. Thank you. But is it necessary to be undressed for this process? The tailor, without a moment's hesitation, replied with a smile, Some measurements require it, some do not. It is all to ensure accuracy for a proper fit. The tailor then asked, By the way, sir, do you prefer to place it on the left or right? Lu Xing, perplexed, responded, Huh? The tailor pointed to his anatomy. This area also needs precise measurement. Otherwise, the fabric will be incorrectly applied, causing discomfort. Lu Xing thought, Is this some novel form of humiliating obedience experiment? After enduring the ordeal of measurement, he emerged from the fitting room to find Wen Lingxiu already holding a freshly printed document titled Lu Xing's Body Measurements, thoroughly engrossed in its contents. Broad shoulders, commendable chest size, decent waist, long legs, and quite impressive in other areas, she noted with satisfaction, nodding her approval. It is often said that one must test compatibility before marriage. Yet she possesses a method that surpasses this notion in both efficacy and precision. Lu Xing's various attributes render him an ideal candidate to be the father of a daughter. 1. I have measured everything. Lu Xing awkwardly emerged, standing beside Wen Lingxiu, who smiled gently. I have selected some comfortable and high-quality fabrics for you. If the clothes are expedited, they should be ready in about 2 weeks. Observing Lu Xing's collar turned up, Wen Lingxiu stepped in front of him, extending her hand to attentively adjust his attire, speaking softly. Isn't your school's coming-of-age ceremony approaching? You could wear that. It will look very handsome on you. Lu Xing towered over Aunt Wen. From his vantage point, her inherently gentle visage appeared even more charming and nurturing, akin to that of a devoted wife. Lu Xing closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant scent in the air. The surrounding staff members wore knowing smiles, their gazes imbued with envy. What was their envy about? Envying Lu Xing for recognizing the allure of a wealthy woman at such a young age, rather than squandering his youth. Yet, at this moment, Lu Xing's mind was uncommonly clear. A smile graced his lips, though his eyes revealed a hint of aloofness. He had never disclosed to Wen Lingxiu when the ceremony would take place. The only instance was when he brought home the school calendar tucked in his backpack. This implied that Wen Lingxiu had rummaged through his belongings. Lu Xing beamed, obediently stating, "Very well, I shall show you the photos afterward." Wen Lingxiu finished adjusting his clothing, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and replied tenderly, "Of course, I look forward to it." Indeed, the youth are easily captivated by the charms of a gentle older sister. Yet, this is for the best. The more innocent one is, the more suited they are to be a father. She desires not a man with ulterior motives, but rather a simple, family-oriented man. Lu Xing is indeed the most suitable choice. Lu Xing, however, now found himself enveloped in silence. If Song Junju is known for being quite the provocateur, Wen Lingxiu is undeniably a master of abstraction. Despite his extensive experience in the art of flattery, he never anticipated that a client would delve into his personal belongings. What could she possibly think? That he might conceal a knife within his bag, planning to ambush her under the cover of night for ransom? Sighing once more, Lu Xing mused over how Wen Lingxiu had come to embody such insecurity. Is it common for a widow to harbor such a heavy sense of caution? Perhaps it is. Although she is single, she has lived alone for many years. As the saying goes, a widow's door is often besieged. He had almost forgotten this. As a widower raising a child, Lu Xing could indeed empathize with Wen Lingxiu's vigilant nature. However, at this moment, Lu Xing could only ponder one question. Why had Wen Lingxiu not suggested replacing his tattered bag? How utterly frustrating. In the bespoke suit store, Lu Xing and Wen Lingxiu gazed at each other with affection, though their thoughts diverged into the mundane distinctions of culinary cuts. Lu Xing's eyes began to feel a touch weary, yet he resolved to uphold the pride of a professional admirer. Camera wholesalers. Let us witness whose gaze holds the deepest sentiment. A minute later, when Lingxiu conceded defeat, in the realm of perception, she could not outmatch Lu Xing. This was indeed Lu Xing's pride as a devoted admirer. Nevertheless, creating a lively atmosphere was also a duty of his profession. Thus, with a hint of eagerness, Lu Xing inquired, "General Manager 1, my outfit is ready. Would you like to have some tailored for yourself as well?" When Lingxiu smiled gently, her demeanor warm and soft. "I am already in my 30s. I no longer have the frivolity of youth to constantly ponder over clothing." Alarm bells rang. At this juncture, should one utter, "Indeed, at your age, is it not shameless to wear vibrant colors?" there would be no need for further discourse. Just let the feast begin. Thus, Lu Xing, in disagreement, remarked, "A beautiful person could wear a burlap sack and still grace Paris Fashion Week. Moreover, I would be delighted to accompany you, General Manager 1, clad in stunning attire." When Lingxiu probed, "What brings you such joy?" "Hee, when you accompany me, the stereotype leads many to assume I am a wealthy heir." Lu Xing replied with an air of nonchalance. One may question the character of a rich heir, but one cannot doubt their aesthetic sensibility. Goodness! The staff, feigning busyness, were actually eavesdropping intently on the wealthy lady's strategy, utterly astonished. How could one praise another in such a manner? Indeed, this was reassuring. No wonder you are able to earn such wealth. The staff regarded Lu Xing with newfound respect. Wen Lingxiu was clearly fond of this approach. Her eyes narrowed in delight as she explained, "My clothing is also tailored, though not from this establishment, as they specialize in menswear. If you have any garments in mind, please provide me with a list, and I shall discuss it with them." Lu Xing fell silent, murmuring a grateful, "Thank you," feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Is being wealthy truly that impressive? If you possess such wealth, why not share half with me instead of forcing me to beg? Though his mind was reeling, Lu Xing maintained an affectionate gaze on his face. Does General Manager would not wear outer garments? When Lingxiu refrained from answering, brushing her long hair over her shoulder. Drawing nearer to Lu Xing, he remained still, and with a gentle laugh, tinged with a hint of vulnerability, she replied, "Many garments outside are one size fits all. They leave me feeling constricted." Lu Xing stared in astonishment at Wen Lingxiu. As she playfully teased the innocent young man, her heart raced with excitement, prompting her to saunter out of the store. Goodness! Lu Xing's mind was instantly engulfed in tumultuous waves. It seemed as though Ant Wen was attempting to seduce him. Unsure, he decided to observe further. No, something was terribly amiss. Lu Xing quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. Ant Wen had never before uttered such ambiguous remarks, yet here she was, not only speaking them, but also inviting him out, seemingly unafraid of encountering others. Memories of their recent interactions flooded his mind. As he peeled back the layers of reality, Lu Xing uncovered the truth. Ant Wen was seeking to exploit him. Yes, she undoubtedly aimed for a long-term arrangement without compensation. Lu Xing was taken aback. How outrageous. With her wealth, she still desired to take advantage of a mere working man? Where was her sense of morality, her adherence to the law, her boundaries? These women were utterly delusional. He could tolerate Wen Lingxiu's controlling nature, but he absolutely could not abide her unwillingness to pay. Not leaving, seeing Lu Xing frozen in place. Wen Lingxiu couldn't help but smile inwardly. It appeared he was not entirely indifferent after all. A smile crept onto her lips, as she now firmly believed that Lu Xing harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to fluster him with such ease. Knowing of his affection made everything easier. After all, Lu Xing was of age, 18, the perfect time for fatherhood. She planned to gradually increase their interactions over the coming months, nurturing their bond until June, when it would be ripe for fruition. Lu Xing snapped back to reality and quickly approached her with a smile. Of course I'm leaving. Wherever President Wen goes, I shall certainly follow. The audacity of Wen Lingxiu, wanting to take advantage of him for a lifetime. Just wait. He would play along with this heartless capitalist, and, come June, he would make his escape. It was merely a performance, after all. Just watch him leave her utterly bewildered. Standing beside Lu Xing, Wen Lingxiu suggested, let us first pick up Wan Wan. Her gaze, however, kept darting to the side. The stark contrast in their physiques was reflected in the store's mirror, oddly providing her with a sense of security, as though she were enveloped in a protective cocoon. Lu Xing pondered for a moment before slowly suggesting, let us head to the cake shop first. Wan Wan mentioned wanting to try the cherry mousse cake last time. Wen Lingxiu shot him a playful glare. You're feeding Wan Wan junk food again. Yet, deep down, she was immensely pleased. The fact that Lu Xing remembered Wan Wan's wishes in such circumstances made him remarkably suited for fatherhood. Lu Xing chuckled and replied, well, she's just a child. If there's something she desires, why not indulge her a bit? Otherwise, upon reaching the age of 20, one ought to pair sentimental music with videos on Douyin, proclaiming that individuals are inevitably ensnared by unattainable desires throughout their lives. Wen Lingxiu was quite pleased with this response. Although Wan Wan is not Lu Xing's biological child, Lu Xing treats her as if she were his own daughter, which is one of the reasons she chose him. As they settled into the car, despite Wen Lingxiu's belief that she understood Lu Xing well, she felt compelled to delve deeper. Xing, have you ever contemplated what you wish to pursue after graduating from university? Haha, I haven't even started university yet, and here you are, President Wen, plotting my career path. I'm merely inquiring, she replied. Well, perhaps I might open a cake shop. A cake shop? I thought you were more inclined towards entrepreneurship. While some venture into entrepreneurship, there must also be those who create fragrant, soft pastries. Is it because Wan Wan enjoys cake? Yes, as long as you're happy. Wen Lingxiu drove with utmost seriousness, and Lu Xing stole a glance at her. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that Wen Lingxiu was indeed attempting to take advantage of him. How despicably cunning she is. I, the god of stars, shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Let us just come up with any title. This is so annoying. Why must the title consist of 5 characters? In a luxuriously adorned private room, models paraded in season-appropriate attire before Song Junju. Yu, this outfit suits you perfectly, Yu. Song Junju called out to Zhang Yu multiple times, yet received no response. Upon turning around, she was met with Zhang Yu's woeful countenance, which seemed fit for a tragic hero. What's wrong? Song Junju inquired, puzzled. Zhang Yu, exasperated, slapped the armrest of the sofa and lamented, I've received another complaint. Oh. Song Junju adjusted her glasses, intrigued. Do elaborate. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth and recounted. There's a patient who plays matchmaker, insisting on introducing me to someone, claiming he is a government worker. Upon further inquiry, it turns out he was incarcerated for over a decade and has just been released. That matchmaker patient even stated that he has reformed and assured me he wouldn't commit murder again. Uffed. The first syllable of laughter escaped Song Junju's lips, but she quickly pressed her mouth shut, forcing a serious expression as she explained, "You know my sense of humor is quite discerning. I rarely laugh." Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. "If you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't suppress yourself. What is the point of having a charming companion if you can't even enjoy a laugh?" She genuinely found it remarkable that Song Junju spent exorbitant sums to procure a charming companion, yet didn't he utilize him, opting instead for pure affection. Mentioning Lu Xing noticeably lightened Song Junju's demeanor. Research indicates that an overabundance of trivial thoughts can dull one's reactions. Zhang Yu, however, remained skeptical, perceiving it as merely Song Junju's tactic to change the subject. "Haha, I see right through you." Zhang Yu suddenly became curious. "Hey, why don't you show me what your companion looks like?" By June, Song Junju will be departing abroad. Yet she has yet to catch a glimpse of what Song Junju's family member is like. Zhang Yu's question left her bewildered, to which she hesitantly replied, "I have no pictures with him." Indeed, upon reflection, it seems she has yet to take any photographs with Lu Xing. Zhang Yu nodded. "Perhaps it is for the best. However, before you leave for your summer trip, remember to peruse his phone and see if he has secretly captured any photos of you. One should harbor no ill intentions. Yet it is wise to remain vigilant." Observing the exquisite beauty of Song Junju's face, Zhang Yu felt her concerns were entirely justified. "You are correct," Song Junju murmured. Yet her mind was preoccupied with another thought. Lu Xing adores her so, he must surely desire a photograph with her. She is not a heartless creature, incapable of fulfilling such a modest wish for him. After all, she is leaving for abroad during the summer. It would be nice to leave him with a lingering thought. After all, love is innocent. Having browsed through clothing and accessories for a while, Zhang Yu grew somewhat bored and suggested, "It's about time. Let us head to the theater." Song Junju nodded, contemplated for a moment, and sent a message. Ding. On the way to pick up Nuan, Lu Xing's phone chimed. Song Junju, 27. Eccentric, select a high-quality camera before Saturday and master the art of photography. Expenses will be reimbursed. Lu Xing was puzzled. What is this lunatic up to now? Adhering to the principle of addressing client needs with minimal inquiry, a hallmark of a devoted professional, Lu Xing promptly replied, "Lu Xing, I will diligently hone my photography skills. By the way, Professor Song, what is the spending limit?" Song Junju, 27, eccentric, unlimited. Unlimited. Lu Xing was taken aback. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? Tears of a humble dog silently trickled down his face. His defenses were shattered, so utterly shattered that he felt an overwhelming urge to scream, to run wildly, to punch an asteroid. What's wrong? Noticing something amiss with Lu Xing, when Ling Xiu, who was driving, inquired. Lu Xing immediately looked up, smiling warmly at her, and replied, "I was just thinking how unfortunate it is that this is my first time sitting in the passenger seat next to President Wen. We should capture this moment for posterity. We can compile an album to document President Wen's daily progress." When Ling Xiu's heart warmed, yet she felt a tinge of melancholy. The early years of human life are often met with affection and attention, yet as one ages, such care diminishes, gradually becoming lost in the vast sea of humanity. When one nears the end, that attention returns. Presently, when Ling Xiu found herself in this intermediate stage, where everyone depended on her, believing her to be capable of anything. Yet, Lu Xing's sudden remark evoked a curious sensation within her. It is as if she were still a child, surrounded by those who care for her, who cherish her, and who will diligently document every moment of her growth. When Ling Xiu smiled gently, her voice soft as she spoke. "It's not as if you want to get to sit in the passenger seat next time. We have a camera at home. Feel free to use it." "All right. I shall strive to enhance my photography skills," Lu Xing replied cheerfully, though a hint of unspeakable emotion flickered in her eyes. Using Wen Lingxiu's camera. Having her as a model, with the ultimate goal of honing skills to photograph Song Junju? Never mind. Learning is always a gain, an acquisition of yet another skill. Delightful. Ever since she learned that the family would attend a performance together today, Nuan had been bubbling with excitement since last night. Upon seeing Lu Xing and Wen Lingxiu together after school, Nuan joyfully ran towards them with her little legs. "Daddy, Mommy, yay. Did Nuan have fun at kindergarten today?" Lu Xing lifted Nuan by the waist and placed her on his shoulders. Nuan giggled with delight. Higher, higher. Wen Lingxiu stood beside the father and daughter, bidding farewell to the teacher with grace and warmth. Watching the trio depart, the teacher couldn't help but exclaim with elegance, "Goodness, how perfectly matched they are. Seriously, what a sight." The exclamation drew a reprimand. That's 3 points off for profanity. Heh, you might deduct my points, but you cannot diminish my enthusiasm. Argumentative. That's another 3 points off. I was wrong, I truly was. Brother, I bow to your wisdom. Please don't deduct any more, woo-woo. Hee hee, oh my, how high up I am, daddy. Nuan, perched on Lu Xing's shoulders, experienced a height she had never known before, filled with wonder. When Lingxiu, concerned that Lu Xing might tire, gently suggested, Nuan, why don't you come down and walk? Nuan's small hand patted Lu Xing's head, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet she said, thank you for your hard work, daddy. Please put Nuan down. Lu Xing held Nuan's arms tightly to prevent her from falling, flashing a radiant, dazzling smile at Wen Lingxiu. She is not heavy at all. Besides, I could easily carry you too, without a hint of strain. His smile was so bright it was almost blinding. Wen Lingxiu wanted to smile along, but felt it might come off as too frivolous. So she could only cast a playful yet harmless glare at Lu Xing. You speak nonsense. Capture a star. Hurry. Limited time only. At the theater's ticketing area, a young lad, resembling a cannonball, burst out from within, unable to halt his momentum, and collided directly into Lu Xing's embrace. Startled, Lu Xing swiftly grasped the young lad's arm just before he fell, gently steadying him. With a light touch, the young lad who had been poised to meet the ground found his balance. Observing the young lad's dazed expression, Lu Xing rubbed his chest and advised, run more cautiously. The theater is crowded, and you could get hurt. Lu Xing thought to himself. Thankfully his chest was genuine. Otherwise, with this brute's unending vigor, wouldn't he inadvertently cause a cosmic explosion? There were no scoldings, only gentle admonitions. The young lad's face flushed crimson. Unable to articulate a single word in front of Lu Xing wondered, could he possibly be mute? Did he know sign language? Perhaps even faster than one could cast spells during an argument? Was the silent cruelty between the deaf akin to closing one's eyes? A multitude of questions flooded Lu Xing's mind, and just as he was about to speak, Wen Lingxiu swiftly positioned herself before him. Though a gentle smile graced Wen Lingxiu's face, her gaze towards the young man was imbued with a palpable wariness. Xing, the show is about to commence. Shall we enter? Lu Xing raised an eyebrow. No way. Was Aunt Wen truly feeling jealous of a man? Regardless of how peculiar their client might be, providing a sense of security was an essential trait of a professional. No need to question why. One must simply act. Thus, Lu Xing scooped up Nuan into his embrace and extended his other hand to Wen Lingxiu, smiling as he said, let us go. Staring at the hand extended towards her, Wen Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback. Lu Xing, tall and slender, possessed hands that were both delicate and long. Perhaps due to his student life filled with writing, his right middle finger bore a thin layer of callus, appearing quite safe and reliable. The earlier hint of wariness dissipated entirely. When Lingxiu genuinely smiled, firmly grasping his hand, her eyes radiating joy, their fingers intertwined. Nuan clapped her hands, pouting in dissatisfaction. Nuan wants to hold hands too. When Lingxiu blinked, playfully teasing her daughter. But Xing only has 2 hands, one to hold mommy's hand, and one to carry Nuan. Nuan tilted her little head, pondering deeply for a moment before a spark of inspiration lit her eyes. Then daddy can hold my hand and carry mommy. Lu Xing was taken aback, his mind involuntarily conjuring that image. That image, oh, how dreadful it was. Lu Xing turned his head, only to collide with the watery depths of Wen Lingxiu's gaze. Their eyes met, and both felt a touch of embarrassment as they averted their gazes. Observing the departing figures of this family of 3, Qi Shui suddenly became alert. Holy moly, so handsome? Qi Shui touched his face, the lingering warmth from earlier still present. Standing in silence for a moment, Qi Shui dialed a number. The contact was named Tyrannosaurus Rex. As soon as the call connected, before Qi Yushan could utter a word, Qi Shui burst forth like an excited monkey. Sis, I just bumped into someone. Holy moly. Sis, you have no idea how handsome he is. He is the epitome of manhood, the pinnacle of masculinity. Qi Yushan coldly uttered 5 words. Otaku is truly disgusting. Qi Shui, unfazed, continued to enthusiastically recount the tale. I collided with him and could not stop myself. I almost anticipated smashing my proud nose onto the ground. Yet, he suddenly grasped my arm. Can you believe it? The world spun around me, and I miraculously did not fall. Qi Yushan indifferently remarked. Have you turned into a gay man? Qi Shui, undeterred, continued his excited narration. He was so wonderful. I bumped into him, and not only did he save me, but he also kindly advised me to be more careful. It was my first encounter with such a benevolent stranger. Qi Yushan coldly stated, if nothing happens, just hang up. Wait. At that moment, Qi Shui's face was alight with excitement. After years of servitude, he felt as if he had finally risen to sing. Sister, aren't you going to ask who that man is? Boring. Isn't it rather dull? But you've been thinking about that man for quite a while. Address. Buy me 5 graphics cards. 3. 6. If you don't buy, then don't. I wasn't particularly keen on discussing the beautiful woman beside Lu Xing. Beautiful woman? Qi Yushan paused for a moment. Deal. Qi Shui raised his fist in delight. Wow. For the first time, he profited in the battle against his sister. All right. I love Lu Xing. I want to kiss him to death. A woman beside Lu Xing? Qi Yushan's voice transmitted a chill through the phone line. Qi Shui recalled. Yes, she was quite pretty, and she was holding a little girl who was also adorable. It seemed Lu Xing had a good relationship with that beauty. He even helped her hold the child. Oh, right. Qi Shui swallowed hard. Lu Xing was holding hands with that beauty. Their fingers interlocked. With a clatter, Qi Yushan's lipstick fell from the vanity and rolled onto the floor. Gazing into the mirror, she revealed a faint, cool smile. She has truly made something of herself. After searching for Lu Xing for so long, she hasn't seen him in just a few days. Now he can watch a show with someone else's wife? Qi Yushan clenched her jaw tightly. She was genuinely famished. Qi Shui comforted her from the other end of the line. Oh, but sister, don't be too upset. I believe Lu Xing still cares for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to watch the show on Sunday. The Sunday performance was Qi Yushan's regular gig. If Lu Xing truly brought that woman to see her perform, then, on stage, Qi Yushan would be singing, while below, Lu Xing would be sweetly enjoying the show with that woman. The mere thought of this possibility sent Qi Yushan's blood pressure soaring. Sister? Remember my graphics cards. Qi Yushan steadied her emotions, gazing at the woman in the mirror, as serene as the clear moon, gracefully poised. Yet, Qi Shui's incessant chatter was quite bothersome. Qi Yushan took a deep breath and smiled faintly. In the dressing room, she selected the most exquisite and elegant attire, slowly remarking, compared to graphics cards. You need to explain yourself to your mother. Qi Shui. A text message arrived. Mother, Qi Shui. At such a young age. You are not learning well. You actually like men. Come home and clarify this. What the heck? Qi Shui felt utterly bewildered. As he gazed at the incessant messages from his mother, he let out a howl towards the heavens. Qi Yushan, you beast. At the High City Grand Theater, it is widely acknowledged that an artist's works only gain immense value posthumously. However, traditional opera clearly does not fall within this category. As long as one performs well, connoisseurs begin to applaud from the very moment an artist takes the stage. Among the recently held series of performances, the most beloved show was The Dragon Robe. The leading actress, a top-tier talent in the country, had been absent from the stage for quite some time. Her recent decision to make a comeback delighted numerous fans, and the performances were nearly sold out, with tickets becoming a rarity. Today, Lu Xing came specifically to see this performance. Not over there. Lu Xing's muscle memory instinctively led him to his usual spot, but his hand was suddenly pulled back. He turned around and met Wen Lingxiu's puzzled gaze. Wen Lingxiu kindly explained, "It's too noisy outside. Let us go to the box instead." Lu Xing snapped to attention and lowered his head, bashfully confessing, "I'm sorry. Coming to the performance with you in 1-1 makes me a bit nervous. The pause, the rhythm, the tone, perfect. Oscar should roll over and give me an award." Wen Lingxiu, observing Lu Xing's bewildered expression, felt her heart soften immensely. After all, Lu Xing usually only traveled between school and the villa. Where would he find the time to enjoy performances? Unable to resist, she affectionately ruffled Lu Xing's hair and guided him in 1-1 towards the box, gently saying, "It's all right. No one is born knowing everything. Once summer vacation starts, we can come and watch more, and you'll get used to it." After a moment's thought, Wen Lingxiu added, "Not just here in High City. I'll take you in 1-1 to Vienna, Sydney, and Chicago." Oh wow, what a delightful aroma. Oh, is that the scent of pancakes? So familiar, so comforting, just like the boss. A worried expression crossed Lu Xing's face. Will this delay your work? You already work so hard, and now you have to take me and 1-1 out as well? Wen Lingxiu smiled, appreciating the concern. 1-1, unable to remember those city names, was nonetheless thrilled, for she knew they were going out to have fun. Yay! Wan wants to be with mommy and daddy forever. Upon entering the box, when Lingxiu playfully pinched Lu Xing's face, and her spirits soared at the sight of his contorted expression, there was still time to savor this moment, for amidst the vastness of the world, family reigns supreme. Imagine a graceful and poised wife standing under the soft glow of lights, holding her adorable daughter by the hand, gently proclaiming, "Family comes first." What reaction would she desire? Lu Xing's face lit up with a surprised smile, nodding earnestly, clearly moved. Yes, it was decided. The Golden Globe, the Emmy, the Guild Award, and the Oscar should all roll in to present him an award. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu led Song Junju into the venue, searching for their seats. "Junju, you're so kind to accompany me to this, even though you don't enjoy it." "It's fine. I owe you this," she replied, realizing the awkwardness of her words and quickly attempting to reclaim her dignity. Hee. Zhang Yu saw right through her thoughts. "You aren't thinking about that money-grubbing guy, are you?" Song Junju instantly retorted, "Of course not. Besides, he's not greedy. Everyone likes money." Zhang Yu quipped, "What's the difference from admitting it?" Alas, how had this esteemed Song Junju become ensnared by someone of such questionable character? Zhang Yu felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Junju is about to go abroad. If she lingers around that man any longer, she might end up losing everything. As Zhang Yu prepared to offer more advice, she caught sight of a familiar face seated nearby. Stripped of her vibrant theatrical makeup, Qi Yushan appeared ethereal and striking, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Qi Yushan seemed surprised, offering a polite smile and a nod. "Hello." Her gaze fell upon Song Junju, and a flicker of intrigue crossed her features. This woman possessed a captivating beauty, with cascading, voluminous curls and a striking visage, yet she wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. The blend of allure and intellect was an enticing contradiction. Qi Yushan mused that uncultured Lu Xing should at least seek a new partner of this caliber. As one gazes into the abyss gazes back. While Qi Yushan surreptitiously assessed Song Junju, the latter was also observing Qi Yushan. Song Junju didn't dwell much on it, merely finding Qi Yushan quite attractive. Yet, curiously, she felt an inexplicable aversion towards her. Zhang Yu, however, was delighted. Scientific research suggests that longevity is associated with surrounding oneself with beautiful people, and she was eager to engage with Qi Yushan. "Yushan, I truly enjoy your performances. This is my friend, and she admires you as well." Song Junju. Qi Yushan beamed. As a woman, receiving compliments from handsome men is common, but to be praised by a beautiful woman is truly a rare triumph. Qi Yushan inquired, "Does this sister also enjoy watching my performances?" Song Junju nodded, speaking in a rather indifferent tone. "I watched your Guiying alongside Lu Xing. That day, Lu Xing even dried her hair for her, his touch gentle and comforting." Reflecting upon Lu Xing, Song Junju's eyes narrowed in pleasant delight. "He truly cares for me." Upon hearing about that performance, Qi Yushan instantly choked up. Unfortunately, it was during that very scene that she had faltered. In an instant, the smile on Qi Yushan's lips faded. Why did she feel that this beautiful sister before her seemed rather disinclined toward her? Was it merely a misconception? However, thinking of that performance, Qi Yushan recalled Lu Xing. She had come today specifically to find Lu Xing. Yet, to her dismay, upon checking the list of ticket purchasers, his name was conspicuously absent. Could this wretched situation be deceiving her? As she struggled to locate Lu Xing and the performance was about to commence, Qi Yushan's brows knitted together in mild irritation. Was she really going to have to check the surveillance footage one by one? "Are you still searching for that person?" Song Junju, observing Qi Yushan's expression, suddenly inquired. "What?" Qi Yushan's cold eyes reflected her confusion. Song Junju, never one to spare anyone's feelings or hold back her thoughts, spoke candidly. "I watched your performance. The mistakes you made were not due to lack of skill, but rather because you were distracted looking for someone in the audience. Just now, you displayed the same expression as that day." "Goodness." Zhang Yu panicked, attempting to grasp Song Junju's arm to prevent her from making wild assumptions. Qi Yushan, taken aback, looked up at Song Junju in astonishment, probing further. "Are you studying psychology?" Song Junju smiled slightly. "It's intuition." Zhang Yu. "Huh, you really guessed it right?" Zhang Yu found herself lost in thought. Biologically, she was also a woman. Why didn't she possess the same intuition as Song Junju? Was this an innate detective ability? With Zhang Yu's eager encouragement, the three successfully exchanged contact information. Song Junju, with an air of superiority, remarked, "I hope you achieve what you desire." She treated everyone with such disdain. Qi Yushan, however, was too preoccupied to care about that. She sighed deeply, fixating on the stage with a distant gaze, murmuring, I hope so. But he must be heartbroken. He doesn't even wish to see me. Song Junju was somewhat taken aback. Looking at Qi Yushan, she did not seem like a malicious person. How could she have driven someone away? Curiously, Song Junju speculated. Did you break up with him and now regret it? Qi Yushan was momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that Song Junju would be so blunt, and why did it feel as if there was a tone of schadenfreude in her words? Not a hint of consideration. Qi Yuanshan felt a pang of discomfort within, yet she could not articulate any words of denial, merely nodding in response. I have played him. Song Junju nodded knowingly, unconsciously juxtaposing Qi Yuanshan's partner with Lu Xing in her mind. Indeed, Lu Xing was superior, sweet, good-tempered, and empathetic. However, it was rather uncouth to flaunt one's fortune in front of those who suffered, so Song Junju could only say, if you still harbor feelings for him, it would suffice to clarify your thoughts. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Not to be rude, but you've never even experienced love yourself. What qualifies you to act as a relationship guru? It's as if you're a strategist without ever having engaged in a single romance. Yet you're eager to build a foundation for your roommate's love life? Zhang Yuan found no constructive merit in Song Junju's words. Who would possibly believe that? Is that so? Qi Yuanshan felt a surge of anxiety. The knowledge that Lu Xing was in the company of another woman only heightened her distress. She now craved some words of comfort and encouragement. Zhang Yu remarked, this is it. Two love novices have come together. Song Junju, recalling Lu Xing's amiable demeanor, solemnly nodded. I believe it to be thus. As long as you haven't committed any fundamental errors, such as infidelity, minor missteps can be explained away. At least, that is how Lu Xing appears to be. Observing the unmistakable joy in Song Junju's eyes, Qi Yuanshan could not help but let out a deep sigh within. Alas, it seemed that everyone else was basking in happiness, while she herself could not even ascertain Lu Xing's whereabouts. Glancing at the slight upward curve of Song Junju's lips, Qi Yuanshan found it hard to fathom who could possibly captivate someone like her. Clang. The stage was set. How splendid. The performers on stage, with their finely honed skills, elicited applause from the audience. Not just Zhang Yu, even Song Junju, who had little interest in traditional opera, found her attention ensnared. All eyes were riveted on the performers. Yet Qi Yuanshan's thoughts wandered, consumed with concern over Lu Xing's absence. Suddenly, a message arrived. Qi Yuanshan looked down, noticing it was from the theater staff. Miss Qi, we have located him. He is in the box on the second floor. Please look up and back. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yuanshan turned abruptly towards the second floor box. To her astonishment, Lu Xing was leaning over the railing, applauding the performance of the old Dan, only to suddenly spot a familiar face. Qi Yuanshan. What an unbelievable sight in broad daylight. How could Qi Yuanshan be here? Lu Xing was incredulous. To prevent such a situation, he had specifically checked the list of performers. She was not listed, nor was her teacher. Upon noticing the gaze of Qi Yushan fixed upon the child nestled in Lu Xing's arms, a sudden shiver coursed through him. He swiftly set the little one down, forcing an air of composure as he spoke. Darling, why don't you go inside and select the most beautiful orange for Daddy, shall we? Yay. I will definitely choose the prettiest orange for Daddy. The child exclaimed, toddling off with her tiny legs to rummage through the fruit platter. A chill ran down Lu Xing's spine as he instinctively glanced towards the interior of the private room. Wenling Xiao was at the table, brewing tea, occasionally casting a warm smile at the child selecting the fruit, gently advising, take your time. Her hands were exquisite, and as they graced the delicate jade teacup, they appeared even more supple than the vessel itself. Strands of hair framed her face, softly illuminated by the warm light, revealing a gentle profile. Noticing Lu Xing's gaze upon her, Wenling Xiao lifted her eyes and inquired softly, what are you looking at? Teacher, teach me how to brew tea. Your tea-making is so beautiful. Lu Xing replied, his admiration palpable, fingers clasped tightly behind his back, his tone bright with enthusiasm. Wenling Xiao paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, playfully chiding him. Others learn to brew tea for the sake of its taste. Are you learning just for the aesthetics? Come here, she beckoned. Reluctantly, Lu Xing approached, grumbling, but you truly look lovely when you brew tea. Her smile became even more enchanting as she poured him a cup, her playful demeanor shining through as she winked. What if it's not the tea that is beautiful, but rather it's me? Lu Xing held his breath, the oxygen in his lungs rapidly depleting, his face gradually turning crimson. Haha, who says physiological reactions cannot be controlled? Wen Lingxiu teased as she propped her chin on her hand, observing his blushing countenance. Oh, so our seemingly invincible little star can also feel shy? Stop, please, Lu Xing said, unable to meet her gaze, hastily lowering his head, though his eyes remained as calm as ever. Meeting the needs of clients is an essential trait of a dedicated professional. Everything Wen Lingxiu was doing seemed directed towards winning the affections of this innocent young man. He had never encountered such a straightforward task before. In this vast world, fulfilling the emotional value of clients reigns supreme. Thus, he decided to maintain his act, playing along without a word. Seeing the flush on Lu Xing's face, as if it might ignite spontaneously, Wen Lingxiu felt elated. It appeared that Lu Xing indeed had feelings for her. Excellent, she thought. Her efforts in nurturing their relationship had advanced another step forward. She resolved to take Lu Xing out more often in the future. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the private room. Lu Xing's heart raced. He had not forgotten the moment of eye contact with Qi Yushan. Damn, it must be that cunning Qi Yushan up to something. I shall never return to this wretched theater again. Lu Xing forced a smile and declared, I'll go answer the door. With a click, he opened it. The door to the private room swung open, and a waiter stood at the threshold. After exchanging a few words with Lu Xing, he departed. What did he say? Lu Xing picked up the coat that lay on the sofa and donned it, speaking naturally. They mentioned that in the recent celebrity venue, each private room has gifts, but one must participate in a lottery to receive them. I was thinking of trying my luck. Wen Lingxiu seemed somewhat reluctant for Lu Xing to leave. Noticing her emotions, Lu Xing shyly remarked, I wish to commemorate this. It is our first time out to see a performance, and I am quite happy. Wen Lingxiu was taken aback, suddenly feeling a lump in her throat. For reasons unknown, hearing Lu Xing's exuberant tones stirred feelings of discomfort within her. Previously, she had always sought something from Lu Xing. Though he himself was just a child, she had expected him to fulfill the role of a father figure. Wasn't this a kind of cruelty towards Lu Xing? Now, a sincere and gentle heart lay before her. She suddenly felt a sense of shame wash over her. Lowering her head, Wen Lingxiu struggled to suppress the mixed emotions and slowly nodded. All right. Click. The door opened and closed again as Wen Lingxiu cradled the child in her arms, murmuring to herself, Does the child like daddy? The child nodded vigorously. Yes. Then let daddy always be the child's father, shall we? What else did Boss Qi say? Lu Xing smiled at the waiter, even helping him steady the tray. The waiter was taken aback by Lu Xing's gesture. Although serving guests was the duty of service personnel, they were not machines. They were all human beings with feelings. After a moment of silence, the waiter spoke. Miss Qi said, If I use the excuse of the gift lottery to keep you from coming out. She asked me to say. The waiter hesitated, struggling to articulate the words. Lu Xing, you wouldn't want that little girl to know about your past indiscretions, would you? In the private room, Qi Yushan paced anxiously, repeatedly muttering her plan. This was her strategy. Whenever faced with a challenging situation, Qi Yushan would analyze the most beneficial solution for herself. The plan was quite clever. To evoke emotions, she intended to first suppress, knowing Lu Xing would surely be moved. However, Qi Yushan pressed her hand against her chest, wondering why her heart raced so uncomfortably. Even when she first took the stage, despite the multitude of spectators below, she had never felt this anxious. Tap, tap, tap. She deliberately left the door ajar, allowing the sounds from the hallway to reach her swiftly. Upon hearing the noise, Qi Yushan's expression instantly turned serious. Taking a deep breath, she gracefully settled at her desk, gathering her long hair behind her, a refined smile gracing her lips. As she sensed footsteps approaching the doorway, Qi Yushan calmly and with a hint of anticipation spoke, You have arrived. The face of the waiter reflected in Qi Yushan's eyes, revealing her astonishment. Why are you here? The waiter, feeling somewhat awkward, wished to escape but found it impossible to do so. Could you two refrain from using him as a messenger? Is he merely a cog in your wheel? A familiar voice floated in from behind the waiter. Lu Xing leaned against the doorframe, observing Qi Yushan's hopes dashed with keen interest. Lu Xing had arrived. Qi Yushan's eyes sparkled with joy, her expression teetering on the brink of collapse due to the sudden emotional upheaval. She inhaled deeply, reminding herself to remain calm. She had to maintain her composure. What was the plan again? Oh no, she had forgotten. Distracted by this unexpected turn, all her strategies fell apart, leaving her mind blank. Standing there in silence was not a viable option. Lu Xing smiled at the waiter, saying, "Goodbye, you may leave now." The waiter, feeling as if granted a reprieve, swiftly made his exit. It's been a while. Lu Xing naturally stepped into the private room, casually closing the door behind him. As though he were the host of the gathering, the roles had reversed. Qi Yushan stood awkwardly beside Lu Xing. Her plans evaporated, and she could only mutter, 9 days and 2 hours. What? Lu Xing inquired, puzzled. Qi Yushan looked at him, forcing a smile that felt somewhat strained. It has been precisely 9 days and 2 hours since we last met. A notion of vulnerability flickered in her mind. Lu Xing was a soft-hearted individual. If she showed weakness first, he would surely soften as well. With her gaze lowered, Qi Yushan exuded an air of delicate helplessness. Lu Xing chuckled. He had encountered many like her before, and he himself was akin to a rich and fragrant cup of Westlake Longjing tea. Thus, Lu Xing appeared oblivious as he approached the refrigerator and opened it, casually asking, "Would you like something to drink?" Qi Yushan was taken aback. Wasn't he going to acknowledge her plight? "I wish to apologize to you." Qi Yushan straightened her posture, sincerity shining in her beautiful eyes. Lu Xing chuckled softly as he retrieved a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator. With a pop, he opened it, and as he drank, the sweet flavor enveloped his senses, causing his eyes to narrow in delight. Ah, refreshing. Indeed, it was the essence of joyful indulgence. Qi Yushan lightly bit her lip, lowering her head in embarrassment. What should she do? Lu Xing treated her as though she were merely a figment of the air. After consuming a soda, his spirits lifted considerably. Leaning against the refrigerator, he casually cast a glance at Qi Yushan. "Would you like something to drink?" "Coke," she replied, not daring to remain silent, as he had previously ignored her when she had done so. Now, she was in the wrong, so it was only natural to exercise patience. The thought of Lu Xing's satisfied expression while drinking Coke suddenly made her a bit envious. Lu Xing nodded. He surveyed the beverages in the fridge before finally twisting open a bottle and handing her a bottle of mineral water. "Sit." Qi Yushan, pleasantly surprised, embraced the bottle of water. Lu Xing remembered she needed to take care of her throat and couldn't drink anything too extravagant, even helping her open the bottle cap. What did this signify? It indicated that Lu Xing wasn't truly angry after all. Realizing this, Qi Yushan's confidence surged, and she settled beside Lu Xing. "Why are you sitting so close?" Lu Xing queried, puzzled. "Isn't it a bit cramped?" With the certainty that Lu Xing was not upset, Qi Yushan felt foolishly elated. "You smell wonderful. I want to sit next to you." Lu Xing shot a surprised glance at her. Goodness, after just a few days apart. Had Qi Yushan lost her mind? A 9 yuan household pack of laundry detergent from the supermarket could smell good too if you bought it. He genuinely couldn't comprehend it. These wealthy individuals, who sprayed perfumes worth thousands, still crave the scent of mere laundry detergent? Qi Yushan shook her head. It's not the same. It truly isn't. She had encountered many who wore expensive fragrances, yet still exuded an unpleasant aura. Lu Xing was different. He appeared clean, always smiling, radiating warmth like the sun, comforting and pleasant. Lu Xing, uninterested in her distinctions, stood and moved to a single sofa, distancing himself from Qi Yushan. He rested his left leg over his right and supported his weary head with his hand. If you have something to say, just say it all at once. He did not wish to expend his emotions on a client with whom he had already severed ties. After all, his emotional value came at a cost. Qi Yushan sat helplessly on the sofa, the vibrant persona she had displayed on stage nowhere to be found. Yet, she quietly observed Lu Xing, noting how different he appeared now compared to before. "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to your writing before." Lu Xing smiled dismissively, responding matter-of-factly, "You are my client. How you choose to handle these matters is your prerogative." Qi Yushan was taken aback. She had anticipated witnessing Lu Xing's sorrow, anguish, or even harsh words directed at her. Why this reaction instead? Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and comforted, "Boss Qi, you need not feel guilty about this matter. When you spend money, you are simply purchasing a service. Just like the bearers on the mountain, if everyone felt guilty and hesitated to ride, how would they earn a living?" Lu Xing's voice was gentle and considerate, yet it struck at the very heart of Qi Yushan. She discerned the implication of Lu Xing's words, her complexion paling. "You know?" Lu Xing smiled. It appeared that even now, Qi Yushan had no intention of confiding in him regarding this matter. How vexing. There was no profit to be made here, and yet they had to engage in such tedious conversation. Lu Xing idly inquired, "Are you referring to the fact that you haven't read my words?" or that you have always been my employer?" A thunderous boom echoed in Qi Yushan's ears, leaving her mind in a state of blankness, frozen in place. Lu Xing knew. The 5 emphatic words blared in her mind. It was over. Qi Yushan's heart raced to an unprecedented degree, her entire being trembling. What to do? What to do? If Lu Xing only knew that she hadn't read those things, it could be said she was insincere, and a heartfelt apology would suffice. However, what if Lu Xing not only recognized her insincerity, but was also aware that she was the playwright of this grand performance? It was over. Qi Yushan's body went numb. She trembled slightly, suppressing her emotions, and cautiously glanced at Lu Xing's expression, her voice barely a whisper as she called, "Xing Xing." Lu Xing held a cola in her left hand, her right hand firmly gripping her phone, recording to prevent any deceit. Lu Xing was on high alert. What is going on? The sight of Lu Xing's watchful demeanor tightened a bitter thread around Qi Yushan's heart. The feeling of suffocation nearly robbed her of breath. She yearned to explain. Yet, how could she? What could she say? At that moment, Qi Yushan's mind was consumed with 2 imperative words. Speak. Yes, speak. She must speak. A looming sense of crisis threatened to engulf her. She had an overwhelming intuition that after this, she might never communicate with Lu Xing again. Speak. She had to speak. Just say something. Qi Yushan gritted her teeth, the inner voice screaming loudly, while she remained utterly silent. All her prior plans had vanished. Before Lu Xing, she was a disarrayed mess. Slowly, she lifted her head, unable to utter a single word. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, pooling on her skirt, dampening it significantly. Such a crybaby, Lu Xing sighed, somewhat moved. The life of a performer is fraught with hardship, each gesture meticulously honed through relentless practice. Now, with her eyes glistening and red, Qi Yushan's muted sobs reveal a beauty intertwined with fragility. Lu Xing placed the cola on the nearby table and stood up decisively. Don't go. A wave of anxiety washed over Qi Yushan. Seeing Lu Xing rise only intensified her unease, prompting her to grasp his hand in desperation. She dared not hold his entire hand, instead gripping a few of his fingers tightly. Her delicate, pale hand contrasted starkly with Lu Xing's complexion. Lu Xing averted his gaze, calmly instructing, "Let go." Under the weight of his authoritative stare, Qi Yushan instinctively recoiled. She gradually lowered her head, yet her grip on his fingers remained unyielding, showing no intent to release him. After a moment of silence, Lu Xing reassured her, "I'm not leaving." Qi Yushan found it hard to believe. She was acutely aware of Lu Xing's cunning nature. Should she relinquish her hold, he would undoubtedly flee. "I don't believe you." Lu Xing chuckled lightly. "I really want to leave. I'll just fetch a cup." Qi Yushan immediately shook her head, unconvinced that Lu Xing was merely going to retrieve a cup. Besides, what do you need a cup for? Lu Xing bent down, meeting her gaze with an expression as tranquil as still waters. "It would be a shame for your tears to stain your clothes. I'll get a cup to catch them." He pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket, extracting one and placing it gently in Qi Yushan's hand. "Stop crying." As a professional at providing comfort, he always carried tissues, wet wipes, and band-aids, ready to assist clients in their time of need. The pleasant fragrance of the tissue wafted through the air, leaving Qi Yushan momentarily stunned. As she grasped the meaning behind Lu Xing's words, a radiant smile broke through her tear-streaked visage. Lu Xing exhaled in relief. "Thank heavens, you've stopped crying. This dress is utterly soaked now. What would I say if someone noticed?" It was unnecessary for a transaction to become so unseemly. Despite their quirks, Lu Xing held a certain gratitude for his clients. They might be a bit eccentric, yet they were generous enough. Not a single instance of withheld wages or attempts at exploitation. Well, except for Wen Lingxiu. A few minutes later, Qi Yushan finally regained her composure. It was then she realized, "I'm sorry." Her earlier tight grip on Lu Xing's fingers had left them tinged red. Lu Xing smiled as he withdrew his hand. "It's fine. Now that you're calm, we can have a proper conversation." He pulled up a chair and sat across from her. As long as she was composed, they could engage in a meaningful dialogue. He detested those who shouted to win an argument without rational discourse. With her eyes and nose still slightly reddened, Qi Yushan sat there, tissue in hand, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It was evident. She felt a twinge of embarrassment for having cried moments ago. Lu Xing, with a smile, casually remarked, "There's no need to feel ashamed. It's merely a detox. This matter concerning Qi Yushan must be resolved today. If this cunning individual is not handled properly, one cannot predict the lengths she might go to. Moreover, when Lingxiu and Nan are still waiting for her in the private room. Surely, one cannot take half an hour for a lottery, can one? Time is of the essence. Swift resolution is imperative. After shedding tears, Qi Yushan's voice came out hoarse. I'm sorry. It's all right. Besides, you have nothing to apologize for, Lu Xing replied, his gaze fixed on the clock on the wall. You are my employer. You compensated me, so I should express my gratitude. Qi Yushan paused, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. Is that woman also your client? She realized why Lu Xing had so readily agreed initially. Perhaps he is indeed in this line of work. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Qi Yushan's eyes as she felt she had found a solution. Lu Xing nodded. Precisely. I wish to earn money. So when clients seek me, I will respond. You have hired me, and regardless of your motives, it matters not as long as you are pleased. That is the essence of your expenditure. With hope blooming in her heart, Qi Yushan lifted her gaze, her countenance reminiscent of a delicate flower after rain. May I hire you again? Lu Xing smiled at her. An overwhelming sense of hope surged within Qi Yushan. No, the balloon of hope swelling within her suddenly burst, leaving her aspirations in tatters. Why? Why not? She asked urgently, grasping Lu Xing's hand, only to have him deftly evade her touch. I have the funds. That woman can hire you, and so can I. Though I have yet to meet her, she has children and is older. I am surely a better option. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with insight. Ah, so Qi Yushan has yet to encounter Wen Lingxiu. After noting this crucial detail, Lu Xing shook his head and spoke earnestly. I do not engage in transactions with the same client more than once. A single transaction concludes amicably. However, a second transaction implies one thing. The client is unable to forget. This is an exceedingly perilous situation, and I will not accept it. Lu Xing focused intently on Qi Yushan. He had no more than 8 minutes before he must return to the private room. Thus, he donned a gentle and amiable smile, looking at the disheartened Qi Yushan, and said, Let me share some heartfelt words with you. No needles, no medications. Sitting here is akin to a chat, a form of conversational therapy. Who remembers the second peak? Now, let us proceed to the first topic. Qi Yushan eagerly nodded, resembling a diligent student, and immediately sat up straight. Her gaze was fixated on Lu Xing's face, yet her mind was a blank slate, failing to comprehend his words. Oh, today Lu Xing appeared strikingly different. If possible, hearts would have danced in her eyes. In the past, Lu Xing had a knack for amusing others, exuding a youthful charm. While that was delightful, today he emanated an indescribable aura, somewhat assertive, undeniably intelligent, and slightly overwhelming. Qi Yushan stared at Lu Xing's moving lips, absorbing nothing, utterly enchanted. Why do you wish to hire me again? She confessed, her thoughts a muddled mess, her plans scattered like leaves in the wind. I feel anxious when I cannot see you in the audience. In moments when Lu Xing was absent from the crowd, a hollow sensation enveloped her. Previously, she believed the stage was the focal point, but it was only after Lu Xing vanished from sight that she realized he was her anchor. Only in his presence could this wandering bird find a sturdy tree to rest upon. Lu Xing nodded. As for the anxiety, it was manageable, and fortunately, Qi Yushan had not mentioned anything about affection. Otherwise, he would have been startled. Now, let us turn to the second topic. As a professional opera performer, do you believe you are living up to your professional standards? The conversation shifted abruptly from romance to professionalism, leaving Qi Yushan in a state of confusion. Lu Xing gazed at her with a hint of disappointment. Though I am the one you hired, I regard you as an exceptional performer. Yet now, merely because one person is absent from the audience, you begin to feel anxious. Does that imply that if I were to perish, you could never perform again? The last time you faltered in your singing was because I was not present, right? Can you truly afford to sing poorly simply because I am absent? Lu Xing's intensity suddenly escalated. He was indeed pressed for time. His phone buzzed insistently in his pocket, certainly a message from Wen Lingxiu. Thus, he quickened his pace. Those audience members came to see your performance because of your talent. Are you repaying their support with such personal sentiments? Humph. Your parents toiled tirelessly to fund your education, and you disregard your studies for personal reasons. How is that repaying them? The classic quote from the esteemed Li Wanfang had proven remarkably effective. Lu Xing internally rejoiced. Qi Yushan felt scolded like a child, and in a fleeting moment, she almost believed she had returned to her school days, facing the terrifying reprimands of her teachers, a tide of overwhelming emotion crashing over her. In a small voice, Qi Yushan retorted, No, I have only faltered once. Afterwards, My singing has been impeccable. Lu Xing let out a soft hum. So what? You may have performed well in the subsequent shows, but that one was undeniably a disaster. Furthermore, if you are capable of singing well without my presence, then why do you need me? I have attempted to articulate my thoughts multiple times, yet I have failed to convey my reasoning. She felt that Lu Xing's words held a semblance of truth, although she could not pinpoint precisely where that truth lay. Observing her bewildered expression, Lu Xing found amusement in his heart. Ah, how delightful it is. Individuals like Qi Yueshan, who have sailed smoothly through life, have faced their greatest tribulations solely in mastering the art of performance. Nonetheless, her innate artistic talent continues to overshadow countless others. It is rather amusing to witness such a paragon of excellence receiving paternalistic admonitions. How could I resist the temptation to tease her? Qi Yueshan sensed an underlying dissonance. Yet Lu Xing had already risen to his feet. He adjusted his suit to ensure its neatness, preventing any conspicuous creases. After all, he was there to draw lots, not merely to partake in idle conversation. Lu Xing extended his hand to Qi Yueshan, who was still embroiled in a fierce internal struggle, and with a gentle smile, he said, "Our collaboration has been quite delightful over this duration. Miss Qi, I wish you a smooth journey in your theatrical career." Qi Yueshan stood frozen, her gaze fixated on Lu Xing's outstretched hand. She understood that once she grasped that hand, Lu Xing would vanish completely from her world. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly inquired, "Among your clients, where do I rank?" Lu Xing promptly began to reflect on his understanding of women. How could he be so taken aback by such a question? Is it truly that significant? Qi Yueshan nodded vigorously. It is indeed crucial. Human hearts are composed of flesh. Even someone as rational as you must have an order in your heart. People remember only the tallest peaks. Would you recall the second highest? K2. And the third? Kangchenjunga. The fourth? Lhotse. The 12th? Broad Peak. Qi Yueshan felt exasperated. Lu Xing chuckled, realizing that knowledge is indeed power, and it has been wielded here. Huzzah! With the power of knowledge, he had successfully overwhelmed Qi Yueshan. In summary, Lu Xing withdrew his hand and casually rummaged through the box, hoping to find something to take back. Surely he could not return empty-handed. As he searched, he mused, "I am merely a passing shower in the perfection of your life. Rain does not fall every day, yet the sun shall always rise. Miss Qi, you are destined to be the sun that rises, unmatched in your craft among your contemporaries. I am not your source of reassurance. You possess the capability to achieve greatness on your own. This outcome is the fruit of your own labor and bears little relation to me." Lu Xing indeed managed to topple some plush toys and souvenirs from the shelf. He tucked these trinkets into his hands and briskly made his way to the door. Just before opening it, Lu Xing rested his hand on the doorknob and glanced back at Qi Yueshan on the sofa. "Boss Qi, you have your own path to success. There is no need for you to feel troubled by this. Our financial dealings are settled. You have never owed me anything. One cannot lament the past, but one can strive for the future. If you exert yourself to perform now, I will commend your prowess. However, if you succumb to despair due to my presence and allow your career to falter, then I regret to say I would regard you with disdain." Qi Yueshan abruptly lifted her head. Crystal tears cascaded down her cheeks, refracting light under the glow. Lu Xing let out a subtle sigh. "Well, you are still crying. The Plum Blossom Award is at the end of May. Boss Qi, I hope to see you there, regardless of how challenging these clients may be." Lu Xing never wished for her to fall into despondency because of him. Simply living is a remarkable achievement. He did not wish to ruin anyone. Qi Yueshan's eyes were red, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. She reached out, wiping her cheeks haphazardly. Her voice choked as she asked, "If I win the award, will you come?" Lu Xing smiled. "I wish you well. Boss Qi, your life is yours. Do not let anyone jeopardize your future." With a soft click, the door opened and closed. Lu Xing emerged from the private room, and at the end of the corridor, he spotted a familiar figure. His smile froze. "Oh no, this is a disaster." Silence enveloped the corridor tonight. Lu Xing glanced at Song Junju standing there, a chill running down his spine. Inside was Qi Yueshan, outside was Song Junju. What a predicament! At this moment, Lu Xing's mind raced, his intellect soaring to the heights of Einstein. What on earth had Song Junju overheard? She was a client. Verbal therapy was not an option. As a professional, providing clients with unique emotional value is paramount. If the clients were to discover each other's existence, how would he respond when a client suddenly inquired, Is this kindness you show me something that other sisters receive as well, or is it just for me? How could he even begin to address such a question? Thus, Lu Xing had always endeavored to keep clients unaware of one another's presence. And now here he was, after an extensive career filled with diligence. He had never encountered such a situation. Lu Xing genuinely felt like fleeing. You affluent individuals truly possess an unhinged mentality. Must you incessantly infiltrate the theater? Is there truly no other form of entertainment in High City? If only Song Junju had not encountered Lu Xing. He could have simply averted his gaze and slipped away like one does when faced with an unwelcome acquaintance. However, that is no longer an option. Before him stands Song Junju, her expression icily fixed, her eyes boring into him. Their glances confirm it. She seeks his demise. Lu Xing is left in the dark regarding what Song Junju has overheard or the extent of her knowledge. He takes a discreet breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Blinking innocently as if caught in wrongdoing, and softly calls out, "Professor Song." The more one speaks, the more one risks error, until he comprehends the depth of her understanding. It is prudent to remain taciturn. Today, Song Junju is resplendent. Her cascading waves of dark hair fall effortlessly over her shoulders, complemented by a silk black gown beneath a tailored blazer. Yet at this moment, her piercing gaze scrutinizes Lu Xing. He recalls the terrifying intuition of this madcap professor, and a cold sweat breaks out upon his brow. Goodness, she cannot possibly have surmised anything significant. Song Junju remains silent, standing there, frigid and mute, uncertain of her thoughts. Lu Xing expresses concern. "Professor Song, you are wearing high heels. It would be prudent to find a place to sit." Click, click, click. With a stoic countenance, Song Junju strides towards Lu Xing, her stiletto heels echoing with each step, resonating like a drumbeat on his very heart. Within mere breaths, she stands before him, narrowing her eyes as she inspects his face, her expression a tapestry of complexities as she states, "No need. I have applied protective pads." Lu Xing exhales sharply in relief. What a fright. It appears that Song Junju did not overhear after all. For someone as self-absorbed as she, had she caught wind of his conversation with Qi Yueshan, a tempest of fury would surely have ensued. With a newfound ease, Lu Xing's demeanor becomes more relaxed. "Professor Song, I truly did not anticipate. Who permitted you to follow me?" Song Junju interjects, disinterested in his pleasantries. Lu Xing is momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasping the implication. Goodness. So, she believes he has been tailing her? Truly, only she would think so highly of herself. Lu Xing is nearly compelled to laugh aloud. It seems fortune is favoring him today. Song Junju furrows her brow, discomfort evident in her glare at Lu Xing. Despite his evident affection for her, such stalking behavior is utterly inexcusable. If he dares to follow her today, what might he attempt tomorrow? Lu Xing quickly kneels in contrition. "I apologize, Professor Song. It is my fault, my inability to restrain myself. You may impose any punishment you deem fit, but please do not distress yourself." Compared to letting Song Junju become angry due to Qi Yu's actions, it might be better to simply shoulder the blame. Upon hearing these words, Song Junju's exquisite eyes flickered with a complex expression. He truly adores me. In this moment, Lu Xing did not resort to frantic excuses. Instead, he opted to admit his fault, wishing to avoid further upsetting her. Song Junju let out a barely audible sigh. She had not anticipated that her decision to hire Lu Xing would result in such an overwhelming infatuation from him. A well-behaved young man had transformed into a relentless stalker. To reprimand him felt slightly awkward for Song Junju. Yet, to let him off the hook stirred a peculiar discomfort within her. After much contemplation, she shot Lu Xing a glare and devised a punishment, speaking in a cold tone. "This week's outing is cancelled. You shall remain at home to complete your assignments. You will not eat or sleep until you finish the tasks I assign. Humph. No more outings for you. Do you now comprehend the gravity of the situation?" Song Junju believed her punishment would feel like a thunderclap to Lu Xing, who held affections for her. Indeed, as she cast a glance at Lu Xing's despondent expression, her confidence grew. She absolutely could not indulge Lu Xing's relentless pursuit. "All right, Professor Song, I understand," Lu Xing replied, desperately pinching his waist from behind, his face contorting with bitterness. Although disappointment clouded his features, internally, he was elated. What a twist. Not only was he spared from going out, but he could also study and complete his assignments at home? What splendid fortune. Does he realize how costly the assignments and practice books are now? all of it provided by Song Junju. Lu Xing's heart swelled with joy. Observing Lu Xing's bitter expression, Song Junju felt an inexplicable irritation bubbling within her. She waved her hand dismissively. Go back. You are not to follow me anymore. Just then, the door to the private room swung open from the inside, and a soft, delicate voice floated out. Song Junju's expression stiffened as she turned her gaze toward the entrance. Chi Yu stood there, dressed in a light blue dress. Her long hair hastily pinned up, appearing somewhat disheveled. At that moment, Chi Yu leaned against the door, her eyes glistening with melancholy as she looked at Lu Xing. A begonia hairpin was slanted in her hair. She was even more enchanting than the flower itself. Song Junju froze in place, her blood rushing to her head in an instant. She noticed Chi Yu's eyes, red and puffy, as if she had just been crying. Then she glanced at Chi Yu's dress, damp as though it had just been soaked. Lu Xing's heart raced wildly. Goodness, a schemer. He had completely forgotten that Chi Yu was a cunning manipulator. Though Song Junju did not hear Chi Yu, it was certain that Chi Yu had overheard the conversation between her and Lu Xing. Lu Xing quickly opened his mouth to explain, but Song Junju's indifferent gaze fell upon his face, interrupting him. What brings you to the theater? Song Junju felt a chill envelop her, her eyes glinting with derision. What had she just said? She had thought Lu Xing came for her, but it turned out otherwise. A bitter smile attempted to form on her lips, yet she couldn't manage even a cold arc. Is this what men are like? They profess affection while harboring feelings for another? Gazing upon Lu Xing's face, the sensations of betrayal by her fiancé and the deceit from Lu Xing surged within her. Gritting her teeth, Song Junju raised her hand and struck down heavily. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the corridor. Thud. Chi Yushan positioned herself in front of Lu Xing, her hairpin flying to the ground, shattered into two pieces. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. Observing Chi Yushan, who had fallen into his embrace, his mind buzzed with confusion. She was not merely a friend. What was she doing in his way? Lu Xing steadied Chi Yushan, annoyance swelling within him. Great. Now he owed yet another favor. He detested being indebted to others. Monetary debts are easily settled, but the burden of personal favors is truly onerous. This slap would have been better directed at his own face. A glance at Chi Yushan's visage revealed the truth. Song Junju had been genuinely furious, her strike powerful. In such a short span, Chi Yushan's face had begun to redden and swell. Given that Chi Yushan relied on her beauty for her livelihood, any blemish upon her face would complicate Lu Xing's ability to repay his debts. Give me your brother's number, and I shall have him take you to the hospital. Aunt Wen and Wan awaited him in the private box. It was currently Aunt Wen's client service time. He could not abandon her. Moreover, Lu Xing cast a glance at Chi Yushan. He was fully aware that had Chi Yushan not suddenly intervened, Song Junju would have been pacified long ago. This cunning woman was acting intentionally. Upon hearing Lu Xing mention seeking Chi Shui, Chi Yushan's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Xing was even more ruthless than she had anticipated. Ruthless indeed? How delightful. Leaning against Lu Xing's embrace, Chi Yushan lowered her face, her long hair cascading to the side. She gently shook her head. No, don't look at me. I am not presentable right now. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Lu Xing felt numb. Sister, in such a situation, you still play the innocent? Are you truly unconcerned about your appearance? What? Was she not finished portraying sweet affection? Today was not meant for a romantic scene. It should have been a dramatic one. Song Junju coldly scrutinized Lu Xing and Chi Yushan before her, a mocking smile gracing her lips. How absurd. Every internal monologue she once held was now like a boomerang, striking her directly. Very well, very well. Lu Xing and Chi Yushan were enveloped in a sweet embrace. What was she? A meddlesome mistress who intruded upon a television drama, shattering the sanctity of others' families? Chi Yushan gently leaned against Lu Xing, subtly entwining her fingers with his around her waist, and protested, No, that's not it. Junju, you are mistaken. Upon hearing the name Junju, Lu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as thoughts raced through his mind. Song Junju knows Chi Yushan. No, that couldn't be right. The last time Chi Yushan had faltered in her singing, these two had not yet crossed paths. How could they possibly know each other now? Chi Yushan covered her face and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Junju, you truly misunderstand. The person I hurt, the one I spoke of, is Xing Xing. I brought him here today to apologize. I cried. I made a scene, yet he never relented in forgiving me. He said his heart belonged to someone else. Qi Yushan's mind faltered only when she faced Lu Xing. Yet, when confronting others, she was never lacking in cunning. Now, she suspected that Song Junju had yet to realize her feelings for Lu Xing. A hidden smile graced Qi Yushan's heart. Observing someone even more foolish than herself brought her a measure of comfort. She tugged at the water stains on her skirt and spoke softly, "This is my tear. It is not as you presume." Boom. Initially, Song Junju listened with an air of indifference, but as the conversation unfolded, her unease grew. When she heard Qi Yushan mention that Lu Xing had feelings for someone else, she froze in place. What? Lu Xing rejected Qi Yushan's reconciliation? He claimed his heart belonged to another? Lu Xing was taken aback, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being swept away by emotion. What the heck? Sister Qi, you are serious? Song Junju, who had been in a frenzy moments before, now cooled rapidly, regarding Lu Xing in silence. It seemed she had misjudged him once again. Apologies, Professor Song, but I must escort Miss Qi to attend to her face. Lu Xing spoke in a calm tone he had never before possessed. After saying this, he gently grasped Qi Yushan's soft shoulder and began to walk past Song Junju. Just before their shoulders brushed, Lu Xing quietly added, "Professor Song, your hand has been scratched by the hairpin. Remember to disinfect and bandage it when you return." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "I apologize for causing you distress today. Farewell, Professor Song." Song Junju abruptly lowered her head, astonished as she gazed at her fingertips. The slap she had just delivered, though Qi Yushan's hairpin had shattered, had left her own hand marred with scratches. In the midst of her fury, she had not even felt the pain, yet Lu Xing had noticed. Stiffly, Song Junju turned away. Lu Xing guided Qi Yushan to the remnants of the broken hairpin. He extracted a tissue from his pocket, bending down carefully to wrap the hairpin within it, before tenderly tucking it into his embrace. Having completed this task, Lu Xing departed the corridor alongside Qi Yushan, not once casting a glance back at Song Junju. Just as they were about to vanish around the corner, Qi Yushan turned to meet Song Junju's gaze. She tightened her hold around Lu Xing's neck, a victorious smile gracing her lips. She was acutely aware that Song Junju had taken an instant disliking to her. How fortuitous. The sentiment was reciprocated. She too had dismissed Song Junju from their very first encounter. Now, her disdain had only intensified. Thankfully, Song Junju was even more oblivious than she was. A twinge of regret suddenly seized Qi Yushan. Had she not intervened to shield Lu Xing from that slap, would Lu Xing's heart have turned cold towards Song Junju? Yet, she still yearned to leave a mark upon Lu Xing's heart. As they were entirely out of sight of Song Junju, the corners of Qi Yushan's mouth, which she had been forcing to remain upturned, finally fell. "Qi Yushan, you have lost your mind." Lu Xing released her from his supportive grasp, his eyes calm yet piercing as they met hers. "You deliberately allowed Song Junju to misunderstand. You intentionally provoked her, and you obstructed me. I thought I had made myself sufficiently clear." The warmth of his embrace vanished, leaving Qi Yushan leaning regretfully against the cold wall. "Is Song Junju also your client? She has been so well charmed by you, convinced of your deep affection for her." Lu Xing's gaze remained unwavering. "Weren't you once in the same position?" Qi Yushan was taken aback, then after a brief moment, she burst into laughter. Raising her chin, she gazed earnestly at Lu Xing, enunciating every word. "But I have since regretted it. The burning Mona Lisa is more beautiful than the original. The injured, shattered beauty surpasses the exquisite." Lu Xing couldn't help but marvel at Qi Yushan's remarkable beauty. Gazing upon her could very well extend one's lifespan. "Call your brother. I must take my leave." Lu Xing refrained from responding, turning instead to depart. Smack! Qi Yushan gripped Lu Xing's wrist tightly, employing all her theatrical training to illuminate this very moment. She fixed her eyes on Lu Xing, placing his hand gently upon her cheek, her voice soft and delicate. "It hurts here. What do you intend to do? Promise me one favor." Lu Xing gritted his teeth. Song Junju's strike had indeed been severe, and even now Qi Yushan's face burned with heat. "Speak." Qi Yushan winked at him. "I have yet to decide." Lu Xing withdrew his hand. Glancing at the time, he needed to return to Aunt Wen's booth. "Make it within my capabilities." "Oh, and money is out of the question." Qi Yushan paused, then playfully glared at Lu Xing. "I am not selling myself. What would I want with your money?" Lu Xing chuckled. "However, I am merely a commodity." Qi Yuanshan was rendered speechless. The younger brother would act coy, while the sister's spirit would drift away. "What? Sister, has someone struck you? Who? Tell me who it was." Do you think I want to turn him into a super thin sanitary napkin? Upon receiving the call, Qi Shui rushed over, and upon seeing Qi Yuanshan's face, he erupted in fury. Siblings often engage in playful banter and light-hearted teasing. A little mischief here and there is expected. However, that does not grant permission for outsiders to harm one's own kin. Qi Yuanshan chuckled softly, caressing her cheek where Lu Xing had just touched her. The mere thought of it brought her joy, and she replied, "It's nothing." She had, of course, discerned that Song Junju was Lu Xing's client. She also noticed how Lu Xing had charmed Song Junju remarkably well. In a certain sense, Song Junju could be considered her rival. Yet why would she defend Lu Xing in front of her? Oh, Qi Yuanshan smirked, causing a chill to run down Qi Shui's spine as he stammered, "Sister, please stop smiling, it frightens me." "What are you afraid of? You should smile too." "Huh? Smile about what?" "That you might soon have a brother-in-law." Qi Shui was utterly bewildered. "Wait, where would I get a brother-in-law from? Hold on. It wouldn't be Lu Xing, would it? But isn't Lu Xing supposed to be younger than me? You want him to call him brother-in-law? Damn it. I regard you as a brother. And you wish to become my brother-in-law?" Qi Shui was questioning his existence. Qi Yuanshan glanced at him, suddenly recalling his earlier comments, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, "You are not allowed to like Lu Xing. When we return home, I'll have mother buy you some herbal medicine for your constitution." Qi Shui. "Damn it. I am not gay." Qi Yuanshan replied nonchalantly, "I've bought you a graphics card." Qi Shui was shocked. He was ecstatic. He slid to his knees. "Long live my esteemed sister. May you and my brother-in-law endure for ages and bear 108 treasures." In a cheerful mood, Qi Yuanshan took out her phone and began dialing. Song Junju must be feeling quite guilty now, regretting having wronged Lu Xing. Today, she had caught a glimpse of Lu Xing's inherent coldness. It seemed that Lu Xing's enthusiasm for clients was merely a facade. Yet both she and Song Junju had taken it to heart. Now that she had awakened to the truth, Song Junju had not. Although she was unaware of how long that proud woman had bound herself to Lu Xing through contracts. The very thought of the contract's conclusion and the ensuing shattering of Song Junju's beautiful dreams at Lu Xing's hands filled Qi Yuanshan with immense delight. Why should she alone experience Lu Xing's indifference and ruthlessness? Everyone should partake in it. Is this truly fair? The call connected. Qi Yuanshan held the phone and spoke to the person on the other end. "Dean, I wish to schedule a new play. I am seeking collaborators." "Yes. I will submit this new play as my entry for the Plum Blossom Award." "The title?" Qi Yuanshan gazed at the pristine wall, contemplating for a moment before slowly articulating. "The piece is entitled Plucking Stars. When one feels overwhelmed by failure, purchasing something can provide a semblance of success." The sound of scanning for payment resonated. "Your small cake, please take care of it." "Thank you." Lu Xing smiled and nodded at the clerk, carrying a petite cake as he ascended the staircase leading to the private room. He opted for the stairs rather than the elevator, as he was already late to Aunt Wen's place and would inevitably have to explain the reason. Choosing the right explanation posed a dilemma. Lu Xing took a deep breath, calming himself to analyze the situation. Since the event had transpired, it was crucial to extract something valuable from it. With a sudden squeeze, he crushed the small bell on top of the cake. Lu Xing maintained his composure, focusing on each step as he ascended. Aunt Wen desired someone suitable to be the father of her daughter. Her current intimate gestures, bordering on flirtation, were all aimed at making me fall for her. I can use today's events to inform Aunt Wen that my past does not qualify me to be the father of her daughter. It is essential to extinguish her hopes of gaining something for nothing. Given Aunt Wen's affection for her daughter, she will undoubtedly reconsider this matter. Lu Xing inhaled deeply as he reached the top of the stairs. Now, how to articulate this situation required a suitable approach. Standing at the door of the private room, he rubbed his eyes until they turned red. A casual tousle of his hair added to the disheveled effect he sought. Click. The door to the room opened, bathed in warm yellow light. When Lingxiu sat on the sofa, her long hair cascading as she gently rocked her sleeping daughter in her arms. The child resembled a little dumpling, her tiny hands curled peacefully against Wen Lingxiu's chest. Lu Xing instantly softened his footsteps, leaning closer to Wen Lingxiu and lowering his voice. "Let me hold her. Your arm must be uncomfortable." Wen Lingxiu shook her head. "It's fine. Let the little one rest for a while. Where have you been?" As anticipated, Aunt Wen's strong need for control compelled her to inquire. Lu Xing remained silent, choosing to sit beside her without a word. Not receiving a response, Wen Lingxiu looked at Lu Xing's face, suddenly sensing something amiss. He had seemed quite cheerful when he left. Now, her hair is disheveled, her eyes are tinged with red, and in her hands, aside from a mere souvenir, there lies a crumbled little cake, resembling a forsaken puppy. Has she endured some injustice? A pang of sympathy suddenly struck Wen Lingxiu's heart. With utmost care, she placed Nuan Nuan on the sofa, while Lu Xing silently draped a blanket over the child. Wen Lingxiu took Lu Xing by the hand and led him to the other side. Observing Lu Xing's reddened eyes, she felt an indescribable ache within her. In her heart, Lu Xing was still the one who should be smiling brightly, revealing a set of pearly whites, rather than appearing so dejected as he did now. Gently, she rested her hand on Lu Xing's shoulder for support, rose on her toes, and with her other hand smoothed down his tousled hair, speaking softly. What's wrong? Has someone bullied you? It was time to test his acting skills. Lu Xing choked back a sob, as if a person who had held steadfast for far too long could no longer withstand a soothing word. I'm sorry for coming back late. When Lingxiu was taken aback, she hadn't anticipated that Lu Xing's first words would not be about his grievances, but rather an apology. Seeing Lu Xing on the verge of tears made her heart ache painfully. She grasped his hand and said anxiously, What's the matter? Who has bullied you? Tell me. The last time she felt this frantic was ages ago, yet at that moment, her heart did not ache as it did now. Gazing at Lu Xing's aggrieved expression, Wen Lingxiu could think of only one thing. Comfort him. Do not let him cry. She hardly had time to ponder over what commanding words she might utter. A glance at the little cake Lu Xing had brought back filled her with concern. Did you fall? Did you hurt your knee? We should go. I'll take you to get it bandaged. That was her immediate reaction. She did not believe that someone as kind as Lu Xing would ever engage in conflict. Lu Xing sniffled and shook his head. I didn't hurt myself. After a moment of silence, he grasped Aunt Wen's slender wrist to prevent her from stumbling. Then hesitantly continued, After the lottery, I saw that the little cakes at the dessert shop looked delicious, so I went to buy one. I was very happy to come out with you, and I thought I shouldn't just buy a gift for Nuan Nuan, but also for you. However, Lu Xing paused, nearly causing Wen Lingxiu to panic. But I ran into someone from before. Lu Xing's head hung low, pressing down on his pocket. Wen Lingxiu noticed this keenly. No. Ignoring Lu Xing's protests, she reached into his pocket and pulled out a tissue. Unfolding it, she revealed 2 broken hairpins. These were discarded by Qiyu Shan. I salvaged them for reuse. Wen Lingxiu stared silently at the fragmented hairpins in her hand. The hairpin is intricately carved with begonia flowers, beautiful and exquisite. It would undoubtedly look lovely when adorned in her hair. Yet, it lies shattered. The gift bestowed upon her by Lu Xing has thus been broken. Time advances, and the youth gazes upon the mature woman with regret. Forgive me, Aunt Wen, Lu Xing said earnestly, locking eyes with her. I mention this not to incite your worry. Please do not feel distressed on my account, for it would weigh heavily upon my conscience. A profound sense of unutterable sorrow surged within her, as Wen Lingxiu gazed compassionately at Lu Xing's face. When he returned, he appeared so aggrieved, his eyes reddened and his hair disheveled. Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, he insisted he did not wish for her to worry, which compelled him to speak candidly. Wen Lingxiu felt a pang of anguish. Out of courtesy, she had merely known that Lu Xing's family faced hardships, which had led him to this line of work. However, it now became evident that her understanding of him was far too superficial. This youth was genuinely innocent. One could easily surmise that his previous client had been pestering him, and in his haste to return, had reacted furiously upon seeing the small cake and hairpin in his possession. Wen Lingxiu scrutinized Lu Xing's cheeks, searching for any signs of harm. Should there be any, she would undoubtedly seek retribution against the perpetrator. Noticing the concern in Aunt Wen's gaze, Lu Xing offered a reassuring smile, softly affirming, I was not struck. Even now, he remained considerate of her feelings. Wen Lingxiu, feeling a surge of compassion, lamented, You should not have gone out today. Had I not insisted on bringing you along, perhaps you would not have faced such humiliation. Lu Xing, in a state of urgency, countered, How could that be? Today also brought fortunate occurrences. Wen Lingxiu sighed, What fortunate events? The opportunity has arrived. Lu Xing's spirits lifted instantly. How could I not be fortunate to enjoy a day out with you and Nuan Nuan? Moreover, I did not take Nuan Nuan with me to the lottery. Isn't that quite fortunate? Otherwise, she would have surely witnessed this chaotic scene. Wen Lingxiu suddenly paused, envisioning the scenario in her mind. Indeed, had Lu Xing taken Nuan Nuan to participate in the lottery, it would have inflicted tremendous psychological distress upon her. The moment Nguyen Nguyen's well-being was mentioned, when Lingxiu's rationality swiftly returned. She glanced at Nguyen Nguyen, who was peacefully sleeping on the sofa, and after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. That is quite fortunate. Lu Xing felt a surge of joy within him. In this fierce and tumultuous time of her life, when Lingxiu had managed to hire a young man, not for her own satisfaction, but to provide Nguyen Nguyen with a semblance of paternal affection. Thus, Lu Xing knew that this tactic would surely resonate with Wen Lingxiu. For a woman of her gentle and intelligent disposition, one could scold her, yet she would merely smile, as if dismissing a barking dog. Yet should you dare to bully Nan Nan, she would undoubtedly wear a smile, while ensuring your coffin is well prepared. The enchanting thoughts that had just risen in Wen Lingxiu's mind dissipated in an instant. Since her acquaintance with Lu Xing, life had been exceedingly smooth and comfortable for her. In that fleeting moment, she completely forgot about Lu Xing's profession. She had seldom taken Lu Xing out and was unaware that he might encounter such troubles with former clients. Fortuitously, she had not brought Nan Nan along this time. But what about the next occasion? After all, she had finally managed to provide Nan Nan with a nurturing home environment. Must she allow it to be ruined by others? However, when Wen Lingxiu glanced up, she caught sight of Lu Xing's bitter expression. Yet, she found herself unable to reproach Lu Xing for his past. I'm sorry, President Wen. It is my past that is dishonorable, Lu Xing admitted. A wave of emotion washed over Wen Lingxiu, and her delicate hand caressed his shoulder as she gently reassured him, it is not your fault. The fact that you have thrived until now is already remarkable. With a tender smile, she continued to comfort him. Life is fraught with suffering. She understood that Lu Xing's difficult family background had led him to this line of work. Contemplating the hardships Lu Xing might have previously endured, Wen Lingxiu sighed softly and stepped forward to embrace him. Leaning against Lu Xing's shoulder, she patted his back gently, as if lulling Nan Nan to sleep, and whispered, You must have had such a hard time before. There is nothing disgraceful about this. It is a testament to your resilient spirit. Be good, Xingxing, do not be sad. Everything will get better. The embrace came too gently and unexpectedly, leaving Lu Xing momentarily dazed. Then shall we refrain from going out in the future? Lu Xing's gaze was clear. He smiled faintly, placing his hand softly on Wen Lingxiu's waist, inhaling slowly before nodding. All right. If Aunt Wen still desired Lu Xing to be Nan Nan's father, she would undoubtedly continue to take him on excursions. Yet, at this moment, she expressed a desire to refrain from such outings, dismissing Vienna, Sydney, and Chicago from their plans. Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief. He had been removed from the ranks of Nan Nan's fathers. How wonderful. Glancing down, he noticed Wen Lingxiu resting against his shoulder, her gaze warm and gentle upon him. Her hand continued to tenderly pat his back, much like soothing a child. Lu Xing had never experienced such treatment in his childhood. Now, he found himself reveling in it. Times are indeed changing, and the young admire the mature. There is wisdom in this. Cherish it, appreciate the fleeting moments. As Lu Xing exited the theater, the outside sky was quiet and dim. It was not a favorable day. The moon remained reluctant to appear, and even the stars refused to grace the night. The March evening breeze chilled to the bone, prompting Lu Xing to drape his coat over Aunt Wen's shoulders. Nan Nan, having had her fill of sleep, pouted at Lu Xing's gesture. Daddy, Nan Nan is cold too. Lu Xing smiled gently, bending down to lift the little one, Nguyen Nguyen, by her armpits and cradling her in his arms. Is it still cold? The youth was brimming with vitality, while the girls at school huddled under blankets. The boys were dressed as if they were made of paper. Nguyen Nguyen nestled against Lu Xing's neck, her sweet voice chiming, Wow, Daddy isn't afraid of the cold. Ha ha. Daddy feels no chill while holding Nguyen Nguyen. Observing the tender interaction between Lu Xing and Nguyen Nguyen, Wen Lingxiu bit her lip. Is it really that warm? Lu Xing took a couple of steps forward with Nguyen Nguyen, noticing Wen Lingxiu lagging behind, and turned back with a smile. Aren't you coming? Wen Lingxiu tugged at Lu Xing's coat and smiled softly. I'm coming. The relationships between people are truly wondrous. In one moment, I proclaim my everlasting love for you. In the next, I merely express its depth. When I uttered those words, I was sincere. Yet sincerity can shift in an instant. When Lingxiu's hopes for Lu Xing to remain by her side crumbled, it was Lu Xing who reminded her. While she bore no aversion to Lu Xing's past, that past might influence Nguyen Nguyen. What if, in the future, Lu Xing attended a parent-teacher meeting for Nguyen Nguyen and encountered one of his former clients? Such a possibility is minimal, but it is not non-existent. So be it. The city's neon lights streamed into the car, and through the rearview mirror. When Lingxiu watched Lu Xing and Nuan Nuan joyfully play, so be it. Her contract with Lu Xing extended until June. Lu Xing possessed the most striking appearance, a robust physique, and an exceptionally gentle disposition. By that time, he would meet many new individuals and embark on a fresh journey. As she awaited the traffic light to change, when Lingxiu gazed at Lu Xing's sunlit, handsome face, momentarily lost in thought. Her time with Lu Xing was dwindling. With this realization, she let out a soft sigh. Perhaps she indeed held a fondness for Lu Xing. Yet, she had long surpassed the age where love alone sufficed. Initially, she chose Lu Xing because he could soothe Nuan Nuan. Now, she was prepared to relinquish him due to his past, which no longer seemed suitable. In the grand scheme, compatibility held greater significance than affection, did it not? Nuan Nuan was all she had. Her feelings took precedence. When Lingxiu cast one last glance at the heartwarming scene of father and daughter frolicking in the rearview mirror, a dull ache settling in her heart, as if a blunt knife were slicing through flesh. When everything is labeled with a deadline, a sense of urgency inevitably follows. When Lingxiu sighed once more, in the next moment, an orange-flavored lollipop was unwrapped and presented to her lips, accompanied by Nuan Nuan's sweet voice. "Mommy, don't sigh. Have some candy and cheer up." When Lingxiu turned in astonishment, Lu Xing held his daughter in his arms, gazing at her with a smile, raising an eyebrow. "Try it. It's quite sweet." Though he did not have a penchant for sweets, he always kept candies, chocolates, and tissues in his pocket. One never knows when they might be needed. When Lingxiu smiled, opening her mouth to savor the lollipop by her lips. "So sweet. Never mind. Once Lu Xing is admitted to university, I shall contribute a little more towards his tuition as compensation." After returning home and refreshing himself, when Lingxiu clutched her phone and addressed Lu Xing, who had just picked up a storybook. "Xing, read a story to Nuan Nuan first. I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I need to make a call." Lu Xing blinked, confidently gesturing, "Don't worry. I promise I will mess it up." When Lingxiu shot him a playful glare before departing the bedroom with a chuckle, Lu Xing lay on the bed, while Nuan Nuan, with her tiny hands clasped, blinked up at him. "Daddy, what shall we listen to tonight? What would you like to hear?" Lu Xing handed the storybook to Nuan Nuan. "How about you choose a story today?" Nuan Nuan clumsily caught the book, as if tasked with a monumental challenge, her little face scrunching up in seriousness as she began to flip through the pages. Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Nowadays, raising a child is quite an expense. How dare they sell a mere picture book for 89? It's even pricier than a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil. What audacity! Glancing at Nuan Nuan's chubby face, he inquired, "Are you happy at kindergarten?" "Happy." The exuberance of a child's emotions is boundless. Lu Xing's nerves relaxed for a rare moment as he lazily turned over, asking, "But remember, if anything makes you unhappy at school, you must tell mommy when you get home. And if any teachers or classmates bother you, don't endure it in silence. Make sure to speak up." Lu Xing began to ramble on, sounding like a concerned father fretting over his daughter. "Oh, I think I start to understand Old Way a bit better now." Suddenly, Nuan Nuan looked up, her eyes blinking curiously. "Daddy, are you leaving?" "What?" Lu Xing became instantly alert, the tension in his mind tightening as he donned a professional smile. "Daddy is right here." Nuan Nuan frowned, tossing aside the storybook, and crawled toward Lu Xing. After a moment of thought, she reached out her chubby little hand and pressed down the corners of his mouth. "Daddy, your smile doesn't look nice." "How could that be?" he protested. Every smile of his had been practiced countless times before a mirror. How could it possibly be unappealing? "It must be because Daddy is getting old." "Boo-hoo. As Nuan Nuan grows up, Daddy starts to grow old too." Lu Xing attempted to elicit sympathy. Nuan Nuan shook her head, stating earnestly, "Daddy's eyes aren't smiling." Lu Xing was taken aback. He underestimated the child, which was utterly inappropriate. This is a serious dereliction of duty. How could a child perceive such things? A profound failure indeed. The little girl nestled into Lu Xing's embrace and softly spoke. Xing, can you tell Nuan Nuan when you leave?" Lu Xing fell silent. He ought to speak, yet Nuan Nuan was more perceptive than he had anticipated. "Daddy, will you also become a star?" "Will Nuan Nuan become a star too?" Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, sensing something peculiar in her words, and asked, "Why would we become stars?" Nuan Nuan began counting on her fingers, because Daddy became a star, and Mommy became a star, and Grandpa and Grandma also became stars. When people leave, they all turn into stars. No, that is not right. It's simply incorrect. Lu Xing's mind buzzed. He understood that Nuan Nuan's biological father turned into a star because he had passed away. But why did she say that her mother also became a star? Wasn't Wen Lingxiu outside making a phone call? And what of the grandparents? Since he started spending time with Aunt Wen and Nuan Nuan, he had never seen her grandparents. Logically, if Nuan Nuan's biological father was deceased, she would be their only bloodline. How could they not visit? No, this is profoundly wrong. Lu Xing's mind raced to recall the details he had overlooked, yet he continued to gently pat and soothe Nuan Nuan in his arms. I want to leave. I'll stay here with Nuan Nuan. Daddy, sing a song for Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan, nestled in Lu Xing's embrace, was growing drowsy. Lu Xing nodded, all right. He softly patted her back, gently swaying the child in his arms as he sang tenderly. Rockabye, rockabye, 15 rocks over the spring equinox, it's Grandma's bridge. Longing and hoping, Grandma, Grandma, sweetly calling, chattering and laughing. Candy floss at the corner of the mouth, never quite enough. Inside, the gentle melody flowed smoothly. Outside, when Lingxiu pressed her forehead against the door, tears streaming down her face. Damn it, I'll call the police on you. Is that you, Wen? Hearing Lu Xing's voice from within, Wen Lingxiu hastily wiped her tears away, feeling flustered as she hurriedly exited. Even though she was in her own home, she felt as if she were a thief, only daring to pause once she ran into the study. Leaning against the desk in the study, her tears dripped onto the surface like raindrops. How blissful it was. Lu Xing cradling Nuan Nuan and softly humming brought such happiness. When Lingxiu lowered her head, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, as tears continued to cascade down like broken pearls. Humans are remarkably resilient, strong enough to endure the fiercest storms. Yet, they are also so fragile, capable of weeping profusely at a mere whisper of gentle comfort. When Lingxiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her emotions, and retrieved her phone to dial her secretary's number. Secretary Zhao, I need you to assist me with a task. Understood, President Wen. I'm taking notes, replied Secretary Zhao, displaying the enthusiastic diligence expected of someone receiving a substantial salary. After all, it was rare to encounter a generous employer who did not insist on a culture of gratitude. I need you to investigate an individual and compile all his past experiences for me, when Lingxiu instructed, inhaling deeply once more. Moreover, regardless of the cost, create a plausible background for him that appears entirely normal to anyone who might inquire. This was her final gift to Lu Xing, a pristine, unblemished history. Upon hearing the specifics of the task, Secretary Zhao was momentarily taken aback. But, President Wen, I had anticipated a more extensive list of minor objectives. Instead, you want me to act as a resume embellisher? Very well, you are the boss. Your word is final. Secretary Zhao promptly responded. Understood. There's one more thing. When Lingxiu continued, silence fell as Secretary Zhao patiently awaited further instructions. After a considerable pause, when Lingxiu added, please gather information on some eligible bachelors with clean backgrounds and send it to my office. Secretary Zhao was perplexed. What does that mean? Is President Wen venturing into new territory? This is monumental news. Though Secretary Zhao was a woman, she suddenly felt as though she had transformed into a eunuch at the side of an emperor. All right, I'm intrigued. Do you have specific preferences? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued, her tone noticeably more animated. When Lingxiu hesitated for a moment before responding, height between 176 to 183 centimeters, muscular but not overly so, broad shoulders and long legs, short black hair, long eyelashes, sparkling eyes, a cheerful disposition, white teeth, patience with children, a knack for humor, a pleasant voice, and perhaps a pocketful of sweets. He should not be prone to anger. Initially, Secretary Zhao took solace in the anonymity of the phone call, allowing herself to smile broadly. However, as she absorbed the specifics of Wen Lingxiu's requirements, her unease grew. Wait a moment. This is far too specific. President Wen, while I understand your preferences, it's clear you have someone particular in mind. Why not provide measurements as well? Are we discussing requirements or merely describing a picture? Secretary Zhao felt overwhelmed. She had not anticipated that Wen Lingxiu, usually untroubled, would present such a daunting request. After a lengthy discourse, Wen Lingxiu finally concluded, that should be all. With tears in her eyes, Secretary Zhao affirmed, understood, and ended the call. Wen Lingxiu leaned against her desk, taking a deep breath, finally managing to regain her composure. Why is it that one often faces tempestuous storms yet remains calm, only to shed tears over joyful matters? Upon hearing Lu Xing hum a melody, She suddenly felt a pang in her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks unbidden. After ensuring everything was in order, Wen Lingxiu gazed into the mirror, finding no unusual reflection, and slowly approached the bedroom door, gently pushing it open. Lu Xing had already lulled Nuan to sleep and was engrossed in a booklet of English vocabulary. Upon noticing Wen Lingxiu's entrance, he promptly tidied up and rose to his feet. Nuan is asleep. Wen Lingxiu observed Lu Xing's fluid motions as he concealed his reading material and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Feel free to read. You can also head to the study. It's no trouble. Lu Xing nodded appreciatively, though his eyes subtly darted behind Wen Lingxiu. Oh, there's a shadow. It's a person, not a ghost. Damn it. It's no wonder he was a bit paranoid, primarily because Nuan's words were rather chilling. This is clearly an urban daily life. Why has it shifted to a supernatural channel? Damn director, I ought to report you. Once reassured that Wen Lingxiu was indeed human, Lu Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, Wen. Shall I take my leave now? Wait. Wen Lingxiu lifted a corner of the blanket and slowly nestled in. The song you just sang was lovely. Could you sing it again? After a brief pause, she added, perhaps I could sing it to Nuan in the future. Lu Xing smiled. Clearly, it was Wen Lingxiu who longed to hear it herself. Adults are such a mess. Expressing their genuine desires feels akin to asking for their lives. However, fulfilling a client's small whims is an essential quality for a professional sycophant. Lu Xing first twisted open a bottle of water and handed it to Wen Lingxiu. Wen, your throat seems a bit hoarse, as if you've been crying. Wen Lingxiu stared at the water now in her hand, suddenly realizing that she might never encounter anyone as wonderful as Lu Xing again. Lu Xing then dimmed the bedside lamp and leaned against the mattress. In the subdued light, Wen Lingxiu's eyes sparkled brighter than the stars above, fixated on Lu Xing's face, as if he might vanish at any moment. Lu Xing sighed, leaning in to grasp Wen Lingxiu's hand. His large hand enveloped her soft, delicate one, bestowing upon her a rare sense of security. Sleep now. I will remain here. His deep voice coaxed Wen Lingxiu to close her eyes. And soon his gentle song began to fill the air. The flickering candlelight dances upon the white walls of childhood homes, illuminating the faces of cherished daughters. Rocking and swaying. 15 springs have passed, leading to grandmother's bridge. Longing and yearning, sweetly calling for grandma, grandma. The clamor of rice candy forever hangs at the corner of the mouth. Never quite enough. Good night, one. For one who cannot dream, please have sweet dreams for me. Creak. The door opened and closed. Lu Xing entered the guest room, ensuring there were no cameras present before powering on his computer. Long ago, he had inadvertently come across Wen Lingxiu's identification. Wen Lingxiu had previously changed her name. She was not always known as Wen Lingxiu. Lu Xing, upon searching for her name, found scan information. After a moment of contemplation, he entered her former name into the search bar. The first headline that appeared was particularly striking. The one residence arson case. 15 dead, 8 injured. 15 minutes later, Lu Xing meticulously cleared all traces of his computer usage and subsequently powered it down. Wen Lingxiu's sister had once fallen in love with a man. They were a golden couple, eventually marrying and having a daughter. Aside from their daughter's frail health, which necessitated her prolonged stay in the hospital, their lives were seemingly without blemish. The narrative ought to have unfolded as a fairy tale, with a prince and princess living blissfully together. Unfortunately, the prince harbored an affection for men. The marriage was merely a facade to ensure the continuation of the family line. When the prince was discovered in an affair with the gardener, the princess, incensed, demanded a divorce and sought to ruin both the prince and the gardener's reputations. The prince pleaded with her, promising to sever ties with the gardener. Humans remain irreplaceable due to the necessity of logic in their functioning. Yet logic is not required for human emotion. People often act impulsively. Upon hearing the news of the impending breakup, the gardener, enraged and aware of the structure of the Wen family, set the Wen residence ablaze in a fit of fury. Let everyone perish, he cried. However, on that fateful day, Wen Lingxiu was not home. She was at the hospital, tending to her child. By the time Wen Lingxiu learned of the tragedy, her parents, grandparents, sister, brother-in-law, and even the gardener had all been reduced to ashes. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. From that moment forth, the entirety of Wen Lingxiu's life, spanning over 20 years, was consumed by the flames. No one would remember when she first spoke, when she learned to walk, or when she penned her first word. Those who could share in those memories were all gone. In this world, The only remaining blood relation she had was the infant lying in the hospital. Lu Xing gazed out at the sky, murmuring to himself, "Ah, the besieged city. Each day, a little progress." On Thursday morning, Lu Xing followed his habitual routine, rising, washing up, cooking, and bidding farewell to Wen Lingxiu. Ever since that night when he serenaded Aunt Wen, he sensed something peculiar about her demeanor. Although Aunt Wen had seemingly abandoned the notion of having him take on the role of a father figure for her daughter, her recent behavior towards Lu Xing had been exceedingly considerate and gentle, akin to a tender farewell before parting. This could be understood. Lu Xing calmly packed a thermos into his backpack. As the game neared its conclusion, if it were up to him, he would play with fervor, determined not to incur any losses. Since uncovering Aunt Wen's background, Lu Xing suddenly comprehended the reasons behind her obsessive vigilance. "Very well, camera wholesaler, I forgive you. Who made me the tender-hearted deity?" Lu Xing hummed a tune as he approached the door. Wen Lingxiu, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, stood there in a silk nightgown. Draped over her delicate, pale arms was Lu Xing's school uniform. Upon seeing him, she smiled gently and said, "Come over and get dressed." Lu Xing swiftly donned his jacket and, with a hint of concern, remarked, "President Wen, I start school early and can manage on my own. You work so hard. I wish you would rest a bit more." No. I need to learn to make some calming soup lately." Wen Lingxiu felt a warmth in her heart. She lightly smoothed the creases of Lu Xing's jacket and replied with a smile, "It's not your concern. I simply wish to rise early to enjoy the fresh air." Click. As Wen Lingxiu zipped up Lu Xing's jacket, a crisp shutter sound startled her, causing her to look up. Click. Another shutter echoed. Aunt Wen's gentle and graceful visage was captured by the camera. Lu Xing playfully shook his camera and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Capturing President Wen's daily life? Flattering words should at least be accompanied by some action, otherwise they will merely become a forgotten debt. Wen Lingxiu paused, her mind racing back to that day at the theater when Lu Xing had mentioned creating an album, aptly titled President Wen's Daily Progress. Suddenly, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, and she lowered her head to conceal her flustered gaze, softly saying, "I haven't even put on my makeup." Lu Xing, surprised, replied, "Pure as a lotus, naturally beautiful without adornment. So this is how the poetic lines I've been struggling to memorize come into play. Indeed, theory must be intertwined with practice." Wen Lingxiu bashfully nudged his shoulder, shoving her backpack into his hands. "Smooth talker. Goodbye, President Wen. Don't forget to have lunch amidst your busy work." Understood. At the moment the door closed, Lu Xing's smile faded as he walked steadily toward the bus station. Wen Lingxiu pressed her hand to her racing heart. Leaning against the door, unconsciously, her gaze fell upon the camera resting on the cabinet. As she flipped through the two photos within, a smile graced her lips. Her eyes glistening as she murmured, "I thought you were just sweet-talking me." I never imagined Lu Xing's words would hold such weight. The two photographs, both featuring her as the subject, captivated Wen Lingxiu for a long time, simply due to the photographer's unique presence. A devastating fire had consumed all her photographs. The visual memories of the past 2 to 3 decades were scarce, with only a few archived remnants remaining. She had nearly given up hope. Yet now, Lu Xing spoke of creating a new album to chronicle the minutiae of her daily life. Everything seemed poised for a fresh beginning. How wonderful it is. Wen Lingxiu gradually descended onto the floor, clutching the camera tightly against her chest. "If only I were a little younger. If only your past were different. How wonderful it would be." Today, the campus was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. The reason was simple. The results of the mock examination were about to be released. Lu Xing, move forward. Lu Xing. The class monitor, Hu Zhongzhong, seemed to be waiting for Lu Xing, calling out to him at first. Upon noticing Lu Xing's indifferent demeanor, Hu Zhongzhong grew anxious. He hurriedly caught up to Lu Xing, and just as he was about to grasp Lu Xing's shoulder, Lu Xing swiftly sidestepped and stood firm. "Class monitor, what's the matter? Did you lose money again?" Lu Xing remarked nonchalantly. "Hu Zhongzhong, what do you want now?" Li Dachuan, upon entering the school, spotted Hu Zhongzhong pestering Lu Xing and immediately felt a surge of anger. Although Xingxing was tall, he was physically frail. Having indulged in so many of Xingxing's treats, Li Dachuan would never allow anyone to bully him. Like a colossal bomb, Li Dachuan sprinted over with the speed of a 100-meter dash, forcefully sending Hu Zhongzhong tumbling. Ouch! Hu Zhongzhong fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented. "Big Fool Chun, what are you doing?" Hu Zhongzhong shouted angrily. Li Dachuan stood protectively in front of Lu Xing, frowning and declaring, "You shall not bully Xingxing. How dare you?" "This is infuriating," Hu Zhongzhong exclaimed. He scrambled to his feet, pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, and hastily thrust it into Lu Xing's hands. Lu Xing looked at the paper with confusion. Upon opening it, 3 large characters sprang forth. Apology letter? With his head lowered, Hu Zhongzhong's neck and face flushed crimson as he stammered. I had my dad investigate who stole the money. Then, when we caught the thief, I realized I had wronged you. I apologize." Li Dachuan was taken aback. So, he wasn't here to fight, but to apologize? Lu Xing glanced dismissively at the apology letter in his hand and tossed it to the ground. Hu Zhongzhong was stunned. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Normally, when he apologized, Lu Xing would simply say it was all right. Why had he thrown the letter away? With his hands in his pockets, Lu Xing stated flatly, "Pick it up." Li Dachuan immediately bent down. "I didn't mean you. I meant the class monitor." Li Dachuan was shocked. "What the heck? Foster father, aren't you causing trouble?" Hu Zhongzhong's face turned beet red. Lu Xing was prepared for him to lose his temper, but unexpectedly, Hu Zhongzhong took a deep breath and genuinely bent down to retrieve the apology letter. "I'm sorry." Lu Xing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it seems there is still hope." Lu Xing extended a hand, clutching the apology letter, only for the delicate piece of paper to slip from his grasp once more, landing on the ground. He picked it up. Hu Zhongzhong gritted his teeth, ready to unleash his frustration. Yet, recalling his earlier foolishness in attempting to deceive Lu Xing, he suppressed his ire and bent down to retrieve the letter. "I'm sorry." Lu Xing paused for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. He produced something from his pocket and tossed it to Hu Zhongzhong before turning away with a wave. "I forgive you." "What?" Hu Zhongzhong gazed at Lu Xing in astonishment. He had prepared himself for Lu Xing to discard the apology letter again. To his surprise, Lu Xing had accepted it. Hu Zhongzhong opened his palm to reveal a chocolate with a filling. "By the way," Lu Xing halted and turned back to say, "the person who suggested that to you. You'd best keep your distance. He is causing you harm." Hu Zhongzhong fell silent for a moment before responding. "The person who advised me is Wang Anxiang. The thief my father discovered is also Wang Anxiang." No wonder Wang Anxiang was so eager to label Lu Xing as a suspected thief. Wang Anxiang was not merely wielding a knife to kill. He intended to take advantage of the situation. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "At such a young age, you possess quite a cunning mind. Perhaps you haven't practiced enough." Watching Lu Xing's carefree departure, Li Dachuan and Hu Zhongzhong exchanged glances. And Hu Zhongzhong suddenly remarked, "Big silly Chun, do you usually indulge in such fine dining behind my back?" Li Dachuan became alert. "Get lost. You don't intend to steal my godfather, do you?" Throughout the morning, aside from attending classes, the students across the entire grade felt an unusual anxiety, racking their brains to uncover their rankings. Even though the answers on the papers could no longer change, the ranking hung over their heads like the sword of Damocles. As long as it remained suspended, the students' minds would remain restless. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Lu Xing finally endured until the end of the morning classes. Just as he intended to leave, his left hand was seized by Li Dachuan, while Hu Zhongzhong grasped his right. "Lu Xing. Guys, come on. What is going on? Let us go eat." Li Dachuan and Hu Zhongzhong replied in unison. "Not interested. I have something to do." He still needed to find Xia Yexiang in the piano room. Hu Zhongzhong noticed Lu Xing's desire to leave and felt that Lu Xing had a certain aura about him. He wanted to engage Lu Xing in conversation about how he had deduced that Wang Anxiang was not a good person. Thus, Hu Zhongzhong said with understanding, "Are you looking for Xia Yexiang? She hasn't appeared all morning." Lu Xing shook his head. "She is here, on a summer night." Although Xia Yexiang did not come to class, her favorite bag lay conspicuously on the table, not tucked away, but prominently displayed on the surface. This was the most evident hint from her, characteristic of her tsundere personality. As a devoted admirer, if Lu Xing could not discern this, he ought to pack up and leave. Hu Zhongzhong swallowed hard. Must we, my friend, always play the role of the devoted admirer? After failing as Wei Qingyu's admirer, must he now become Xia Yexiang's? Lu Xing chuckled. "I have my own rhythm." Watching Lu Xing's retreating figure, Hu Zhongzhong asked, "Aren't you going to advise your godfather?" Li Dachuan replied, "He has his own rhythm." Hu Zhongzhong retorted, "Lu Xing is about to be completely smitten." Li Dachuan reiterated, "He has his own rhythm." Frustrated, Hu Zhongzhong exclaimed, "Can you not say it differently?" Li Dachuan responded, "You are also an admirer." Hu Zhongzhong shot back, You heartless person, I shall never forgive you. Standing at the door of the music room, upon hearing the sound of a bamboo flute from within, Lu Xing paused and pulled out his phone to activate a music recognition app. Moments later, the identification was complete. Lu Xing glanced at the background information of the piece, letting out a hiss. It appeared that the little golden retriever was not in the best of spirits today. As a dedicated admirer, providing emotional value to the client was their paramount duty. Through his observations over the past few days, Lu Xing identified a few factors that could dampen Xia Yexiang's mood. The 8 families, singing on the verge of breaking, and Wei Qingyu's beauty today. Yes, a rather predictable and comprehensible Sundara golden retriever. Leaning against the door of the music room, Lu Xing began to contemplate which of these 3 elements could be the cause. 2 minutes later, the music within ceased, prompting Lu Xing to straighten up and knock on the door. Come in. Following Nanan's warning, Lu Xing had promptly engaged in intensive training over the past few days. Now, not only was there a smile on his lips, but his eyes sparkled with joy as well. Humph, indeed. If I do not improve, who will? With a light-hearted step, Lu Xing entered the music room, carefully closing the door behind him. Xia Yexiang stood by the window, the gentle breeze tousling her golden locks as she twirled a bamboo flute in her hand. It appeared to be quite exquisite. Unable to discern the reason for Xia Yexiang's displeasure and unwilling to leave her in silence, Lu Xing initiated a conversation. Sister Xia, you can play the flute too. That's impressive. Xia Yexiang scoffed, tossing the flute to Lu Xing. What is so special about it? I can play many instruments. Let's chat. Lu Xing approached the corner, wiped the table, and began to unpack his lunchboxes, casually inquiring, So, Sister Xia, which instrument do you like the most? Xia Yexiang coldly replied, the flute. Lu Xing, the flute is wonderful, a traditional instrument. Playing it evokes a sense of summer nights. Lu Xing, some say my performance is lacking, and I could strike them on the head with the flute. Lu Xing, damn it. Why does my head suddenly ache? How outrageous. To think of hitting the audience with a flute? How clever of you. Lu Xing is genuinely impressed. He has now confirmed that it must be related to the affairs of the Bali family. Otherwise, why would Xia Yexiang feel the need to attack others? Feigning surprise, Lu Xing widened his eyes, his foolish expression delighting Xia Yexiang. The fire in her heart dimmed a little, yet she still sat unhappily before the table. She took the rice Lu Xing offered, poking at the plump grains as if they were her adversaries. Neither spoke. Only Lu Xing wore a troubled expression. Xia Yexiang, upon seeing his demeanor, grew annoyed. Why the long face? Do you not like seeing me unhappy? Lu Xing waved his hands in a fluster. No. It's just that my parents had a quarrel yesterday, and I didn't rest well. I apologize. Some matters are better left unasked. Probing can discomfort the heart. Thus, one must guide the conversation. Xia Yexiang, taken aback by this reason, felt a pang of empathy and quietly set down her chopsticks. It's all right. My family is arguing too. Lu Xing was quite surprised. Oh, what happened with your parents? Xia Yexiang scoffed. It's not them. It's the woman my father married who is always looking for trouble. When a woman complains about another woman, and you try to speak from an objective standpoint, congratulations, you've landed yourself in a precarious situation. Lu Xing, indignant, exclaimed. She must be envious of your youth and beauty. Xia Yexiang retorted angrily. Do you know what she said? She claimed the color of my hair will bring misfortune to those around me. Lu Xing could no longer contain himself. No worries, just wear some Nikes. How ridiculous. What a lame joke, yet oddly amusing. Xia Yexiang shot him a glare, but a smile betrayed her lips. Lu Xing chuckled. You must realize how absurd such statements are. If dyeing one's hair a golden hue could bring misfortune, we should simply send a battalion of blondes into battle. Hair dye is far cheaper than an aircraft carrier. Moreover, being overly concerned with others' opinions will render one a mere puppet. Xia Yexiang pondered this, perplexed. Why is that? Like someone else's undergarment, you must absorb whatever nonsense they spout. With a playful slap on Lu Xing's hand, Xia Yexiang shot him a fierce look. We're eating. Lu Xing raised his hands in surrender. My apologies. I have disturbed the dining elegance of Sister Xia. I am truly at fault. On a summer night, upon seeing Lu Xing in such a state, Xia Yexiang's anger suddenly dissipated, and she let out a soft huff. I forgive you. After a brief pause, observing Lu Xing's gesture of rubbing his hands, she inquired, Does it hurt? Not at all, Lu Xing replied with a chuckle, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his biceps. I'm quite strong. Xia Yexiang cast a fleeting glance at his arms and, as if burned, quickly averted her gaze, huffing. I'm just afraid you might try to pull a fast one on me. She awkwardly took a bite of her meal, surprised that Lu Xing's forearms appeared quite normal. Yet the upper part of his short sleeves was so pale. This man lived rather carelessly, his arms tanned in layers. Can you sing? Xia Yexiang suddenly asked. Lu Xing immediately responded, I can sing a little, but I'm not very good. Although he sang reasonably well, he could not compare to someone as professional as Xia Yexiang. After all, in traditional folk music, the presence of a microphone is rather absurd. Xia Yexiang stood up and rummaged through her bag for something, declaring, sing one. Her carefree demeanor amused Lu Xing. It seemed that while she was the one listening, he was the one singing. All right, Lu Xing mused. Considering that Xia Yexiang was not in the best of spirits today, so he ought to choose something cheerful. He casually scrolled through the music charts and played a song. The energetic electronic prelude captivated Xia Yexiang, who looked up in disbelief. Lu Xing began earnestly. How can you cry? Everything will be all right. You must think, since there's no way to change it, why harbor resentment? Just remember, you are you. Xia Yexiang found herself unable to hold back any longer. She never expected Lu Xing would select such a song. It was rather amusing. A smile crept onto her lips as she took out her phone to record. All her earlier gloom vanishing. It's a pity you're not a singer defending the country's gates. You could be a singer without any haters. Lu Xing chuckled. And by the end, he was slightly off-key, yet both were laughing heartily. As the song concluded, Xia Yexiang looked contentedly at the recording she had made. Propping his chin on his hand, Lu Xing squinted with a grin and asked, Are you satisfied, dear guest? Xia Yexiang lifted her chin. It's all right. She tossed him a bottle of sunscreen from her bag. Great. Long live Sister Xia. Lu Xing showed no sign of disdain, regardless of the gift's value. Providing ample emotional worth is an essential trait for a devoted admirer. Moreover, Xia Yexiang was genuinely interesting. Clearly, she intended to bestow a gift upon him, yet insisted he sing a song before receiving it. What a convoluted mindset. Xia Yexiang lowered her gaze and spotted a box within her bag, immediately tossing it disdainfully to Lu Xing. This is a gift from my stepmother. I have no desire for it, so it's yours now. Look. Lu Xing's smile remained unwavering. Was this unexpected treasure not precisely what had arrived? He observed the exquisitely packaged box, untied the ribbon, and gently lifted the lid, revealing the contents within. Goodness! The dazzling golden sheen nearly blinded Lu Xing. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Wait, is this gold? Xia Yexiang remarked discontentedly. That woman harbors ill intentions. Gifting me something as gaudy as gold. And just look at its shape. It's a thorn's bird. I study vocal music, and she gifts me a thorn's bird. Is she cursing me in some fashion? Thorn's bird? Lu Xing had been momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of the gold. Only upon hearing Xia Yexiang's words did he realize it was a decorative piece fashioned in the likeness of a thorn's bird. The thorn's bird is a legendary creature. Its heart pierced by thorns, yet it sings with blood flowing freely. Xia Yexiang huffed, utterly loathing her stepmother. I have no use for this worthless trinket. It suits you perfectly, as you must quite like gold. Indeed, the thorn's bird was quite fitting for him. Lu Xing, momentarily lost in thought, quickly donned a smile and closed the lid. Thank you. You are truly kind to me. Sometimes, heartfelt gratitude expressed plainly is far more touching than indirect thanks. Xia Yexiang, taken aback by Lu Xing's sincere gaze and earnest appreciation, awkwardly averted her eyes. Just focus on your meal. As Lu Xing exited the comprehensive building, he caught sight of a dark-haired girl reading on a bench beneath the shade of a tree. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while a gentle breeze lifted the girl's long hair as she tucked stray strands behind her ear with her delicate fingers. In the next moment, she seemed to sense something. Lifting her gaze to meet Lu Xing's eyes, her calm voice imbued with a hint of cheerfulness. Lu Xing, Wei Qingyu, what brings you here? Lu Xing inquired, somewhat puzzled. He suspected there might be some peculiar mechanism at work in this world, allowing for the random appearance of Wei Qingyu beneath the tree. Was this not akin to their previous encounter outside the luxury store? Had he somehow stumbled into a repetitive cycle akin to a video game? If not for the book she held, he might have genuinely doubted whether he had been thrust into an infinite loop. Do you need something from me? Lu Xing asked directly. Wei Qingyu rose, cradling the book to her chest, and approached Lu Xing. The teacher asked me to inform you about the results of the mock exam. In truth, it was not the teacher who had sent her to find Lu Xing. It was a request she had made herself. For the first time, Wei Qingyu felt a twinge of anxiety as she clutched the book in her hands. Lu Xing remained silent, casting a glance at the 5th floor of the comprehensive building, where the piano room was located, out of her sight. A sense of disappointment flickered in Wei Qingyu's deep-set eyes as she explained with a hint of melancholy, observing Lu Xing's evident concern for Xia Yexiang's feelings. Her usually placid heart stirred with an uncharacteristic pang of jealousy. Lu Xing turned to Wei Qingyu and inquired, "How do you know? This building was donated by my father." Wei Qingyu asserted, her reasoning compelling enough to convince Lu Xing in an instant. "Is it the mock exam results?" It appeared the rankings had already been announced at noon, prompting Lu Xing to finally agree. "All right, let's discuss it as we walk." Wei Qingyu's steps noticeably lightened, yet she remained focused on the matter at hand, stating earnestly, "The mock exam results are out. You've made significant progress and are now in the top 20 of your grade." Top 20? That's impressive. Lu Xing had previously hovered around the 40th position, balancing studies with his role as a devoted admirer. Achieving such results was no small feat now. Securing a place in the top 20 meant gaining admission to Haicheng University was practically assured. Wei Qingyu felt genuine joy for Lu Xing. His previous declaration of diligence was evidently sincere. She continued her analysis. "If you apply yourself a bit more in the coming days, you could aim for an even better university than Haicheng. Your swift progress indicates your intelligence." "It's because of me." Wei Qingyu paused, suddenly filled with regret. "I held you back. Had you given up on me sooner, perhaps your results could have soared even higher." In an instant, she found herself disliking her past actions, realizing she should have resolutely resisted Lu Xing's advances. "No, not at all," Lu Xing quickly refuted. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't shoulder my mistakes." The former Wei Qingyu had been quite exasperating. Had she resisted him even more, Lu Xing could hardly fathom the extent of his torment. Observing her naive stubbornness, he remarked, "Even if I hadn't treated you well, I would still have been captivated by other things. Please don't romanticize a path I never took. You did nothing wrong." People often tend to embellish the paths they did not take, finding solace in such fantasies. "How peculiar," Wei Qingyu mused, gazing into Lu Xing's eyes. The moment he spoke, all her earlier negative emotions seemed to dissipate, as if she had immersed herself in a soothing hot spring. "Is this what it means to be in love?" A subtle smile graced the corners of Wei Qingyu's lips. Indeed, she had developed feelings for Lu Xing. The school has long upheld a tradition. Students who rank among the top 10 in their grades or show significant improvement are granted the opportunity to visit various universities within Haicheng, including Haicheng University, Haicheng University of Science and Technology, and Haicheng Industrial University. As Wei Qingyu began reciting the names of these institutions, Lu Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "Wei Qingyu, you are truly remarkable." However, a sudden realization struck Lu Xing. The student recognized for their remarkable progress could not possibly be him. What would happen to Xia Yexiang if he were to leave the school for this excursion? After all, she had paid for her education, and he could not afford to abandon her. Although Lu Xing had occasionally fallen ill in the past, he had always mustered the strength to attend school to care for Wei Qingyu. The concept of skipping school was simply not an option for him. Unfortunately, Wei Qingyu delivered a thunderous piece of news. "You are the student in our class who has shown the most improvement. The teacher has already recommended you." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingyu felt a surge of joy. She could finally interact with Lu Xing without Xia Yexiang hovering nearby. Yet, Lu Xing's demeanor was far from cheerful. He furrowed his brow tightly and nodded solemnly. "Yes, I understand. Thank you." He intended to inquire with Li Motu if he could forego the visit. If that proved impossible, he would feign illness that day. Seeing Lu Xing's troubled expression, Wei Qingyu felt a sudden emptiness within her. The joy she had just experienced dissipated completely. In comparison to the prospect of spending time with Lu Xing, she was far less inclined to witness him frown. Biting her lip, Wei Qingyu hesitated before asking, "You don't wish to go?" "Yes," he replied. "Is it because of her?" "Yes." Wei Qingyu's expression remained impassive, yet her eyes brimmed with self-deprecation. Despite Lu Xing's simple response, a void seemed to open within her heart, allowing the winds of despair to rush in. Confronted with the pain in her chest, Wei Qingyu thought, "It seems I truly have feelings for Lu Xing." The entire building was contracted by the former principal's brother-in-law. As it stands, both the former principal and his brother-in-law have been in their positions for 4 years, securing their steady employment. Consequently, the quality of this teaching building is rather lackluster, with certain areas poorly lit, such as the stairwell. In the dimly lit staircase leading to the teaching building, a gentle hand brushed across Lu Xing's furrowed brow. "Do not frown." Lu Xing paused for a moment before hastily exiting the stairwell, whereupon the daylight flooded in. He turned to glance at Wei Qingyu's face, which remained as beautiful and aloof as ever, as if her earlier murmured words had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. It was not until he caught sight of Wei Qingyu's flushed ears, partially concealed by her dark hair, that he was convinced he had not succumbed to madness. Phew, that was close. I almost thought I was losing my sanity. Wei Qingyu was taken aback by her own boldness in that moment. It was a display of impulsiveness she had never anticipated. However, when she saw Lu Xing frown, her heart truly ached. A rare look of helplessness appeared on Wei Qingyu's calm face. Lu Xing immediately said, "Shall you return to the classroom first?" This remark was like a lifeline, rescuing a certain school beauty on the verge of emotional explosion. "See you later." Watching Wei Qingyu's somewhat flustered retreat, Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. He stood in place for 2 minutes before finally taking a step toward the classroom. As soon as he reached his desk, Lu Xing noticed Hu Zhongzhong leaning over Li Dachuan's table, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Approaching them, he overheard Hu Zhongzhong lamenting with great distress. "Oh dear, don't be too disheartened. I did poorly too. I only scored 148 in mathematics." Lu Xing cast a glance at Li Dachuan's math paper, which bore a score of 105. Hu Zhongzhong's complaints continued unabated. And in English, "How could my essay only earn 21 points? In physics, if only I had known, I would have chosen just one option." Although Li Dachuan, being a physical education student, had low expectations for grades, Hu Zhongzhong's words were increasingly painful for him to hear, leaving him with a furrowed brow. Slap. Lu Xing delivered a light smack to Hu Zhongzhong's back, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Startled by the sudden sting, Hu Zhongzhong turned to see Lu Xing approaching leisurely, and his face instantly brightened with a smile. "Oh, I was just sharing insights with Li Dachuan about our mock exam." Lu Xing settled into his seat, resting his chin on his hand and narrowing his eyes at Hu Zhongzhong, jesting, "When others are hungry, refraining from smacking your lips while eating is a virtue. Don't you think?" Hu Zhongzhong, sweating profusely, merely grinned. Lu Xing continued, "Whether you have something to do or not, if you have no pressing matters, sweep the classroom floor instead of rambling on here." With newfound confidence from having support, Li Dachuan waved his fist threateningly at Hu Zhongzhong. Hu Zhongzhong chuckled, clearly unfazed by Li Dachuan's attempt at intimidation. He perched himself on the stool in front of Lu Xing, eagerly stating, "I do have something to discuss, I truly do." Lu Xing opened a mock exam paper without raising his head, simply stating, "Speak. How did you know it was Wang Anxiang's idea? And how can you be so sure that Wang Anxiang is not a good person?" This question had been bottled up in Hu Zhongzhong's mind for quite some time. He had never realized Lu Xing was so perceptive. Lu Xing lifted his head, grinning, "Curious, are we?" Hu Zhongzhong nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, yes." Lu Xing chuckled. "If you tutor my desk mate and help him perform well on the second mock exam, I shall reveal the answer to you." Hu Zhongzhong and Li Dachuan were momentarily taken aback. "What? Are you serious?" Li Dachuan was nearly in tears. After contemplating for a moment, Hu Zhongzhong considered that since the dim-witted Dachuan was a sports student with low academic demands, tutoring him would be quite simple. "All right, I accept." Lu Xing nodded and waved him off. "Then you may leave." Hu Zhongzhong was perplexed. "You haven't told me yet." Lu Xing chuckled. "I have already mentioned the reason. How could someone with such a simplistic mind concoct such a devious scheme?" Hu Zhongzhong, "It seems I have been scolded, but I'm not certain. I'll observe further." Lu Xing cast a glance at Li Dachuan, who promptly embraced Hu Zhongzhong's shoulders. "Master, teach me." Hu Zhongzhong, "All right, I've made up my mind. I have indeed fallen into Lu Xing's trap. Damn, what a wretch." Watching Hu Zhongzhong wander off in a daze, Li Dachuan could hardly contain his laughter. "Xing, you truly excel at deceiving others." Lu Xing shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think I jest?" Li Dachuan, Lu Xing produced a piece of scrap paper and stated calmly, "During this period, learn diligently from Hu Zhongzhong. If you encounter anything you do not understand, let him instruct you. You must ultimately gain admission to Haicheng University. The intensity has truly escalated." Li Dachuan swallowed nervously. "So, do you intend to attend Haicheng University as well? Your grades could secure you a place at a better institution." Lu Xing remarked indifferently, "Suitability is what matters most. Is it not?" He needed to engage in some business while at university, and compared to newly acquainted individuals, Dachun was far more trustworthy. "He never engages in fruitless endeavors." Li Dachuan cautiously inquired, What if I fail to gain admission? Lu Xing smiled. Then we shall have never known each other. 68. The first time as parents president of Haicheng University. Here is the list of students who will be exchanging with our school this year. The Student Union. An organization that appears glamorous yet is rife with challenges. Its responsibilities include, but are not limited to, organizing events, enduring reprimands from teachers, facing the ire of students, drafting speeches for leaders, and shouldering blame, among other honorable tasks. Of course, certain nefarious dormitory inspection groups are not included in this scope. A junior, brimming with excitement, placed the list before Lu Qingqing. She adored Lu Qingqing immensely. Truly beautiful women are captivating to all. Lu Qingqing, with her stunning looks and exceptional grades, amassed scholarships effortlessly. Her delicate pink hair was sweet and alluring, particularly the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which was utterly enchanting. The other members in the office regarded the junior with envious gazes. Damn, jealousy. The junior, fixated on Lu Qingqing's charming face, felt tears welling up within her. How frustrating. Heaven endowed her with skills to attract girls, yet she herself was merely a girl. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly pursue President Qingqing. Unbeknownst to the junior, her intricate thoughts went unnoticed. Lu Qingqing, with a sweet smile, gently inquired, "Isn't this part overseen by Fei?" The beauty's smile radiated warmth. The junior, ecstatic internally yet timid in reality, stammered, "Well, Senior Fei returned home today in a hurry and hasn't had the chance to inform you, President." Returned home? Lu Qingqing immediately donned a worried expression. Has something happened? The younger student blurted out without thinking. Her mother has passed away. Lu Qingqing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh? Why are you still cursing?" Her sweet demeanor nearly unraveled. The younger student, realizing her blunder, quickly clarified, "No, that's not it. It was Senior Fei's mother who has passed away." Senior Fei had been in Professor Song's research group, but, upon receiving the news, had not returned to her dormitory and had directly purchased a ticket to go home. Lu Qingqing nodded, understanding the situation. That makes sense. However, she then lifted her gaze and committed the face of this younger student to memory. I must ensure that this student is never assigned to communicate with the professors. The others in the office, overhearing this, asked in surprise, "Did Professor Song not say anything?" In their minds, although Professor Song was beautiful, she was undeniably a thorny rose, capable of piercing hearts with her words. In college, one feared not the professors of easy courses, but rather those who possessed genuine knowledge, as they could easily reduce students to tears with their probing questions. Clearly, Professor Song belonged to this latter category. Yet, despite this, the course she whimsically decided to teach this year had attracted countless auditors. There was no escaping it. They were willing to endure the pain if it meant being taught by Professor Song's captivating presence. The younger student pondered for a moment and stated, "Senior Fei Lu was scolded to tears by Professor Song." The others in the office shrank back, their expressions betraying their expectation. Professor Song is truly unapproachable. The younger student continued. After realizing that Senior Fei Lu was too timid to ask her for leave, Professor Song scolded her fiercely, leaving her in tears. Later, Professor Song sent Senior Fei Lu a sum of money as a gesture of condolence, wishing her to take care of herself. Oh, and it was Professor Song who drove Senior Fei Lu to the station. She even got a speeding ticket. With that, an eerie silence fell over the office, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Is this really Professor Song? Renowned for her beauty throughout the university, Professor Song's icy demeanor deterred many. In their minds, she was a cold, unapproachable sorceress. There were only two types of people who might admire Professor Song. 1. Those who were as tough as bone, yet still found her captivating, and 2. Those wishing to become academic sycophants. Was there truly a third category? Lu Qingqing smiled, perusing the list in her hand. All right, I shall take care of this matter. Thank you. The younger student appeared ecstatic, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. It's no trouble at all. Lu Qingqing, however, sighed inwardly, oh no. It seems this younger student may indeed be rather dim-witted. How can one claim that it is of no consequence? Lu Qingqing maintained a smile, yet her gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar name on the list. Wait, her hand, poised to turn the page, froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Xing? How could this be? Lu Qingqing's sweet and alluring smile abruptly faltered as a deep voice echoed in her mind. After 2 years, her muscle memory had become instinctive. Slowly, Lu Qingqing crossed her left leg over her right, lowering her head to gently nibble on her pearly teeth. Had she truly reached such a state? How could merely seeing this name elicit an involuntary reaction? While her body felt at ease, a wave of nausea unexpectedly surged within her. How revolting! She found herself utterly disgusting. She loathed desire, yet inexplicably, she felt a yearning for Lu Xing's voice, sinking into the abyss of longing. An uncontrollable sense of pleasure intertwined with an equally overwhelming self-revulsion. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, her nails nearly digging into her palms. She and Lu Xing only knew each other's names, remaining oblivious to their ages, occupations, and family backgrounds. It was entirely plausible for the name Lu Xing to belong to multiple individuals. Lu Qingqing could not believe that the mature-sounding Lu Xing on the other end of the line was merely 18. A namesake. It must be a namesake. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the strange sensations in her body and immersed herself in her work. Only in this manner could she evade thoughts of her own repulsiveness. In the school parking lot, Song Junju received a speeding ticket. Upon reading the notification, she was suddenly reminded of the last time she waited for Lu Xing at the school gate and got ticketed. At that moment, that little rascal Lu Xing had seemed to be laughing slyly. The memory of Lu Xing's mischievous eyes brought a slight smile to Song Junju's lips. In retrospect, it felt like a lifetime ago. However, her good mood swiftly dissipated, and she irritably removed her glasses, staring at the car roof, lost in thought. That day at the theater, she had acted impulsively. When she saw Qi Yushan emerge from a room with Lu Xing, a nameless rage had ignited within her. Yet later, after hearing Qi Yushan's explanation, she found herself at a loss. She was bewildered by her own anger, confusion, and regret. In recent days, Song Junju often found herself dreaming. She dreamt of Lu Xing bending down to pick up a hairpin in the corridor. She dreamt of Qi Yushan, pridefully draping an arm around Lu Xing's neck. And each time the dream reached its conclusion, much like that day at the theater, Lu Xing departed the corridor without a backward glance. Everyone left, leaving her alone in the long, dimly lit hallway, devoid of light, devoid of escape. Just like in her childhood, she only received a silver medal in the mathematics competition, after which her father struck her down, leaving her unable to rise, and subsequently confined her to her room for 3 days and nights. Once her confinement ended, she emerged to be greeted by the harsh glare of sunlight. Beside her stood her mother, incessantly murmuring, "Darling, both your father and I love you dearly. We only wish the best for you. No one remembers the second place. You are exceptionally bright and deserving of the top position." From that moment onward, Song Junju developed an aversion to all forms of failure. She believed her parents were perpetually strict. However, when she witnessed them praising her younger siblings for their respectable score of 80, her world shattered. Her parents reassured her, saying, "Junju, don't take it too hard. We were also first-time parents." Song Junju exhaled softly. Reflecting on it now, she realized it had been 4 years since she last returned home. After a moment of silence, she retrieved a thin photograph from the armrest compartment, a snapshot sent to her by Lu Xing during his training sessions. Gazing at Lu Xing's radiant smile, she attempted to curl her lips into a smile, yet found herself unable to do so. It seemed as though she had truly aged. In recent days, she had been plagued by recurring dreams, sometimes envisioning her former self, other times revisiting the theater from that fateful day. Each time she awoke from these dreams, a single phrase echoed in her ears: "Goodbye, Professor Song." Suddenly, the jarring ringtone of a phone call reverberated in the car, snapping Song Junju back to reality. She glanced at the unfamiliar number displayed on her screen and sighed. She harbored a strong disdain for answering calls. Why couldn't people simply send a message? Yet, as a professor, she worried it might be a student in distress. So she took a deep breath and answered. "Hello, Song Junju." A furious voice erupted from the other end, shattering her previously calm demeanor. Her eyes filled with derision as she tossed her phone into the passenger seat to switch to speaker mode, defensively crossing her arms. "What is it, Sun Ainong? I thought you were destined to be a coward for life." The scorn in Song Junju's voice was unmistakable, inciting Sun Ainong to seethe with rage. He was also a privileged heir and had easily learned of Song Junju's impending transfer. The anticipation of a teacher's question was far more terrifying than the question itself. The months spent waiting for Song Junju to arrive at his school were even more dreadful. Learning of her impending arrival had left Sun Ainang's legs trembling with fear. Damn it! This crazy woman, didn't she just run away? Why is she so fixated on me? Song Junju, are you out of your mind? You don't even like me, So why are you so obsessed? Sun Ainong ground his teeth in frustration. He had no faith that Song Junju harbored any feelings for him. Her motives could only be one: revenge. This wretched woman was undoubtedly seeking to retaliate against him. Song Junju let out a cold laugh. Had you been honest and admitted your lack of affection for me, we could have proceeded with a formal annulment of our engagement without further ado. However, you chose to brazenly inform my parents and then swiftly flee the country. To Song Junju, this was an outright humiliation. She was indifferent to whether Sun Ainong loved her or not. Yet, the aftermath triggered by that wretch Sun Ainong left her utterly mortified. Messages of concern and ridicule from parents, siblings, relatives, and friends poured in incessantly. Why should Sun Ainong be able to disrupt everything and then simply abscond abroad? Let me tell you, I am exceedingly happy now. Even if you came to our school, I would never fall for you. Sun Ainong retorted coldly. He could not believe that Song Junju could compel him. Huh. The chill of Song Junju's laughter traveled across thousands of kilometers, strikingly ruthless. Is your love truly precious? Do you honestly think my departure abroad was meant to win your affection? You must have been utterly befuddled by men, believing that everyone in the world harbors a secret crush on you. Sun Ainong was taken aback. What the hell? You investigated me. A cold sweat broke out instantly. How did Song Junju know about this? Did that lunatic inform his parents? As a second-generation wealthy individual, he would never dare to disclose such matters to his own family. Song Junju scoffed, her disdain glaringly evident. Nearly 30 years old, and you can't even clean up after yourself while abroad, yet you still have the audacity to speak? Oh, wait. You seem to have truly become a regular at the proctology department. Weren't you just? Tut, tut, tut. Song Junju massaged her temples, her words piercing deep. You are quite the accommodating individual. Although you have achieved nothing in your studies or career, congratulations on becoming a classic tale in the annals of proctology. When one is consumed by rage, words often elude them. Sun Ainong's face flushed, trembling with fury. You. Song Junju caressed the upward curve of Lu Xing's lips in the photograph, her tone exuding unprecedented arrogance. You had better provide me with a satisfactory response before June. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Sun Ainong seized the crux. What do you mean? Are you not coming in June? Song Junju remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lu Xing in the photograph, her enchanting eyes holding a profound depth. You do not possess the right to negotiate conditions with me. Song Junju, you madwoman, no one in this world would ever love you. You are nothing but. The call was abruptly terminated. Sun Ainong stood frozen, and once he regained his senses, he pounded the air in frustration. Damn. He had always been the one to hang up on others, and only Song Junju, that insane woman, could be so audacious. He had finally felt he had outsmarted Song Junju, only to face this outcome. Unbeknownst to her, Song Junju harbored a deep-seated resentment, refusing to let go of the past. Damn it. Sun Ainong gritted her teeth. A cold-hearted woman like you will inevitably meet your downfall at the hands of others. Just wait, and you shall see how I will mock you then. Was she coming? Sun Ainong turned around, only to find a crowd of onlookers in the room. A motley crew of monkeys, bears, and pigs. What a nuisance. Fundraising? Fundraising for that lunatic woman? He had far too much faith in Song Junju's decisiveness. If she truly came for him, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Song Junju felt a sudden clarity wash over her. Everything Sun Ainong had said was nonsense, save for one truth. She did not necessarily have to go abroad. A smile crept onto her face. Her desire to leave the country was solely driven by her wish to exact revenge on Sun Ainong. However, upon discovering those damning photographs of Sun Ainong, revulsion engulfed her. The mere thought of being within 100 meters of Sun Ainong made her feel nauseous. As she caressed the photographs in her hands, she realized she preferred to remain by Lu Xing's side. It was comfortable, serene, and peaceful. Since that day they left the theater, she and Lu Xing had not communicated. He never reached out, and her guilt prevented her from messaging him. They remained in a state of stalemate. Yet now, Song Junju had come to a resolution. She no longer wished to endure nightmares. Recalling Sun Ainong's final furious outburst, Song Junju chuckled softly and murmured into her phone. Someone loves me. Transfer initiated. Recipient, Lu Xingding. Lu Xing. What's wrong, Professor Song? I saw the weather forecast, and it looks like rain is on the horizon. Don't forget to take an umbrella. A wave of relief washed over Song Junju. Thank goodness. As long as she reached out, Lu Xing would always be there, steadfastly present. Her expression shifted from one of mockery towards Sun Ainong to a gentle smile as she concentrated on her message. I'm in the car. I want tea get wet. This is the money for the camera. Take it. If it's insufficient, let me know. Anything extra is yours. Lu Xing responded swiftly. Lu Xing, I have the most beautiful model in the world. I'm sure I can capture the most stunning photographs. Lu Xing, Professor Song, are you still driving that Maybach? It's going to get colder this week. Last time, I left a thick coat and an umbrella in the trunk. Please keep warm and take care not to catch a cold. Upon reading his message, Song Junju silently exited the car and opened the trunk. Inside, neatly arranged, were a classic trench coat and a black folding umbrella. Plop! A drop of water landed on her hand. Looking up at the overcast sky, she felt the rain begin to fall, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. A flash of lightning streaked across the vast sky. Song Junju's cheeks glistened with moisture, yet unexpectedly, she broke into laughter as all the shadows of gloom and melancholy dissipated, though a stubborn intensity deepened in her eyes. Sunainai, you are mistaken. Someone loves me. Outside the window of the piano room, the leaves danced in vivid green splendor, swaying gently in the breeze. Within, Xia Yexiang and Wei Qingyu sat facing each other. Sunlight cascaded upon Xia Yexiang's golden tresses, yet she was too preoccupied to notice, casting a disdainful gaze towards Wei Qingyu. With her long black hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist, her features were exquisite, and her expression remained indifferent. Even clad in a school uniform, she exuded an undeniable charm. She was always like this, her face devoid of any expression, as if looking down upon everyone, which was infuriating. You skip class just to play 1, 2, 3, wooden man with me? Xia Yexiang frowned, her annoyance directed at the clock hanging on the wall. Lu Xing was about to arrive. She certainly did not wish to provoke Wei Qingyu to tears. Otherwise, Lu Xing might think she was tormenting Wei Qingyu. All right, even if she was reluctant to admit it. She indeed lacked the capacity to make Wei Qingyu cry. The girl was simply too composed. Aside from her feelings regarding Lu Xing, her emotions seemed utterly flat. Damn, the very thought that Wei Qingyu, like a machine, could experience emotional fluctuations because of Lu Xing only heightened Xia Yexiang's irritation. She had paid to hire Lu Xing, but Wei Qingyu was not one of her hired hands. Lu Xing had genuinely harbored feelings for Wei Qingyu. Contemplating this, Xia Yexiang's charming visage turned icy, and her previously playful smile vanished. Sitting upright on her stool, Wei Qingyu spoke earnestly. I wish to apologize to you. Xia Yexiang, are you out of your mind? She could hardly believe her ears. A robot apologizing? What nonsense was this? Wei Qingyu remained unperturbed, her calm gaze unwavering as she reiterated sincerely, I am not ill. I undergo monthly health checkups, and my body is in excellent condition. Xia Yexiang, then why don't you check if there's something wrong with your mind during those checkups? You skipped a class just to apologize to me? Dressed in a pleated skirt, she crossed one long leg over the other, narrowing her eyes as she inquired. So tell me, in what way have you wronged me? Wei Qingyu hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know. However, since you are unhappy, I must have hurt you in some way, hence my apology. No, this is utterly absurd. Xia Yexiang had never witnessed Wei Qingyu in such a manner. Today, her verbal output exceeded that of the past week combined. What is your motive? Wei Qingyu fell silent for a moment before responding earnestly. I apologize and seek your forgiveness. If you forgive me, then we could become friends. Friends? On a summer night, Xia Yexiang nearly scoffed. So, you wish to be friends, and then what? Wei Qingyu suddenly inquired. Do you have feelings for Lu Xing? The abruptness of this topic left Xia Yexiang quite bewildered. The notion of affection was wholly unexpected. Stunned for a moment, she felt warmth rise from her chest to her cheeks, and in irritation, she retorted, I do not harbor feelings for him. It is he who is enamored with me. Wei Qingyu pressed further. What definition do you give to your relationship? What? Relationship definition? Xia Yexiang was momentarily at a loss, having never contemplated such a question. After a brief pause, she coldly stated, friends. Wei Qingyu nodded, as if expecting this response. You and Lu Xing are friends, and you and I are friends too. Lu Xing shares lunch with you in the music room every day. I can join you there as well. Xia Yexiang's reaction was one of incredulity. Wait, are you suggesting you wish to have lunch with me? Does that not imply you want to dine with Lu Xing? Goodness, I do not wish to expose your motives. This arrangement seems utterly absurd. You wish to partake in my meal while coveting my companion? How brazen of you. Xia Yixiang chuckled in disbelief. I never imagined that the illustrious Wei Qingyu could utter such shameless words. Wei Qingyu blinked, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Yixiang. I consider my statements quite reasonable. Yet I respect your freedom of speech, for you are my friend. Xia Yixiang muttered, Goodness, goodness, goodness. She had never encountered such shamelessness from Wei Qingyu before. It was baffling. How had her father raised such a daughter? Suddenly, Xia Yixiang recalled Lu Xing's current demeanor towards her, and her anger subsided. She wished for Wei Qingyu to feel discomfort, but if she could not witness it, how unfortunate that would be. Yet, was this not an opportunity presented to her? She resolved to allow Wei Qingyu to observe how Lu Xing catered to her. Since you enjoy watching, I shall grant you this chance to see for yourself. This is your own desire for self-inflicted torment. Very well, I accept. Xia Yixiang's agreement was almost too prompt. Wei Qingyu, who had intended to continue speaking, was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting confusion. Just like that, you agree? Once she regained her composure, Wei Qingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. She could now share lunch with Lu Xing. Gratefully, she said to Xia Yixiang, Thank you. I will pay my share for lunch every day. Xia Yixiang scoffed. Our family is not in such dire straits. Besides, as Wei Qingyu observed the interaction between herself and Lu Xing, she questioned whether she would be able to consume her meal. You enjoy watching, don't you? I'll give you plenty to see. Xia Yixiang narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Wei Qingyu. Do you have feelings for Lu Xing? Indeed, Wei Qingyu replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Xia Yixiang's straightforwardness suddenly irked her. How can you prove that your feelings for him are genuine, rather than just a matter of habit? Through here, Wei Qingyu indicated her heart. No one ever taught me what love is, so I use pain as my evidence. The kinder Lu Xing is to you, the more it hurts here. The greater the pain, the deeper my affection. Sitting upright, the sunlight illuminated her face. She spoke candidly, without any pretense. This is my reasoning process. All phenomena and facts lead to the conclusion that I like Lu Xing. With a sudden addition, the audience was prompted for free gifts. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I harbor a deep resentment for this meal. In disbelief, Lu Xing, a person who relished food, never anticipated a day when he would find it impossible to eat. Gripping his chopsticks, he fell into deep thought as he gazed at the exquisite dishes before him in the finest restaurant in Haiqing. To his left, Xia Yixiang maintained a calm demeanor, yet her gaze was sharp and piercing. To his right, Wei Qingyu, with an impassive expression, diligently selected delectable dishes to serve him. To exist or to perish, this was indeed a dilemma. To eat or not to eat, that too was a question. Although turmoil brewed within him, Lu Xing's expression remained composed. What the heck? Are these two girls out of their minds? Wasn't Xia Yixiang previously averse to Wei Qingyu? How can they sit together for a meal now? Is the friendship between women so fleeting? Taking a deep breath, Lu Xing reminded himself that the golden-haired girl was now his client. It's my duty to serve, he resolved, skillfully picking up utensils to assist Xia Yixiang while smiling. Sister Xia, make sure to eat well today. As Xia Yixiang held the utensils Lu Xing had handed her, her previously haughty demeanor softened. She shot a challenging glance at Wei Qingyu, who remained unresponsive, leading Xia Yixiang to think that Wei Qingyu was quite the stoic. Let's see when you finally crack. She scoffed, her face lifted, golden locks brushing against Lu Xing's arm. I'm not a pig. Why would I eat so much? Lu Xing, using public chopsticks to serve Xia Yixiang, replied casually. However, you failed to guess my riddle yesterday, and as I stated, the loser must fulfill a request from the winner. Lu Xing rested his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Xia Yixiang. You must eat well, that is my only request. As a professional admirer, one must understand certain nuances. Some things can be freely offered by the client, yet one must refrain from demanding them directly. Once you vocalize a desire, the essence of emotional value shifts. Besides, I genuinely think Xia Yixiang appears rather slender. It seems as if a mere breeze could whisk her away, and I wonder where she finds the strength to sing. The sopranos on television are typically quite plump. Xia Yixiang paused momentarily, expecting Lu Xing, that scoundrel, to propose some condition regarding a salary increase. To her surprise, his condition was merely this? Why should you concern yourself with me? If I wish to eat, then I shall. Her fair complexion flushed with a delicate pink hue as she awkwardly lowered her head to take a bite of her meal, while Xia Yixiang awkwardly ate. Lu Xing lifted his gaze to meet Wei Qingyu's eyes. She resembled a robot, devoid of any emotion. From the beginning until now, she had not uttered a single word, as if she were merely present to partake in the meal. Wei Qingyu's dining demeanor was elegant. She chewed delicately, yet her clear gaze remained fixed on Lu Xing's face. When he glanced her way, she nodded slightly before continuing her focused eating. Damn it! Lu Xing felt a wave of despair. Was it possible that this dimwit had no feelings whatsoever? Here I am, in this state, and she should at least berate me before storming off. What is she still doing here? Internally, Lu Xing was crumbling, yet he continued to serve Xia Yishuang, helping her with her food. It was pure torment, unadulterated torture. It seemed that Wei Qingyu's presence had ignited Xia Yishuang's desire to show off. Consequently, Lu Xing spent the entire meal catering to Xia Yishuang, barely able to enjoy his own food. Divine gold. Truly, a rare form of pure gold that one could scarcely find in any mine. Once Xia Yishuang had nearly finished, she set down her chopsticks and pushed her unfinished food towards Lu Xing naturally. He accepted and devoured it eagerly. Satisfied with Lu Xing's apparent lack of disdain, Xia Yishuang raised an eyebrow and lazily remarked, "Have you finished, Miss Wei?" Wei Qingyu delicately picked up a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth. Upon hearing Xia Yishuang's provocatively charged words, she nodded gently. "Thank you for your hospitality." Damn! Xia Yishuang scrutinized Wei Qingyu's eyes, attempting to discern any sign of vulnerability. Yet there was none, not a trace. Wei Qingyu was like a vast, profound ocean. All attacks against her were mere ripples on the surface, quickly calming back into stillness. Xia Yishuang, feeling defeated and bored, withdrew her gaze, realizing she had underestimated Wei Qingyu. This robot's cognitive structure was far from ordinary. Despite Wei Qingyu's evident affection for Lu Xing, could she remain unfazed while witnessing Lu Xing attend to her? Remarkable. Xia Yishuang felt a sense of despondency. It appeared she could never surpass Wei Qingyu in this lifetime. Wei Qingyu was steadfast in her principles. When she stated that they would merely share a lunch, it was indeed just a lunch. Rising from her seat, Wei Qingyu intended to tidy the remnants on the table. "No need. I shall handle it," Lu Xing interjected, grasping Wei Qingyu's hand and pulling her away slightly. Before swiftly taking charge of the cleanup, both young ladies donned garments that started at 5 figures. It was best to let him manage it. The warmth of her wrist slipped away in an instant, leaving Wei Qingyu momentarily disheartened. Yet, upon raising her gaze, her expression reverted to calmness. "Lu Xing, Xia Yishuang, I shall take my leave." There was no hesitation in her voice as she turned to exit the piano room. "Wait," Xia Yishuang called out to Wei Qingyu. Wei Qingyu, standing at the door, turned back in confusion. Outside the window, the leaves shimmered in vibrant green, and the white curtains danced lightly in the breeze. Xia Yishuang, with her golden locks, sat there resembling a princess from a fairy tale, while Lu Xing stood behind her, akin to the prince at her side. Xia Yishuang's expression betrayed an unmistakable mockery. "Take out the trash." Wei Qingyu nodded vacantly, having dined at their expense. It was only reasonable to assist in whatever way she could. Oh, she walked back to retrieve the garbage bag from the corner. As she prepared to leave once more, Wei Qingyu cast a final glance into Lu Xing's eyes. At that moment, Lu Xing's gaze was exceptionally intricate. The tranquility that had enveloped Wei Qingyu during the meal now gave way to a sudden pang of melancholy. Lu Xing seemed somewhat displeased. She could silently endure Xia Yishuang's derision, but upon witnessing Lu Xing's expression, she felt as if her legs had been weighed down with lead, rendering her immobile. Xia Yishuang lifted her chin. "Will you return tomorrow?" Wei Qingyu nodded gently. "Yes." "You will return?" Lu Xing was taken aback. "Damn, are you serious?" Lu Xing nearly ground his back teeth to dust. He observed that Xia Yishuang and Wei Qingyu had likely known each other for a considerable time, and it appeared that both had decent natures. Lu Xing couldn't believe that Xia Yishuang would harbor resentment towards Wei Qingyu solely based on her looks. There must be another reason. He implored these two young ladies to clarify their situation promptly. He truly wished to extricate himself from this predicament. At lunch today, Lu Xing felt he had barely eaten well. If every meal were to unfold like this, he genuinely considered the possibility of jumping off a building. The 3 most fundamental human desires: hunger, lust, and the need for sleep. At present, Lu Xing had barely satisfied his hunger, and now they were suggesting to deprive him of that too? Unthinkable. This was absolutely intolerable. Suddenly, Lu Xing, standing behind Xia Yishuang, posed a question. "Why did you previously upset Sister Xia?" Xia Yishuang was taken aback, turning around in surprise. utterly unprepared for Lu Xing's unexpected words. Was he standing up for her? A flicker of joy surged within Xia Yeshuang. It seemed that raising Lu Xing had not been in vain after all. Wei Qingyu was momentarily stunned. She had never heard Lu Xing speak to her in such a tone. In that moment, Wei Qingyu realized her affection for Lu Xing. As a pang of pain flickered in her heart. I did not offend her, she stated expressionlessly, suppressing the dull ache within her chest. Lu Xing cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yeshuang, determined to uncover the truth. Today, these two celestial beings must clarify their misunderstandings. Otherwise, his future would be unbearable. Given Xia Yeshuang's proud nature, she would surely be reluctant to reveal the reason. No matter, Lu Xing was well versed in the art of strategy, and thus he inquired. Then why does Sister Xia dislike you? I refuse to believe that she would harbor animosity towards someone based solely on school gossip. She is not that superficial, is she? Sister Xia? Xia Yeshuang interjected, what about my affairs? She intended to observe how Lu Xing would dismantle Wei Qingyu's defenses, yet now the fire had turned towards her. However, under Lu Xing's admiring gaze, Xia Yeshuang unconsciously straightened her back and shot him a glare. Do I really need to explain? Inwardly, Lu Xing was convinced. Xia Yeshuang indeed harbored resentment towards Wei Qingyu for other reasons. So what could those reasons be? Lu Xing looked at Wei Qingyu with earnest anticipation, hoping that her impressive intellect would swiftly recall the answer. Yet, Wei Qingyu shook her head. I do not know. She regarded Xia Yeshuang earnestly and stated, I have never offended your memory. If you recall anything, please inform me, and I shall apologize. She was indifferent to who was right or wrong. If it was Lu Xing's desire, she was willing to extend her apologies to Xia Yeshuang. Ugh! Xia Yeshuang felt even more frustrated, particularly as she observed Wei Qingyu's nonchalant demeanor, as if she alone was nursing a grudge. How could this be? In a fit of anger, Xia Yeshuang blurted out, Since you were 3 years old, I have attended every one of your birthday parties. My father insisted I converse with you, yet I was ignored 8 times. A full 8 times. For someone who was typically proud to lower herself to initiate friendship, and to do so 8 times, was as astonishing as a collision between Mars and Earth. Even more shocking was the fact that Wei Qingyu had ignored her each time. Each instance of being overlooked drove Xia Yeshuang to the brink of madness, yet she was compelled by her father to approach Wei Qingyu, with punishment looming should she refuse. How could she not harbor resentment towards Wei Qingyu? In recent years, her family has flourished, liberating her from the compulsion to gravitate towards Wei Qingyu. Otherwise, Xia Yeshuang feared that countless midnight recollections would haunt her, dominated by Wei Qingyu's calm, yet indifferent gaze. The onlookers were left bewildered. Was it truly for such a trivial reason that Xia Yeshuang had harbored animosity towards Wei Qingyu for so long? How amusing, they mused. Wei Qingyu, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned, as if she were lost in contemplation, yet unable to recall the specifics. It was inevitable. Too many sought to associate with her, rendering her memory inadequate. After a brief silence, Wei Qingyu spoke. I apologize, but I was not ignoring you at that time. Xia Yeshuang, upon hearing this explanation, felt a surge of frustration mixed with laughter. I introduced myself at length, and you uttered not a single word before walking away. Is that not the essence of ignorance? Lu Xing furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing an incongruity, and instinctively sought to halt Xia Yeshuang's inquiries. Observing Lu Xing's reaction, a flicker of pain crossed Wei Qingyu's tranquil eyes. After a moment of struggle, she confessed, at that time, I was grappling with severe social anxiety and faced difficulties in communication. I wished to speak, yet words eluded me. All her vulnerabilities were laid bare. Wei Qingyu's gaze fixated on the ground, her mind wandering, yet she continued to shoulder the blame. I am sorry for the hurt I caused you. It was my fault. Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xia Yeshuang's anger lingered, yet her expression had stiffened in shock. She had not anticipated such a revelation. How luminous Wei Qingyu must have been back then, adored by her parents, celebrated with the most extravagant birthday parties, surrounded by admirers. Could someone so cherished truly fall ill or experience sorrow? If she were indeed unwell, how could her parents ever allow her to venture out? Xia Yeshuang's instinct to retort faded into silence. Was she not in a similar predicament? To the outside world, she was perceived as a beloved daughter, the epitome of privilege. Yet she too was coerced into seeking Wei Qingyu's approval. As one drinks water, only she knows whether it is warm or cold, without stepping into another's shoes. One can never truly discern their fit. Every sarcastic remark Xia Yexiang had almost voiced was swallowed back. She wished to laugh, yet found herself utterly incapable of doing so. Her disdain for Wei Qingyu was palpable. Disdain for Wei Qingyu's lofty lineage, for the affection she received from her parents, and for her cold, indifferent rejections of others. Yet now, Wei Qingyu had candidly revealed that her circumstances were not as they seemed. All of Xia Yexiang's interpretations and misreadings amounted to little more than figments of her imagination, while her own reality lay starkly exposed. After Wei Qingyu departed, the room fell into a profound silence. On a summer night, Xia Yexiang felt as if her soul had been extracted. She suddenly realized that the persistent hatred she had harbored over the years held no significance. Why would she despise a patient? Supporting Xia Yexiang, Lu Xing smoothly poured her a glass of water. Drink some water. Xia Yexiang gazed into Lu Xing's eyes, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Am I being too much? Lu Xing gently stroked her golden head, pausing momentarily before responding. It seems you no longer resent Wei Qingyu. Comforted by Lu Xing's words, Xia Yexiang found a semblance of solace. Like a small creature, she instinctively nudged her head into Lu Xing's palm. Lu Xing, akin to the vast sea, absorbed all the tempests and storms. The anxious emotions that had gripped Xia Yexiang were gently unraveled by Lu Xing, and her heart gradually calmed. Reflecting carefully, although she had initially chosen to sign the contract with Lu Xing to provoke Wei Qingyu, after spending more time with Lu Xing, she realized she had devoted less time to hating Wei Qingyu. She felt a sense of gratitude towards Wei Qingyu. Had it not been for him, she would not have focused her attention on Lu Xing rather than hatred. She cherished the feeling of being enveloped in love. Yes, she should indeed thank Wei Qingyu. Closing her eyes, she leaned her small head gently against Lu Xing's waist and whispered, I no longer dislike her. This is good for us. It should always be like this. Lu Xing stood tall like a white poplar, providing a sturdy support for Xia Yexiang. Looking down at her immersed expression, he suddenly became alert. Since Xia Yexiang no longer despised Wei Qingyu, the basis for their contract seemed to dissolve. Thus, Lu Xing mechanically continued to stroke the top of Xia Yexiang's head and tenderly inquired, Should we terminate our contract then, boss Xia? Xia Yexiang opened her eyes in astonishment. It's so unfair between us. Love and hate are entirely in your hands. Noticing a woman named Xiaomei, who appeared astonished by the handsome figure before her, Xia Yexiang pondered, What did you say? She suspected that her lack of rest from the previous night had led to auditory hallucinations. After all, Lu Xing was still gently caressing her hair. How could he utter such words? Xia Yexiang tugged at the corners of her mouth. I've been harmed by late nights. From now on, I shall never stay up late again. Lu Xing lowered his head, his movements gentle and meticulous as he stroked the top of Xia Yexiang's head, treating it as if it were a precious gold. Damn it, golden hair is truly magnificent, resembling satin made of gold, bringing immense joy to the heart. According to the law of constant defense, if one person remains unscathed, another must have faltered. In any case, neither Lu Xing nor Wei Qingyu had broken down. So, dear little friends, who exactly faltered? Lu Xing chuckled softly and repeated, Boss Xia, do you remember why we signed the contract? On a summer night, Xia Yexiang remained silent. Lu Xing gently caressed her hair, speaking in a calm and tender manner. You once harbored disdain for Wei Qingyu, intending to provoke her through me. However, I just inquired, and you mentioned that you no longer hold any animosity towards her. Therefore, it follows that. Lu Xing raised a professional smile. The premise of our contract has become obsolete. Xia Yexiang stiffly lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with confusion, even more so than before. She felt as though something precious were slipping through her fingers. She desperately tried to grasp it, yet it only seemed to fade away more swiftly. No, it's not like that. Her heart raced. It wasn't like that. She had merely stated that she no longer disliked Wei Qingyu, but she never mentioned terminating the contract. She had no intention of ending their agreement. Not. Xia Yexiang began to utter a syllable, but was abruptly interrupted. Lu Xing calmly stated, The foundation of the contract is no longer valid. Xia, do you have any reason for wanting our agreement to persist? Xia Yexiang was rendered speechless. All her refusals were lodged in her throat. In an instant, memories of the contract signing flooded her mind. Recalling Lu Xing's words, do not fall in love with him. A tremor coursed through her. She felt numb all over. Simultaneously remembering her response at that time, I certainly wouldn't. Now, Having lost her disdain for Wei Qingyu, why couldn't the contract be dissolved? What was she clinging to? An answer surfaced, yet Xia Yashuang found it impossible to accept. With gritted teeth, she chose to evade confronting the issue, as she always did. Avoidance may be shameful, but it proved effective. Thus, Xia Yashuang raised her head, locking her gaze onto Lu Xing's eyes, questioning him. Are you defending Wei Qingyu? Or do you feel sympathy for her? Indeed, you once held affection for her, enough to be her devoted admirer without compensation. Yet with me, you require payment to comply, which must be quite vexing for you. Xia Yashuang appeared as though she had been triggered, growing increasingly agitated and furious with each word. By the end, she resembled an irate golden retriever, speaking indiscriminately. Lu Xing cast a glance downwards. Despite Xia Yashuang's fierce words, her fingers clutched his clothing tightly, her body trembling. Faced with Xia Yashuang's prickly demeanor, Lu Xing suddenly recalled a song. Pride often drags a person, twisting love into a convoluted path. Perhaps this was a significant reason for the contrary nature of her obstinacy. Noticing that Xia Yashuang seemed fatigued, Lu Xing gently detached her hand from his garment. Xia Yashuang gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on his retreating figure. Moments later, Lu Xing returned to himself, placing a glass of water softly on the table. Have a sip of water to soothe your throat. On a summer night, Xia Yashuang suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her eyes nearly stinging with tears. Lu Xing cast a glance at Xia Yashuang. The once spirited little lion now appeared wilted, on the verge of withering away. Yet, if this continued, the day of true conclusion would arrive, and she would indeed fade. It is better to endure a brief pain than to suffer a prolonged one. Xia Yashuang was perfectly normal, with no significant flaws apart from her slight arrogance. Thus, Lu Xing expressed her gratitude to Xia Yashuang, granting her a timely opportunity to halt her losses. When they had signed the contract, Lu Xing had already cautioned Xia Yashuang against falling in love with him. Regrettably, Xia Yashuang had overestimated her own resolve and underestimated Lu Xing's professionalism. Do not cry. Lu Xing handed a piece of paper to Xia Yashuang. I am not crying. At that moment, Xia Yashuang truly resembled a little lion, ready to lash out at anyone who dared approach. Lu Xing regarded her calmly. Boss Xia, today is Friday. Leaving an entire Sunday before next Monday. You may take your time to contemplate whether our contract should continue. Sister Xia, I offer you another opportunity to choose. It's time to withdraw. Do not sink deeper. You are both brilliant sons. Do not allow my passing reign to dim your light. Leave. Upon hearing this, Xia Yashuang's reaction intensified. Fine. Lu Xing stood, grabbed her bag, picked up the trash, and exited the piano room. Goodbye. The door clicked shut. The wind rustled the sheer curtains, leaving only the golden-haired maiden silently seated by the piano. The window stood ajar, and a song from the school broadcast wafted into the room. It's so unfair, love and hate are all controlled by you. But today, I cannot be without you, regardless of whether you love me. Xia Yashuang abruptly lifted her head, gritting her teeth as she rose and slammed the window shut. Simultaneously, she dialed a number, and as soon as the call connected, she exclaimed angrily, "What song are you playing? It's almost exam time. Is this the kind of love song you should be broadcasting?" The person from the broadcast station on the other end was momentarily stunned and cautiously inquired. Then, Sister Xia, what would be appropriate to play? Xia Yashuang's anger flared further. Why could Lu Xing understand her thoughts without her speaking? Yet she had to explain herself to these people? Gritting her teeth, she responded, songs like Earth Flying Song, Strong Army Anthem, or Defending the Yellow River. Which of these cannot be played? Beep. The call ended. Bang. Xia Yashuang slammed her fist onto the piano keys, producing a cacophony of discordant sounds. Hey, I got it. I got it. Lu Xing executed a perfect parabolic arc, tossing the trash bag into the bin. Impressive. A voice suddenly erupted from behind, startling Lu Xing. As he turned around, he beheld the expressionless visage of Wei Qingyu. Ah, that expression spoke volumes, exuding an air of mockery. Yet, paradoxically, it was imbued with sincerity. Sigh. If only the men's football team had a coach like her, one could only wonder if they would make any progress. Lu Xing chuckled, remarking, "You walk without making a sound." "My apologies, I startled you," Wei Qingyu promptly replied, retrieving a beautifully packaged box of cake from behind her. "This is to compensate for the fright I caused you." Lu Xing gazed silently at the box, skeptical of Wei Qingyu's claim. He was convinced this was no mere coincidence. "Why did you buy this for me?" he inquired. Wei Qingyu tilted her head, surprised by Lu Xing's swift reaction. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly replied, "You haven't had enough to eat. I do not harbor any affection for you," Lu Xing reiterated after a brief silence. Wei Qingyu nodded, unfazed. Her expression calm as she stated, "I am aware. We should eat the cake quickly, or it will melt." Noticing Lu Xing's reluctance to take it, Wei Qingyu tilted her head in confusion. "You previously said you regarded me as a sister. Are you deceiving me?" Lu Xing thought to himself, "This is disastrous. The artificial intelligence has evolved into something formidable." He lamented the potential future where every robot would be tethered to a human. "Very well, Wei Qingyu, you have bested me." As Lu Xing nibbled on the small cake while strolling towards the classroom, Wei Qingyu followed closely beside him. She contemplated the shadows cast by the two of them on the ground and subtly inched closer to Lu Xing. Although there remained a considerable distance between them, in the reflection of their shadows, she had already leaned against his shoulder. A faint smile graced Wei Qingyu's lips, her eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation as she asked, "Is the cake delicious?" Lu Xing nodded. "It's delightful. It is not overly sweet. It is well known that the highest compliment one can bestow upon desserts in our country is that they are not sweet. This signifies a pleasant sweetness, one that is not cloying or overwhelming." Seeing Lu Xing's satisfaction, Wei Qingyu felt pleased as well, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "That's good to hear. The last small cake I made for you is too sweet. Upon reflection, I realized you do not like to add sugar to your breakfast. You must not enjoy sweet things." Lu Xing gazed at Wei Qingyu in astonishment. She was even more perceptive than he had anticipated, able to deduce his preferences from such minute details. Quite impressive, he thought, offering her an approving nod. It seemed that Wei Qingyu truly possessed a degree of his skill. She would undoubtedly become an exceptional companion in the future. Wei Qingyu, still fixated on their shadows, subtly shifted a little closer to Lu Xing once more. Her voice, typically as smooth and unvarying as flowing water, rarely carried a hint of lightness as she gently spoke. "I should actually apologize to you. I was so absorbed in my own feelings that I impulsively entered the practice room, causing you to miss your meal." She continued, "I shall not intrude again. Please enjoy your meal." In comparison to seeing Lu Xing, she sincerely wished for Lu Xing's health and happiness. It was evident that after the events of that afternoon, she had come to realize the selfishness of her presence. "Goodness," Lu Xing exclaimed in surprise. "Is this what a top student is like? In such a short span, they can already reflect on their experiences and learn from them?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xing added, "Xia Yexiang did not intend for this. She feels quite guilty towards you." Hearing Lu Xing speak on Xia Yexiang's behalf, Wei Qingyu felt a pang in her heart and shook her head. "It's all right. She was unaware of the situation, and I do not blame her. I already possess many things that others do not, so I should be content. I will not feel upset." Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Wei Qingyu's response. "Wow." Lu Xing paused and then said, "Human emotions are part of our inherent nature. Feeling sad is simply feeling sad. It cannot be measured against others' experiences. It's like when someone claims to be exhausted and another counters that someone else is even more fatigued. What gives them the right to feel tired? Such reasoning is flawed. This is not a competition of woes." Lu Xing looked at Wei Qingyu with sincerity, stating, "Just because someone else has it worse does not mean you cannot feel your own sadness. That is your right." "My right?" Wei Qingyu was momentarily stunned. No one had ever expressed such sentiments to her before. She had overheard others discuss her, questioning why, with her favorable family background, she was not more grateful. People in Africa still lack access to clean water, and polar bears have nowhere to rest. Who among them has it better than I do? Why do I have a long face all the time? What right do I have to be unhappy? How can I even think of being unhappy? It feels trivial." Yet now, Lu Xing was affirming that she could indeed feel unhappy. Suddenly, Wei Qingyu smiled, not a reserved smile, but one that radiated joy from her eyes to the corners of her mouth. She realized she could be happy, or she could choose not to be. She could express herself when she wished and remain silent when she preferred. These were all her rights. "Thank you," Wei Qingyu said, her eyes sparkling with delight. This was the first time Lu Xing had witnessed such a carefree smile from her. "I am truly happy now." "Ah," Lu Xing thought, "robots have truly evolved." Then, they both jumped in astonishment, incredulously listening to the song that played. "Listen, the horn of a new journey has sounded. The call to strengthen our military lies ahead. For our nation to thrive, we must take on responsibility. Our battle flags are emblazoned with the glory of iron and blood." "Oh my!" Lu Xing and Wei Qingyu exclaimed simultaneously, astonished by the unexpected change in the broadcast style. Is today's broadcast station attempting a new trend? It's quite popular. And thus, the afternoon passed after school. Lu Xing packed his belongings and glanced back, noticing Li Dachuan fervently scribbling away. Ever since he had uttered that particular phrase, Li Dachuan had been invigorated, relentlessly tackling practice questions and persistently pestering Hu Zhongzhong whenever he encountered difficulties. Lu Xing mused for a moment before retrieving some snacks from his bag and offering them to Li Dachuan, believing in the balance of work and rest. Li Dachuan looked at Lu Xing with delight. "Father, you truly understand me." Lu Xing chuckled and patted his shoulder. When he grew weary from his studies, he would indulge in some business literature to unwind. Li Dachuan, though somewhat slow-witted, quickly connected the dots. "You want to pursue business at university and take me along. Hence the push for me to attend Haicheng University?" His excitement was palpable. "Damn, truly, you are my father, even including me in plans for wealth." Lu Xing, shouldering his backpack, replied with a smile, "You're partly correct. Do explore some of the unique aspects of Haicheng University." While he intended to venture into business, it wasn't necessary for him to remain on campus. Thus, a facilitator, referred to colloquially as a tool, was required. Watching Lu Xing's retreating figure, Li Dachuan felt a surge of frustration. "Damn it, I detest cryptic people. It's so perplexing. Never mind, I'll just go annoy Hu Zhongzhong instead." According to the law of conservation of smiles, a smile never vanishes, but merely shifts. The thought of Hu Zhongzhong's impending exasperation brought a grin to Li Dachuan's face. Approaching Hu Zhongzhong, he exclaimed, "Hey, I have a question." Hu Zhongzhong jumped in surprise, utterly speechless at the sheer audacity of this brash individual, whose boundless energy was exhausting. Rolling his eyes, Hu Zhongzhong retorted, "Spit it out. What are the unique features of Haicheng University?" Huh. Hu Zhongzhong's mind momentarily blanked, struggling to recall. Li Dachuan had absorbed a fragment of Lu Xing's essence. No way, the class monitor, so knowledgeable, can't possibly not know. Frustrated, Hu Zhongzhong immediately began gathering information. Moments later, he spoke with newfound confidence. Haicheng University is a prestigious institution with a long-standing history, ranking highly in the nation for its distinguished faculty and doctoral programs. Oh, and it boasts the most mature and comprehensive leave of absence policy in the country. A student can take a year off with proof of physical or mental health issues. Many students opt for a year off to travel or vacation, but they need to be cautious not to go off the grid and make their families worry. Overall, the process is simple, and those who have taken a leave speak highly of it. On the first day of June, which little one would be respectful of the elders? Offering a free gift? I admit you have some skills. This world is akin to an enormous delivery hub. Some individuals are mere parcels, others are larger consignments, and some lack any label at all. Lu Xing wholeheartedly concurred. He was about to open WeChat to check if he had any codes when he noticed a person sending him a message right on time. It was Qi Yushan. This was regarding the matter she had previously requested from him at the theater. Through the friend request, he could set it to Do Not Disturb, but he chose not to delete her. Lu Xing agreed. Having not checked what Qi Yushan had been sending for quite some time, he decided to take a glance. The latest message was an exclusive photo of her. She was backstage, adorned in a pure white costume, her slender figure gazing coolly and sorrowfully at the camera. It seemed she was preparing to perform the legend of the white snake. Indeed, to appear charming, one must don the garb of mourning. Though somewhat cruel, it is a truth. There was a certain widow-like aura about her. It was quite striking. Lu Xing stroked his chin, expressing high admiration for Qi Yushan's beauty. Saving the image with the thought that it would surely fetch a price later, he chuckled, envisioning another profit to be made. Just then, the image abruptly vanished. Lu Xing. "Hey, my money. Damn it. I should report this." Oh wow. Lu Xing was astonished to see the message retracted. Moreover, Qi Yushan's smooth little maneuvers made him laugh. First, she sent an image, then withdrew it, ensuring that if Lu Xing had seen it, he would inevitably inquire about what had been retracted. Thus, the topic would be effortlessly ignited. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, a scheming green tea. I admit you possess considerable cunning. Lu Xing took a screenshot of the chat interface and saved the image in an album entitled Chatting Tips. Where are the geniuses? It is all merely a gradual accumulation. Learn, for the pursuit of knowledge is endless. Lu Xing had learned another trick today and felt remarkably pleased, believing himself to be quite formidable. Qi Yushan. If you don't want to go, that's fine. The night after tomorrow, a renowned artist will be performing the locking of the silk bag at the theater. Do you have any plans? If not, we could first go for a massage and then watch the play. Qi Yushan seemed like someone who conversed with herself, continuously sending messages into the silent void. Lu Xing scrolled up to review her previous messages. From the moment their friend request was accepted, Qi Yushan had been persistently testing his attitude. In fact, she had even unearthed some of Lu Xing's past analyses of operas from some obscure corner and meticulously read them, sending him her feedback word by word. Upon seeing her essay-like feedback, Lu Xing suddenly felt as if he were gazing at a reflection of his former self. Yet he had money to earn. Why did she need to do this? At that moment, as if accustomed to the silence from the other end, Qi Yushan continued to send messages. Qi Yushan. Xing Xing. Which part of the locking of the silk bag do you like? I am fond of the final reunion segment. Lu Xing. To reconcile lingering sorrows and avoid vexations. To renew oneself and transform one's nature. To refrain from yearning for the fleeting past. To turn back from the bitter sea and to understand the orchid's essence early on. After Qi Yushan sent her message, Lu Xing replied. She actually responded. In the backstage area, Qi Yushan was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes brimming with disbelief. After sending countless messages to Lu Xing without receiving a reply, she was astonished that Lu Xing chose to respond today. Could it be that Lu Xing liked the images she sent? In an instant, Qi Yushan felt as though she had uncovered some subtle techniques for interacting with Lu Xing. Taking a deep breath, she was eager to see what Lu Xing had to say. However, the moment she opened the chat window, Qi Yushan was taken aback. How could it be this phrase? Why this phrase? What could it possibly mean? Rest in the flowing waters. Turn back from the sea of bitterness. What did Lu Xing mean by that? Qi Yushan tugged at the corner of her mouth, caught between laughter and tears, unable to express either emotion. Qi Yushan. Hee, I'm about to take the stage. I will definitely give it my all today. I must not disappoint the audience. She typed this expressionless message and sent it along with the cutest emoji she could find. Yet, Lu Xing fell silent once more, lowering her gaze. Qi Yushan remained quiet for a moment before suddenly smiling. Progress had been made. At least she had received a reply, hadn't she? Lu Xing boarded the Alfred, embarking on his journey into fatherhood. However, he had received a delivery. Tomorrow, he would meet Song Junju. And he remembered that Song Junju had mentioned wanting to buy a camera. Sighing, Lu Xing thought it was rather shameless to buy such an expensive camera. He decided to keep it simple and purchase a Leica instead. Indeed, Lu Xing acquired a Leica and mused, if only I could take it with me. This way, when he took a year off to travel, he could carry the camera along and capture moments, charging nothing for the photos but 200 for deletions. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, he could even earn 20,000 from a single shot. Truly, those who dabble in photography have numerous avenues for profit. In addition to the camera, Lu Xing also purchased a Polaroid. Honestly, there is something uniquely gratifying about pulling out a Polaroid during a pleasant moment and instantly producing a photograph. As a professional admirer, one must learn to surprise clients with delightful experiences. However, both the Polaroid and the camera he bought were relatively compact. Otherwise, when Song Junju asked for a photo, he might awkwardly present a bulky camera right in her face, completely ruining the atmosphere. One might think they were preparing for a family portrait. Song Junju would surely scold him for that. Therefore, since it wasn't Lu Xing's money being spent, he decided to focus on fulfilling the emotional value for his clients. Yet, the cost of Polaroid film was exorbitant. 8 yuan for a single shot. 8 yuan. With the price of 1 box of film, he could indulge in a feast at Mishuai City. A special Children's Day increase. Every little one deserves a meal. In the arid expanse of the desert, the notion of an oasis often serves to illuminate the profound struggles of an individual. Such revelations typically emerge through the voices of others. If Lu Xing were to emulate the tragic figure of Xiang Lin's wife, incessantly recounting his miseries to anyone he encountered, these narratives would ultimately transform into a dagger aimed at his own heart. The gravest error one can commit is to share deep sentiments with superficial acquaintances. As a professional sycophant, it is entirely unnecessary for Lu Xing to divulge such matters to his clients, and thus, he chooses silence, reluctant to speak of his plight. However, when Ling Xiu unearthed the truth, not through Lu Xing's own words, but through the printed lines on paper, from the inked characters, she discerned the harrowing life he had endured over the years. Orphanhood, poverty, charity, communal meals, an orphanage, adoption, abandonment, fire, hospital visits, and ultimately, the sale of his own being. A look of numbness enveloped Wen Lingxiu's gentle and graceful visage as she murmured, "No wonder you are so adept at comforting children." Upon their first encounter, Lu Xing cradled a child with remarkable ease, leading her to believe he might have younger siblings. Yet she now realizes that these skills were honed in the orphanage, forged by the crucible of life's trials. No one is born with the innate ability to read others. Such sensitivity is cultivated through experience. While physical scars may eventually heal, the wounds of the spirit endure a lifetime. Suddenly, when Lingxiu felt a surge of self-reproach, Lu Xing, having endured such tribulations, resembled a parched desert, while she sought from him the rain and oasis of solace. In his tireless giving, Lu Xing drained himself to provide love and warmth to others. When Lingxiu closed her eyes as a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek, what of him? To what extent has he persevered? Has he reached his limits? Can he continue to offer love? Humans are not machines. Even robots require costly maintenance after prolonged operation. Yet Lu Xing does not ask for such care, nor does he express his need for respite or recharging. Instead, everyone demands smiles and joy from him. But is Lu Xing truly happy? When Lingxiu sank into her chair, her gaze vacant and her expression numb, she reflected, perhaps foolishly, that she had never truly inquired about Lu Xing's feelings. He always appeared joyful. Yet, can one genuinely maintain perpetual happiness? With her eyes cast downward, the long lashes casting shadows, she pondered how much easier it would be if his motivations were purely financial. But he is not driven by such desires. The orphanage, he runs through the storm, yet offers shelter to others. Why? When Lingxiu mused, if she were to pose this question to Lu Xing, he would undoubtedly respond with a playful grin, proclaiming, "I have braved the rain. I must tear apart the umbrellas of others." Yet, in reality, he would never act in such a manner. The youth who emerged from the thorns has developed the softest of hearts. The trials he faces are doubled, and so too is his suffering. When Lingxiu suddenly finds herself gasping for breath, as if a heavy stone has settled upon her chest, the overwhelming tide of guilt crashes upon her like relentless waves, surging forth with a furious intensity. During an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Has she also become the snowflake that contributed to Lu Xing's downfall? When Lingxiu clenches her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Fool. Truly a fool. Does she consider herself a savior? Fool. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock at the door jolts Wen Lingxiu back to reality. She hastily wipes her tears and swiftly shoves the investigation materials into a pile of documents. It must be Lu Xing returning. Wen Lingxiu is eager to see him, yet dares not face him. Moments later, she takes a deep breath, ensuring she appears composed before saying, "Come in." Creak. The door opens, and Lu Xing peeks in, a beaming smile adorning his face. "When have you eaten? I noticed you were busy in the study, so I started cooking. Hee hee. Today, I made my signature tomato scrambled eggs. It's a unique dish, second to none. Would you honor me by tasting it?" When Lingxiu gazes at Lu Xing with a complex expression, giving a gentle nod. All right, she has reached her limit. She can no longer refuse Lu Xing. As she observes the corners of his mouth lift in a smile, her heart aches incessantly. Just as when Lingxiu approaches the doorway, Lu Xing gently rests his hand on her shoulder, blocking her path. She looks up at him, bewildered. Please don't cry." Lu Xing pulls out a small pack of tissues, tenderly wiping the tears from Wen Lingxiu's cheeks. The delicate fragrance of the tissues fills her senses, and she stares blankly at the earnest expression in Lu Xing's eyes as he wipes her tears. Inside Lu Xing's heart, a small figure dances with glee. See, carrying tissues is indeed useful. Though he uses rolls of paper himself, he provides these precious women with only the small packs. How professional. Quite professional indeed. As if enchanted, Wen Lingxiu takes a step forward, gently nestling herself into Lu Xing's embrace. Lu Xing is taken aback. Wow. Suddenly, there's another person in my arms. I truly don't know what to do with my hands, and it's a bit of a squeeze. Where should his hands go? While he has comforted clients before, he has never experienced such close contact. Lu Xing feels a rush of panic, yet he must maintain a calm demeanor. Do not panic, do not panic. You are a professional. After encouraging herself, Lu Xing gently patted Wen Lingxiu's back and softly inquired, "What is it, President Wen? Are you facing challenges at work?" Wen Lingxiu shook her head, suddenly on the verge of tears. How could she still be seeking emotional support from Lu Xing? She realized her dependence on him was greater than she had anticipated. After a moment of silence, the person in her embrace murmured, "I just read a book that moved me." Lu Xing raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" He found it difficult to fathom that someone could be so deeply affected by a book, especially someone like Aunt One, who did not seem the type to cry over literature. Perhaps mothers were inherently more emotional? Before Lu Xing could respond, Wen Lingxiu continued, "The protagonist grew up in a slum, striving to become an athlete, only to discover he was a lost child of a wealthy family. In the end, they all reunited in happiness. When I saw their family together, I felt a pang of sorrow." Though Lu Xing was unmoved by the story, he understood that Wen Lingxiu's background likely resonated with themes of family reunification. "I see," he said, stroking her hair in a comforting manner. "Their family came together, and we should rejoice in that." Yet, Wen Lingxiu remained nestled in his embrace, reluctant to emerge, and murmured, "What do you think of this story?" While there was little she could do for Lu Xing, helping him find his parents was one possibility. Those who had wandered for too long would surely long for the warmth of familial reunions, wouldn't they? Even if Lu Xing's biological parents were impoverished, she could elevate them to wealth, allowing him to seamlessly transition into a life of privilege, free from the storms of his past. He would have a home, parents, and someone waiting for him. Lu Xing chuckled softly, contemplating before saying, "This story is rather good. Are you speaking the truth?" Wen Lingxiu asked, surprised by his perception. "Well, to be honest, I do not particularly care for it," Lu Xing replied, eyeing the stack of documents on his desk. Even without wealthy parents, the protagonist could still become an athlete and live a fulfilling life. A person who endures countless hardships ultimately discovers the meaning of existence. Then, if fate intervenes, saying, "This is your trial. You have passed, and now I shall bestow upon you the identity of a wealthy heir or illegitimate child," what does that signify? Allocating moral worth based on status and determining outcomes by wealth is utterly absurd. If his parents were indeed affluent, yet chose to abandon him, what purpose would such parents serve? Upon hearing such words, Lu Xing's voice remained gentle and steady. "I might vomit. No matter who you are, get off her." The long night stretched endlessly, devoid of sleep. Wen Lingxiu felt that Lu Xing was simply toxic. In just 2 short years, Lu Xing had seeped into every aspect of her life like lukewarm water, colorless and tasteless. Just like now, leaning against the headboard, Lu Xing delicately turned the pages of a book with his slender fingers, reading aloud the absurdly juvenile stories in his deep, soothing tone. Wan loved to listen, and so did she. The warm, yellow light cascaded down from above, and even under the dimmest angle, Lu Xing exuded an unparalleled gentleness as he continued to read. Everyone has their own stars, yet their meanings differ from person to person. For a traveler, the stars serve as guides. For a scholar, they pose an enigma. For a merchant, they represent wealth. However, the stars themselves remained silent. Wan had already drifted off to sleep, yet Wen Lingxiu kept her eyes wide open, unblinking as she gazed at Lu Xing's face. She felt an inexplicable yearning for something, though she could not articulate it clearly. When Lu Xing lifted the blanket, intending to leave, a delicate, fair hand grasped his wrist. Lu Xing was taken aback as he met Wen Lingxiu's gaze. He had never seen such an expression in her eyes. Urgent, guilty, regretful, and complex. Wait, something was off. Alarm bells rang in Lu Xing's mind. Something was indeed amiss, intensely so. Clearly, Wen Lingxiu had already removed him from the ranks of Wan's father, so what did she want now? Lu Xing paused, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he leaned closer, lowering his voice. "What's wrong, Miss Wen? Are you feeling unwell?" Wen Lingxiu's exquisite face was marred with a look of melancholy. She wanted to release Lu Xing, yet her hand would not obey. Her mind urged her to let go, while her body urged her to hold on. Ever since she learned of Lu Xing's past, she could no longer treat him as merely an employee. Everything had changed. She wished to make amends to Lu Xing, but he refused to accept even a happy family. With her long eyelashes lowered, her gentle face was filled with turmoil. After a long silence, Wen Lingxiu softly spoke, "I can't sleep. Can you stay with me for a while?" She uttered the words in a moment of desperation, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. Wen Lingxiu realized that expressing her true feelings was not as daunting as she had imagined. Lu Xing's mind buzzed. No, this was absolutely not right. Stay with you? In what sense? Mentally or physically? Lu Xing felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering that Aunt Wen had indeed reached an age where hunger was a genuine concern. He swallowed hard and cast a glance at Aunt Wen, who appeared quite flustered. He attempted to reason with her. Isn't this illegal? When Lingxiu replied, how is this illegal? Following Lu Xing's gaze, she glanced at her own attire, her face instantly flushing crimson. Like a startled deer, she withdrew her hand from his, anxiously pulling her nightgown tighter, but in her haste, she only became more disheveled. In the end, it was Lu Xing who helped her fasten the buttons. When Lingxiu, trying to escape the humiliation, fixed her gaze on the ceiling, feeling as though she had lost all dignity in front of this foolish boy. How infuriating! From her neck to her ears, a deep blush spread, particularly on her cheeks, leaving Lu Xing utterly dumbfounded. What could he do? It dawned on him that Antwen was, after all, a woman of innate charm. How astonishing! He realized he had only just discovered this facet of her. Yet, to prevent her from blushing to the point of explosion, Lu Xing felt compelled to engage in conversation. Ms. Wen, have you been under too much work pressure lately? I have an excellent suggestion. Observing Lu Xing's spirited demeanor, when Lingxiu momentarily forgot her embarrassment and gently smiled. What suggestion do you have? Lu Xing grinned and, with a flourish, pulled out his phone, stating, I can find you some lectures on advanced mathematics and linear algebra. They are guaranteed to make you drowsy. When Lingxiu paused, then felt a wave of ease wash over her. With a playful glare, she softly replied, I graduated ages ago. True. Lu Xing scratched his head, contemplating. How about I give you a massage to relieve some stress? Or perhaps a foot soak would be a delightful alternative. Greetings, esteemed guest. Technician No. 18 is at your service. Seeing Lu Xing's earnest efforts, when Lingxiu felt warmth in her heart and playfully poked his forehead. Lie down. Huh. Lu Xing discreetly pinched his own waist. Ouch, that hurt. This was no dream. What was going on today with Antwen? Surely, she couldn't be this hungry. He only provided emotional support. This was unexpected. He gazed warily at Wen Lingxiu's face. No matter who you are, get off Antwen. When Lingxiu, with her doe-like eyes, looked at him and gently urged, lie down. Swallowing hard, Lu Xing chose to trust Antwen's character. Surely she wouldn't be so reckless. Right? After all, the girl is still here. He took a deep breath and lay down on the bed, his first time in the master bedroom. Oh, how soft it was. Uncertain of the mattress's price, it would be wonderful if it could simply be moved. Observing Lu Xing carefully lying at the edge of the bed, clutching the quilt, when Lingxiu suddenly smiled. It appeared that Lu Xing was not as composed as he portrayed himself to be. Recognizing Lu Xing's slight nervousness alleviated Wen Lingxiu's own anxiety. With a pleasing demeanor, she curled her lips upward and pulled back the quilt to lie on the other side. 1. Shall I turn off the light? A warm, fair hand crossed over to gently rest on Lu Xing's hand. Lu Xing's eyes widened in surprise. When Lingxiu felt a sense of comfort, as if a bird that had been adrift had finally found its nest. Good night. Lu Xing stared at the ceiling, instinctively replying, good night. Goodness, Antwen has gone mad. On Saturday morning, Lu Xing stealthily crept out of the main bedroom, finally escaping in silence. He gently closed the door behind him and exhaled a long breath, his expression one of despair. You slept soundly, while I couldn't even dare to move. Lu Xing felt utterly hopeless. He hadn't anticipated that while Song Junju would not cause any trouble, Antwen had suddenly become erratic. What did this mean? Must they hold hands even while sleeping? Sigh. Life is truly not easy. After a brief wash, Lu Xing rented an electric bike and leisurely rode towards Song Junju's villa. Grateful for technology. As for why he didn't take the bus, he needed time to ponder certain matters. Why was Antwen behaving so unusually? As Lu Xing, like a droplet of water, blended into the throngs of early risers heading to work on his small electric bike, he contemplated. After a moment's reflection, he realized he could not fathom it. Was she trying to take advantage of him? That seemed implausible. He had already touched upon Antwen's most tender feelings. She would never allow the girl to witness such a brutal scene. Thus she would have to let him go. But why? Early in the morning, Lu Xing felt as if his mind might ignite. After riding for a while, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The crowd suddenly grew restless. Yet, Lu Xing calmly continued to ride in the rain, his gaze unwavering. Professor Song delights in witnessing my disheveled state. Thus, if I arrive drenched to seek her out, she will surely be pleased. A client should receive the emotion they require. Lu Xing proudly lifted the corners of his mouth and straightened his chest. Humph. My professional integrity surpasses the world. Upon reaching the entrance of Song Junju's villa, no one responded to his doorbell or knocks. He sent a message to Song Junju, but there was no reply. What on earth? Has she retreated from the biological sphere? A sudden thought struck Lu Xing, and he was taken aback. After all, Song Junju had always appeared somewhat unstable. A sense of madness enveloped her, an unpredictable whirlwind of emotions. Despite recognizing the improbability of her fears, Lu Xing hesitantly entered the room, her heart heavy with trepidation. Indeed, Lu Xing possessed the access codes to all of Song Junju's belongings. This woman's locks, be it for her door, mobile phone, safe, or bank cards, were all governed by a singular password. Is this what it means to be indifferent to wealth? Tears streamed silently down Lu Xing's cheeks, a bitter pang of jealousy welling within her. She had anticipated a scene of Song Junju's sunny demeanor upon bursting into the villa. Yet after a thorough search, she found no trace of her, no sign of her presence whatsoever. Where could she be? Confusion settled in as Lu Xing clutched her backpack and returned to the villa's entrance, sitting on the steps to wait for the rain to cease and for Song Junju to arrive. Oh, and perhaps she could also experiment with the newly arrived camera and instant photo printer. How delightful. Meanwhile, Song Junju was speeding toward the villa in her Maybach, engaged in a phone conversation with Zhang Yu. On the other end, Zhang Yu was in a frenzy. Is that man a charm demon? Have you lost your mind? And you really have gotten Sun Ainong to start borrowing money left and right. I've heard he curses you while asking for loans. Song Junju, focused on her driving, replied nonchalantly, I'm not mad. Besides, Sun Ainong deserves this. He is too cowardly to confront his own orientation and too submissive to defy his parents. In the end, he is bound to resort to a sham marriage. I consider this a rescue for an innocent woman. Zhang Yu was skeptical of Song Junju's rationale. Initially, she had mentioned plans to go abroad, but now there was no sign of her departure. You've definitely been swayed by those at home. Zhang Yu pressed. Why on earth do you need to check your assets so early in the morning? Don't tell me you're short on cash. I refuse to believe it. Your grandmother left you a substantial inheritance. Song Junju replied with a calm demeanor. What reason could there be for checking one's assets? If I wish to investigate, I shall. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. If you don't speak the truth, don't bother calling me in the future. After a brief silence, Song Junju calculated how long she could afford to employ him. Zhang Yu gasped in astonishment. This was dire. She had truly been enchanted. What is your conclusion? She inquired. Song Junju smiled, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. My funds can sustain him for quite a while. How long exactly? Zhang Yu pressed. 5,000 years. Zhang Yu could no longer contain herself and burst out laughing. Impressive. You could literally hire someone for 5 millennia. With a sigh, she resolved not to meddle further. As long as someone could keep Song Junju joyful, it was acceptable. Otherwise, she genuinely feared for Song Junju's mental well-being. Zhang Yu asked, when can we meet? Song Junju pondered for a moment before responding. You simply don't have enough money. Zhang Yu retorted, you hopeless romantic, get lost. After hanging up the phone, Song Junju accelerated her speed with renewed joy, eager to return to the villa before Lu Xing arrived. She had a gift for him. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed. The rain had made the road slippery. A reckless electric scooter, having run a red light, skidded and crashed against the side door of her Maybach. Startled, Song Junju quickly pressed the brakes. As she exited the vehicle, she spotted a flustered delivery man sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the car emblem. Ignoring him, she reached for her phone to contact her insurance. It was then she noticed a message from Lu Xing. Without hesitation, she replied, you go inside first. The password is my birthday. I had a little accident at the intersection, but I'll be back shortly. There was no response from Lu Xing, which made her anxious to resolve the situation. She glanced at the delivery man and waved him off. You can go now? The delivery man, taken aback, couldn't he believe her generosity. Really, boss? He asked incredulously. Song Junju, growing impatient, affirmed, yes, really. He sought confirmation once more. Boss, I can really leave? With a glare, she retorted, shall I treat you to a meal instead? The delivery man quickly righted his scooter, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Wishing you a lifetime of peace. With that, he dashed away, vanishing from sight. As the rain intensified, Song Junju parked safely, awaiting the arrival of the insurance company. She frequently gazed out the window, as if anticipating something. The outside world was shrouded in misty rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the distance. Instantly, Song Junju sat upright. Lu Xing resembled a bolt of black lightning, clad in a raincoat, his hair and pant legs drenched. He wielded a long-handled umbrella like a swordsman, sprinting towards her. Spotting the familiar Maybach, Lu Xing's eyes gleamed. Professor Song. I'm here. Song Junju. I've come. Lu Xing charged through the rain, breaking the wind like a streak of lightning, tearing through the gloom and shattering all unease. In the dreariest of weather, Lu Xing stood tall like a resilient pine, unyielding against the storm, determined to grow stronger with each breath. Song Junju exhaled softly, relief washing over her. He had arrived. He was here. Ah, someone loves me. She repeated this to herself, bowing her head to cover her face, tears escaping through her fingers. He truly would come. Thank goodness he was still here, and thank goodness she had the means. Her enchanting eyes glistened with tears, yet there was an undeniable fervor within. Nothing would come to an end. Professor Song. I'm here. Lu Xing sprinted to the front of the car, his face alight with a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. As a professional at deciphering unspoken desires, he understood that clients often remain oblivious to their own true wants, grappling with internal contradictions. Not recognizing the true visage of Mount Lu, one merely stands amidst its peaks. It mattered not whether Song Junju was aware of this. Lu Xing was. As an observer, he found himself restless upon reading the message from Song Junju. After scrutinizing the text for a considerable time, he discerned the 4 words, I miss you. Thus, he arrived. Seeing Song Junju with her head bowed, concealing her face, Lu Xing couldn't help but smirk. Doesn't this emotional value just hit the mark? He mused. Surely, you must feel deeply moved by now. As a professional, I aim to ensure that your expenditure is worthwhile. However, Lu Xing refrained from rushing forward. Different clients required varied approaches to their distinct emotional states. When comforting Aunt Wen in her sorrow, he could gently wipe her tears and offer soothing words. Yet, in the face of Song Junju's anguish, he knew he must maintain his distance, for she was fiercely competitive and loath to reveal her vulnerabilities. Thus, Lu Xing granted Song Junju a moment to collect herself. The rain intensified, yet he held onto his long-handled umbrella, showing no inclination to open it. Having arrived at the villa already drenched, he saw no harm in utilizing the rain to enhance the client's comfort. After all, wasn't it Song Junju who enjoyed witnessing his disheveled state? A minute later, once Song Junju had steadied her emotions, she opened the car door. Lu Xing swiftly dashed over. With a decisive flick, unfurling the umbrella to create a protective haven above her. Song Junju paused, taken aback. In the midst of the tempest, Lu Xing had conjured a small sanctuary for her. It was only then that she truly comprehended the extent of his drenching. While his upper body remained dry in a windbreaker, his sweatpants were completely soaked, and his sneakers were caked in mud. Casting a glance at Lu Xing's trousers, she hesitated for a moment before stating, from now on, you are forbidden to wear gray sweatpants. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. You're concerned about that? Are you the Pacific Police now? He quipped. Very well, Professor Song. He nodded obediently, acquiescing to her wish. Just as he internally chastised Song Junju for her eccentricity, something soft unexpectedly brushed against his face. He froze momentarily. Song Junju had produced an exquisite handkerchief from who knows where, gently wiping his face. In this intimate proximity, she noted how remarkably long Lu Xing's eyelashes were. She thought, when it snows, I shall walk with Lu Xing through the snowy landscape. His eyelashes will surely be adorned with a multitude of snowflakes. Lu Xing observed Song Junju's gradually distracted gaze and shivered. Goodness, this madwoman wouldn't be contemplating some torturous method again, would she? Wasn't it said that she had changed? Lu Xing swallowed hard, raised the corners of his mouth, unzipped his jacket, and cheekily winked at Song Junju. Professor Song, I have a gift for you. Song Junju's lips curled into a smile, her exquisite and enchanting visage reminiscent of a captivating enchantress. Do tell. Ding ding ding. Lu Xing retrieved a Polaroid camera from his inner pocket. One could never predict whether a man might pull out a bottle of mineral water, a wallet, or a power bank from his pocket. Or perhaps all of them at once. Lu Xing shook the camera in his hand. Though the car has been wrecked, we, as individuals, must embody the spirit of taking pictures in a burning house and sleeping amidst chaos. Professor Song, shall we take a picture? Since Song Junju's car had been damaged, her spirits were undoubtedly low. Thus, he sought ways to cheer her up. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Song Junju gazed at Lu Xing's beaming face, as if enchanted, and nodded absent-mindedly. All right, adjust your posture. Lu Xing extended his arm, holding the camera high. grinning as he leaned slightly closer to Song Junju. Rarely did she take pictures, and at that moment, she stood somewhat awkwardly, as if attending a significant conference rather than merely posing for a photograph. Lu Xing raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at her. Smile, will you? So close. Song Junju seemed to sense Lu Xing's breath against her ear, causing her skin to flush suddenly, and she awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Lu Xing chuckled internally. How generous Song Junju had been when she urged him to buy a camera, and now she appeared so uncomfortable. Click. A photograph was printed. Lu Xing held the picture, waiting for it to develop, while also moving a little further away from Song Junju. The warmth beside him abruptly receded, prompting Song Junju to instinctively lean closer to him. Professor Song, take a look. Lu Xing handed the photo to her. Song Junju clutched the thin piece of paper, staring at it for an extended period. In the midst of a torrential downpour, an umbrella becomes a vessel sailing across the sky. The photograph captured her and Lu Xing on a boat, their proximity seemingly capable of overcoming any tumultuous waves. After a long gaze, Song Junju instinctively attempted to tuck the photo into her pocket, nodding as she remarked, "Well taken. It seems you have indeed studied diligently. Well done." Lu Xing watched her fluid movements, pondering that she was quite intriguing. If she wished to keep it, then let her do so. Moreover, the most crucial matter was that Song Junju searched for her pocket for quite some time, but could not locate it. Where's my pocket? Song Junju looked down in confusion, realizing for the first time just how diminutive the pockets in women's clothing were. How vexing. Lu Xing's clothing could fit into a Polaroid, yet hers could barely accommodate a photograph. Song Junju gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "These scoundrels! In their pursuit of selling bags, they have rendered the pockets of clothing so impractical." Unfazed, she declared, "Next time, I shall wear my own." With a cheerful smile, Lu Xing opened the car door, urging Song Junju to enter and avoid catching a cold. Glancing at Lu Xing's trousers, Song Junju remarked, "I shall buy you something more fashionable tomorrow." "Hey, new clothes?" Lu Xing rejoiced. "Sister, I'm coming back for more. Another windfall awaits. Why aren't you coming in?" Song Junju rolled down the car window, looking curiously at Lu Xing standing outside. I'm here. The moment of testing my acting skills has arrived." Lu Xing deliberately concealed her left hand behind her back, where a minor injury from a hasty fall was hidden. While the wound was small, it served its purpose well. A little sympathy is worth more than a hefty sum. Last time, when Song Junju noticed a cut on his lip, she had given him 10,000. This time, since she had hurt herself, wouldn't she at least part with a sum of 10 or 20,000? He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Indeed, I am quite clever." Lowering her eyes, Lu Xing said bashfully, "I am too wet. I might dirty the car." Transforming into a cat, a tiger, or a drenched puppy. Hee, just watch me. Song Junju paused momentarily, noticing Lu Xing's hand hidden behind her back. After a brief silence, she abruptly rolled up the car window. Lu Xing exclaimed, "Hey, wait a minute. This script is all wrong. Director, I want to have a word with you." Song Junju should be showering me with pity and then transferring me some funds. Confusion enveloped Lu Xing's Song Junju. In a hurry, swiftly concealed Lu Xing's gym photo in the armrest. 10 seconds later, she calmly rolled down the window again, saying, "Get in. Take it slow, take it slow." No, I cannot bear this." At that moment, Lu Xing comprehended the feeling of an emperor. From the moment he entered his home, a flurry of inexplicable individuals rushed in, stripping him of his clothes. Subsequently, an array of new garments was piled onto him. Just when he thought he could catch his breath, another group of medical professionals with specialized equipment arrived. Lu Xing felt like a lab rat, encircled by a swarm of doctors clad in white coats, as if they intended to examine every inch of him. Only at this moment did Lu Xing come to a startling realization. Song Junju's villa was always so quiet because she cherished solitude. Otherwise, she could undoubtedly live a life fit for royalty. Could you perhaps be a little gentler? Upon hearing Lu Xing let out a cry, Song Junju, arms crossed, stood to the side, her brows furrowed. Very well. The doctor attending to Lu Xing's hand was drenched in sweat. For heaven's sake. When they arrived, they presumed Song Junju was missing a limb, only to discover that it was merely a child's hand that had suffered a minor scrape. The doctor wrapping the bandage felt an overwhelming sense of despair, akin to using a cleaver to slice an apple. Had they arrived just a moment later, the wound would have healed entirely. He mused secretly, Perhaps this young lad's online alias is Sweet Candy. How infuriating. Stealing a glance at Lu Xing's face, the bandaging doctor couldn't help but admire the boy's cleverness. He had not squandered his youth or good looks, but instead had embarked on a prosperous path. Lu Xing looked around, astonished. He had never encountered so many doctors in his life, and one was even taking his pulse. Lu Xing exclaimed, "Aren't you a Western medicine practitioner?" The pulse-taking doctor chuckled. "I work at a hospital that integrates both Western and traditional Chinese medicine." Lu Xing responded, "Oh ho ho. What a cold joke." However, the expression of the pulse-taking doctor suddenly turned serious. He sighed deeply, causing Song Junju to tense up. Lu Xing was equally bewildered. In these times, one need not fear the smiling Western doctor, but rather the solemn gaze of the traditional Chinese physician. Lu Xing blinked nervously and asked, "Am I pregnant?" Slap. Song Junju couldn't contain herself and playfully smacked Lu Xing on the back, both exasperated and amused. "If anyone is to be pregnant, it should be me." Her tension had been shattered by Lu Xing's absurdity, leaving her completely baffled by his thought process. If Lu Xing were indeed pregnant, she would have to work through the night to publish a paper. The pulse-taking doctor shook his head. "No, I merely sighed out of exhaustion from running over," Lu Xing replied, while Song Junju urged herself to maintain composure, repeating, "Stay calm. We cannot let him leave." The pulse-taking doctor smiled, releasing Lu Xing's wrist, and after a moment of contemplation, suddenly said, "You must be approaching exams soon?" Lu Xing nodded. "That's it then," the doctor affirmed, patting Lu Xing's hand reassuringly. "Life is not merely a series of examinations. Do not be overly anxious. Your health is robust, yet your mind seems overly strained. This could lead to complications. Young man, life is a marathon. If you sprint at the very start, your journey ahead will be arduous." Lu Xing smirked, suddenly feeling exposed before the traditional Chinese physician. This practice certainly held some intrigue. Though the process may have been erroneous, the outcome was undeniably correct. "All right, thank you, doctor. I will take heed." Lu Xing replied with a smile and a nod. Song Junju scrutinized Lu Xing's face, realizing that he had been anxious about the upcoming exams all along. It seems that her previous preparations for Lu Xing were insufficient. At that moment, another doctor gently inquired, "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Lu Xing nodded, admitting to a slight ache. "Just a bit," he replied. The doctor, acknowledging this, suggested, "You should visit a hospital for an examination if you have scoliosis. Treatment will be necessary. We will need to make an incision in your back, open up the skin, and then use nails." Suddenly, Lu Xing grasped the doctor's hand, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I don't feel any pain now, not at all. You truly are a miraculous healer, doctor." The doctor chuckled, thinking to himself how no wonder Song Junju was fond of this young man. He was indeed quite amusing. "I merely wanted to remind you to be mindful of your posture. In fact, your physical condition is rather good. You do not have the ailments commonly seen in modern individuals. No myopia, no rhinitis, and your teeth are in excellent condition." Observing Lu Xing's anxiety, the other doctors quickly offered words of reassurance, fearing that Song Junju's delicate companion might become upset. Hearing Lu Xing's healthy examination report, Song Junju's brow relaxed considerably. However, she still retained the words of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in her mind. Lu Xing was quite tense. Once the medical team departed, Song Junju turned to Lu Xing and said, "It's all right if you don't get into college." Lu Xing was taken aback. "Sister, why would you say something like that? Are you cursing me?" Song Junju calmly sat beside him and added, "If you don't get in, I will send you to study in the UK." After a brief pause, she shook her head. "No, no, the weather in the UK is dreadful. Perhaps Germany, but no. Graduating from Germany is difficult." Song Junju had already begun to filter through options for which country to choose, while Lu Xing sat beside her, his back prickling with anxiety. Wait, in just a few months, Song Junju would be going abroad to teach, yet she was talking about sending him abroad to study? How could that be? Furthermore, wasn't he even tense because of the exam? Lu Xing forced a smile, lowering his head shyly, and said, I don't want to go abroad. I like it here. I can't keep troubling you, and I believe I can do well. Professor, I have thoroughly reviewed the materials you sent me. I will not let your efforts go to waste." Song Junju's thoughts were interrupted, and rather than feeling anger, she looked at Lu Xing with admiration. Suddenly, she recalled the poem to the oak tree. "If I love you, it will not be like the climbing vine flower, relying on your high branches to flaunt itself. Song Junju felt joy swell within her. He is remarkable. She has paved a broad avenue for him, yet he shows no inclination towards it, instead opting to strive on his own. He does not wish to be the climbing vine. Given Lu Xing's determination, she should support him. With this thought, she resolved to act. Song Junju cast a glance at Lu Xing's hand and noted that it was his left hand that was injured, while his right hand remained capable of writing. You should rest for 10 minutes before we begin reviewing chemistry. This afternoon, we will cover biology and mathematics, and tomorrow morning, we will focus on physics. She paused before adding, I will study with you. Lu Xing was taken aback. Sister, is this how you organize a study schedule? This is exactly like the old timetable on the blackboard, filled with chemistry and mathematics and biology. Just one look at it makes me feel faint. The most daunting part was that Song Junju intended to personally guide him through the revision. All right, fine. Lu Xing fell into silence, astonished. He had heard of paid tutoring, but this was the first time he had encountered someone who charged for teaching. With a cheerful smile, Song Junju was clearly eager for Lu Xing to excel in his exams, regardless of which university he aimed for, as she would accompany him wherever he went. Lady Witch, you forgot to add the frogs. Throughout the morning, while the wind and rain raged outside, the room felt as warm as spring. Lu Xing endeavored to keep pace with Song Junju's thoughts. Despite her narcissism, she possessed genuine talent. Unlike those whose parents were professors who merely paved an easy path for their children. When it came to university, encountering her was like a frog in a well gazing at the moon. For postgraduate studies, she was akin to a mayfly glimpsing the vast sky. By the end of the morning, Lu Xing suddenly understood why diligent study could not compare to the guidance of the privileged. The exhilarating sensation of being propelled forward by an academic prodigy was truly delightful. His gaze towards Song Junju sparkled with admiration. If only he could record her lectures and monetize the knowledge. Even if he did not pursue profit, sharing it online for the benefit of countless students would be a noble act. Alas, what a pity. Noticing the gleam in Lu Xing's eyes, Song Junju awkwardly focused on the papers, poking his forehead with her finger and softly saying, What are you staring at? Do I have words written on my face? Focus on your studies. Lu Xing suddenly found her words eerily familiar, as if she had uttered them before. Yet, the tone of the same phrase had transformed dramatically. He couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary lengths he had gone to earn her attention. It was well-deserved. Seeing that time was drawing near, Lu Xing asked, Professor Song, what would you like for lunch today? I can prepare it for you. He winked at her. Make sure to make extra. In gratitude for the private lessons from the esteemed Professor Song, all right? Song Junju glanced at Lu Xing's bandaged hand, contemplating before responding, No need, I will cook for you. Lu Xing's smile froze momentarily. He quickly turned his head to check if the sun was setting in the west. It was not that Lu Xing looked down on Song Junju. He truly did not believe that Song Junju had illuminated the culinary arts. Thus, Lu Xing cautiously inquired, Has Professor Song ever cooked before? Song Junju looked at him in confusion, furrowing her brow. Is cooking really that difficult? Isn't it merely the fusion of animal and plant carcasses, followed by boiling? Lu Xing hesitated, uncertain whether Song Junju's household stocked instant noodles, pondering whether he could manage a simple meal tonight. The path was indeed winding, and the outcome remained uncertain. Half an hour later, as Lu Xing observed the dishes Song Junju brought forth, he pondered long and hard before picking up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes. He harbored doubts that anyone could render potatoes unpalatable. Yet the very next moment, he was proven wrong. Who taught you to stir-fry shredded potatoes with shredded ginger? Are we playing Minesweeper? With tears in his eyes, Lu Xing reversed the direction of his chopsticks, intending to sip some soup. Upon the first taste, he noticed an unusual glimmer of expectation in Song Junju's typically haughty eyes. Is it delicious? Struggling to swallow that mouthful of soup, he asked, Should I speak the truth or a lie? Song Junju paused, replying, The lie is wow. So delicious. I've never tasted such a unique flavor. The truth is, oh, Mistress Witch, you forgot to add frogs while brewing your poison. Song Junju fell silent, her anger palpable. How could it be so unpalatable? This was her inaugural attempt at cooking. In the next moment, Song Junju silently tossed aside her chopsticks and picked up her phone, asking Lu Xing, Which restaurant would you like to order from? The stark contrast in her demeanor caused Lu Xing to burst into laughter. Song Junju shot him a glare, though she was not genuinely angry. Suddenly, Lu Xing felt that Song Junju had indeed changed quite a bit. In the past, if he had laughed like this, She would have pinched his face and scolded him for being frivolous. After lunch, Song Junju resumed her paid tutoring sessions. Lu Xing listened attentively, invigorated. This was far more stimulating than the crack of a whip. Moreover, while others had to spend substantial sums on private tutors, he was directly benefiting from Song Junju's gilded eccentricity, and he even earned money in the process. How delightful. Oh, Lord of Fortune, I adore you. You possess a sharp intellect. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me on WeChat. You may also inquire in person on weekends. Your progress in the first mock exam was quite significant. If you can place in the top 10 in the second mock, you will gain admission to a university in the capital. Song Junju earnestly analyzed for Lu Xing. With her guidance, Lu Xing's improvement was assured. Yet, Lu Xing found himself increasingly curious. Why did Song Junju not teach at a university in the capital, choosing instead to remain in Haicheng? Why, despite her wealth, did she live like a reclusive elder, her villa devoid of warmth? However, every individual carries their own past, and some do not seek to unearth every detail of it. Many things simply lack definitive answers. As night fell, Song Junju lectured on mathematics for 2 continuous hours, leaving Lu Xing's head buzzing. At last, when Song Junju paused, Lu Xing took the opportunity to pour her a glass of water. Upon turning back, he was taken aback to see Song Junju emerging from the bedroom wearing a different outfit, holding a delicate black box. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. This black box contained a whip, though that was not the crux of the matter. Who could possibly explain why Song Junju had donned a maid outfit? Why was she accessorizing with frameless glasses and sporting cat ears? Who taught her such an odd combination? While Lu Xing was lost in thought, Song Junju feigned composure and tossed the black box to him, her expression devoid of emotion. Choose one from inside, she said. Lu Xing, bewildered yet respectful, randomly selected an item and awaited her further instructions. Song Junju cast a glance at him before stepping to the floor-to-ceiling window, holding her skirt. She had hurt Lu Xing too many times, yet he bore no resentment. Rather, he became a sanctuary amidst the storm, offering her a safe haven. In recent days, she often dreamt, sometimes reliving the beatings of her childhood, other times envisioning herself striking Lu Xing. Although Lu Xing harbored no hatred, she felt an inexplicable anxiety begin to rise within her, for she had always trusted her sixth sense. Lu Xing seemed to be slipping away, prompting her to check her liquid assets and real estate holdings. When she saw Lu Xing running towards her through the tempest, she thought, it no longer matters. Whether it was about tutoring him, providing financial support, or anything else, it was all inconsequential. She needed to quell this unsettling feeling. In her childhood, whenever she was beaten, she always believed she would eventually retaliate. So, let the retaliation commence. Outside, the storm raged. Song Junju stared at her reflection in the glass, and after a moment, closed her eyes, her crimson lips slowly whispering 2 words, "Hit me." Lu Xing was utterly stunned. It was now the 3rd day of increased demands. And if someone could send him a gift, it would be appreciated, perhaps a tranquilizer without side effects. Death is a state of mind. One can wish for it, but it cannot be truly realized. Just as people often express a desire to die, by year's end, the mortality rate proves to be 0. Lu Xing found himself in such a state. He stood silently behind Song Junju, watching as she swept her hair to her chest, revealing her slender back. Song Junju had lost her mind. She had truly gone mad. Lu Xing had previously called her insane in jest, but now he genuinely believed she had lost her sanity. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, the whip in his hand feeling as if it were a hot potato. Striking a client during the contract period was no different from hitting a boss during working hours. After an extensive period of understanding Song Junju, Lu Xing never perceived her as someone inclined towards masochism. What exactly does she intend to achieve? Lu Xing, having accepted payment himself, felt indifferent to the prospect of suffering. Yet, for Song Junju, who has paid for her lessons, must she also pay to endure pain? What peculiarities do the wealthy possess? Madness. Utter madness. Lu Xing stood there, silent for a prolonged moment. Eventually, after waiting patiently, Song Junju turned to him, earnestly reiterating, "I want you to hit me." Lu Xing gazed into Song Junju's eyes and slowly shook his head in solemnity. "That is unacceptable. Or, if you truly desire it," he paused, "wait a few days." He resolved to study the techniques of others with diligence, to practice how to strike in a manner that would be both painless and pleasurable. Currently, he lacked the necessary understanding. With no sense of control over his strength, what if he were to injure Song Junju? The foremost rule in the professional code of conduct for devoted attendants is to ensure the safety of the client. Song Junju, observing her reflection in the expansive window, caught sight of Lu Xing's hesitant expression and let out a cool, mocking laugh. Even during the contract period, Lu Xing was unwilling to strike her. When the contract concludes, he would certainly be even less inclined to do so. Bowing her head, she spoke gravely, "If I say hit me, then strike." She had meticulously calculated the number of lashes she had administered to Lu Xing. If he were to reciprocate, they would stand even, alleviating her profound sense of unease. Once they settled their debts, her guilt would dissipate. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she lowered her gaze, concealing the madness flickering in her eyes. She was wealthy, immensely so, enough to bind Lu Xing to a contract for an extended duration, be it 10, 20, 50, or even 100 years. She had struck Lu Xing, and he had reciprocated. Once they were even, she could take him to see the snow, to explore the world together. They had an abundance of time ahead. Turning back, she observed Lu Xing's silent visage and smiled. Her exquisitely defined features were akin to a captivating siren, her full, crimson lips slowly uttering two words, "Hit me." Perhaps it all began with the fireworks at the harbor of Haiqing, where she first yearned to hold Lu Xing tightly. Fortunately, she possessed wealth. Song Junju reiterated, "This is my request, hit me." At that moment, Lu Xing's mind felt as if it were on the verge of combustion, grappling with the unprecedented challenge of executing a client's directive. Song Junju was undeniably beautiful, her thick, cascading curls framing her shoulders. Slightly turned, she extended her palm against the glass wall. Now, she commanded him to strike her. As a devoted attendant, one must learn to discern the underlying reality behind appearances. With the whip in hand, Lu Xing approached Song Junju. As Song Junju closed her eyes, bracing herself for the anticipated pain, a soft sound resonated, the whip fell to the ground. In its place came a warm embrace, a calmative devoid of side effects. Lu Xing enveloped Song Junju in his arms, leaning close to her ear to whisper gently, "Do not be afraid, I am right here." The expected pain never arrived, and Song Junju opened her eyes in astonishment, feeling the warmth radiating from her back. The words, uttered so close, surged through her limbs like a current. Her mind went blank. Observing Song Junju's expression, Lu Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had guessed correctly. This reckless soul certainly did not wish to endure punishment. Much like children in primary and middle school who, in their quest for parental attention, might resort to eccentric behaviors. She must have been burdened by something weighing heavily on her heart, unable to express it, thus resorting to such extreme measures. As a professional who often played the role of a devoted supporter, carrying sweets and trinkets was merely the embellishment of his trade. Who couldn't he play the role of a comforting presence? Soothing a client's emotions was the essence of this vocation. If Song Junju desired him to strike her, then Lu Xing must unravel the layers and discover her true motivation. Otherwise, this so-called provision of emotional value would merely be a farce. Song Junju was undoubtedly feeling anxious. Although Lu Xing did not know the source of her distress, offering solace was paramount. He tightened his embrace, holding her securely against him. Individuals like her, both frantic and insecure, often required nothing more than a firm hug to soothe their turmoil, transcending the need for 1,000 words. Indeed, although Song Junju leaned against Lu Xing, her body trembled uncontrollably. Since her consciousness had formed, she had always been labeled a genius. First. Her existence was overshadowed by the incessant emphasis on these two words, in comparison to certificates and trophies. What she truly longed for was a heartfelt embrace and a gentle word of comfort. Why was it that her intelligence allowed others to treat her as a mature adult? Yet she could still cradle younger siblings? Why, at the age of 27, had she only now attained what she yearned for at 6? Why had it taken her this long to realize who truly deserved her concern? Why must she come to such realizations only after suffering harm? Alas, I arrived at a time devoid of spring. The room was filled with suppressed sobs. Song Junju was crying. Lu Xing remained silent, striving to envelop her, providing her with a sense of safety. A white flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky, and rain battered against the glass window. As Lu Xing gazed melancholically at the inky night, how easy was it to earn money? 20,000 yuan could easily secure a subordinate who would be at one's beck and call, but mere obedience was insufficient for this line of work. As Lu Xing had previously stated, clients often remain unaware of their own desires. Thus, as a devoted professional, it is incumbent upon one to uncover what they truly yearn for. What Song Junju requires is not a whip. She seeks solace for her heart. Therefore, let us provide her with that peace. It is only fitting that one fulfills their obligations for remuneration. Lu Xing gently encircled Song Junju's waist, softly patting her hand while humming a tender melody. The dark sky loomed overhead, adorned with bright, twinkling stars. The insects buzzed and fluttered about as she wept. Tears are not a sign of weakness. True courage lies in the ability to rise despite the tears. Cradling the emotionally fragile Song Junju, Lu Xing experienced an unprecedented clarity in his mind. He suddenly recalled Wen Lingxiu's peculiar behavior from the previous day. Was the story she shared derived from a book or from Lu Xing's own autobiography? He remembered that there were no books on her desk at the time. Thus, it appeared that Wen Lingxiu had indeed investigated him. All her unusual conduct yesterday stemmed from a place of compassion for him. Lu Xing smiled. And what of you? Professor Song, why do you weep? Have you also scrutinized me? Do you pity me, or are you burdened by guilt? Song Junju stared blankly at the hand Lu Xing had placed around her waist, her ears filled with his gentle, low melody. His warm embrace enveloped her tightly, and her tears cascaded down, landing on the back of Lu Xing's hand. Reflecting on her 27 years, this was the moment she felt the most secure. Her eyes, filled with profound reluctance, flickered with defiance. Yet, I have come at an inopportune time. It matters not. I shall persevere. Ah Xing, the youth mused. Women are made of water. At this moment, Lu Xing wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Unexpectedly, the first time he was drenched, it was with a woman's tears. Apart from the occasional instances when Song Junju had imbibed too much and required his support, Lu Xing had never ventured into her master bedroom. Life is indeed wondrous. Just half a year ago, he had slept on the sofa in her living room, with her indifferent to his presence and unconcerned about how he managed his troubles. As she rose later and retired earlier than he, such matters were of no concern to her. Yet now, as Lu Xing reclined against the headboard of the master bed, Song Junju nestled beside him, soundly asleep, her delicate arm clasped around his waist. Observing the remnants of tears on her face, Lu Xing felt his professional affliction deepen. Sister of the top rank, you shall never find someone more dedicated than I. He gently grasped her wrist, carefully shifting her arm aside and tucking a pillow into her embrace. Indeed, Song Junju's brow furrowed momentarily before she settled into tranquility once more. Lu Xing let out a sigh of relief, much like Jerry, as he tiptoed to the sink to fetch a towel soaked in warm water. After a brief moment, he tested the towel's temperature, just right. He cautiously returned to the bedside, leaning down to gently wipe the tear-stained face of Song Junju. With tender strokes and the comforting warmth of the towel, Song Junju's furrowed brow relaxed, and she let out a soft hum of contentment, instinctively nuzzling against Lu Xing's hand. Ah, how delightful! The little person in Lu Xing's heart danced with joy. If Song Junju had uncovered his background and felt a sense of guilt towards him, it would surely make his future days much more bearable. Perhaps this was a silver lining. Nevertheless, Lu Xing sometimes felt a sense of conflict within himself. He was acutely aware that sharing his background with clients would undoubtedly elicit sympathy, yet he hesitated to do so, feeling as though it would come across as self-pity. He knew he could earn a living through his ability to provide emotional value. Oh well, it was what it was. After all contracts would conclude by June. Once he had tended to Song Junju, Lu Xing pulled the blanket over her. Thud. She kicked the blanket off. Lu Xing covered her again. Thud. She kicked it off once more. Goodness, what a rebellious person you are. Lu Xing felt a surge of frustration. How could she be so contrary? He was determined to keep that blanket on her. Cover, kick off, cover, kick off. This was infuriating. In a fit of exasperation, Lu Xing rummaged through the drawers until he found a piece of Song Junju's glasses cloth. Taking a deep breath, he carefully placed the cloth over her abdomen. It was a traditional belief. One might forego a blanket, but the belly button must be covered. Perfect. Satisfaction washed over him, and he intended to leave the master bedroom with a light heart. However, just as he turned to go, he felt a sudden tug at the hem of his shirt. Lu Xing paused and looked down. Song Junju was lying at the edge of the bed, her thick, dark curls sprawled across the blanket, murmuring sleepily, "Don't go." Goodness! Lu Xing was startled. When had she woken up? Surely, hadn't he noticed his little act of covering her belly button? He hesitated, ready to respond. but realized after that single utterance, she had fallen silent again. Upon closer inspection, he realized she had drifted back to sleep. Well, that was understandable. After such a heartfelt bout of tears, one naturally succumbs to an overwhelming wave of fatigue. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xing decided to lie back down beside her. Song Junju seemed to have discovered a vast, comforting hearth, clinging to Lu Xing without a hint of release. Lu Xing mused that the 27-year-old Professor Song appeared rather insecure. Perhaps he should simply buy her a doll to hold instead. Yes, she would pay for it. At 11 o'clock, Lu Xing checked his WeChat and indeed received a script sent by Lu Qingqing. Upon reading the title, his pupils jolted in shock. Oh, a gentle and kind teacher who spares no effort for her students, paired with a rebellious, psychologically troubled student? How audacious. Lu Xing had never played the role of a CEO, nor had he acted as a mechanic, let alone a popular star shrouded in a secret marriage. Thus, he felt no psychological burden in performing these roles. Yet this time, was it not a tad too immersive? Why a student? Lu Xing sighed, beginning to fret over Lu Qingqing's mental state. Had she truly descended into such madness? He was quite reluctant to disclose his personal information to clients online, and he certainly did not wish for them to know that he was still a student. Consequently, he could only act with less finesse. It was truly challenging. Lu Xing cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Song Junju. He attempted to pry her off him, finger by finger, but she remained utterly unyielding, as if glued to him. Professor Song? Lu Xing called out, but she showed no sign of awakening, appearing genuinely deep in slumber. Young A Xing was a student devoid of any academic inclination, harboring a profound disdain for learning, leaving all his teachers at a loss until one day. A new teacher arrived at the school. Lu Xing, feeling uneasy, recited several lines from the script. Still, Song Junju remained unresponsive. Very well then, so be it. At 11:30, Lu Qingqing called promptly. She anxiously scrutinized the script in her hands, her heart racing with an uncontrollable sense of panic. Although she reassured herself that it was possible for Lu Xing to be a namesake, what if he was not? The students visiting the school on the list had a high probability of attending Haicheng University. As the president of the student council, everyone knew her. What if Lu Xing actually did get accepted into Haicheng University? What then? In a worse scenario, if Lu Xing spread rumors that the student council president was a pervert, how would she handle it? After being perceived as the sweet and charming senior for so long, she could hardly bear such a price. A test. She could only test the waters. Lu Qingqing deliberately altered the protagonist's name in the script and set the backdrop in their school days. Based on the clues Lu Xing had provided, she was certain she could deduce whether he was still studying or working. Don't panic. Don't panic. Lu Qingqing's mind was taut with tension. Upon hearing the first words from Lu Xing on the other end of the line, her mind became more alert than ever before. Alas, a miscalculation. However, as Lu Qingqing listened to Lu Xing's deep, beguiling voice, she felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. When she heard Lu Xing stumble over the terminology from the textbooks, a sudden smile of understanding broke across Lu Qingqing's face. Lu Xing, filled with remorse, apologized, saying, "I'm sorry. It's been far too long since I graduated, and I've returned all this knowledge to my teachers. This is my fault. May I offer you an additional 20 minutes as compensation?" At long last, Lu Qingqing let go of her tension and reclined comfortably. Indeed, it seemed they shared the same name.